And boom, voila. And poof, just like that, we were live.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Joan. Good morning, Rob,
Like that, we were live.
and Omar.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, look at that. I've got to mute myself here so we don't have a disturbance. Happy morning, all you beautiful starlights out there, you illuminated ones. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it. Please share this stream out on whichever platform that you're watching this on. My name is Omar. I'm a host here at Watchers Talk, coming at you guys from West Coast, British Columbia, Canada, with some very good friends of mine, Rob Yox from Full Spectrum Universe, Dr. Joan from Joan of Angels, and Stone Hobbit from Stone Hobbit.
Yeah.
Who is ready for day 7 today. Is going to be an incredible day. We put this day together to celebrate the feminine, divine feminine, and the touch of just a simple touch of like a masculine energy into this, because today is like mostly all women except for one person. And the reason why I put Brad on this day is because of his esoteric knowledge and his knowledge on divine feminine, the masculine feminine. Well, this guy is just like really versed on everything, but definitely I love his esoteric series. I just finished reading the second book and I've learned a lot. Like, believe me, like my eyes are like opened right up. I didn't think much of it after I read the first book, and like my eyes really opened up, and then I read the second one, and then I was like, wow, oh my God, this is sick. So now I'm waiting for the third one. So with that said, guys, let's do a quick around the table, and then we'll bring Brad Olson on.
Who goes first? Who should we do first?
Go ahead.
All right. So welcome everybody to, I believe we're in day what now? Day 8?
7, I believe.
Day 7. And we have another 4 more days after this. So we've passed that crescendo point. It's all downhill from here. And, we've seen so many different types of information sets that this is truly an encyclopedia masterpiece of what this field of frequency and consciousness has to offer. And I've been so in tune with exploring it all, and there's so many different aspects that I'm going to look further into. So it's really wild. And even the people who feel that they know everything really don't, and you find these subjects where you're like, let's go. It piques interests again. So I'm just grateful. A lot of gratitude over here.
Dr. Joan?
Okay, well, listen, I ascended this week. I just ascended up here to Sedona. So, and I felt like I was unplugging all the beginning of the week, going through all of my, I think what we're doing is devolving and kind of taking our shadow and then coming, purifying and elevating. So, it's been really interesting. So I hope my Wi-Fi works well, and I'm happy to see Stone and Omar. Rob, this is exciting. I feel like I'm really present today with you guys.
Right on. I love it. And happy birthday, Dr. Joan. And guys, let's see some comments in the chat room. Happy birthday to Dr. Joan.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Stone, go ahead, please, and then we'll bring Brad on.
Happy re-entry day.
To enjoy my birthday.
Yes, it's good to be here. It's been fantastic so far. I'm looking forward to what else is going to present itself. And it's only going to be magic all the way. I don't see myself going downhill there, Rob. I see myself
here
of that beautiful point and looking right around the whole universe. But thank you for starting my vibration off. Had to start somewhere. It's gonna be epic. Let's keep up the vibe.
Awesomeness, guys. I'm just going to quickly go through the schedule, introduce Brad, and I will bring him on. Rob, is that coming on the screen, or what's going on there? All right, guys, so it's Friday, March 18th, Divine Feminine, the sparkle of masculine energy. Today we start off with the epic, the legend, Brad Olson, and then afterwards our very own angel, Dr. Joan of Angels, and then Debbie Garcia, and then we have Jody Sirota, Victoria Reynolds, Michelle Falcone, Dr. Rita Louise, and then we have some music by Ford, Claudia Thompson, and then we close the evening off with Sheila Seppi. So it's going to be a wonderful day. Looking forward to this energy that we're going to create. And with that being said, I'm going to stop my screen and let's remove ourselves off the screen, guys. And I'm just going to quickly read Brad's bio, and then we'll bring Brad on. Like I said, guys, I have a lot of respect for this guy here. He's, just a legend. So Brad Olson is the author of 10 books, including 3 in his esoteric series, Modern Esoterics, Future Esoterics, and Beyond Esoterics. Excellent books. Get them. You see the banner up top. An award-winning author, public speaker, YouTube content creator as the Esoteric Circle, book publisher, and event producer. His keynote presentations and interviews have enlightened audiences at Contact in the Desert, Awareness Life Expo, the 5D events, and dozens of radio shows, including Coast to Coast, Fade to Black, Ground Zero, and Watchers Talk, and television shows including Ancient Aliens, America Unearthed, and Mysteries of the Outdoors. Brad is the founder and co-producer of the How Weird Street Fair in the Soma neighborhood of his home base, San Francisco. Brad was featured on the front page of San Francisco Bay Guardian in September 2014. The Chicago's native esoteric writing continues to reach wide audiences while he continues breaking ground in alternative journalism, public speaking, illustrations, and photography. Welcome, my man. Brad, thank you very much for being here. Toss you up on the screen. Thank you very much, brother, for being here. I so appreciate you. A lot of respects for you. And thank you for giving us your time this early morning, Friday morning. And welcome, my brother.
Well, thank you so much for having me on, Omar, and such kind words in the setup. I was on an interview with Laura Eisenhower the other night, and she was singing my praises too, and I'm just kind of humbled by it all. I just honestly, I feel like an ordinary person who is interested in extraordinary subjects. So thank you so much. I'm just a good communicator, I suppose, through writing and speaking, and that's my MO. I've always been a good storyteller and a humorist, and cracked up my family since the time I was a little kid. I made my first family joke at about 5 years old, and we still talk about it at family reunions. So my grandpa used to say, "You have the gift of gab, Brad." And he said, "You'd be a good salesman or a good lawyer." Fortunately, I did do some sales, but never got into lawyers. But here I am doing books and conferences and speaking live. And just like Joan of Angels, I have 2 conferences today. I'm doing this one live this morning, and then I'm heading over to the Sedona Ascension Retreat. And I'm here in Sedona, Arizona as well. Beautiful, wonderful place. Such a cool vibe here, and the people are amazing. But I want to present my brand new presentation, which is debuting right here on this online conference, and then later on today at live at the Sedona Ascension Retreat. So it's called The Hidden Esoteric in Plain Sight, and it is all those things we see around us that maybe we didn't even make that connection, that they are part of the fabric of our culture and what we see in advertisements, television, media, so forth. You'll understand once I get into this presentation what it's all about. But I've been working on this for about 2 years, and this will be the very first time. So please excuse me if there's a few hiccups. I'm just debuting it here live for the very first time. So
I'm excited, Brad. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, Omar. And thank you for having me on and such kind words. And we've worked together on many projects, and really enjoy your energy, and you're such a great host and kind, compassionate, caring person too. So
Thank you, Brad.
Accolades back at you.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate it.
If I'm able to share a screen, I can get started with this.
Yeah, go down to share.
Okay.
And then you'll see slides up top.
Yep.
Click the slides and then go to your computer. And then you should be able to choose it from there. Is it a huge presentation?
Not huge.
Okay.
And I'll move quick through it. I know we're timed at an hour.
No, it's not
so,
that. I'm just because StreamYard has, like, I guess, a limit on the size of the presentation you can load up. And like, I tried to load up my Saturn one, but it said it was too big. So I'm just concerned about that. And if that's the case, then if you have it open in the background, just go share screen and go to window, and then it should be there.
Yeah, that's probably the better way, because share screen, because I have it right here ready to go.
Okay, cool. So just hit share screen,
without
and then
any
share screen again, go to window, and then it'll be under the window.
Yep.
And then I'll toss it up.
Can you see it now?
Not just quite yet.
Window. Oh yeah. Window. There it is. Boom. All right. Can you see me now?
Just like that. I sure do, brother. And it's coming up right now. There we go.
All right. Great. Well,
ooh, I love it. Is there a book coming with this?
Well, this is in support of all three of the esoteric
nice
guides.
Oh,
so
I love it. I've read 2 of them, so I'm gonna love this.
with only Beyond Esoteric to go, and that's the latest one that's come out last year, and it's doing really well. And thank you all out there for your support, and you too, Omar, for inviting me back, and really enjoy giving these presentations and talks with people. So if you can just give me a confirmation that you can see it on your end, Omar, we can get started.
I sure do, brother. I see Hidden Esoteric in Plain Sight presentation by Brad Olson. And then on the right, you have, or sorry, on the left, you have all your slides.
Okay. So as not to give it away, but let's go. So there's an old philosophical story called Plato's Cave. Of course, Plato was a Greek philosopher who lived in the 5th century BC. He was among the students of Socrates, contemporary with Aristotle and Pythagoras. All the greats lived in this incredible period of time. And Plato was quite aware that people's perceptions could be easily manipulated. I think we all know that the word occult simply means that which is hidden. It has been inverted in different ways to also imply the darkness of it being hidden. Another word that has become inverted, so to speak, and this is something I'll get into during this presentation, how a lot of what is really good and beautiful in the world becomes inverted by this cabal group. A few hundred years ago, they were called the Illuminati. We can also call them the deep state, the hidden controllers, the secret government, so many things. People are really starting to wake up to the fact that we are being manipulated by an unelected group of globalists. We can see that in the World Economic Forum, where you'll own nothing and be happy, and all these ways they are trying to control the human race. And the other way they've done very well at controlling the human race is through this concept of Plato's cave, and that is the mass media giving us images that we then take to believe as the truth. But again, media, television, even radio, and other forms of mass communication are easily manipulated. And this is a great little allegory of the cave, which is a concept devised by the philosopher Plato to ruminate on the nature of belief versus knowledge. And that's essentially what this presentation is about today. The nature of belief versus knowledge. And we're certainly going for the knowledge side of the coin here. So the allegory of Plato's cave states that there exist prisoners chained together in a cave. Behind the prisoners is a fire, and between the fire and the prisoners are people carrying puppets or other objects. This casts a shadow on the other side of the wall, as you can see in this picture, and the prisoners watch these shadows, believing them to be real. Now, doesn't that hearken to all the people we know that get their information from mainstream television? They watch the shadows, believing them to be real. Plato posits that one prisoner could become free. He finally sees the fire and realizes the shadows are fake. Everything is fake, huh? The prisoner could escape from the cave and discover there's a whole new world outside that they were previously unaware of. This prisoner would believe the outside world is much more real than in the cave. He would truly try to return and free the other prisoners, but upon his return, he is blinded because his eyes are not accustomed to the actual sunlight. The chained prisoners would see this blindness and believe that they will be harmed if they try to leave the cave. And so in the little analogy here of Plato's cave, even when the person finds the way out, you can see him escaping there up the cave wall and then outside and blinded by the light. Even when he comes back and tells everybody, look, we're being tricked. Don't watch the shadows on the wall. Follow me and I'll get you guys out of here. People still don't want to leave. This is the whole concept of red pilling our friends and how they have fallen for the shadows, believing in this mainstream media. So this is the hidden esoteric in plain sight. And we know that what they do through the mainstream media is blast us with messages and a narrative that they want us to follow. The globalists learned this fear strategy ages ago and used the mass media as a messaging platform for shaping the mass perception to their advantage. So this is really interesting. This, yes, let the cognitive dissonance flow through you, because they want us to be tricked. They want us to follow only their narrative. Why do you think there's so much censorship going on right now? Why do you think there's so much condemning those of us who are just trying to speak the truth? So in the 1960s, the KGB did some fascinating psychological experiments. They learned that if you bombard human subjects with fear messaging nonstop in 2 months or less, most of the subjects are completely brainwashed to believe that false message, to the point that no amount of clear information they are shown to the contrary can change their mind. So this is very much in accordance with Plato's cave, that this guy's trying to show them the way out, but they didn't believe he was really knowing of that, and they preferred to watch the shadows on the wall. Interestingly, too, what I do with my esoteric series of books is just try to show people an alternative narrative. Here are the stories that have been withheld from you. I want everybody always to do their own research and to follow these stories to their natural conclusion. Have everybody really do their own homework and stay on top of this. So the mystery school of novus, the Latin word. Boy, do we start to see the hidden esoteric in plain sight all around us. Of course, we all know the back of the $1 bill with the seeing eye. Did you know that when you link up the words ANORMS, you also have the Illuminati. This is a great little letter to the editor I found. To the editor, one can name in the United States government one major office holder after another. Nearly all are Council on Foreign Relations stooges, and practically all of them are descendant of the original Illuminati plotters. Some have assumed names, but all are dedicated to the same objective: tricking the American people into a one world empire. Way to go, Orman Watson, who lives out in Vail, Colorado. You don't see letters to the editor like this anymore, and I guess not many people even read the newspaper, but there was a time we had a very free press. And I'm going to go into the media a little bit through this presentation and tell you. But just want you to know that many of the greatest minds in history were also initiates of the mystery schools. Pericles, Plutarch, Buddha, Lao Tzu, Zoroaster, Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, Pythagoras, Herodotus, Hippocrates, Euclid, and Demetrius are some of the most celebrated gifted thinkers we know. They were all trained in the great mystery schools of Egypt and Greece. Foundations of wisdom that nourished civilizations worldwide in their time, with far-reaching implications into our own, have been influenced by them. One of the many works that offers hidden clues is the Pyramid Mysteries found in Leonardo's Last Supper. So all of the classic philosophers and painters that we see hung in the Louvre and museums around the world are actually coded messaging, if you know what to look for. And I'll point those out as we go along in this presentation. You'll know it when you see it. The globalists with mass media love to herd humanity like sheep with their false flags and perpetual wars. They think we get what we deserve if we don't see it. Understandably, television and the internet has made predictive programming much easier, but was a primitive form of predictive programming used in ancient times. Well, you will know it when you see it. So there is a universal law that everything that is being done to us must be revealed first. This is called the revelation of the method. So the elites do have to tell us what they're doing through books and publication, movies and news releases, because we have free will. So when we do these things with our free will, we're actually going along with their plan now, aren't we? But, and again, this is called the revelation of the method. So they reveal what they're up to, and it's up to us, the dumb sheeple, to figure it out or to go along with it. So if you're too stupid to recognize it from what it is, that is your problem from their point of view. This is a form of ritual mocking the victim. So don't do it and don't follow it. As I often say, the best plan of action that we can take right now in these very troubling times is non-compliance. Just don't go along with it, and therefore they have a much harder time doing the revelation of method. And all of these tricks that they try to play on us, they just lose their power. I think a lot of us are aware that 9/11, 2001 was an inside job. We've been able to identify 9/11 as a false flag psychological operation, which opens the door to understanding this deep state, the cabal, this secret government that is starting to get exposed more and more. Look, on 9/11, I thought that this was a terrorist attack too, that there was an exercise simulating aircraft flying into an attacking building. The military was deployed that day, thinking that that this was all part of a simulation. And what do you know? Well, a lot of times when these false flags occur, there's also a simulation going on right next door, such as Sandy Hook, such as many of the other school shootings, of course, 9/11, and the list goes on. So there are telltale signs of how we can identify false flag operation. Isn't it interesting that in the last few years, no more school shootings? So all that teenage angst, I guess, just went away because they've moved on to other things most specifically that Wu flu narrative, and now it's going on to Russia once again. So I really urge listeners out there to look at any event that is really hyped by the media as being some kind of massive event that's going to affect all of us, and just think there are always two sides to it. And there are going to be some upcoming false flag events that are going to seem extremely realistic. That being Project Bluebeam, the fake alien invasion. And just like you can see here in 9/11, that plane, I believe, is a hologram. Holograms are extraordinarily realistic. And you can tell by that plane being a hologram because some of the overlays and the slow motion videos, it doesn't render correctly, using a computer graphic term. The other thing is the explosion, you can see, is totally premeditated. Before the building has even entered into the Trade Center, there's the huge explosion. And also 9/11, here's a real quick and easy way that you can tell it was brought down by controlled demolition, probably including directed energy weapons as well. That it was a multiple way. These are very, very strong buildings, some of the strongest buildings ever built, able to withstand a direct hit from a hurricane. Yet kerosene, which burns at about the same temperature as jet fuel, took these buildings down. Now here's how you can know that that 9/11 narrative is fake. It's a simple matter of physics, that what it takes to bend and melt the metal to take these buildings down, according to the official narrative, is almost 1,000 degrees off the mark. That is, jet fuel burns at a temperature that does not melt steel. Look, if it did, every space heater we have in the world would be the potential for a collapsing World Trade Center. If you watch the videos of these towers coming down, you can also see them basically turning into dust. And that's why I say that direct energy weapons were likely employed as well. Because where did the buildings go? Like Dr. Judy Wood's book makes a very strong case for it. I had a chance to meet her once. We were both on the set at Gaia TV. Really insightful woman and very brave. She's taken a lot of hits, as have most truth tellers, myself included. Censored, taking hits, computer attacks, the list goes on. And let's go on with that list. Many of us know that the JFK assassination, also a false flag operation. Yes, he was killed, not in the way we think or heard he was being killed. The textbook explanation of a coup d'etat is the successor government of that coup is illegitimate. Well, what do you know? For almost 60 years, every single U.S. administrative government, because they will not admit to JFK being killed by our own CIA and operatives, they're still sticking with that lone nut shooter story, which there are actually photos of Lee Harvey Oswald standing in the doorway of the book depository building when JFK was shot. Of course, they don't want you to see that picture either. But keep this in mind. Those who planned this and this did this as well. And I don't even have to tell you what the final one is. I think we've all been affected by it in different ways over the last 2 years. Be wary of taking health advice from people who believe the world is overpopulated. Very sound advice. Well, let's go on to the money. Here we go. ACNOS, the $1 bill symbolism. Anet coptis novus ordo seclorum. This is the Latin term that means a plot to undertake by oath a new world order. So they're just announcing it to the world. You know, the $1 bill did not always have this occult symbolism. This is a fairly new thing in the last century under the Federal Reserve System. Let's look at the symbolism here of this seeing eye. We're seeing the announcing the birth of a new world order. Its head will be Lucifer, the seeing eye. Remember how all the celebrities are doing the triangle over the eye or putting the hand over the eye? That means they sold out to this Luciferian religion. And let me make a point here. It doesn't matter if you think Lucifer's fake. It doesn't matter if you don't think there's any legs behind it. They believe it's true. This control group, they're totally behind this. And this is their entity. So more symbolism. Our birth will be based on depravity and rebellion. Birthed on May 1st, 1776. Isn't that interesting? It doesn't even tell us it's July 4th, does it? May 1st is very much an occult holiday. And let's not forget the little owl lurking on the front side of a $1 bill. Yes, I show you where it's at. Take out a magnifying glass and you'll see that little owl. Owl. Where do we see the owl? Oh, yeah, Bohemian Grove. Well, Q has said that symbols will be their downfall, and I think that's absolutely correct. They just can't stop giving us all these symbols, can they? Look at the owl around the Capitol building in D.C. Do you see the eyes above it? Do you see the body where the Capitol is? Do you see its legs? Yeah, of course you do now. Hidden in plain sight. And the rings, the skull and bones, all this symbolism. I know today is a goddess day, and I'm sorry if these are kind of shocking or out of context, but I do believe it's very important that people understand this kind of symbolism when it's so in your face that you cannot help but see what it is.
Not at all, Brad. This is amazing.
Thank you, Omar.
This is what we need. Actually, this is going to set a really nice, energetic tempo for the rest of the day, because we need to understand what's happening here on the ground. In fact, I spoke a little bit about this yesterday, and I'm glad you're touching on it, because this is very, very, very important. So thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. Thanks for letting me know I'm on track. Again, this is the very first time I've given this presentation, so I'm trying my best to go smoothly through here and cover all my bases. Well, in my esoteric series of books, some of you know that I go into this list. I won't read them all, but Project Bluebird, I just mentioned Project Bluebeam. MK Ultra is in a chapter in my new book, Beyond Esoteric. Mockingbird is how the CIA has infiltrated and taken over the CIA, the mainstream media. Operation Paperclip were all the Nazis that came over here. Northwoods was a operation that JFK put the kibosh on, said, no, we're not going to do it. It was a false flag to hijack airplanes, crash one of them, high loss of life, and blame it on the Cubans and go in there and invade Cuba. The list goes on. You guys can blow that screen up if you want to read all these government programs, which very much work against the people. So how did the federal government in the U.S. become so corrupt and begin to push an anti-human depopulation? To name the only federal agency that has not become a captured operation is the U.S. Postal System, the only branch of government we're saving. And this is from my friend Alex Collier, who made a very good point last summer of saying we can do away with all the federal agencies, but let's just keep the postal system. And if you buy one of my books off of CCC Publishing, you'll see that in the United States, it comes to you via media mail. So I do use the postal system myself as well, too. So look at the bottom here. And this one, when I was working on this slide, I went to Google Maps and I did look at all of these locations and blow them up and find that these 5 dots. Now keep in mind the inverted 5-pointed star, that is representing the dark side. The up pointed star is the light. Interesting being the White House on the bottom of this pentagram surrounded by Masonic figures who are all occultists. Look, these things don't happen on accident. So when I was looking at Google Earth and going in deep to each one of these locations, I found that Washington, D.C. is a planned Masonic city. Everything in D.C. is related to this 33 club. So on the left is George Washington University Hospital at Dumont Circle. You have Logan Circle and Mount Vernon Triangle, which is the Carnegie Library. Interestingly, if you were to go up Connecticut Avenue Northwest, which I put on this graphic there in red, whoa, geez, then you'd find Comet Ping Pong, Besta Pizza, Buck's Fishing and Camping, Politics and Prose Bookstore, which I've actually been in. I know this area and I've traveled to Washington, D.C. a few times. So these things do not happen by accident. D.C. was a planned city. Washington, D.C. is also one of the 3 empire of 3 cities, being in control of military and the enforcement arm of the globalists. DC is also a city-state within the United States. It has largely its own laws, its own mayor, its own system of doing things. That's why a lot of the January 6th protesters from over a year ago are still sitting in jail without a trial, because they do not operate under the same laws that we have in the 50 states. Very important for people to know. Similarly, the city of London is a 1-mile square block right in the city of London, but it's called the City of London. It's where all the bankers are. It too has its own laws, its own mayor, its own way of doing things. And the Vatican City in Rome, Italy, but it's its own nation state. Each one of these are its own nation state, and they wield tremendous amount of power. P is silent in pharmacy. That's why I call it big pharma, right? This allopathic medicine is flawed science based on the germ theory. I go over this in my book, Beyond Esoteric, in a chapter on the bioterrain, about the big debate that had happened in the 19th century with Louis Pasteur, the founder of pasteurization. He's also called the father of germ theory. All pharmaceutical medicines and this thing and all those V drugs that are injected are all based on this flawed germ theory. Look, if all the germs and bacteria and pathogens that are out there in the world were so dangerous to us, and we've needed these injections all these years, geez, the human race would have been dead a long time ago. So doesn't it make you think that maybe we don't need these jabberdoos at all? Then when you get deeper into it, how corrupt the medical system is, remember, the journalistic saying, if you can't make sense of a story, follow the money, people. Cancer is curable. How come they're not going door to door with a cancer cure, giving it away for free, or giving you a case of beer or a lottery ticket if you take the cancer cure? They don't do that, do they? But they do it with the other one, right? AIDS was a man-made virus. We went over 9/11, inside job. The Federal Reserve has been the biggest cancer on America. It's also central banks around the world. Of course, Canada is affected by it as well. Their own version of this. These federal bankers, Federal Reserve bankers, which go by different names in different countries, But I do believe the statement that all wars are banker wars. The food is full of chemical and drugs, so please consider what you eat and drink. Go organic as much as you can. Do not eat processed food or fluoridated water to be avoided. The history we know has all been whitewashed and altered. The V's contain toxic ingredients that have been linked to autism, cancer, and death. I myself am a subject of V injury that has occurred when I was a child. And I'm still working that out. So these things really are not for our best benefit. This guy, the gates of hell. Well, he was behind Ebola. What else is he behind? The anti-human depopulation agenda. We know the government is controlling the weather with the chemtrails and HARP. More importantly, I call them frequency clouds. When you see those little lines in the sky, every time I see them, I'm skiing or something, I see them up there, I go, wow, 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 because they're moving this stuff around. They're actually literally controlling all the world now. There's a document out by the U.S. Air Force called Controlling the Weather by 2025, Weather as a Force Multiplier. So they're doing the chemtrail and the HARP in many different ways. Weather warfare is a very real phenomenon. And I had a friend who wrote a book called Weather Warfare, and he is no longer with us, and he died under very peculiar circumstances. And we miss him dearly. So this field is also fraught with danger. And we know ISIS is totally fake too. I get into the Bush crime family in Beyond Esoteric in a chapter called American Nazis. Why would he say 11 years out of before 9/11, out of these troubled times, a new world can emerge? But he did quip to the Sarah McLennan, a White House press corps woman, the little lady who had been in the press corps for about 8 or 9 presidents. He told her, if the American people ever find out what we have done, they will chase us down the streets and lynch us. And there is a possibility that is still going to happen. So remember what I said, they don't care if you believe in this dark entity at all. The important thing to remember, they believe it, and they will go so far as to create their own shoe line with a drop of blood, and they'll quote from the Bible, the New James Version, Luke 10:18, and he said to them, I saw Satan fall like a lightning from heaven. The 666 pair of shoes from Little Nas. Yeah, right. Well, Nike actually denounced this. This guy kind of took it on himself to do this, and became quite a scandal about a year ago. But we see these satanic dragon, Draco logos all over the place. Right there on the old have since changed their logo because they got so much grief for this. But look at that. It's a lizard eating a man. What do you know? Right there on their logo. Gosh, I never noticed that till I put together this presentation. These shadow forces behind the New World Order are following a slow-paced agenda of control over mankind and all the resources. David Icke coined it the totalitarian tiptoe because they are making very small steps towards our complete and definitive enslavement. And I'd like to just point out that David Icke said about 15 or 20 years ago that there will come a time when all of their planning behind closed doors is going to have to be implemented. Folks, we're seeing the implementation of that totalitarian tiptoe now taking place right before our eyes. Everything is according to their plan. What they didn't expect was that there would be so much blowback and so many of us that are awakening and can see this agenda for what it really is. So Nikola Tesla would offer us the opportunity to never have burned any gas, coal, or have to go to nuclear. Do you realize what a different planet this would be? How much cleaner our skies and everything else would be if we never had to burn gas, oil, or coal? He gave us so many clues, the magnificence of 3, 6, and 9. But again, it's getting inverted. It's being used in a different kind of way. So Marco Rodin's Earth Energy Math and Randy Powell, who I quote in Future Esoteric with his vortex-based mathematics, the Masonic square and compass, and a seeming knowledge of this, something appears to be going on here. What are they getting at? VW equals this equals that. Masonic compass. There it is again. And it also becomes clear that the 369 axis is the invisible axis represented by the Masonic compass, also representing the intangible realm, the heavens, as above, polarity, along with so many other things that the square and compass symbolize. Here we come more into the US with the monarch programming that was on the list of all these programs that our government has done. There are many meanings of the butterfly over a young woman's mouth, but usually it represents sexual abuse or prostitution, plus the fractured altars of trauma-based mind control victims in the MK programs. I know this is a goddess day on the program, but goddesses, women out there, realize this has been done to you, and this is the symbolism that they throw upon you. So this is meant to empower you to understand how much of this is pervasive in our society and how we can really just step right out of it. In esoteric symbolism, the butterfly is the psyche, and we know mathematically that a real butterfly can cause a typhoon around the world. The whole chaos theory that when a butterfly flaps its wings in the Amazon, it creates a little chain reaction that continues to grow, a snowball rolling down a mountain that gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And with these proper preconditions, will turn into a hurricane. So here's our butterfly Playboy bunny personified. Hey, you can get an iPhone case covering to show that you are, don't do it, supporting and seeing through all this. Well, there's all this weird stuff, and I see I'm kind of starting to go on my timeline here. You can see these pictures and see the obelisk and the phallic symbolatry in all of these lovely Disney cartoons, including the, what about that, the swastika? Why are they doing that? Why do they do this? Unless it is to indoctrinate us, just like they do with the mass media. Yes, it is fake news. It's always been fake news. It's always about shaping perception. And that is clearly what is meant by fake news, the fake perception. Here's some quotes that the media is legally allowed to disinform you. In 2013, the National Defense Authorization Act was signed into law, including an amendment to legalize domestic propaganda on the American people, allowing the corporate media to create misinformation against our citizens legally. And I remember this because it was on News Eve when everybody was out partying and Obama signed this thing, and I started finding out what it was all about, and that's when the guy lost me. This was very much part of the period of time when I started to wake up to how dark and dangerous this all is, because we're being bombarded with secret messaging and everything they do to us is legal. Keep that in mind. Nothing they do, they haven't passed the bill for ahead of time. Even the FCC regulations state it is illegal for broadcasters to intentionally distort the news. FCC may act on complaints if there is documented evidence of such behavior or direct personal knowledge. But with Operation Mockingbird, the history of controlling the perceptions of the American people started in the 1950s with Mockingbird, I mentioned, control of the media operations through the CIA, and this continues up to this present day. We did have an honest president, JFK, who was aware of the importance of the American people being informed, who fired Allen Dulles for his nefarious actions. JFK says, "I'm not asking your newspapers to support this administration, asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people, for I have complete confidence in the response and dedication of our citizens whenever they are fully informed." Folks, we see how that has changed for the worse. We are not fully informed. We are not given the true story, and we should not obey our corporate overlords. That, of course, is sarcasm. These bought and paid for globalist mass media and CIA predictive programming techniques come through the 6 companies that control over 90% of the media in the USA. Why do you think so many people are just blindsided by all of this? Those media companies are GE, News Corp, Disney, Viacom, Time Warner, and CBS. And you can see all their holdings underneath each one of those. Since World War II, a plan has been worked out to manipulate the human mind through media. We did have laws on the book that said you have to tell the truth. You cannot lie in advertising. All of that has been inverted. Because of Mockingbird, virtually everything we see here in the mainstream media is a lie. They lie about spirituality, biology, freedom, ethics, health, energy, culture, history, astronomy, everything. They shape perceptions, just like the mannequin. There's a puppet master who approves everything. Just keep in mind the very best experts of Nazi Germany in the field of mind control were brought over to America. This strategy started to systematically change literally everything humanity thinks and believes. The goal was to make sure mankind could be controlled in their own minds. Now think about that. There's no more reason to put shackles on us, to physically imprison us, but there is very much a motive to imprison us in our mind. It's much easier that way from a globalist perspective because we don't even know how badly we're being manipulated. There's all kinds of things in the mass media, from the 22 stars, which encircle the mountain on the Paramount. That is the 22 fallen angels, which came down and bred with human women. Their offspring are still here. As many as you know, in my talks and in my esoteric books, I often bring in the ET elements. You just can't get a big picture of all this until you start to see that there are malevolent ETs on this planet, and they have been instrumental in also manipulating and thought shaping humanity. Just think of all the symbols in movies, televisions, and even song lyrics that want to get us to think in a certain kind of way. Just right back in 2020, I think this is a Canadian corporation, Dominion. Look at their symbol here. You might see something hidden in plain sight. One way, how it's like on our end that surround in different ways. Flipping an election, flipping the tabulation tape. They never expected Hillary to lose to Trump. That really changed the course of what we are on. And I'm talking now on interviews about timelines and timeline 1 and timeline 2. And I also cover this in my esoteric series of books. Things have shifted ever since 9/11 and ever since the Trump election. And we have not seen the last of him. By definition, the deep state is a state within a state, a shadow government that manipulates, shapes the policies of the visible government without regard to the best interests of the country. The Constitution, the laws enacted by Congress, and the public policies of the president, who head up the executive branch. Fake poll numbers. Remember right before the election, of course, all of you listening in America know this. Oh, Clinton was going to win by a landslide. Look at all those endorsements she got versus his. You want to know about fake media and fake poll numbers? Well, look, if the rich owned all the networks and were propaganding us, we'd have heard about it in the news, right? Not. They're not going to tell us that they're manipulating us straight out. They're just going to shape our perception to believe that. How about this? The New York Times came out and said, the role of declaring the winner of a presidential election in the U.S. falls to the news media. I don't recall that in the Constitution. The broadcast networks and cable news outlets have vowed to be prudent. Here's how it works. We cheat. That's how it works. And they use the mainstream media to be the megaphone, to declare what the globalists want them to say, because, well, they own it, so they can say whatever they want. And now that they're allowed to lie legally, you can see how they do it. So what audacity of the mainstream media to declare that they have the right to call our elections. The deep state and the mass media have been advertising a false Biden is president-elect narrative, which under the Constitution alone was a treasonous act. Our electoral college here in the U.S. determines the presidency for the 4 years when it meets 5 weeks after the election. So for the mainstream media to be calling Biden the president-elect in a disputed election should show you how corrupt the mass media is when it comes to our own sacrosanct elections. Let's move on. I know I've just got 10 minutes to go here. Logos, there it is. The Sixel logo shows one side of a strip turned over and hidden, then re-exposed, at which point the vote on top can be changed to a different vote when exposed on the bottom. Interesting, huh? The masses remain relatively unaware of the fact that their liberties are being gradually taken away, while the power of the New World Order octopus grows steadily. That is now being challenged more and more so, as it should. Logos, phallus, oh, they're everywhere. Take a look at just some of the logos and cartoon characters and the old Baphomet. The healthcare logo is really Baphomet's phallus. I'm telling you, they laugh at us for not seeing this. They get off on it. Funny, that's a sexual saying too. But they do. And they just can't help themselves. They just love to throw these local logos in our face. And these are the magicians behind the curtains. These people who operate in boardrooms behind closed doors, unelected officials. They know that human consciousness co-creates reality based on what the mind believes to be true and real. The process is amplified when instilled in the collective consciousness of the masses. They are projecting what they want into your minds so that you build it. Build back better. I'm all the globalists repeating the same slogan. 666. Oh, you see it now, don't you? Yeah. Well, let's get on to some other hidden in plain sight. And some of you know, if you've seen my interviews or seen my esoteric series of books, that I get into the hidden history that has been hijacked from us, the real building techniques for, in this case, what, 800-ton blocks? These are the biggest stone blocks in the world out in Siberia. Also the Great Pyramids, the Coral Castle built by one single man. Some of those blocks weigh 30 tons. Been to Coral Castle and the Great Pyramids. Have not been to Baalbek. That's in Lebanon. It's kind of dangerous to go there. But those are also some of the largest hewn stones in the world, measuring up to 800 tons at Baalbek. People also may know that I do a lot of talks, even a whole presentation on the elongated skulls, which are very much human-like, but not quite human. These have been found in many locations around the world, from South America, North America, the Black Sea regions, and my colleague Brian Forster continues to bring out many more of those. Stand to reason they were much taller, that their body to go along with these tall bodies, but they have no frontal suture, much larger eye sockets, and a different connection in the back with the spinal cord. So giants living among us, right out of the Bible. Well, the proof is right there in the skeletons. And down in South America, I went to a museum where they display these elongated skulls. They're pretty much resolved to the fact, yeah, they lived here too, and we're cool with that. The occult origins to create NASA and the space program. Hidden in plain sight are the millions of worldwide UFO sightings and how it has been revealed in Project Blue Book, home videos, and the government trickle disclosure, including the newly formed Space Force. What about USOs? Those are underwater submersible objects. This is also quite common with UFO sightings, that these crafts can come right up out of the water. Some of you know that I visited Antarctica, and I do a presentation including Operation High Jump, or the Battle of High Jump, where these crafts came up out of the water and attacked the armada of ships headed by Admiral Byrd. Well, this could all be leading towards a world disclosure. Our Star Trek future is here right now. Perhaps that is why Space Force was introduced and all the home videos that people are filming. But look at the hidden in plain sight. I bet you know on NASA and on Space Force are the constellations Sirius, Orion, Draco on both, and the Pleiadians on both. But they took out Orion on Space Force. That's kind of interesting. But you can look at star charts and see that these are the exact stars represented. Not just a random sprinkling of stars. They're telling you something here, folks. They're telling you who we're in contact with. All around our cities, you have a grid that keeps us connecting. This goes all the way back to the central planning of the Romans, including prehistoric circle plazas. I like the Burning Man event. That's a circular grid pattern. And every street angle, every building angle is based on this Masonic 33 number thing. You just see it so much over and over and over again. And Aldous Huxley said, most men and women who grow up to love their servitude and will never dream of revolution. Well, we're dreaming it now. And look at that, Brave New World on a bus with a little Masonic symbol. These number conspiracies. This stuff just goes on and on. I could do the whole presentation on number conspiracies. This is the secret language of the cabal all over the world, numbers, how they code things with 9/11, Roman numerals, how those add up. Many of these false flag operations take place on significant dates. And I know we're coming down to the last moments here, so I'm going to just move quick. The anti-human depopulation agenda. Talked about this earlier. Globalists see humankind as a mass of useless eaters, so they censor the information, and what they do censor is exactly what you need to know about. We are all part of the corporation. When we're born, our parents register us. That's why our names are in all caps. Illness is not what you think it is. I mentioned germ theory being used as a weapon. I invite you all to come back and read some of these if you can watch this again and get this information. But the terrain theory says that there are no microorganisms. They're simply in our environment. It's our bioterrain, our inner terrain, which provides and create the conditions for whatever kind of life you're cultivating, including your propensity to illness. Technology, I spoke a little bit about chemtrails and the HARP. Well, now we're getting all these 5G towers put are force multipliers that they do many different things, including voice to skull technology. And our cell phones are the new scrying glass. That was an occult way of divining our future. Here's more on geoengineering. Everything they do to us is legal, including spraying our skies. Yes, they put it into law and they're allowed to do it. Invite you to come back and read those laws, if you will. I call it chembomination. What's hidden in plain sight right in our skies. They'll even put it on your daily forecast of weather. I live out in Santa Cruz right now, so 60 degrees with a high chance of chemtrails. They're telling you right there, this is it. Mommy, did the sky look like a New World Order toxic hell on earth when you were a little girl too? No, that's just now. Some countries sprays while others do not. And I have a good friend that moved out to Cambodia, an expat, and he has never seen a chemtrail out there, although it's listed as yellow on this map. The greens have no chemtrail operation. I did not see any when I was down in Bolivia here. How big does the climate engineer elephant in the room need to be before it can no longer be hidden in plain sight? A colleague of mine, Dane Wigington, I've spoken to him on the phone, and I've spoken at a chemtrail geoengineering conference before too. Music is frequency manipulation too. We should be at 432. We're not. We're at 440. You can see the simple test, size comparison, difference containing filled water with colored water over a subwoofer, and the patterns that are created using 440 hertz versus 432. And you'll see beautiful symmetry in 432, but not so much in 440. This is all predictive programming, folks. We're being told so many different things that are incorrect. And Simpsons predicted the Astro World tragedy, which is when they flipped on the 5G, and a lot of people suffered the sickness that we saw in Wuhan, China at the beginning of all this. That was 5G sickness. And it's all fake news, buddy. So talk a bit about human origins. Everything we know is fake. They find these mummies all the time. If they're in this country, Smithsonian comes in and grabs them. The Star Child skull made its way around with Lloyd Pye until he passed. You can see clearly that is not human skull, but a hybrid. Pyramids around the world too. Yes, of course. Astronomy, the pattern it makes. You can see sacred geometry all around us. Much of this has been hidden as well. Our military on the patches and the labels, and they've all been around. Legends and myths, how we have just been so tricked by all the level of manipulation. Heart frequency, the heart is not an organ, but is the frequency of love. I'll just end on this as the end of the presentation. Know thyself. Great words from the Temple of Apollo at Delphi. If you can master and destroy the 13 enemies that you cannot see, egoism, arrogance, conceit, selfishness, greed, lust, intolerance, anger, lying, cheating, gossiping, and slandering, you will be ready to fight the enemy that you can see. So thank you guys all very much for hearing my presentation. Again, this is the very first time I've done this in practice for when I will be giving this live in front of 250 people at the Sedona conference that I'm out here for. But thank you guys for getting up early and hearing this talk. And Omar, thanks for having me on. It was great. Great talk.
Thank you, Brad. That was absolutely fantastic. I love the way you put it all together, and I'm a fan of your work. Always have been, from Antarctica to now this and the esoteric, and it's incredible the amount of information you packed into that little amount of time is just fantastic.
Well, thank you so very much. I really appreciate those kind words.
I popped in to say I'm going to see. Hope I get to see you later at the conference. Although I probably won't hear your presentation. It's great you're there, and I'm hoping I get to interview you this weekend for maybe Neil.
Yeah.
Port Ascension. Okay.
Let's try to connect.
Okay. Perfect.
That was epic, Brad. Thank you very much. A lot of the things that you said, I understood them quite well, especially the symbolism that you were talking about, and then I touched on that a little bit yesterday. And boy, oh boy, like almost every corporation in the world is using some kind of Luciferian, Saturnistic based symbolism, and it's like right there in front of our face. And in fact, it's on your screens right now when you when you enlarge your YouTube screen. And then when you try to go back into the smaller and you see that X, right? That X, that plus sign that's there, that plus sign is also a Luciferian, and it just goes on and on and on. Look at the all-seeing eye in the how many people are watching, and you have that all-seeing eye, the eye of providence that's looking at you. It's just a intense presentation. Yeah, Thank you, Brad. This is really going to set the tempo for the day, and we need to be aware of this, because this is what we're fighting. This is how we're going to change that timeline, because once we can recognize and be aware that this is happening on the side, then once it comes to light, then we can begin to, do the shadow work on that and then begin to create that new timeline that none of this is going to be in. Gilbert here was loving on your presentation as well. He came in, meowed at the door when he heard you, and then he jumped up here and he was watching for quite a while. So thank you, Brad. Guys, please go and check out Brad's website, bradolson.com. The link is right here. Place your order for the Esoteric series. I'm telling you, they're fantastic. You guys just got a little taste of it. And I mean, just like a little itty bitty little taste of it. Once you read like all the books, it's going to blow your mind. So please head on over there, place your order. And if you guys want to connect with Brad on Facebook, if you guys are Facebook users, shoot him a friend's request. He's just an awesome guy, and I'm sure that you guys will, resonate with him. And Brad was mentioning earlier about HARP and geoengineering. Brad and I recently did a talk about 2.5 hours long, a couple months ago, where we went deep into the HARP and from his book as well. So you guys will enjoy that. And also he was, in Antarctica, and Brad did a beautiful, beautiful presentation on the anomalies of Antarctica, where he was talking about like a lot of good stuff. I don't want to give it away, but it's under our video archives. And least but not last, go to CCC Publishing. That is Brad Olson's YouTube channel. Subscribe to that. Hit the bell so you get notifications for when Brad is live, and check out the playlist, because in that playlist, Brad has a whole list of the Esoteric series, which I'm sure you guys will enjoy. I know I did. So that being said, thank you very much, Brad. I love you, brother, and good luck with your presentation this afternoon. And I totally appreciate you, my man. You're the best. You're amazing.
It doesn't have him on the schedule.
Well, thank you guys so much.
Oh.
I really enjoyed spending my last hour with you guys. Yep.
Brad, I have a question. What
Yes.
time are you speaking? Because you're not on the official schedule for today.
It may
They have
not
him-
be today. I'm not sure. I'm
Okay,
here
they
all
have
4
you on
days.
Sunday.
So,
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
yeah.
I need to get your number. All right. Thanks.
Love you,
We'll
Brad.
put that-
See you later, buddy. See you soon.
All right, guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Brad. Have a great day.
Somebody went
Well, I should remove myself so I could be introduced, right?
That's right. So we'll
You're
let
already
Rob
up
do that.
here.
Is
Okay.
Rob doing that, or am I doing that, Dr. Joan? You want me to interview you, or did you want Rob to do it?
I fight over me. Let's love
Paper,
over
scissors, rock.
me.
Paper,
Love
scissors, rock.
over me.
Rock, paper,
Ready?
scissors.
1, 2, 3. I win.
All right.
All right. Okay, they loved over me. Perfect. Perfect. How do you like my new background? It's one of my scarves that was here in a shop in Sedona, and I picked it up.
I love it. I love it.
All right, so let's and do a intro for Dr. Joan. Let's move Dr. Joan, and
There
let's
you go.
remove Rob, and then I will do Dr. Jones' profile. So let's go here very quickly, and then Dr. Joan. She's got to be one of my favorite people on this world. Dr. Joan. We met a few months, well, I guess about a year ago. We met at Portal to Ascension conference, and her smile lit up the entire room, and I loved it. Fell in love with her right in that moment, and since then we've become friends. So here is a little bio of Dr. Joan. I have been assisting and guiding people for over 40 years as a doctor of chiropractic, and then as an intuitive guide. My work has always focused on helping people live happier and healthier lives. The against in our world today requires different level of commitment now. Gone are the days when you can live a carefree existence. Rather, you now need to understand at a deeper level in the ins and outs of the ever-changing world around us so you can determine your place in the swirling seas. Your life and your calling are waiting for you to say yes and to move forward fearlessly towards living in the life you came here for. You have a purpose and a mission, and once you find that, your life will take on a new meaning. Imagine waking up each day, leaping up with excitement for your day and the things you are doing. As you begin to see your dreams come true, your self-confidence will rapidly grow, and you will be inspired to leap over all buildings in a single bound. Beautiful. Welcome, Dr. Joan. You are amazing, my friend. I love you so much. I love your smile. It lights up the entire room. It's like a star that's just illuminating. You are amazing. Thank you very much for helping organize this event. And thank you very much for being my friend. And I love you very much. And I'm really looking forward to your download. So how about I give you a few minutes to give us a download, and then I'll jump on the screen, and then I'll hit you with questions. And guys, in all the chat rooms that we got going on, I want to see some questions in the chat room, because I know you guys got lots of questions for Dr. Joan. So let's get them going in the chat room. So I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Joan, and then Dr. Joan, whenever you're ready, I'm here, and then I'll jump on, and then we'll do a talk.
All right.
If I have any questions, I'll come from the background. That's all.
Cool.
Okay, so I first want to tell everyone how much I love you. I'm just so honored to be on the program and to have been working with Rob and Omar, and I just met Stone, but I adore Kathy and Leon. But the whole point of this whole conference was to help us all settle into sort of a plan for the next few years and how we're going to unfold and step into your destiny. The program we heard right before with Brad Olson was so powerful because he managed to bring together all elements of the following: that we have been lied to since birth. So each human here on the planet has no idea of your history, of who you're connected with, how you're connected, which ET line, which race, which series of controls and commands, but we all know that we do not know our history. And as a child who was born not knowing her history, I can tell you that that's very, very devastating for humanity and very devastating for each and every one of us. It makes it very hard for you to find your center. It makes it very hard to be able to differentiate what's real and not real. With the ultimate, of course, when the whole world around you promotes the lies as truth, and the truth is lies. So humanity itself is not just unplugged, unhinged, and confused, but humanity itself has no idea of where they came from, how long they've been on this planet, why they're here, or in which direction they are going. Up is down and down is up, and there's a lostness in your society. The key here is so simple. It's so simple. Each of you are like your own state. You're your own full, empowered body, mind, spirit being that interacts with other complete, full body, mind, spirit beings. But you have independence of mind, even though you're collaborating with others, like we're here all on this show together. Still, we're separate individuals giving our presentations. And when that happens, though, it's important for you, each of you, to be able to access your own source of information, your own source of download, so that you can actually get more clarity as to your time and space and where you belong, because you haven't been given the truth about any of it. And the reason that that's important, so for instance, as a child, my family, my dad adopted my brother. My brother was my mother's son, but by a different husband. And my dad secretly adopted my brother, and my sister and I did not know about it, and neither did my brother. My brother didn't find out about it till he was 27 years old, and he was searching around in my dad's files to find his birth certificate because he felt something was crazy. See, we all knew something was wrong. Something was weird in our energetics, but we didn't know what that was. Now that, my friends, is going to lead us to a discussion on your intuition, which is what I'm going to be talking about later on today here too at the conference. How do you learn to trust the messages that you receive, given that all around you is a false and fake history? So here I was growing up thinking my brother's my real brother. He's thinking he's my real brother. My dad's his real dad. He finds out that the reason everyone else is kind of making fun of us is that us kids are the only ones who didn't know. We would throw parties for your 20th anniversary, your 25th, these silver, golden anniversaries. And their friends would laugh at us secretly because it was crazy, because the kids didn't know. We did not even know how long my parents were married, because they lied about everything. So when that happens, my friends, when that happens, okay, that's a clue, okay, because what you will attract to you in your field at that time is chaos and confusion. And here we are now, and it's 2022, 2023, and we are coming out of a dark time in humanity's history, and the light is shining. But how do we know which direction to take? How do we know which door to open? How do we know where we're going if we really don't have a clue about where we have been? So key number one, and I'm taking it off of Brad when he was really talking about and showing us how the media even has permission now to lie to us. So our government lies, our doctors lie, our medias lie, and our parents, well, they perpetuate the lie because they don't know the difference. And our schools perpetuate the lie because they change history on you. And my dad had a saying that if 99% of humanity believes that A is true, even though the truth is that B is true, okay, and I might know B is true, you might know B is true, but if the rest of the planet believes 99% that A is true, my dad's point of view was that A is true, that it's somehow truth has become a consensus of what people agree, or what the majority, in our case, might agree to be true, which those of us who question, those of us who knew that something is wrong with the picture that we've been presented. So all of you who are on this show are here because you know in your heart that what you see with your own eyes is different than what they're telling you. So there's what we call a perception mismatch, which sets off alarms in you, which might cause you to question. But unless you get enough reinforcement for your questioning, you go back to sleep. Does this make sense? Omar, does this make sense to people, to you? So the key is to really
It does.
learn how to connect with your inner voice, your intuitive mind, so that you can learn how to trust your gut. So that when your gut is screaming at you to run, okay, or turn right, don't go down that nasty street over there, go this way, you listen and you don't argue with your gut. Now, I don't know about you, but there have been many times I have argued with my own intuition. Always. It's like, that's crazy. I'll say, that's crazy. My trunk isn't going to open and fly and all my stuff is going to, fly out, or I'll just argue with my intuition that this is not going to happen, even though in truth, it is going to happen. So what is the secret here? Okay. The secret gets always back to this. The only truth you have is the truth between you and source, the truth between what you're here to do, your ability to connect with that, and to be able to access the big picture for that so that you can move forward fearlessly in confidence, knowing that what you're hearing is the most perfect truth for you. And your gut will give you many clues. It will scream at you if you're about to make a wrong move, or it will scream at you if you go into a room and your hair stands up on edge. Okay, that's a warning sign that don't go in there. On the other side of the coin, if your hair starts to tingle and you get all the vibrations, you know you're in the right room with the right people. So one of the keys of getting through this grand initiation is to continue to go deep inside, and to keep asking over and over again, what can I do that is for the highest purpose of not just myself, but for all concerned? What is the best steps that I can take? What is the direction for me to take for the highest good of all concerned? Knowing, how do we do that? Knowing that, first of all, we need to clear our field. We need to get rid of anything that's in our way. And then we need to rise up again. Okay? So we release. That's why I love, humanity unplugged. Okay? What happens when you break free of the programming that has been circling within you? That's huge. When suddenly you're left to free for yourself, and everything around us is programmed to us to not to think, even as Brad mentioned, the music, okay, going from 432 music, I think it was in the 50s, where they made it mandatory to go down to 440 megahertz. And I think Ford is going to talk more about that later. So they changed the frequency of music to irritate you. They changed the tone of shows and underlying rhythms to irritate you, to be a constant stress on you, right?
Yes, Dr. Joan. Yes, music. I am telling you, music. When I listen to it, it annoys the shit out of me. I just simply can't deal with it. It's just so much noise. That's what it sounds like, just noise. Right, I can't deal with it anymore. It sounds horrible. It's like somebody screeching on a chalkboard. It's terrible.
I know, and that's because you're awake and you can hear it. But what that does to our soul as humans is puts us into a state of unawareness. Like this morning, I went. I'm in a hotel here in an inn, and we went for continental breakfast. Well, what do the humans eat? Well, they eat junk food. So all that they had in that room was processed food. And we know that the processed food also puts you to sleep. It's a hypnotic trance producer. It not only impacts your hormones, but it actually impacts your thinking and your mind. or the chemicals in this room, the chemicals in the cleaning fluid impact your body, mind, and spirit and how you think. So everything here is designed to turn you off. And so Humanity Unplugged, we're talking about the ways that's happened, but we're also giving solutions and powerful tools to be able to counter propaganda or be able to counter the low musical attack, the musical frequency attacks that you might be getting, or the verbal attacks that you might be getting when you speak truth. Because if you're that 1% that's speaking the truth in a world that's 99% lying or blindly following those lies, okay, it becomes a challenge to stay strong as that 1%. Okay, so today is about, and I have a lot of speakers coming on that I brought on, that's all about staying strong with this 1%. So my dear ones, hold on tight today. Today is a day to really get confidence in the voice within, confidence in the messages that you are receiving, not just from me, but from every speaker. And so it is. And I will take a couple of questions now before they're going to give me more messages. So if anyone has any questions at all.
And Dr. Joan, you just talked about processed foods, right? We know that they're absolutely terrible for you. We know that. And somehow over the course of last few years, especially in the last 2 years, things have gotten like really, really, really bad with consumption of food, you know, through like these food delivery, you know, businesses that they have, like Skip the Dishes and DoorDash and all of that. And then people are ordering fast food, just on and on and on. Do you think that people are taking that avenue to order this food from McDonald's and Harvey's and like all these places because of programming within? Or do you think that it's a scapegoat that they're using so that they don't have to cook food and then continue to consume that negative vibrating food? Question really is that do you think that it's part of the programming that people are under, like that black magic spell?
God, you know, you've really kind of nailed it. You know, if we get back to who runs America, we have the corporate America, we have McDonald's, we have the big food companies, we have the processed food companies. Look how we still fight to have GMO labeling and, you know, so, or organic labeling. You know, some of our organic food is so mislabeled still, or comes from China. So in understanding that, you might also understand that until you clear your field, you might not even know what good, healthy food or bubbling over with vibrant food, like that's not even a concept American thinks about. Omar, if you go down the street and you say, how vibrant is your food? You know, what's the energetic frequency level of what you're eating? Or even if you say to them, does the food you eat make you feel better or worse? They couldn't even tell you because the result of all of this media programming and all of this interference we have had in our own consciousness, our own conception of who we are, all of this programming has led us to not even know or feel what it does for us. There's not even a connection. Like eat sugar, diabetes, eat sugar, get fat. You know, people don't, this concept of you are what you eat, which is one of the first books I read many years ago. You are what you eat. I was blown away. It's like, really? This was way back in the 70s when I read that book. I could not believe it. You are what you eat. But you see, that's an advanced, it seems so simple to you and I, Omar, but it's such an advanced concept to most of humanity. You are what you eat. You are what you think. You are what you think you are. You are what you surround yourself with in all ways. And you are what you drink. You are your addictions. All of that define where you're going and distract you. You are by what you're watching. Oh, and Ford just texted me. He's all set to go. He wants to rehearse his presentation. I've told him he's going to have Omar lovingly guide him through. she, amazing. This person is an amazing person. But anyway, this is important stuff. So let's all just take a deep breath in. Okay, let's just all, the morning began. We haven't even like grounded out yet. So take a deep breath in and let it all out. And then again, a deep breath in and let it all out. Okay, Mother, Father, God, we are so grateful right now for the opportunity to be in harmony with fellow souls, with that 1% of humanity that is unplugged, that is free, that is seeking to know who they are, that is seeking to live a life that is in service to humanity, that is for that which was for the greatest good of all. And so we are so grateful that we are not only in the presence of these divine humans who have taken those steps to learn that truth that has been withheld from us for thousands and millions of years, but they are taking those steps to actively raise your consciousness by opening up to new material and new information, by seeing things in a new way, by looking inside yourself to connect with that divine source within, by saying yes to receiving those messages, by saying no to those who would seek to enslave you, by saying no to those who would seek to force you to do things against your will, by saying no to anyone who would push you off your center, off that which you know to be true for you and for those you love. We say to you right now, stand tall. Stand tall so that you cannot be pushed, so that you remain true to that which is what you know is truth. So that when a human being says yes because they were coerced, says yes because they were shamed, says yes because they were made to fear their no, the power of their no, says yes because the power of the no is so frightening to the 99% that even the 1% may bow at times in fear. We say to you, you are of pure blood. You are of pure heart. You are of pure wisdom. You are of pure knowing. And that which is your pure knowing is that which you shall fill your heart with. So that when a big bad wolf comes to push you off your center, you say, I know who I am. I am a free, sovereign, advanced, galactical, universal, high-level consciousness being who bubbles over because me, myself, is a superpower thing. I am a superfood. I am a super light being. I am a super angelic being. And this too is what we all are. So say to yourself, I am divine. I know who I am. I trust myself. I trust myself. I trust myself despite the fact that everything around me says that I'm wrong. Unbelievable to be so right and to be so wrong in the eyes of so many. I trust myself despite the fact that I have to be my own support team, that maybe I'm alone in the desert there where no one else supports me. I know who I am. Repeat after me. I know who I am. I know who I am. And I am going higher. I am going collectively higher. I am here to raise the vibration of humanity so that each and every one of us, you, me, Omar, can raise our frequency and create this world that we see. So that Omar's grandchildren and your grandchildren and my grandchildren will look back upon these days and say, those are the days that they resisted the tyranny. Those are the days that humans were confronted with that which was something that they never thought they would have to look at. And each human was forced to make a decision of who they are and why they're here. And when they were forced to make that decision, you will get to tell your grandchildren the decision that you made. Did you concede? Did you give up your freedoms? Did you say, it's too much for me? I don't have enough strength and power in me to do me. And by the way, guys, if you don't do you, there ain't nobody who's going to do you. Do the part that you came to do. Let me be more specific, okay? Do the part that you, the role that you came to do. No one's going to do that for you. Only you could do that. So if you let yourself get pushed out of the game and you go brain dead and you say yes, even though you wanted to say no, so you allowed yourself to be coerced, and listen, all of us have allowed ourselves to be coerced. That's the time when we stand up and we brush ourselves off and we go back to, I love myself. I know who I am. So we start to rebuild our confidence. And sometimes you have to go back to juicing, or you have to go back to foods. See, this is living food that causes you to glow. I'm going to be like a celery stick here, glowing with all of those minerals. And speaking of that, when is the last time you glowed? Okay. When is the last time you glowed?
I glowed last night after I ate some celery. Amy made an excellent salad last night, and I had lots of celery in it, and I was just loving it. I just ate it all. It was amazing.
Yes, and that is how we glow. It's what are you doing today to glow, to really go, to not just go with the flow, but to really do one thing that you said you were going to do when you got here. So, when going back to this theme of we are what we eat, we are what we think, we are also, what we put into our body that makes us glow. And we have the ability to actually take energy from the celestial levels here to bring it through our body and to start to awaken all these parts of our body. So, for instance, if I was standing in front of the audience, I'd go, who has neck problems? Who has back problems? Raise your hand, guys. If you have neck or back problems. Good. All right. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to just closing your eyes. I want you to see the energy coming through from the top of your head down through your neck. Okay. Celestial energy that's coming through. And I want you to feel this energy starting to bubble in here. Now there's a little switch here. Right behind your head where it meets your skull, you can see yourself turning that master switch on and to allow more energy. And so then you can start by wiggling your fingers, feeling that energy flow. I want to get him moving. I'm not taking over for Leanne. Don't worry. Good. And then we want to feel that energy going through the top of our spine. It goes to your hormones, your thyroid, it goes down to your heart. So, I love this concept of feeling your heartbeat. Little morning, feel that heart, ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. And you know what, guys? Your heart is an amazing organ. And intuition and that ability to trust that voice within comes from connecting with your heart. Intuition is not a logical or mind-based process, okay? It doesn't go through this process like, oh, hey guys, my stomach is hurting. Do you think that means I should leave this room, say? Or, and then you have to send a message up here and then your mind goes, well, they look like nice people. And then your gut goes, but my hair's on edge. I don't know what you're worried about. Things look good on this level because, your logical mind doesn't see what your gut says. Okay. Now I want to share a process of my awakening with you because I think it feels very Sedona-ish to me. So,
I think, and Dr. Joan, you're about to head it down the very same road with a question, and that just came up. So maybe you can address that within your ascension. I know that you went through a difficult time, right? And here's a question from Bandy Boo. I'm not sure which channel she's watching on, but she says, how do you stay strong when everyone has turned against you and you are alone? Now, we've spoken a few times, and I know you've gone through difficult times and you've shared this before. So I thought this was a perfect time to ask this question as you're about to explain this.
I love that question. Okay. And it is such an important question. And I'll tell you why. First of all, many people feel alone right now. and they are alone. So let's just say, these are tough times on all levels. Sometimes I start my presentations and say I lost everything twice, went, basically homeless before it was fashionable. Okay. I sometimes start my presentations like that because I lost everything. My kids and I lost the kitchen sink, lost our car, our home, had to camp out at my sister's, and it was pretty hairy, to be penniless and to lose everything. But what I never lost is faith in myself. And let me explain this to you. When you start to understand who you are and why you're here, okay, when you get a tiny glimpse, and guys, that's the work I do. I do coaching sessions. I call them Soul Awakening, or I'll answer your questions. Why? On who you are, why you're here, and your big picture, so we can let go of all the stuff in your way. But the way, and I want to get this right for you, the way we have to do it is by remembering the things that we're good at. Okay, maybe you don't know your soul purpose right now, but go to my website and sign up. You'll get the book on soul purpose. Just start that. But when you know who you are, even those years when I had nothing, and I would go to bed and cry at night, and I was in terror. I was raising 2 young kids. I was a single mom, and I had been a very successful chiropractor before I lost everything. So I was in a state of shock and denial, but I still remembered that I was here to help inspire and to heal and uplift people. And even though, and this is what I'd say, even though I'm not in a position to heal anyone right now, or even though I feel depressed, I still know that I have that gift inside of me to help heal or inspire. You have that gift inside of you no matter what. So it's like, even though I've lost everything, even though I don't know which way to turn, I still know my guides are with me. I still know that in the end, I will be able to recover and step forward, because I discovered that losing everything twice, okay, and believe me, I never want to do it again, but I discovered that part of that was I had set that in motion because I needed that so that I could get back to a place of humility, get back to a place of humbleness, reboot, restore, and begin again with fundamentals. The second time I lost everything. Okay, I'm just going to give you the short version. I lost everything. I won a major lawsuit, received a check for $3.7 million. And when I received that check, which I deserved, by the way, but when I received that check, I also heard a message that said, or a feeling that said, you don't deserve it. You were given this money. You're going to have to lose it all again one more time so that you will actually be able to start from scratch, like all of your clients who have lost it and need that kind of hope. And so my guides, who love me so much, despite the fact I didn't want to lose it all a second time, came through, and I lost everything a second time, so that I could literally be on my humble knees and know what it's like to rebuild a life from zero up there. Now, I know you can do it, honey. I know that Spirit has not given up on you. I don't see where that question is again, but I know that you can do it. So I know that if you reach out to me, I can help you do it. Or if you reach out to any of these people here, but it comes from knowing who you are. Now, a couple of years ago, I was feeling very, very stuck. And I was up at a friend's house, a woman who used to bring me here to Sedona to sell the art here. And she had moved up to Santa Fe and to Pahrump. And I was up in Pahrump, Nevada. And we were out in the sky, and she was talking to me about her creator God. She said, my guide is a creator God. He makes his own universe. And she said, and I'm a creator God too. I make my own universe. I didn't even know what she was really talking about in those days. I wasn't quite sure about this. And so I said, well, and she said, and I consult my creator God. He tells me everything to do. I said, well, can I talk to him? I need to be awoken, activated. I'm like stuck. And I looked at her, and she kind of didn't answer me. And I thought to myself, well, heck, why do I need anyone to activate me? I'm going to activate myself. So I stood up. I went just like this, and I stood up, and I talked to the universe, talked to the stars, and I said, just like I want you to say, even if you don't know it, I am ready. I am awake. I am ready. I will follow the guidance of what you're giving me. I am happy. Whatever you need to tell yourself, I am awake, activate me. I am ready. I am ready to do your bidding. I am ready to do that which I came here to do. And I shouted this out to the universe. And I sat down, and a bird showed up right here, 10 feet up, started cawing across the valley here. It was a mobile home park, and it was a big grassy area here. And the next thing I know is that my arm is literally on fire with electric shocks coming out, electric sparks, huge electric sparks, so sparky that they actually lit up my tummy. And my tummy was brilliant light. My friend Denise said, Joan, your stomach, I can see inside your intestines. All right, that's how much it was. So these sparks were coming out, and that awakened me. So what's the process? We command that we are awakened. So even though I don't have all the money I need, even though no one believes me, even though I feel all alone, and it's a lot to do, guys, to do this, okay? Even though I want to lay down and die, okay? Even though I want to pull the blankets over my head and never get up again, I know I was born for this. And you were, guys. Each of you came down here, I'm telling you, millions of years ago at least, with a clipboard, or now it's a cell phone, but a clipboard that has your instructions for today, for 2022 and beyond, your instructions of what you are here to do and how you are here to state your truth, stand firm, be part of this 1% that is going global, that is rising up, that is remembering who they are, that is believing in themselves and in the truth of who they are, that soon there'll be 20%, 30%, 50%. So can you imagine if 50 or 60% of the people were awoke, or 70%? Can you imagine a world where your brothers and your sisters and your workplace or your friends are awoke, not asleep? So I say, let's put that into motion. Let us right now, knowing, in fact, we can do it right here. So rubbing your hands together. Okay. So I was told last night, and reminded for Victoria, who's going to be on later, was sharing with me, that this right hand is actually that hand now that I send out, or spirit sends out, a tremendous amount of energy. So rub your hands together so you can begin to receive it. Rub it so that you feel the energy inside. And then I'm going to send it to you with my right hand. I'm going to send it to you. With your left hand, you are going to receive it. Left hand, feminine, receives. Right hand sends, and you can feel it if we play with it. So I'll look in the comments. Let me know if you're feeling this energy, because this is the energy. You could even rub your hands together and have your water in the center, and infuse it like this. Okay, good. And sending that energy to you right now. Okay, now remember, we were working before on waking up different parts of your body, waking up your hands and sending that energy down your spine, going down to your legs, waking up, wiggling your toes and your fingers, and repeating now after me. Even though I may not know exactly where I am going, I know that I am here for a reason. I know that I was born for this. I know that I have everything I need to implement the visions, the dreams, the inspiration, the mission, the purpose for which I was born now. Even though I may not be able to implement that, I know that I have all that I need. Even though I may feel lost. I trust that that which I know will unfold in the right and proper time. And I see, and Spirit is showing me to show you that right in front of you right now is a curtain. And this curtain, if we just open it up right like this, okay, pull it open like this, open, and you may step through to the other side. You may also open that curtain to make it easier for you to hear the messages from the other side so that you can feel like you have direct access. Now, speaking of hair and speaking of intuition, that's pretty cool, isn't it? Very cool, as a matter of fact. So your hair is one of the biggest intuitive skills and gifts that you have. Your hair has the ability to bring in information from the world. If any of you might have been familiar with the story of the Native American trackers who were sent over to Vietnam during the Vietnam War, they were sent out, they were brought over by the government. The U.S. government went to the chiefs and said, send us your best trackers so that we can put them under the tunnel so they could ferret out the Viet Cong, you know. So the chiefs sent their best trackers. They get to the military, and what does the army do? Well, you know, they shaved off those beautiful manes. All that on the ground, right? And they sent these trackers over. And unfortunately, the trackers did very poorly. Many of them died. They lost their skill to track. Why? Tracking is an intuitive gift, right? Intuitive. They got their intuition from their hair. So the military went back to the shamans and the chiefs quite angry and irate. And the chiefs explained that it's in their hair, that if you cut off the hair of the indigenous trackers, they wouldn't be able to track. So the military generals, even though they were a little skeptical, said, okay. And they took another group of trackers. And this time they cut off the hair of half the trackers and left the hair of the other trackers. So of course you would know exactly what to expect, right? The trackers who lost their hair, they died. They did not have, they were worse than the ones, than the military who had no intuition, okay? So they were worse. And the ones who still had their hair were successful. So what does that mean? That means, guys, that you need to tune into, you need to keep your and build your intuitive resources. So if you're a long-haired person and you just love that long hair, and you know your intuition comes through your long hair or through the hair on your arms, do not shave it off, no matter what anyone tells you. But maybe your intuition comes through other ways. And that's, by the way, what I teach in all my intuition classes. So I'm going to be teaching a class on Portal to Ascension, April 18th, on Your Intuition is Your Superpower. You can see on my website a class called Your Intuition is Your Superpower. And that class is actually seven series of classes. And the description got all messed up, but it's 7 different classes, all about how to know your intuition style, how to actually turn up your intuition reception, how to be able to trust your intuition every time, which is really what's most important. Now, the bottom line is that if you get a message, you need to know what to do with it. You need to know if it goes in the trash or if you're going to listen to it. And because that message could be life-changing. So when I got a message when I was much younger to go to chiropractic school, I actually listened. I went to chiropractic. I went the next day and visited 3 or 4 chiropractic schools. And the day after I enrolled. And the day after that, a check comes from my grandfather's estate for $880 some odd, which was the exact amount of the tuition. Confirmation. So we always ask for confirmations for our decisions. All right. So, but the decisions and the downloads can be life-changing because I went to chiropractic school. Now, I have a dear friend whose birthday is the same day as mine. And she said to me, you know what, Joan? I used to get messages too. I was told to go to chiropractic school, but I looked and I didn't do it. So I never did that. I was told to paint 33 angels, but I never did that. So we all get these messages. So in 2013, when I had hit rock bottom a second time, just like my guides had predicted, I was so pissed. I was so distressed. But they said, Joan, you asked to be authentic. You asked to be able to show people how you can transform your life from 0 to a 10, from nothing to something. And you asked to have it removed from you so you can be authentically aligned to teach people from that place. Because I felt, how could I teach that from a place where someone gave me this big check? Now, I didn't realize that I had deserved that check, earned that check, was worthy of that check. No, all I could think of is, oh my God, how can I teach people how to be worthy if I just got a check for 3.7? Now that I look back upon it and I'm trying to explain it to you, I'm not getting it. Okay, I'm not getting the unworthiness that must have been in my consciousness to literally almost want to turn that down so I could go back to being broke and having the universe support me. So here's my bottom line with this, my love and my lovelies, my friends here. We're all in this together. We all have a job to do. We're all in this together. We all have the exact skills we need to do it. If you don't do it, you might drown. That is the truth. If you don't do it, you might drown. 2013, when I was in that other state of, oh my God, I don't feel miraculous anymore. I lost it all. And I certainly wasn't thinking about how I did this for the greater good. Okay, I was miserable, but I was still knowing my purpose. Okay, and so for me, it became like, how do I reboot in a way that would restore my confidence in me and my purpose? And then I heard the voice, paint 33 angels. So my to answer your question still is, what voices are you hearing to do? So this voice said, paint 33 angels in 30 days. And I said, that's a lot of work. Oil painting. It smells. It's messy. I live in an apartment. Where am I going to hang out 33 canvases to dry? But I said, first response, paint 33 angels in 30 days. And then I said, well, I don't paint eyes. I can't paint faces or eyes. How can you have me do that? Paint 33 angels in 30 days. What am I supposed to? And so I asked all those questions. What should I do with it? Oh my God. And I got the same answer back. Why? Because your guides will only tell you exactly what you need to know to get started, to get off your butt, to get going. Okay. They don't give you the whole picture, because trust me, if they had told me in 2013, I can see it now. Picture this. Joan, yes, once you paint those 33 angels, then you're going to paint more angels. You're going to go on stage talking about it. And yes, by the way, someone's going to give you a name, Joan of Angels, and then you're going to go around the world telling everyone you're an angel. Yes, go for it, Joan. We're giving you full permission. That was October 31st, 2013. Well, I can tell you that it's a good thing they didn't tell me that I was going to one day be named Joan of Angels, etc., because I would have been scared. And that's why they don't give you the whole picture, because you might be scared. We're humans, after all. We're not always in our, sometimes we have to build up that courage. In fact, I was home on the full moon 2 nights ago, howling at the moon. And there is a video of me howling at the moon. I don't know yet if it's reproducible, but we do those things to build our courage. So had they told me that one day I'm going to be sitting here going, I'm Joan of Angels, I would have thought you were crazy. I would have died of embarrassment, and I probably wouldn't have come out of my closet for quite a long time. So the way to connect to your intuitive guides and that intuitive voice is to start saying yes. Yes, I'm open to receive. Yes, bring me more. Yes. And acting upon what they're sharing with you. So I could trust. Here's the truth. Had I not painted those 33 angels, my friends, I would not have found Omar. Might have found Neil, because I had met Neil before that, but I wouldn't be sitting here with you. I can tell that now. I would have been sort of in my mission, but not quite fully in my mission. I would have missed it. Okay. Because I would have said no to that divine part that's about listening and feeling into and trusting it. And I share this with you. My guides have said to me, Joan, you are to tell your own stories, because your stories of losing everything, of not coming out of the closet, you're just like everyone else. And so that's your teachable moment, is to share your humiliating ones. Okay. Like the time that finding a quarter in 7-Eleven was probably the highlight of my life, because I was able to buy a stamp that led me to mail those precious documents that finally led to that lawsuit that I won. So, life is very interesting. But we pick ourselves up, we clear our field, get a bunch of sage, and that gets me to the second part of this. Remember, I said we have to let go of what's in our way. So sometimes when we're at our very lowest, part of it is that we've been taken over by very dark energies, or we've allowed them to penetrate us or cord us. And so getting sensitive and sitting still, we can look at our own energy field. And we can look to see where are the dark places. Where's the, like, I think I was sharing a story a few days ago about a painting that had all the dark in it. And I had no idea that just having that dark canvas could have attracted dark beings into my studio. So clearing our field nowadays, if you're in this 1% with me of knowing the truth when the 99% are brain dead, then clearing your field when you get home from being out in the world is really important. Literally clearing your auric field of everything, okay? And then closing your eyes and going, where have I given my energy away, and to whom? Where, what, and when? So there's people that will take your energy. It may feel like you're giving it to them freely, but they'll take everything you can give. So when I get home, I have a cape. It's kind of thicker than this. I have in my mind's eye, I have a very velvety, it's very thick and velvety, burgundy with gold. They actually want me to describe it. It's got gold trim, very big. It's kind of more like a Harry Potterish magical robe, but it's gorgeous. And I literally sometimes will put it on in the morning before I leave the house, and then I'll take it off when I get home. And when I get home, I notice that it has things stuck in it, like people may have looked at me and had envy, say, and they put a hook of envy or jealousy or greed or hatred. I don't know, whatever. And so I'll actually energetically look at this cape and I'll see it's dirty. I've been out in the world. Maybe in the supermarket, I walked by a couple that had just been fighting, or, the energy field where people have been fighting. That will lower your frequency. So you take off that cape, you shake it off, and you hang it by the door. That's another way to do it. So, I've given you these tools today. My bottom line is this, okay? You are here for a reason. If you can remember that reason, you will be able to step into your power and do what you came here to do. I am available. Check me out at joanofangels.com. Go to my YouTube channel. I have lots of videos on the subject on making miracles, stepping into the miraculous, remembering who you are, and turning up your light to shine bright. So I look forward to helping you in any way, shape, or form. Do not stay stuck. That's what we ask. Humanity unplugged. Unplug. Get unplugged this week. And I love you. I don't want to stop.
You too, Dr. Joan. That was beautiful. We've got just a couple of minutes left, and I think this question is very important, and maybe we can contribute to this a little bit. It's from Cindy Steinman. She says, what areas of cannabis research do you feel are most needed at this time, and how can spirituality be incorporated into the scientific process? And there's a second part to this question, Dr. Joan, because Cindy goes on to say, I will be graduating from University of MD, Masters in Cannabis Science and Therapeutic Program in May, and my final project is a research proposal. So I would love input from someone in the field.
Okay, so that's a complicated question.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Complicated because, in a way, we have to unpin it from mainstream, who still does everything they can to keep people from using cannabis or even feeling good. You know, they shame you for using cannabis. Even if you're 99 years old, you're 95, they'll still shame you when you should be free to do it your own way. But so much of what's been going on is, and I say that because the people themselves who could benefit the most are afraid to use it because of the mainstream's prediction of it. So one of the things is also to deal with the media and the governments and the doctors. So I keep track, because I'm a chiropractor, I keep track of Medscape and Medline and a lot of the medical journals. And the biggest thing on doctors' minds are, if we promote cannabis, we're going to lose business.
Mm-hmm.
People are not going to come to us for pain pills anymore. They're not going to come to us for pain. They're not going to come to us for Parkinson's. They're not going to come to us for seizures. In fact, if they could treat their little girl who has seizures with cannabis, they're not going to come see me. So the biggest issue I see with research is unpinning it from the freedom to research, the freedom and the freedom to get the results out there, and to break it away from mainstream, and yet to put it in the hands of the people. I mean, that's the best way I know how to say it. You know.
Yeah,
That's
I agree.
That's the truth. We have been lied to about cannabis. We've been lied to about, plant medicines. We've been lied to about herbs and tinctures and all the things that are good for us. So what is most needed is to all these things that I've said. Spirituality, yes. Consciousness. On Sunday, I'm speaking on a platform on the spirituality of cannabis. It's kind of funny. I've been in 3 programs this weekend. Okay. So that's enough on that subject, but that should answer that. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dr. Joan. And we have run out of time, guys. Go to joanofangels.com and book your services with her. And also go to Joan of Angels, subscribe to her channel, and watch all the videos and share that with your friends. And as well, go to Joan of Angels and download your free book, because Dr. Joan has a free book to help us all. So get that book and visit her website. And with that being said, we'll bring our next guest on, Debbie Garcia, and I will remove myself from the screen. But just before I do that, we'll go subscribe and hit that bell. Thank you, everyone.
That is so cute. All right. Well, I want to give a good introduction to Debbie before I bring her on, or before we bring her on. So Debbie Garcia, I met Debbie several years ago online. She had a group called Spirituality Gone Wild, and she seemed like an amazing woman. And the next thing I know, she's texting me and saying she wants to come and see me. So she came running over to visit with me, and it's been just a whirlwind of spirituality ever since. So Debbie is the mastermind of Spirituality Gone Wild. Her favorite thing in the world is to spark the G vibe, and that's the gratitude vibration for all you newbies. Okay. And she is on the planet to bring forward the tools that she learned along the way on this adventure called life. The beautiful, glorious, messy adventure that we're all a part of. So more about her. She's the founder of the explosive and forward-thinking Spirituality Gone Wild. She's a certified love coach, a gratitude alchemist, Reiki master, and a self-love breakthrough coach who uses customized methods in the most loving way possible to produce results for her clients. And also she's the creative of my oracle cards, by the way, those miracle messages. So the vision of Spirituality Gone Wild was birthed from deep conversations with a dear friend of hers, Bob Miller many years ago. Spirituality Gone Wild was born to create a safe space for those doing great work to be seen. It's a broadcasting and media channel dedicated to raising the level of compassion, gratitude, joy, love, kindness, peace on earth, and well-being for all of us. And we are using social media for the greater good of all people. And I am ready to find Debbie. Where are you, Debbie? Let's get you up here. There you are.
Hi.
Oh my God. I'm so happy to see you. Let's see those wings
Hey.
behind you.
My angel
I
wings.
love that. One day there's going to
Okay.
be my painting back there.
You know which one I want too. That's not even. You know exactly which one I want. I went Krishna, the one that was on the right of your fireplace. It's gorgeous.
Oh.
You guys. Well, Krishna.
Oh my
you know
God,
what?
poor Krishna. You better come and get him soon because he's
Is
in the
he
garage.
powder? I know he's powder. You put him in the garage. Krishna's
He's
in the
in the
garage.
garage
I
right
just
now.
can't believe Krishna's in the garage. Seriously, you guys, this is the coolest artwork. So there's this incredible woman I met named Dr. Joan Ann Carter, and to
No.
call her Joan of Angels. No, Joan, please, I have to tell this part because they need to understand how extreme this was. It wasn't she just got a phone call. I literally got up on a Sunday morning after saying the sacred yes, the calling. We get this calling, and Joan was just talking about that calling, and I got up and I'm like, I need to go see Joan of Angels is what I'm having downloaded to me. And I'm thinking, I'm going to do what? So I basically just called Joan, decided, well, I guess that's what I'm doing. So I went out there and that's where our amazing relationship started. But you guys, I got to walk into her sanctuary and see the artwork, be in the energy of all of this. And I have to tell you, it was one of the most amazing experiences ever. So yeah, Joan and I have had a blast, and my God, was that fun. It's just
All right. Well, we're here to talk about Debbie, but I will say this.
Oh, yeah, we
The
saw
second
Debbie.
fun part about it was when Terry came with that thing that checked where ghost energy, and we were running around looking for angels and checking the vibrations all along the walls, and each painting we were like trying, because we only had a ghost meter, but it was enough to tell us there was energy there. It was very fun.
It
All
was
right.
hilarious. We were taking video, and the energy was moving, and I still have those videos somewhere, which is really great. But yeah, it was super fun. High energy,
Nothing
high
like having
vibes.
high vibes with my dear friend Debbie G, Spirituality Gone Wild. Tell us a little bit about you and what you have to tell us today.
Well, I decided to make my entrance into this world 54 years ago. And, honestly, what about me? What about I am no different than anyone else. How I choose to respond to life is probably the thing that would be different about me today. And what I want people to know is that there's never a space that anybody needs to sit in where they feel hopeless or that there is no hope. And I want to be that light for people to say, there is hope. And you could be in the darkest of moments. And I say, without your dark, you wouldn't know your spark. And I want to be that voice for people, Joan. I want people to see that you could go through some of the most horrendous things. They feel horrendous at the time, but there are some tools and tricks that can get you through it, and life can change in an instant. I swear to you, it does. It's pretty cool, actually, how it does.
So it sounds like you've been through your own challenges, Debbie.
Mhm.
And I had a question before. Maybe we can start there. For someone who feels down or in a bad way, how do you start working with people to get people back into their groove?
Well, there's a couple of quick tools. I'll give you one right now. So, Joan, tell me the 5 top things about me that you love and adore about me. Just 5 words. 5 words, real quick. I love making it about me. You all, let's work with me here.
Okay. Debbie's vivacious, outrageous, talented, loving, compassionate.
I love that. And Joan, I love how you see me. And the best part about this is now I see you because you can't know something you're not.
She did this. She turned this around.
You get it?
But
So when you're
okay, so we
how
should say to
so
our
that's
audience, yeah, I get it. I get it. So you're saying that because I see these things in you, so that means, guys, you ought to be thinking about what do you see in Debbie or Joan? And then those are the qualities. So all of you who like my haircut, it's your hair. No, seriously though, I
yeah,
get that. I get that. So you're saying we give that back in a reflection of ourselves. And
correct.
then we move into, go ahead.
Yes, just as we were taught to judge, and we have sat in judgment of others, what I'm encouraging you to do is to do it in reverse. So pretty much everything I do is just backwards of what we used to do. So it's just backwards, that's all. So instead of looking for the things, and that's the other interesting part, if you do that and you see these negatives, well, that's great. Look in the mirror, ask yourself why, you know, but Joan, how do we help people who feel lost and to help them see themselves? That's what Joan help me do. That's what I help others do. And I'll tell you, Joan, the thing is that sometimes it feels harsh when it's a truth. But why is that? This is just something we don't want to face about ourselves. See, the fact is we're all divine, beautiful, gorgeous creations. Each of us unique. And unique as can be. This grain of sand that's unique. There's no other one like you. There's a lot of we're all similar, but no one exactly like you. So what do we want to do? We want to remember who that person is, and that's the biggest thing that we can do. And right now, that's what I'm encouraging. Find what do you dig right now? You love your haircut.
Well,
Joan, your hair does look really good. You just get a cut?
well, it's the funniest thing. I just got a cut 2 days ago. It is a brand new haircut.
Adorable.
It's hysterical to see everybody talk about my haircut. I was unplugged by, sometimes hair can be so stuck and straggly that all that energy gets stuck on it. So yes, thanks for mentioning that, Debbie.
I do. Well,
Debbie,
I was actually stating in the comments. Actually, that's all I was. I'm on StreamYard too, so I sit here and I want to start pretending like I'm controlling the thing, just so y'all know. Just you see my humanness come in. Yes, Joan.
I love it. So what would you like to talk about today? Do you want to tell us what gives you the courage to be like, spirituality gone wild reminds me of this saying, humanity unplugged. That's why I thought about you as a speaker. It was like, well, here's gone wild, here's unplugged. It sort of feels similar.
Yeah, unplugged. I love unplugged. What does that mean for you guys when you hear unplugged? It's like it's raw, it's real, it's authentic. It's an authentic voice. What do I
And so
want
what is
people?
spirituality gone wild?
It's your authentic voice. That's all it is. How can you step into being in your authentic voice? I like to use gratitude for everything. I use it for everything. It's like you can't overuse it. Nobody's like ever OD'd on gratitude. You can't do it. It's not sort of like pot. You can't. Oh, sorry, just had to say that. But really, but gratitude, well, you can't. And you know what? Seriously, you cannot. There is in no situation can you be too appreciative. I mean, it just isn't possible. And how I've shifted everything, it's been appreciation. In fact, okay, look at, where I was last week. Last week I was not feeling so hot. And in 2 days from today, I will have been in surgery. So this was just a few days ago.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you had surgery the other day. Oh my God. So guys, she's come to us almost from surgery.
Seriously, I put makeup on this morning for the first time in a week. I am so grateful, and this really brings me to this why appreciation works like it does. I laid there yesterday appreciating the pain because it was showing me something. I wasn't upset or I was in pain. I wasn't worried about being in pain. I was just embracing the pain and appreciating just that it was there because it's on the flip side now. It's on the mending side, It's not on I'm not in the unknown zone right here, not knowing what's going on. I'm over here on the flip side. but appreciation for how life is looking right now, where you sit, period, without it being changed. And you know, with you've got this dream and this vision, and I love that. We all love that. We all love be living our best life now, but you're doing it right now. That's the thing. It's not going to be the win moment isn't going to come. One of the things that happens when you have like surgery again for me, it triggers me pretty hard because I've almost died with surgery before, like literally. So what happens is I always get this thing happen, Joan, like, oh my, am I appreciating life enough right now? So yesterday I was laying there doing this gratitude post about how grateful I was for the pain. Today when I was getting ready to come on here, I had peace, and it felt so good to just that's all I was going to do this morning. Just this is it. You all are it. This is it. You're it for me today. This is what I'm excited about. And I got to stay in that moment and not worry about where I want to go tomorrow or what's going to happen tonight, but just to be right here and right now. Surgery slows you down. You can't move. You can't do much. You have to kind of sit there, lay there as much as possible. So what do I do with that? You know, do I appreciate it or do I get irritated that I'm in this position? Well, I think the way I'm handling it, that I have a much grander experience. That's what I think. So.
Well, look at it this way. Since you can't do too much because you're in recovery, this is what I look at this when someone has an accident or health challenge and you're in the middle of a big project. So now it's inconvenient. It's Spirit's way of saying, we want you to slow down. We want you to stop in your tracks, look at everything, you know, see what we're missing, and then focus on your body. Sometimes we forget to take our body with us in this grand scheme of things. We just forget to kiss on it, you know.
So she's serious.
Love
Like
on
that's
our
real.
body.
Yep. Kiss on it. Love you. Love it. Yes. Totally.
And, you know, I want everyone to send energy to you right now as your body goes through recovery from the stress and trauma of surgery, which somehow you needed in your body to bring it back to a normal flow. And this, we all should think about this to bring it back to a normal flow. But let's kind of work on restoring your vitality as you're talking, because I should have checked in on you to see how you were doing.
I think I'm doing really well. Even if it twinges a little when I talk sometimes. We're good.
All right.
It's good. You know, the healing, the laughter, it to know I'm on this at this point where the incisions are healing, where it's great. Makes me happy.
So it probably does. Do you get any messages from this healing that you're undergoing that you want to share with us?
Yeah, it's the message I've been getting since this whole shutdown thing started a couple years ago, and that is we all need to slow down and start appreciating life where it sits. This things think about anybody out there. I want you to think about something you've been worried about over the last 2 weeks. Like 2 weeks ago you were worried about something. See if you can figure out what that was. If you can even remember what it was that you were worried about this day 2 weeks ago. Probably you can't. But that whatever it was that you were worrying about this day 2 weeks ago, you were like tripping on it going, "Oh my god." And you just were having a moment. You're so, you know, you were all up in your humanness, and I love that. That's what the message is. Stop that. Stop. You know, stop that. When people speak your truth to people. That's another thing, Joan. Oh, people that don't want to talk and
Good.
communicate. People that don't like to talk and communicate. It's actually it's abusive, and it's wrong. Well, I'm just not going to talk because I don't. Mm-mm. Scared little babies out there, all of us, scared to death of life, scared to death of living, but yet spouting excuses why we're not happy. Now, come on, really? Let's give it. I'm stuck. Oh, really? No, you're not. You're stuck in your head, telling yourself you're stuck. That's why you're stuck. There is no magic to this. Get grateful for whatever you're stuck about. get grateful for wherever you sit right now. You can't be over there like tripping about something if you're present anyway. So
So
right
the
now,
key is gratitude.
key is gratitude. Gratitude is the key to everything. Even it's everything. It's the key to the parts of you love and the parts of you don't love. The parts of you that are shining right now and the parts of you that are being roughed up to shine up again. Okay? It's all based in that deep appreciation, but it starts with you. Joan, what's coming to me right now is this. Just like we're saying that you can't find that thing outside of you that you're seeking, that it's in you, that you must find that appreciation that you're seeking within you. You start with yourself. You start with the most important thing on this planet, and that is you. But that's so selfish, says the martyr from Codependent Land. Okay, seriously, and I say this because that was my story. I could sit in martyrism and I could sit in these other spaces, but I couldn't appreciate myself because I didn't know how, and I didn't know what that felt like even.
So how did you get there then to this place? For me, gratitude requires me not being angry anymore. Okay. Me not being pissed off anymore. It sort of like requires a lot of work to move yourself even to that state. So I really want our guests to sort of understand how did you get into that state for yourself and shift it to then go on to have this widely successful spirituality gone wild, unpinned experience.
Okay. All right. Look, I love this, Joan, because it is this simple. If you're not expecting anything, you can't be let down. So let go of your expectations. You're not thinking that it needs to be a certain way. You're not holding on to it. You're accepting everything as it is. So acceptance. Are you able to accept whatever is going on in your life right now? Period. This is the way it is. Yeah, but this had happened but it didn't. Anybody ever get into that game, the what if game, the game where you play the what ifers? Those ones are the best. Those ones are the best. The what if, yeah, but if this scenario had happened, and yeah, but it didn't. So
But it could have.
Yeah, but it didn't. Otherwise, it would have. So you're just, and it's like, but just keeps you stuck in the stuck, when really it's just about moving through that. And can you just accept it? Yeah. Can you accept that this person feels the way they do and that's how they feel? Yeah. Yeah. Do you need to agree with it? No.
That's okay. So it's of course easier said than done. I wanted to stop you with that one sentence. Can you accept that someone disagrees with you? Can you accept that someone doesn't believe like you? Can you accept that someone's this way and you're that way? I mean, because that's the basis of everything that's going on in today's world now. We've gotten to a point where people don't want to accept what the other side is saying. So how can you get to a place of gratitude, compassion, and everything?
Acceptance.
But how do you get to acceptance?
Your
Okay.
willingness to stop judging it. Are you willing to allow it to be, to let go of how you think it needs to look? So many people get pissed off or upset in relationships because they're not getting their needs met when they haven't even expressed what they are in the first place. Okay, so it's going to come back to self no matter what. No matter what, no matter what. Are you willing to let it go? Let go of the outcome. Dr. Wayne Dyer talked about that all the time. I call it his Buddha practice, letting go of the expectations and practicing the art of non-interference. Get out of the way, stop interfering. Yeah, but if I do this, then this can happen.
I used to play tennis with Wayne every Monday night. Oh, and now I have Miracle Monday every Monday night. Wow,
This
thanks,
is so
Wayne.
cool.
Okay, so I played tennis with Wayne Dyer every Monday night for like 6 months or a year, something like that. And I was a terrible player, but maybe I wasn't, but I'd stand there and just shame myself as I was playing. And I would like be so mortified. And I'd be in the car on the way home, you know, it was a group of us, Wayne was in the car, and he would start talking to me about this thing, just what you're talking about. I had no idea a person could let go of shame or guilt. You know, so I would lay it all out there and he would do his magic to make me realize that I didn't have to be that way. And I think that was right before his first book came out, Your Erroneous Zones.
That's okay. I just tickles me pink. You all realize what she's saying? She hung with Dr. Wayne Dyer. That is, I mean, Joan, that is kind of rad. Like
I'd play
seriously,
tennis with him.
I'm all excited over here. You know, seriously, he was he was one of my favorites. Oh my God, you know, his PBS specials are what were the first introductions into a new thought for me, into this new shift in this new paradigm. So it was a long time ago. They
Interesting.
were, God, they were so good.
Well, you
Okay,
know,
so well, you touched on something. Your question was, but how do you do it, Debbie? How do you just accept it? How do you just
yes,
allow it? Yeah, let go of what you think it needs to look like.
because I'm telling you something. I'd sit in the car with him and I feel like an idiot, okay? Because, you know, he would rationally explain to me exactly kind of about letting go, but I didn't want to. So that's another component. I didn't like, I was so used to guilt and shame and beating myself up for missing the ball, you know?
Yeah.
And people take that on. How do you break through someone who gets so like carries their wounds like they're a prized possession? I was
Okay,
a
so
mess.
I'm gonna say it because this is what I was, and what you're describing to me is what looks like a victim syndrome mentality that comes from PTSD. It comes from trauma, but it comes from focusing on those things that are uncomfortable. It comes from that because those are the places that you get attention. You keep recreating it because this is what you know. This is what you know. But when did it stop working for you though? At
Well,
some
you know,
point?
I don't have that attitude now. Let's put
Well,
it
so
this way.
then there you go.
Years later, shifting energy, but you know what it does? It takes a lot of insight, guys, to really make those shifts, I think.
Well, there have to
Or
be willing
willingness,
to like
a
a
willingness.
willingness to.
This isn't working for me. A willingness to say this no longer is working for me. This no longer is working. I'd like to see
There you go.
humanity in general, just as collective, go, this is no longer working for us.
Well, let's join in on that. That's not working for me. What's the opposite that we can do? And that's honestly what the check-in is. You can do this with yourself. You know, how would I normally react or respond to the situation in front of me? I'm going to do it completely different and just see what happens. No guarantees, but I'm going to try to appreciate it. Oh, and by the way, Joan, you know, I will literally appreciate things that I don't appreciate at the time. I will say them. I will snarl. I will be in my up in my ego about it, but I will do that because I'll be just like, okay, yeah, I so appreciate you right now. No, I really don't.
Okay, that's important. Okay, but you're saying I still appreciate you, and you work to that place of appreciation.
You gotta do it. Yeah.
Learn. You know what I've learned? I've learned that if you have a miserable attitude, your vibration just goes like this. Who wants to listen to you if you're like this? How can we even do our work if this means turned off, turned on?
Well, I was just gonna say, actually, that's Joan's. Like Joan has a way. She's got a meter that she has. She do your check-in meter. See, watch. She'll show you.
No. Okay.
Okay, she's
On the
not gonna
left
show
is
you.
0, on the 10 is right, and you check in. 10 is on the right. Yeah. 5 is like just mediocre, but at least you're not dead. And but you turn up that meter. So you can look and see how miserable you are. You can look and
There you
see what
go.
your vitality is. You can look and see how open you are to listening to your guides, or how open you are, or you can look and see the energy of where you're at, which is why I use that meter to give me a clear assessment or to help people talk about it.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, that's but this the self check-in, the looking at yourself. Notice that there's not anything, not any of this has been where I look outside of myself to figure out whether or not I'm good with it. It's all about checking in with you. The part about being honest with yourself, though, if there's any situation that you're sitting there and you're pissy about right now, it's you. You are the problem. You are the common denominator in all of your relationships, and I hate to tell you, but it's your fault. It is 100%. If there's a blame shame game going on, if I have something going on with somebody and I feel some sort of way, it's my doing inside of me that there's something going on where I'm not dealing with something internally. Can I accept where I'm at right now without changing it? Yeah. Can I appreciate the fact that it's coming up for me and that it's showing me something is off for me? If anything, you can accept and appreciate that aspect of things that you don't like. You know what I mean? That small little aspect of it. I can't accept that that's true. Maybe I can't accept the whole thing, but find a piece of it and find something in there that you can grab onto, you know? If you were sinking, I'm getting a vision right now. If you were sinking, you were trying to get your hooks in to keep yourself from going all the way down. Find something to get your hooks in and hold on to, no matter what that is. In any situation, that smallest part of it that you can accept, no matter what it is. For me, it's usually thank you because this is showing me something I need to see that I don't want to accept about myself, and I accept, and I love that just in that. So I'm getting my hooks into that. When you get your hooks into something you can accept in a situation that you find unacceptable, you can appreciate the piece that you found acceptable. Does that make sense? So get your hooks in there and hold on. Mm-hmm.
So you have to get a handle on things.
Yes, find small little piece. You know, we get so hyper focused about a situation and what we think that it should be and blah 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 blah, and it's just, how much time are you all wasting? I wasted so many hours of my life sitting there upset with someone or upset with a situation instead of finding ways that I could not only appreciate it but make it work the way I want it to work. See, everything's always happening for you, not against you. And if that's so true, then isn't it your job then to look and find how it's working for you? How could this thing that you don't think that you like actually be to your benefit?
Right. Well, right. Also, this thing of self-love and self-care, which kind of we began with, because here you are in bed taking care of yourself. Well, not in bed actually, but in your office there, taking care of yourself post-operative recovery, right? But you obviously felt well enough, to take, you've been taking care of yourself so you can be on here today.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
But, we can only really love other people. I finally realized this. We can only love other people as much as we love ourselves. And
She's right.
if we don't give, so for many, especially women, it's easier to give to other people. You give to your partner, you try to surround them in guilt and drown them because I keep giving to you. And look how much I give you. I give myself nothing, but I give you everything kind of syndrome, right?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But in truth, we're not really loving. We're like, what I finally got out of that was that the love I could give wasn't actually pure good love, because it was me giving, but not even allowing that reciprocation, or not even giving to myself. You can't like just try to give love to someone else.
Right.
You're not really coming from that place of having that a tremendous amount of self-love.
I agree with you. So what I think I hear you saying is that do a check-in with yourself with your intentions and your agendas with these people that you are calling friends, that you have a relationship with. What's your true intention? Why did you truly get pissed off? Why are you truly not being accepting? probably because of an intention or an agenda that we had in creating the environment in the first place. You see what I mean? It's like, so you're just next level, Joan. That's like next level. When you can start actually owning your agendas in a relationship and actually say, this is my intention for my, say that to a person. I mean, that's that's next level. I love myself so much that I'm going to be just 100% me. And this is why I want to be connected with you. And these are the things I hope that come out of it. But, you know, that I
That'd be
personally
wonderful.
believe, well, and I think it's possible if we all choose to do it. I am that I am gratitude. Somebody just said, I love you. I am that I am gratitude. Thank you. How do you get out of a negative Nelly attitude? You choose gratitude. That's so cliche. Good. It works. That's why. Yeah, but my life sucks. Getting gratitude. But no, you know what I mean. It's
Well, it's true.
I have been in some situations, let me tell you, I haven't known where I was going to live, sitting there going 3.5 years ago, going, oh God, how did I get myself into this? Beating myself up, blame, shame, criticism, all of that. The underlying reasons that a lot of people have addiction issues, by the way. So it's such important work to get to the bottom line. But I remember standing there and thinking I had two choices, Joan. I could either find the gold nugget in this right now, or I could go down the other path of destruction. And I literally sat there and I said, well, I know I don't know where we're going. And I said, but it looks like it's an adventure. And I went and I literally stepped into the land of the unknown with nothing, with knowing nothing, with one day to the next, stripped clear of anything and everything. But we had our breath. My son was with me, my darling son, who I'm so blessed we got to do this journey together. But I've been in those places where you're just literally you're gutted. You're gutted. You're like, I don't know how I'm going to do this. I am gutted. What do you want, universe? What do you want from me? I said the sacred yes. I showed up. I did these things. What? And nothing.
Right.
But to appreciate life where it sits. You get a choice to live right now or not. Which is it going to be? And and if I can do that, and I did this, and now here I am, and I'm in my beautiful townhome 2 miles from the beach. I'm married today, which is another amazing story itself. But I have turned everything in my life around, period, time and time again. This was just the most recent, using the stuff we've talked about today. So if you find it coming up in your system and you're like, yeah, I'm not buying this, good, go re-listen to it again and let it continue to rattle your cage so that rattling can shed off those things that are no longer serving your best and highest good, because that's all that's happening anyway.
So that's how you've been doing it. And that's how you picked yourself up. And you know what? In 2020,
I chose to.
The summer of 2020, I started to fall apart a little bit. It was like, God, this is it just, things weren't the same. And I remember thinking to myself, I had been very egotistical, going to everyone, I'm the only Joan of Angels, like that meant something. And I was really
But
depressed.
you are the only Joan of Angels, for God's
Well,
sake.
I thought that was a great thing, but then I heard the voice, that voice within, and it said very clear, you think you're the only Joan of Angels, but if you don't do the things you've been called to do and step up your game to do the things Joan of Angels would do, then you're going to be over here. There'll be another one coming. Let's just put it that way. And that was my wake-up call. It was like, wait a minute. I'm like, I'm trying to make this whole thing about me. I was making the pandemic about me. How am I going to, recover or do my thing? And it was too much. And I'm going to be without realizing that this pandemic was that which was to call me to wake up, and that which was to call you to wake up, and all of our tribe to wake up to do what they came here to do.
That's right.
When they told me that, and they said, you have a mission, either do it or get out of the way so someone else can do it, it really changed everything for me. And so I think this thing of purpose, like that purpose that grabs you, that got you out of bed today to show up, even though you're probably, and that you're doing a fantastic job. You're 100% here because Spirit's with you to do this job. So to me, it's like finding that which is what you've been called to do. So if you were to describe what you've been called to do now in the last few years, how has that changed?
Today I'm called to really talk about how you communicate with yourself and how you love you. I think that I think that I am where you were in. I wanted Spirituality Gone Wild to be this big giant platform for people who were doing this kind of work to be seen and whatnot, but there was also my personal agendas and wrapped up in it. So the what about me, what about me, what about me had to change to the what about we for real, and not talk about it, but be it. And so that's really, that's really what it comes down to. We are here to just be this light for each other. Ram Dass says it, and he says we're all just walking each other home. I thought that the most brilliant thing I've ever heard anybody say ever. Okay, we're all here just walking each other home. I want you to all put that image in your head right now. Just imagine all of us linked and holding hands just all across the world. We're just walking ourselves home. Each of us holding each other's hand and being that strength when we personally cannot be. Humanity starts now, starts here. Humanity Unplugged. What can you do in your own life? I mean, that's the question. You can talk about what's going on, or are you going to do something about what's going on? Yeah, but I don't know what to do. So Joan, oh, by the way, I want to talk about the 100th monkey, but I want to show you guys something. See this pretty stone? This is the stone that Joan gave me. She came back from Sedona, I think, and she brought this.
Oh my God, that's right. You stayed here when I went to Arizona.
Yeah.
That's
and I'm sitting here.
Stone.
Yeah, and I have this, and I'm sitting here and playing with it, of course, and it's getting real hot and just awesome. And it's reminding me of the connection that we all have. We're all just so connected, I got up because I heard go see Joan of Angels, and I acted on what I heard, no matter how crazy it seemed. And that day that I went out to the desert, I took the most glorious picture of an angel. Oh my gosh, is it amazing? Anyway, so Joan, I love this. But I really, really want to talk about being the 100th monkey, because if we are here at this time, which obviously you are, because we're all breathing together, so that we're good there. We're in alignment. What can we do to actually see these changes happen? Well, social change happens when the tipping point hits. Well, when did the tipping point hit? Well, we don't know. That's why we call it the 100th monkey. The 100th monkey is simply some studies that were done at Hiroshima, with some studies that were done back in, I think, 1957. And during these studies, the scientists noticed that the little baby monkeys were all washing their yams. And so they kept note of this. And they also kept note of the fact that they were teaching their siblings, the mom, the dad, and all the other monkeys to wash their yams. And they just kept these studies going over years. The neighboring islands were also doing the same. And they were noticing behaviors that were very similar. But what was most interesting is that after a few years, all of the monkeys were washing their yams. It was amazing to them. But why the monkeys on the other island? How did they get the memo? Because I'm pretty sure, like, how did those monkeys on that island get the memo to wash their yams from the monkeys on this island that were doing it? not to get kind of silly and make us think about that, but really think about the fact that social change is real. And when enough people are doing the thing, it becomes the reality that we're all living. So, how do you know whether or not you're the 100th monkey? You might be the 100th monkey.
Oh my goodness. And if we're the 100th monkey, then we suddenly start doing this, and then other people start doing it. Well, that is what's happening now, I think, with the light, with us raising our vibration, with shifting our behavior, with I think unplugging humanity. I do believe that there are more people awake now than there were, say, 2 years ago.
And she knows this. Jones, you've been in this industry and doing this work for so long. I mean, you're truly the wise one in this, and people, you need to listen. So I'm just saying it like it is. I mean, you've seen things and have shown up for us. So I love and receive what you have to offer us to be able to grow with. In humanity, this is what you do. Exactly what Joan's is doing or what I'm doing. Talk about things you've been through. Talk about what you've done. I use gratitude, and that is what I use. And I know that can be a real mind cluster for some, but that's okay. Mostly men, just because the studies shown at UC Berkeley through Dr. Robert Emmons, men have a harder time with it, simply the masculine thing, no, I'm not weak, and things like that. And they have a hard time with, being in the receipt of gratitude and things like that. That is a myth. That is a myth. It was a myth you were taught. Part of the vulnerability of and the joy of gratitude is the grace that's involved in receiving it and giving it. So, but the 100th monkey, do what you can. You can do magic right from where you sit in your own home, in your own life, in your relationships by only focusing on the one person that matters really, and that is you. See, you make yourself matter if if you did it like I used to. I'd make myself matter by creating drama. I'd make myself matter. You're going to hear me and see me because I'm going to be so damn loud you can't not. Well, how about now we are doing that, but we're doing it to raise the vibration for each other instead of the drama, you know? So, yeah,
Very wise. Very
100th
wise,
monkey.
Debbie. So it's the 100th monkey. It's definitely helped that. Yes, when we do, the funniest thing about the monkey is that actually at the beginning of the pandemic, I started watching all of these animal videos, and there was this one particular video of a chimpanzee. He was sitting in front of a big bucket, of water, big enough he
Yeah.
could have sat in the bucket, and he was washing his hands with soap and then pouring water on it and then washing more. I mean, he was just doing this he had obviously learned this, and I was just blown away.
We mirror each other. We mimic and mirror each other. Why is it so important that the 5 people you are closest to spending your time with matter so much? It matters. Do a check. Are they in alignment with your values and with your values, with you? But the 100th monkey is simply, you don't know if you're not the 100th monkey. You could be. So why not do those things that are going to create the change, the tipping point? You could be the tipping point, But it's really about being the tipping point, Joan. And if each person is actually stepping forward, saying the sacred yes without judgment, hate, shame, blame, criticism, but yet doing it from a state of compersion, celebration.
So it's like, yes, I am the tipping point, and saying yes because you are the tipping point.
Yeah.
And knowing that by saying yes, you're part of implementing that change, as opposed to saying, what difference does it make what I do?
That's right.
Right. Because that would be the normal thing. Well, what difference does it make? I'm just one person. There's, billions of people.
Yeah, one person adds up really quickly. Really quickly. Just like we've all aligned together right now in this very moment.
Mm-hmm. We
It's
have.
it's happening all over. What do you want? What part of this social change do you want to be responsible for? I want to be responsible for compassion and empathy. And that's my social change. I want to be responsible for kindness, for gratitude. I want to be responsible for that in the social change. I want to be responsible for authenticity and being that I seek. So I'll be responsible for that. But if I show up and I'm responsible for those things in my life, it is creating the ripple effect, as we all know, out into every other person's life that we are connected to. And once this connection is ongoing, it's ubiquitous.
That's a
It
great
never
word.
stops. I know. I love that word. The never-ending word of the never-endingness of ubiquitous.
Or of kindness, or of your be. So what I hear you saying is, okay, my experience here on the planet, or what I'm leading with, is my authenticity, my compassion, my gratitude. And so I was thinking that even if we don't know who we are, because people get stuck by going, I don't know who I am, so I'm not going to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
But we do know if we're kind or compassionate or, mean. I mean, we know things about ourselves.
Yeah.
So if we start then focusing on the good things about ourselves, like, I know maybe I'm not in the best of moods, but I know that I really do enjoy talking to people, or I'm basically a compassionate person. So if we find one thing good in ourselves, then we can build upon that to move forward also. Or in our relationships, maybe to find one place of compatibility.
I love, somebody says ELO Strange Magic. What a cool song. And yeah, it's just like that. Yes, 100%, 100%. But compatibility is not being in compersion and celebration and joy of others. Compatibility is still judging whether or not that we are, who says one is compatible than the other. We're not
Well, I
meeting
don't
someone,
know.
right? The word compatible to begin with. Are you compatible? It's like, it's just simply a belief system. We're all compatible, I believe. But if we're not willing to celebrate each other, then that may create a separation. Compatible. Are we compatible? Wait.
No, I'm thinking that this is something for me. I haven't really thought about it in that way, because I think of it as frequency. So am I
Yeah.
aligned with, like in my discernment meters, it's like, well, how aligned am I with, say, Debbie G, which is why I brought you on. I'm aligned with you. But how aligned am I with Omar, or, Stone Hobbit? So we can look at that in terms of knowing, are these, because we can't, but the truth is, I don't know if we really can be aligned with everyone. We can maybe get along with everyone because we choose to just get along with everyone.
I like that. I like
But
that.
not
Yeah.
everyone has a state of being that for me anyway, that we can align. Like there are places I won't go. Or I was in a plant medicine journey, and I was going off to the underworld, which was very exciting. There it was. And then it was like I had to stop, and I was told that was the wrong frequency for me.
That totally
Don't go
makes
there.
sense.
So
Yeah,
we
that makes
can't
sense.
actually be aligned with all frequencies.
Well, no, that'd be like the radio station trying to tune into two stations at one time. And I do agree with the alignment and the frequency. What I'm saying is when we judge something as being compatible or not, we're just in our humanness about it. But when we celebrate each other without thinking about whether or not we're compatible, or worried about whether or not we agree with them or anything else, and just allowing them to be, you don't, there is no judgments. There's no anything necessary. I feel like if we could just all just show up and just celebrate people for where they're at. Don't worry about anything else and just celebrate them. Don't worry about we don't need to worry about who we're compatible with, because the universe takes care of that all on its own. If you mind your own vibe and your own frequency, spark your own G vibe, you don't need it sparked outside of you. Like, you're good. You will align. So not to get hung up on a word, and all it is a word, Joan. Like, all it is, just a word, but it's a word. And I think about it, it's like, still judging whether or not it should be. So how about I'll just accept people. That doesn't mean I'm good. Look, I can accept everybody as who they are and where they're at and all this, but that doesn't mean that I want them to be sitting next to me every day of my life. No.
Well, and that's true. And that's
yeah.
the art of discernment. You know, we choose to be with people who are aligned on our path, who are our miracle allies, I like to call them. You know, people who support us. That's the best way to live. You can't get to that place until you support yourself. You know, you're at a place where you know that, okay, it's the people, places, and things that I'm choosing to surround myself with also. And so that's all part of the puzzle here. You know, I have clients that I work with who will turn around and say, I'm alone in my beliefs. You're the only person to me that I could talk to, because I don't have anyone to talk to about spirituality or, you know, what I think about what's going on the planet or anything. So it's really important, I think, to find compatible or aligned or vibrationally aligned souls. You know, sometimes, listen, to me, they have to smell right. People have to have a smell I can live with, you know, a smile I can live with. Well, you know, all of these are intuitive senses, even smell. My sister, I'll be at her house and she'll say, "Oh my God, Joan, Mom's in the room," because she'll smell Shalimar. Suddenly.
I love that. But our senses are, yeah, I think that's sweet. There was somebody called Rockers Los Angeles. I just love the name. I just had to mention that just because, you know, but when it comes to human beings choosing, this is what I think that we're trying to say here.
Okay.
Is release the judgment of everyone. This is requiring it. We're being told that we should judge and we should separate and we should be this or that. If you're this or that, if you think this or that, and if you blah, 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 this or that.
Right.
But what's going on in Ukraine is probably a big eye opener if you look at it from how I do. And that is the fact that not any one of those people are walking around going, I want to judge. I think I'm going to sit here and judge that you went to war and this is happening. They're like, we're here today, we're breathing. I guarantee you what they're in survival mode. They're in humanity mode. Takes crisis for us to show up for humanity. Now, why is that? And why isn't it time to change it? It is. But if we're going to talk about being in humanity, what are you doing in your own place? Are you judging those around you? Or are you you're still alive? Okay, you're still alive. Let's do a check-in. Like, if you were in Ukraine right now, or what are you doing? Checking in with people around you, probably neighbors that you hated, couldn't stand. Now you're like best freaking friends because they're like putting the wrapping around your wound. Why is anybody wasting time judging the other and treating the other illy or not compassionately? Why are we wasting time? And if this does not wake us up, then we are the only ones to blame. No one outside of us. So Joan, I'm finishing up my communications degree, and I'm in a peace studies class right now. So this is a really big how we show up and as humanity is a really big deal for me, because it's such up in my forefront, and I'm really learning new skill sets in order to do that. But I challenge people that are out there right now saying, yeah, well, this needs to happen and that needs to happen and blah, 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 and judging it, and your neighbors did this and that and they need to do that. No, I highly encourage people to start getting in check with themselves instead. And going back to the social change 2.0, and what can you do from within you to make those changes in life that are going to go out, and releasing judgment is it in a nutshell. Stop the shame,
Releasing
blame,
judgment.
release that judgment. Oh, judgment's based on what? My perception of something? For real? Come on.
Do you think it's just judgment, or is it also fear or anger, or easier to be angry at you for doing it than me for not doing it or something?
Well, I
Like
think
you're
it's hard.
doing it, so I'm going to judge you, but
Well, it's always has some internal meaning, honey. You're right. If I'm judging it, I am it, and that thing that I'm thinking that I don't like is me every single time. And I'm going to swallow that and say, okay, what does that? What does this mean? What does this mean? How can I show up differently? Not judging. You guys, look, I have lived. Joan, we've been doing this online, interviewing and showing up online for such a long time now. I've been doing it for going on 5.5 years now. I have been judged from every end of every angle of every area of everything that you could ever imagine because I also show up and give it how it is. But am I still here doing it? Am I still here thriving? Am I still doing it? Has anyone's judgment stopped it? Oh, almost. Almost when I used to care about what people's opinions of me were. But now if my heart's in the right place and I know that I know, I'm going to show up for you. But mostly the people who don't want to accept it are in my world, for me, the answer was because I didn't want to own the fact I said yes from the beginning. When I probably meant no, I said yes. And when I say yes and I mean no, it's never turns out good, Joan. It always turns out. Well, not that it's not good. It doesn't turn out to my preference. Let's put it that way.
It actually doesn't. Yeah, it's not actually healthy. It's not actually healthy for us to stretch our boundaries in a way that we give in. If we're giving in, then whatever we're producing is going to be from a lower frequency of giving in versus that bubbling over. It's like, I can't wait to do this.
Right.
And
I mean, Joan, well, look what, yeah. You asked me if I wanted to do this. It was like, oh, yeah.
I didn't coerce you, did I? I gave you an opportunity to step up and to bubble in and to share. So, Debbie, we have a few more minutes. What else do you want people to know about you and about what you do and how they can help? Are you confused by anything?
I love all of it. Yeah. Give me any questions that you guys might have. I have gratitude practice, a couple of things I'm going to give you. One of the ways that you can be supportive is you can watch my Unify Women Rising show, which has started back again, and that is unify.org. You can watch it live there, or you can watch it live on Facebook or YouTube. So please definitely check that out because it's pretty exciting. And as far
what makes that exciting? Tell us what makes that exciting.
Well, it makes it exciting because Women Rising is all about what you're seeing, like Joan coming in and empowering other women to step forward in their truth, to be the dynamic superstar that they are, to understand archetypes, how to integrate those archetypes of everything that you are and want to be. Women Rising is about what has happened. We are now in 1,000 years of the divine feminine. Hello, gentlemen, our darlings. We are now back. We've shifted. So
I see.
The queens are in.
So we can engage with you on unified.org. You're doing a show with them.
Yep. And I have Spirituality Gone Wild, and I do Cup of Grata with a shot of expression and 2 squirts of reality. And I have co-squirts. Any of you all out there, welcome to sign up to be a guest and come be a co-squirt with me. And we'll just have, it's just a chat over a cup of grata, which is all about gratitude. So, yeah.
Well, you should stay and listen to some of the women who I wouldn't have called them a co-squirt, but we got some co-squirts for you here.
Actually, well, you know what? I wouldn't either if it wasn't like a cappuccino. But it is kind of like a cappuccino, and I'd have a couple squirts of that, and I'd have a shot of espresso, and that's where.
A
that's
little
where it came
shot of
from.
Joan of Angels, shot
A shot
of
of
TLC, a little shot of love. I love it.
exactly. And
So
that's right. And so I want to you guys have one tool today.
good.
Who are you grateful for every morning for the next however you guys want to dedicate it to yourselves? Try to do it till at least Sunday. Every day get up, who are you grateful for and why? And if you can still reach out to them, do so and tell them that. That's what I highly encourage. If you want to see your life start shifting, do that simple little tool right there and you will see things shift in your life like you cannot imagine. Let go of hurts and judgments that are not serving your better and higher good. You're the only one sitting there in feeling it. Nobody really is feeling it with you. So why put yourself through it? Don't
Right.
stop doing that, please.
All right. What other takeaways do you have for us?
Takeaways, use your breath. It's the one thing your breath, that's what you start with and it's what you leave with. You leave, your breath isn't there anymore. Breath is your life force. It's your chi. It's everything. So for me, it's to get into deep appreciation and breathe. Just breathe. Appreciate air is coming out of your mouth. Oh, I can feel that. Really pay attention to it. We're not here enough. We're off escaping into la la land about what could, should, blah blah blah. How am I going to do this? Yada yada yada. Let go of all of it. Let go of the how. Get ready for the wow. As Karen Palmer has had, and I will sit and do sometimes. We'll have these conversations, Joan. And Karen's how I met you, and we'll sit there and have these conversations about the most incredible things. Let go of the how. Get ready for the wow. Realize that you are truly the most precious being. Write yourself a love letter. This is another favorite tool of mine. A love letter, a juicy,
Ooh,
ooey gooey love letter, like how awesome you are. And the last one is if you say anything negative about you and you hear yourself do it, stop and write down 5 things or tell yourself, okay, oops, I just caught myself. 5 things about you that rock because you deserve to hear this. And nobody is on this planet to tell you other than you.
right.
All right.
5 things that are awesome about you. All right.
About
I love that. Love that. All right, Debbie. Where can people find you again?
you can find me at spiritualitygonewild.com and find me on Facebook, Debbie G. Gratitude Alchemist. My last name is now Sliker, Sliker. As I said, I've also gotten married, which was quite an
Oh
interesting journey. I'm not going to get into it, but the only thing I am going to say is that when when I was in Vegas and we're getting ready getting ready to say our vows, Josie Herndon, who was there with us, who I met at Joan's house, it's another great story. She's there and she's got a special scarf around her. And what Joan is behind Joan is reminding me of this very special scarf. And she takes it off and I put it on and it's her Mother Mary scarf. It really brings tears to my eyes. You guys don't even know. Like I had Joan with me and she wasn't even there. It was so huge. And she was how Josie and I, who's now like one of my best friends in this world, connected. I'm getting married. And if you know my story, I've been single. I was single forever. And I'm wearing the Mother Mary scarf. I couldn't get over it. It was just like such an extreme moment. So, Joan, I'm grateful that you always show up and bring this work forward because we've needed it so much. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Who would have known that interviewing you is like just the most juicy thing for myself too. And Debbie, I've loved watching how you've shifted. I've loved watching you come out of your own funk and your own confusion. I mean, we had a question an hour ago about how do you come out of that? And I feel like we're answering that. We never give up. We love ourselves, even if you're the only one who loves you at that moment. We love ourselves. We believe in ourselves. We don't lose a beat in that. And then we have to find one thing that we love about ourselves. Just even one thing.
Even one, yeah. One.
Yeah.
Just one.
All right. Well, I can live with that, Debbie. I'm so glad you came on. Thank you so much,
Thank
love.
you for having
You
me.
have a blessed day, guys. You know how to find Debbie Garcia, now Debbie Stryker. I haven't met her husband yet, but I have a feeling he's striking, and I can't wait. And I just love you dearly.
I
Thank
love
you
you
so
too
much.
so much.
All right. Bye,
Bye.
Debbie. Ciao for now. Oop. Almost took myself off. Hi. Oh, Rob.
Hello, hello. I got it. No worries, Dr. Joan. You are in need of a well-deserved break for a little while before we bring the next speaker on.
Thank
We're
you,
going to do a
Bob.
stretch, and we're going to
All
do
right.
a healing meditation after that. So we'll see Dr. Joan in just a little bit. We've got Leanne coming in, and Leanne, there she is. Leanne needs to unmute, and I'm going to alleviate
Hello.
myself. Go ahead, Leanne.
Hello, hello. Hello, people. Beings of all kinds, shapes, sizes. Alrighty, let's, I'm going to honor my mom. Put a little of the catalog of music. I own and control the copyright too. Thank you, YouTube. In the background. All right, everybody. Let's come on to our hands and knees. And let's do some cat cows. Gonna look up and breathe in. And look down and breathe out. Let's take it in circles one way. Keep breathing. Go the other way. Loosen up. Wakey, wakey. Couple more regular cat cows. And then carefully make your way onto these backs. And as you can, put your left leg on your right thigh, or left foot on your right thigh, and grab your right leg where you can on the shin, behind the thigh, wherever you can. Pull your toes back. And take a couple of really deep breaths here. Sky above me, earth below, as my teacher says. Really feel your body. You can rock a little bit. Take some really deep breaths here. 2 more. Now that it's found the sun, never depart from that heart. And let go of that. And sway or rock. Let's do the opposite. Put the right ankle on the left thigh. Grab your left leg where you guys can. It's probably a little different on this side from the other side. Everybody has difference on both sides. So you can feel that. Feel into that. Take some deep breaths. Love is not love which changes. Pull your toes back. Rock back and forth a little bit. Carefully come out of that. And put your hand out. Roll onto your side. Palm down. Push yourselves up. And both legs out. Now we're going to reach way up with our right hand, my right hand, your right hand, whatever that looks like. I'm not doing mirror image issues. We're just doing right and left. And reach towards your toes. If you can grab your toes, great. Take your left arm up and over. And go back out of that. You can let go of your toe if you want, or leg, and then go back into it. Just letting your body know what you want it to do. And easy does it. Take deep breaths in and out. reach back out and pivot your shoulder. And you can twist your neck while you're doing this. Sort of opening up all of that. And then reach long again. Keep breathing. Now reach up and out. Take a deep breath in. Try to roll your top shoulder back. Bring your chest up and out to the sky. Now reach behind you and grab whatever you can. And roll that left shoulder back. And open up even more. And reach up. And come out of that. Take a deep breath. And let's do the other side before we wrap it up. Take your left hand and reach for your left toes. Take your right arm, come up and over. Reach back out and let go. Little bossa nova button. And reach up and over again. And really stretch up your side. Keep breathing. Exhale out wherever you need to. Now reach up. Oh, we forgot these. Didn't we? Yes, we did. We can still rotating shoulder and neck on this side. Okay, now let's reach behind us. Grab whatever you can and roll that right shoulder back and open up your chest. Take a deep breath here. And now reach way up again. What are you guys reaching for? Come back up. Pull your feet together. And put your hands behind your backs. Feel where your sits bones are touching the floor, where your feet are touching the floor. Try to pull your toes back. And really take a deep breath in and push your chest out. And exhale. Take another nice deep breath in and bring that oxygen to wherever your body needs it. You're one precious body. Okay, now cross your legs. And let's put our left hand on our right knee. And our right hand behind us. And take a deep breath and extend up away from our hips as our sits bones ground down into the earth. And on the exhale, let's twist a little bit from our lower tummy muscles. Inhale. And twist a little more on the exhale. Just put your heads in whatever position you want. Turn your head to the front, to the back, and go back and forth. Another deep breath in. And as we exhale, come back to center, palms down on the knees. Nice, deep, delicious breath here. Good. Switch the cross of your legs. And let's put our right hand on our left knee and our left hand behind us and sit nice and tall. Take a deep breath in. And go ahead and let yourself twist a little from your lower abdomen and exhale. Let's do that again. Inhale. Stretch up from your hips. Exhale and twist a little more. Do what you guys need to do for your neck. Different for everyone. One more deep inhale. And as we exhale, come back to center palms up. Okay, let's take one more nice deep breath and hold it at the top together, all together in the collective. And let that breath out as you like. Some of us need to be a little more vocal today with our exhales than others. Good lion's breath never hurt anyone. Might be a little frightening to watch Leanne do it. But there we are. No one's looking at me, right? All right, guys. I think that's pretty good for this round. Come back. Oh, Rob. Uh-oh. Hopefully Rob's not stuck on the floor. Well, here, why don't we do this? Let's carefully get up.
Okay, here I am.
There you go.
I was stuck.
Omar.
Yeah, I was stuck. Rob's gonna come on here and just right away, and he's going to lead a meditation for our friend Clarence Mitchell.
Well, here, go ahead and copy me if you want. Well, people are talking. You can mute me out, and we can just do this till Rob's ready because it feels good.
I'm here. We got yeah.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to stretch you all out. Much love. Hope it helped. Mwah. See you later.
All right. So everybody just give me a second. I want to breathe properly. And I want to tell you about somebody very quickly. When I started this journey of doing broadcasting style episodes and events, there was a gentleman by the name of Clarence Mitchell who gave me my chance, gave me my voice, helped me see the potential that I had in doing this. And we just got some bad news, Omar and myself, that he is not in the best shape. We've gotten this news before and have led meditations, and he has, I don't want to say gotten better, but stayed with us and hasn't transitioned just yet. And we're hoping that maybe this time we can do it again. It is a little bit more dire than the last time, from what I understand. It was very difficult to get this information, but I want to put a picture of Clarence up so everybody knows who I'm talking about. This is somebody I classify one of my best friends, sort of like an uncle. This is a difficult news to get. He's definitely my mentor and meant a lot to Omar and myself. And what I want to do is I kind of want to lead a meditation while keeping his picture up to help us focus our energies to try and help heal Clarence. So we're going to start by everybody just taking 3 deep breaths. In through the nose, out through the mouth. In, out. In, out. In, out. I want everybody to try and get themselves into a comfortable position. Relax. Keep breathing. Let your energy emanate from inside of you. I also want you to picture or focus on the picture of Clarence. And I want you to try and reach out for him with your energy. So I want you to vision that while breathing. In, out. In, out. I want you to create a direct connection to the universe. I want you to focus what's close to you, but also focus what's far from you. And find yourself lie somewhere in between. So you are omnipresent and all present. I want you to feel the energies around you. I want you to take in those energies and release the negative energies that are inside of you. So we can create this pure emanating light that's coming from us. I'm going to keep breathing. In, out. In, out. In, out. I want you to relax your body while feeling relaxed. Keep breathing. Focus your energy. Think about the energy emanating from you as a tight beam, like a tractor beam from Star Trek. In, out. In, out. I want this beam to emanate from you straight into the air, straight into the universe, because the universe always knows what to do with that energy. It knows what energy is needed. And I feel that the universe will help Clarence in his time of need. He has done so much work for us here that we want to facilitate him, if need be, with a peaceful transition, but also healing and the potentiality of the next level. We'll keep breathing. In, out. In, out. While we're doing this, I also want us to feel peace and love. Love for one another. I want you to put your hands out as if you were in a circle, waiting to grab the hand of the person next to you. I want you to really envision it. And this will be us coming together with our energies as a collective. I want you to keep breathing. In, out. In, out. At the count of 3, I want everybody to project that healing energy while holding hands virtually with one another. And when we do this, I want to create a resounding wave that's going to go across the entire planet, this plane of existence, lending energy to those who need it while solidifying the release of the energies that are not supposed to be here. In, out. In, out. In, out. I want you to focus that energy. We're going to do it for another 10 seconds. I'm going to count backwards from 10. And after we hit 0, I want you to open your eyes and stare at the picture for a minute. And we're going to do a quick moment of silence. So 10. Remember to keep breathing. In, out. 9. 8. 7. Keep breathing. In, out. 6. In, out. 5. Keep the focus. 4. 3, 2, 1. Open your eyes, everybody. Let's look at the picture for a moment and take a moment of silence. I just want to take this moment and let Clarence know that if he's out there and he's watching, we love you, brother, and we are praying for you and sending you all the healing energies that we can. And at this time, I'm going to bring Dr. Joan back on.
Whew. Whoa.
Omar's here as well. Everybody unmuted. That was emotional for me a little bit. That was wild.
I can feel it very, very powerful. I can feel his energy very powerfully, receiving it, and we ask that he be aligned, body, mind, spirit, for his work. So
Thank you. I agree. I don't normally lead the meditations, but I figured this would be good a time as any, right? I mean,
just so you know, I think you did a great job. Don't stop. If anything, keep doing your meditations. It was really good. And I loved how you had us focus on him the whole time. That became very powerful for me.
Thank you. That was the intention. I wanted everybody to see who we were talking about, because a lot of the people that have come to the channels as of late may not know who Clarence is, because the original people who were with us may know that, but Clarence hasn't been around for a while, and we've been praying for him and trying to keep him in our prayers and healings for a long time, and he's been fighting. So
yeah, thanks, Rob. Appreciate it, brother.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Joan, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, we're running ahead of time. It's great. All right. So I have an amazing guest for everyone. She's beloved of me for sure, and has helped me ever since I met her. I felt so drawn and connected to her, and I think you will too. Many of you probably know her. So I want to introduce Jody Sirota. She is a metaphysical educator, channel, vibrational sound and light language healer, and professional artist. Her in-depth intuitive abilities and her remarkable sound healing powers are used to create initiations and activations, which instantly make major shifts in consciousness and healing. She holds individual channeled Akashic record reading healing sessions. I want to stop on that one for a second. I had the most amazing session with Jody, and I guess it was a channeled Akashic record healing session. And she showed me not only where that came from, those fears and anxiety, but why, and the big picture. So I highly recommend them. She teaches other classes. She creates multimedia concerts and events for personal growth, healing, and transformation and creative processes. Her work is visual, audible, kinesthetic, and opens the gateway to multi-dimensional heart. Yes, she does that. She was also the owner and creator of Meta Center in New York, which was the multi-dimensional educational and transformational arts center, and apparently the largest of its kind. And also, she was the primary promoter and presenter of New York area appearances of Max, the ancient crystal skull, an ancient artifact passed down by Mayan and Tibetan cultures for use in healing and consciousness activations. So Jody, let me find you over here. Let me bring you up. Wait, there There she is. All right, bringing her up from the other side. No. Behind the screen.
Thank you for all of that. I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for having me on this event. It was interesting because I was trying to figure out because I had no concept from anyone of like, from the people, all of you who put this together, what you were trying to get at for Humanity Unplugged. And my guides just said, do whatever you do and it'll be fine. I even had a dream last night that I actually missed the whole thing because I lost the time frame. So I went through one of those, which I haven't done that in years. So, but here I am, and thank you. And thank you for all that you mentioned about my work, Joan. And I actually also had a reading from Joan, and she also was very magical and very precise. And so it's a mutual admiration club here.
Mutual admiration. And Jody, there's something so otherworldly and special about the work you do. And I love your Akashic record work, and I love your healing work and channeling, and and your light language. So I felt when we invited you that whatever you were going to say today would unplug us, would open up a new doorway of that we can step through. So however you want to take us that way, feel free.
So I'm going to start with the prayer that I say whenever I start any kind of work. I've done it before I even got on this, but and also we just did that lovely prayer right before this. So this prayer helps to bring in the angels and the legions of the angels and archangels. It helps to clear the space within you and without. It helps me to go right into the alignment. So you can close your eyes and take a few deep breaths and allow your hearts to open. That just means breathing into your heart center through the front and the back and expanding that whole chest cavity. So you become more in connection with that. Ate Malkuth Vegevara Vegedula Leolam Amen. I hereby banish from my space and all of your spaces all energies which are not appropriate, all psychic jamming, all negative emotional energies and memories which are not appropriate. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Ate Malkuth Vegevara Vegedula Leolam Amen. The atmosphere around us and through us is cleansed and purified and infused with love. The atmosphere around us and through us is cleansed and purified and infused with love. The atmosphere around us and through us is cleansed and purified and infused with love. And I choose to be a clear, pure, open channel of God's wisdom, love, healing, and light, bringing through the highest vibration of God, Goddess consciousness to awaken us, to open the Akashic records, the records of your soul's existence through all time, space, and dimensions, individually and as a group. That the energies be able to speak to you with evidential experience, so that you have the experience of possibly the vibrational languages or sounds that come through, or just the information. Just going to ask also for Clarence, while we're in this space, that we hold the vibration of God, Goddess, all that there is of pure love, as our hearts are open to infuse Clarence to awaken to wherever he needs to be for pure divine healing through pure love, all-inclusive frequency, and to know that he's loved, lovable, and loving. Whether you know him or not, we're all that. But in focus of him, just to bring that through while we're all together as a group. I always find that when we gather together, it's like exponential when we hold a focus for ourselves as well as each other, as well as for everyone. In this case, also to give focus to Clarence and also to Rob. This is light language, the light language through me. Specifically, what it is for me, my guides have told me, is it's a combination of energies that bring through these vibrational languages that are a connection to the earth plane before karmic patterning began, before humans even inhabited the earth. So you're coming from a clear slate, but it also connects you to the star systems, the planets, and beyond the beyond. So in that, it helps you to remember yourself as being multidimensional. And it brings you into a place of clarity before we had karmic patterning. All these filters that our lives are going through still, and I'll talk about that more later, but how we're still running those filters or those lenses that need to be cleaned or cleared or dissolved, so that we move out of survival to living fully. We move out of the illusion to truth, the things about controlling ourselves or being controlled, to being free. So just take a few deep breaths and allow yourselves to just gently relax into the openness of your heart. And as you breathe, know that if I use sound, sometimes I use sound through my voice, and I also use light languages. The light languages, in addition to helping us to remember ourselves as being multidimensional beings, kind of living multidimensionally, living here, there, and everywhere, and kind of having it all together as one. In order for you to do that, first of all, you need to stay in your body and emanate, plugging in to your original higher conscious choice that you made before you even came onto the planet, to be here at this time during an ascension time, a time of an acceleration of our higher consciousness, to embody that. But the light languages, in addition to experiencing being multidimensional, they activate and awaken your codes of your consciousness, all your gifts, everything that you're here for, to be utilized, to enjoy, to experience. And take a few deep breaths. And as you breathe, I'm just going to channel some things of what this is about through me to you, coming from my guides. So I'm just going to say what they tell me to say, but it sort of merges with me as I talk, so it sounds just like me speaking. So one of the things they told me to talk about was the idea that, truthfully, we're never unplugged. What they mean about that is you're never unplugged from love, which is an all-inclusive frequency. It's what we're all from. It's what we all are. So we're always connected to remembering, we have the ability to remember that we are everything that exists as love. And in that understanding of love, there are no conditions. There's no separation. So this is about just igniting you. We're going to do some work with energy in a little bit. And also when they speak to you, they're working with you energetically to remind you. It's like when something is dismembered, it's pulled apart. So we're here to remember, to bring everything back together, to come back to the true structure, to remembering what already exists under all of these perceptions or belief systems that don't really work for us, but they're from other lifetimes and other dimensional experiences that we're still carrying with us, karma, carrying with us the energies of having to survive through. It's sort of the response that you had in order to get through something that may not have been so easy or could have been really detrimental or even to the point of death. So it's a time of unplugging, in a sense, to the old identity of who we thought we had to be in order to survive, to feel safe, to have a perception of what truth is but isn't. And then the idea that history keeps repeating itself because we're here at this time during this ascension time, which is a 26,000 year cycle. This happens in cycles. We're given another opportunity. The earth herself has been going through an ascension, meaning coming into a higher level of consciousness, clarity of truth, of love. So the earth herself is going through this. And she invited all of us to be here at this time, so that we too can, by being on the earth while she's going through this in her grandest experience of who she is, that will accelerate our own ability to clarify who we are and to remember the truth that we are actually love, which is all inclusive. When I use the sounds, if that does come through, the sounds, sometimes you can't hear the higher frequencies because of the speakers in the computer, but the energy is there. But the sounds, what I use them, what comes through is for, to help to clear, to actually transmute karmic miasms or knots or things that we're locked into in our, inside our beings and in our field. Again, the languages help to clear, help to awaken us to being multidimensional and to awaken all of our gifts, our consciousness, the things that within us, that to remind us of what we're here for, what we're here to utilize, what we're here to enjoy. Our codes, the codes that are in all parts of our consciousness, in our body, in our soul, in everything that exists. So before we came into this lifetime, or any lifetimes on the earth, we sit with our councils of light. It's like a board of directors, and we work out what are we going to do? Are we going to come into this experience at the time that we're coming in? This is a very specific time. In a way, we should be honored to be here. Specific people have come. In a way, we've been chosen, but we also chose ourselves to be here, to be responsible, to help in the overall responsibility of all humanity, all of consciousness, to be here to help to bring us back to the remembrance of oneness. So what we need to do is to, in a sense, unplug ourselves from the old perceptions and belief systems that keep us in a perception of limitation. So we're here now to awaken. And what's coming up, when I said before, history repeats itself, we're really working out polarities, polarization of thought forms, perceptions, belief systems, control, and coming back to being a freedom, a place of freedom. Freedom to express. Full expression of self is full empowerment. Use that as a definition, they say. Being fully expressive, able to express what you want. So how do we get off of this experience of being in these polarities? It's like looking at a coin and having to recognize both sides of the coin to have the wholeness of the coin. So in our experience of being one side of a polarity of a pattern, wherever there are patterns, all the patterns have both sides. So we're seeing how there's all different perceptions and belief systems about what's the truth. So, and what's the truth for yourself is what you feel, but the idea is to be able to have the opportunity to be accepted for whatever it is that you're feeling or thinking from yourself and from others. You don't have to agree, you can agree to disagree. But how do we get off of these polarities? It's like playing a game, like on a seesaw, going from one side to the other. You can walk away and just not play, but it doesn't always change it, because someone can go back and do the same thing with someone else. So the way that you do that is you have an open heart with compassion for everyone to have their own belief systems, their own thought forms. But how do we get to a place so that what that would do is bringing back compassion for both sides of the pattern, so that there's wholeness of the pattern from the fourth dimension, to bring it up in oneness as one body of two sides that make a whole, bringing it up to the fifth dimension, which is the open heart. The sixth dimension will be the maintaining of the open heart. But to move from that polarization, it's about the acceptance. Some of these things were spoken right before this, about acceptance. So how do we accept? We don't have to change anyone's mind. We just have to accept that everyone has the right to be. Everyone has the right to their own opinion. All these opinions and belief systems are coming from also from a lot of past experiences in other lifetimes other dimensions. And how do we clear those? Well, I happen to be doing that with my work. My guides do that. I'm not promoting me, but just saying the work that we do, my guides with me, is with sound and light languages. And the sound helps to clear from wherever these patterns began that are not really true or not working for where you are today in terms of being free, being able to express yourself, being able to be clearly empowered, meaning full expression of self, being accepted. So they use the sound to go all the way back through all your lifetimes to where it began. It's as if they almost, with the sound, transmute or erase that particular thing that happened that may have caused you to perceive yourself in a particular way out of survival or any kind of confusion, whatever the things are that you're still carrying with you. So this ascension time is really helping us with all this frequency moving, coming into the planet, and the planet herself going through her shifts, so it's affecting us as well, to be able to accelerate clearing karma. And when we do that, like what I said with the languages, it brings you back to the remembrance of like being on the earth, but without all of that we're back to remembering the truth of who we are as love. And the definition that they give me about love is an all-inclusive frequency. It's a frequency. So when we're in our old patterns, we're in a lower frequency, a lower vibration. So we're here to allow ourselves. You can also just breathe into, you can do this now, to take a few deep breaths and just breathe into your own consciousness and ask that your breath go to the parts of your consciousness. You don't even have to know what it is. It helps, but you don't need to know that. To breathe into your own consciousness, within your body, into your soul's experiences. To connect to the first time you think of one thing, it'll work on everything though. One thing that you are paying attention to or that's coming up for you now during this time period. That's keeping you from feeling fully expressive or feeling accepted or feeling part of everything or whatever the things are, or in illusion, not knowing what's the truth or not sure what's the illusion, not sure if it's safe to be. It's like letting down your guards, letting down these things. So that comes with the territory. So as you breathe into your body, just ask to be shown one thing that's coming out for you now lately that is something you want to shift. So that you can unplug yourself. It's not so much unplugging yourself from that, but unplugging yourself from the response or the reaction that you had to be able to survive. So a lot of survival energy. And on the planet right now, there's so much energy about survival. It's like in our faces with the pandemic, with the wars, with all sorts of things of this nature. So we're being infused around us to remember. It's as if it's giving us that opportunity to say, I have within myself these parts. I'm picking one side or another or doing this or doing that. That's human nature to do that. But we're here to, this whole time is to bring us into unity consciousness. So even while these things are happening, other parts of the world are gathering together to be able to assist in knowing that the more we assist others, we're assisting ourselves. We're not doing it selfishly. We're doing it because we care, because there's our natural way of being to know that we're all part of the same. So we want to help ourselves with everyone else simultaneously. And that requires love. But people are taught love is something with conditions. So many people have gone through this experience in this lifetime and many others. I'm doing this because I love you, or things, but they're hitting you, or they're keeping you from people, or separating you, or whatever they're doing. So this is through all time, space, and dimensions. The other piece to this, again, in relation to plugging into something or unplugging, so many people, because of these past experiences and because it's triggering fear and survival issues or perceptions of limitation or lack of being able to express themselves and be received. We need to allow ourselves to accept or recommit to that higher conscious choice that we made when we sat with our councils of light before we incarnated, to know we're coming into a very particular time on the planet. It's not an easy time. We're further than we've ever gotten before, than when we've had these 26,000 year cycles. So in a sense, it's uncharted territory. We're past certain points, but at the same time, we're still dealing with the same issues. And there's a lot of things coming up that have to be cleared in order for us to bring that whole thing into oneness, to bring to the open-hearted, fifth dimensional understanding of love. So if we haven't completed our own stuff, or we haven't our own backgrounds and past things, and the world hasn't done that as well on a larger scale, with discrimination and confusion and control issues and all the different things that are going on right now that everyone knows about, we need to be able to clear a lot of these things within ourselves. And also the things that are coming up are to show us what has not been completed. We're actually in a full moon right now. And the full moon is always about, it brings a lot of light into the emotional body, but it also, the full moon is about completing things. So we have an opportunity with the energy of this time period, and also the spring equinox coming up. And the equinox is always about creating balance. So how can we balance out these polarities to come into oneness? And again, it's about compassion for both sides. It's not about trying to get someone to the other side. Or it's not about saying to someone, yeah, that's fine, yeah, that's great. And then on the side going, yeah, but they don't really know. They haven't gone down the rabbit hole, or whatever people say. So, it's about not going back into the polarity. You can say I'm accepting it, but you're also not allowing yourself to, you're switching gears right back into the polarity if you go back into thinking you're the only one. So as you breathe right now, I'm just going to do something with you to help to clear certain karmic patterning. So again, going back to the thing about plugging in or unplugging. So we have to accept that our original higher conscious choice before we came into this incarnation was a good, right, and safe choice when we were sitting there with our councils. We knew we were coming into a time that was not going to be the easiest time on the planet, but we knew that we had a part of us, the ones that came, whether it's doing what we do or people that just do whatever they do, it doesn't matter what we're here to do. It's just a matter of being, our frequency of being, and holding space with intention. So our intention was to be able to accept that higher conscious choice that we made, that our souls made, to come into this body, this time period, this incarnation, with all the things that are going on, but to be in your body. So a lot of time when I work with people, they're like half in and half out, because it's still the effect of past life energetics, that they're still, the filters, that they're still the veils, that they're still living through. It's like looking through a window that's been foggy for a long time, and finally you clear that away, and it's like, wow, I see it in a whole different way now. So in a sense, we're being affected by still a lot of the karma, but we're also being infused with energy to lift that karma, to transmute that karma. And usually when people when they ascend, when someone dies, they say you're ascending, and then you get a bigger picture from wherever we go. And we have we kind of look upon what our lives were about, and what we could have learned, or what we did learn, or what we went through, or what we need to understand. So there's still an ascension in the ascension time now. It's not necessarily for everyone about leaving the planet at this time. It's about, but the feeling of death, that death piece that goes along with it, it's the death of the identification of who we thought we had to be based on past lives, or past in this life, or other dimensions, or wherever that comes from. So it can feel like when you're really opening up and expanding and coming into yourself more, which also requires having your soul fully in your body, and knowing you're still connected to everything. You don't lose that connection. But the idea that when you are in this ascension process and expanding your consciousness, you have to let go of the old identifications of who you thought you had to be in order to survive. And the world is showing us so much survival stuff around us now. So it's sort of like trying to fight, holding on to what we thought was true, even though it may not have been within ourselves from other lifetimes, having to keep protecting ourselves as if, and we're in this at the same time and trying to not feel like we're going to be, well, it's about the death of the identification of who we thought we were, because that slips away as you let go of the karma. So in that, we also then have to integrate the truth of who we actually are. And that all it is remembering what's all underneath everything is we're right there. We don't have to find it or go anywhere to get it. We are that energy. So in a way, part of our kind of plugging in would be, well, the unplugging would be unplugging from the identification of who we thought we had to be to survive, as if there is a need to survive because of issues around us. And the plugging in would be to accept our higher, you can say this to yourselves if you're ready, I accept my higher conscious choice when I sat with my councils of light before I even incarnated into this environment of the earth. While the earth is going through this ascension process, I accept that it's okay for me, that was a good, right, and safe choice, so that I can then allow myself to be in my body, feeling my own divine feminine with my masculine working together, to feel what I know and to express that. I allow myself to accept my higher conscious choice, to know that when I do that, I can accept all choices that I make from my heart, that I feel to know, which is the feminine. And the masculine takes that out and makes it happen. So take a few deep breaths. And as you breathe, just allow yourselves to just relax. You don't have to do anything. Just allow yourself to be. I'm just going to speak to you now in light language. I might use some sound as well. But the light language is to help you to come back to remembering who you really are. I'm going to work with a little bit of sound first to help to clear whatever you need to know, or even not know, but it's helpful to know, but to allow for whatever is going on within you that keeps you in a perception of limitation, that keeps you in fear, that keeps you in separation, that keeps you not feeling whole or supported or accepted or nurtured. So close your eyes and open your hearts to receive. We're working on every one of you listening on this call. But we're also working on the whole group as a whole. Hamyana namare koru koryam Ammana nayan mana de anoro jisharu. Remembering the sacredness of who you are. Shinarokur Vrikishintalianmagodonor Eshianar Yeshinana karemayim yanare. Aliale kisanado. Amaroku sane. Anne do. Shinbriato kundere balangimbara genda do dumbare de kumbangum mere kindara shinde to turingrete. They're telling me to bring through now some sounds that have to do with healing, anything that has to do with dis-ease, not being at ease on some level. It could be in an actual illness, or it can just be within your own being that can create illness. So this is about healing. And we're bringing in the energies, they're saying, of Saint Germain with his violet flame, infusing your body, your mind, your spirit, your soul in your body, and your morphogenetic field that has miasms or little sort of knots, again, from karmic patterning and overlaps of timelines and confusion all around that. So this is about bringing you into a sense of healing, but also awakening you to being multidimensional. And when you live multidimensional, from my experience, it's like you can tap into anything at any time. And you're here in this, but you need to also stay in your body and be in this incarnation while you're also tapped into other dimensions and knowing how to integrate it, how to work with all this. And it's a responsibility, the ability to respond to the choice that you made to come into this lifetime, to be on the planet at this time, knowing it was a good, right, and safe choice. So all these things, the reason it seems like it takes a long time to kind of bring all these things together, we're actually trying to integrate more of ourselves and to still know that we're connected to so many different dimensions simultaneously. But it doesn't have to take away from this incarnation, and we don't have to keep going out of our bodies to connect to something, because we are the same energy that everything is, whether it's in the planet, on the planet, beyond the beyond. That God, Goddess, consciousness, universal spirit, love energy, all-inclusive frequency. It's never separated because we are that. And take a few deep breaths. So we're going to work with a little bit of doing healing work. Healing whatever is going on with you and the cause of it, but also the response to it, so that you don't have to have reactions anymore. Reaction and creation are the same letters. So you get to start to create your life from this point on in a different way, rather than reacting the same way you've had to throughout eons of time. It's not a judgment. It's just an awareness to help you to move beyond all that. So and you can go beyond your parents, you can go beyond your caretakers, you can go beyond your teachers. Doesn't matter. It's your pattern, your path. Everyone has their own path. And even those that are going through being on one side of the war and the other, or however you want to look at it, or just in relationships. Sometimes I wonder, some people can't always even get along with their own families. So I used to ask, how can we create that for an entire planet? And they just keep saying it's possible, because we're all here to learn about, we're here together, all learning about oneness, unity consciousness, goodness for all. But we're playing out history. We're playing out old patterns that have never been completed, and we can't bring everything up to the highest level if we're dealing with lower level frequency. It has to come together as a whole and bring it up and really move it through that way. So we're coming into compassion on the planet, even though it's through, unfortunately, possibly through wars and control issues and perceptions of limitation and all of that. So take a few deep breaths. Just hold an intention. It's really important to hold intentions. I also do a lot of prayers. Maybe I'll do something at the end here. But that I've been told, my guides tell me, and I see it in a lot of people that I work with, that prayers really have an effect, but you have to have You can hold energy and all these things, but you have to have an intention behind it. And you have to be more specific in what you're focusing on. Because the universe responds to for you to be specific. If you're looking for something in your life to happen, if you're asking for more work or more opportunities or relationships, and if you're specific, it's easier for them to bring you into that because they know you're ready for a specific thing. So ask and you shall receive. So ask now for any kind of healing that you would like to have healed within yourself. Have it be about yourself and know that it will be affecting others, the lineage, generations, and ancestries, but also it affects the whole planet. As everyone shifts, everything else shifts. We're all part of the same energy. So take a few deep breaths and listen to these sounds and languages. Excuse me. So try to keep your hearts open as best you can, meaning expand that whole chest cavity. Because we're going to go deep into the energy of your heart to awaken you to the fullness of love, recognizing and remembering that as who you are, and also being able to emanate that into the world. Mano Junianoletin prekinto conimbre kitar inishodur kinshandakurinkia. We go deep into your cells, deep into your atoms, into your molecules, into your strands of your DNA, into all your systems in your body, into everything that makes up the whole of your physicality, but infusing you into the soul to remember the truth of ease as opposed to disease. The truth of allowing yourself to move beyond the past responses or reactions, the veils or the filters that your life has been being lived through that keep you in a perception of limitation, hold you back from the way you'd really like to be, not having to be what people expect you to be, just to be able to be feeling safe. Allowing all that to be dissolved with Saint Germain's violet flame moving through your whole field, burning off the dross internally and externally. We're calling upon the Christed frequency for healing of golden frequency moving through your body, all the way deep into every cell, every little crack and crevice, saturating you. The divine energy of Mother Mary infusing you with blue energy to calm out your system so you can trust that you can move beyond this. So you can trust that as you move beyond this, everything else starts to change in the world. So you have an effect on the world, but you're focusing on you. And the energy of Kuan Yin to help us to have compassion. And she can sometimes cry the tears for you. Rishani gabrikiana rukutoni brikitentotum. Akin ter un irshunori kisar. Tukur imbrikin al elmalakin dan tutukun alanim breki. The earth comes now and she holds space for you. She says she's invited you into this earth, onto her planet during this very specific time. It's a very powerful time of change, she says. She holds you in her heart, so you have a place to be. She anchors you with her gravitational pull to bring more of your soul into your body, to the energy or the life force or love force that feeds your soul. The same way you bring food into your body that feeds the body, she feeds your soul by allowing you to bring through more of your divine presence. Knowing that as you bring through your divine presence, it's a gift to yourself and to be part of all that exists on this planet and beyond simultaneously. As you shift something in you, it has a shift that takes place throughout all time, space, and dimensions. You make a difference. Kosanam marandarim marigindanum. Oshanya tatundidi turshki darit lagin turmananetis tur inturshindurak frigyanturund. Nizazandi dudi shanagaragash. This one is clearing something, helping you. It's one of the. It's what they call the ancient women of wisdom. They're etheric beings, and they're here. They come in. Sometimes they come in groups. This one is here right now for the moment on her own. She's helping to, as if she could just kind of cut through, but with energy. Anything that keeps you in the past, so that you can lift more of yourself into the fullness of presence and into the future. Now they're going to just breathe. Hoshan totoni brakin darishin turusi giladu durushin durdan du good in eniatur shet kurkin tarishanta kolekim lati. And breathe. Now another being is coming through that has to do with bringing these languages of regeneration and rejuvenation of all your cells, your atoms, your molecules, helping for healing. All of these are for healing, but she's bringing that specifically. The regeneration, rejuvenation. She says that you don't have to degenerate as you get older. You can keep regenerating, rejuvenating, recharging your system. Love doesn't disintegrate. And breathe. Idnashana kunale melaki nasalekinana tu tuningrarindare tunda. Feel a golden frequency moving through your whole being, coming through your crown and coming through the back of where your spine is, the back of your heart. This is the Christed frequency, infusing you with healing, instant healing, while Saint Germain brings this violet energy all around your field, through your field, and through your body. And make a choice to call in all parts of your soul to be fully present in your body, knowing it's safe now to be here. Use your breath to breathe deeply and to allow yourself with the earth anchoring with her gravitational pull, more of your consciousness into your body. So some parts of us are unplugging, but some that we don't need anymore, and we're plugging in to bringing ourselves back to be in this body that you chose as your soul's home to live in and express through in this experience on the earth. They're just telling you that it's safe to be. Even in the world that you feel it isn't, which sounds kind of unusual, and for you to hear it that way. But those here are here on this call, and many others. We're here to make a difference, but we have to make a difference by being in our bodies. You don't have to go out of your body to connect to your guides or to your higher self is right within you. That part has the part of you that has the knowing. You can tap also into your divine feminine. That's the part that can just be, to feel, to know, and give that desire, what she desires and what she wants, to the masculine part of you. He just picks up where she leaves off. They're actually divine soulmates. They're mates of the same soul. So she gives that to the masculine. He takes it out in a logical, practical, intellectual kind of way, kind of grounded, and brings it, manifests it, brings it back to her. He gives to her, and she receives from him. So when you have the balance of your masculine and feminine, which most people don't, because part of you, if the feminine energy for many has been afraid to feel so deeply because of lifetimes of all sorts of things, including this one, where it was too difficult to feel. It was a way of just surviving. The masculine, without the direction from the feminine, his survival is he puts things into motion. So he keeps going into motion with his will. So you're using your will to keep going. And that affects your adrenal glands because you're using like your reserve tanks. You're not using your full energy of your life force. So that it's important to be able to now bring your masculine and your feminine together. We can just call them in. We'll just do it in a short way, but just to have an idea of this also. So we call in the feminine from the left side, the masculine from the right side. It's as if they've been looking for their divine partner for eons of time and had one foot in and one foot out, sort of just in case this doesn't work out, but also having one foot in and one foot out, but looking outward into the world instead of within to find their divine partner. So once you have your masculine and feminine working together, outwardly you have fuller collaboration, the energy of collaboration, the energy of connection, the energy to be able to bring forth someone in your life if you want that, to have a fuller sense of yourself and to attract someone who also is in more of that wholeness and compatibility within themselves and you to someone else. So what we're doing when we're bringing these in, we're taking them out of survival mode. It's like having one foot in and one foot out, but you don't get the full experience of either side. And then when they come in, it's as if your heart opens, their hearts open. So the power of three, the whole of you as the heart opened with the two opening with their hearts, and they see each other and they look in, it's like if they could look into each other's eyes, they see deep into their souls and realize this is the soul they've been looking for. It's the other half of them. So it's the true, they don't compete with each other. They do different jobs, but they also, when they work together, they maintain who they are in what they are there in their purpose, but they also get to become greater than the sum of the parts in this collaboration. So take a few deep breaths. Manasana menaki sanamaraki shantala kilakurabrikin sanamareki darabareki farangaranya nana. Ekatim barikita tirabarkita parkita parkita parkitendete tumbaratindare turundare rotu. And bringing in sacredness. Sacredness for being in your body, for knowing you chose to be here in this body that you chose, that you're perfect home for your soul to live in and express through, and to make sure to take care of your body, nurture your body like an instrument if you're a musician and you have a violin. And it's something that the more you expand and you open your consciousness more, the more refined you become, the more maintenance it is. But you're proud of this energy, of this being, this, if it was an instrument, but you're proud, you can be proud of your own body as your home for your soul to live in and express through, a place to be while the earth anchors you and holds you and has invited you to be here, to utilize all that she has offering you so that you can have a full life and you can have a sense of purpose, knowing why you came for yourself and in relation to everyone else. So take a few deep breaths. And as you breathe, just know that every time you breathe, just say to yourself, every time I breathe consciously or unconsciously, I help myself to come more fully into my body, accepting that original higher conscious choice of that commitment that I made. And I can be able to now trust that that was a good, right, and safe choice, and I can take the responsibility for that choice to grow in this experience, to come into a higher level of my consciousness. By plugging back in, it's not that you're really unplugged, it's just the perception, but to come into your body, like it's like a lighthouse. You don't unplug, you just turn the light on, and the lighthouse emanates its energy, and you now have a way to emanate your energy because you're fully lit, fully lit up, fully enlightened, shining. So this is about, and people say when someone has the intuitive abilities, they say, oh, they shine. So this is about shining everything that you are in all aspects of the self of self. It could be your intuition, it could be your intellect, it could be your creativity, it could be your ability to have compassion, love, all of these things. The biggest thing, though, is to remember that we are love. And in that, we're loved, lovable, and loving. So take a few deep breaths. And I don't really know how much time I have left, but I wanted to do a prayer with all of you for the world. Is Joan anywhere near here? Can someone tell me how much time I have left?
Jody, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Perfect. Okay, I didn't mean to pop on. You're doing great. You're doing great. We have a little extra time, but I think we can go 37, 37, at least 10 or 12 more minutes. Right, Omar?
So I was going to do a prayer.
Yeah, our next guest comes on at 1 o'clock. So Jody, you have until about 12:55. I'm just double checking the schedule.
Got about 23 minutes.
Yeah, 12:55. And then
22 and a half.
So 22 and a half minutes.
22 and a quarter now. Right?
That's so wasted. I told you.
I'm
This
just
is so
loving on you,
fantastic.
Jody.
Jody, also, if you mentioned, I just put up about the Crystal Skull Conference, and I know Kathy was asking a little bit about crystal skulls too. You're doing great. Do the prayer, and then maybe if you can say a few little words about that, that would be great too.
Great. Just checking to see also if this is in line with what you asked me to do here.
It's been incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Not a shadow of
Yeah.
a doubt.
This has been amazing. I've been glued to my screen here, just staring at you and looking at the comments coming in, and every single person is totally resonating with you. Go for another hour.
I'll come back.
Yeah, please do. You're amazing. You're absolutely amazing. I love you. You're great.
You love to love. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here. So where am I doing? Okay. So let's see. So the main, just to kind of summarize that. So the main part of that is we really need to remember that we chose to be here. We don't always remember that, but if you can just allow yourself to trust that we chose before we got here to be here, and we knew we were coming into this time period on the planet where there's so much opportunity for us to accelerate our consciousness. And a lot of it is about letting go of the past, which is like letting go of that identification. So it can be frightening sometimes, because you kind of go, once you start doing that, it's like you can't hold on to something that is not in sync with the frequency that you are anymore. So the more you open up, your frequency rises, or not rises, it comes into a different higher frequency, and expands, and it expands all your sensory perceptions. And a lot of people who are healers or teachers of this, I'm finding a lot of my friends, a lot of us go through a lot of health stuff, because it's like your body, your physical body has to be in alignment with the higher frequency of more of you coming in. So as this happens, if anyone's been going through different kind of things and aches and pains and exhaustion and all these things, just to add that to it, that while we're expanding, we're also letting go of one thing, bringing more in of something else. More of our soul energy is coming in, which is a higher frequency of pure love. And the more we bring in, the more we feel that. But our physical bodies are the homes for our souls to live in and express through. So our physical bodies are trying to adjust with the frequency. So it can sometimes be a little confusing about what's going on. And usually I just think it's good to just take a rest, make sure you give yourself the right kind of foods that really feed your body properly, but also allowing yourself to be more fully expressive and doing whatever you need to do, even if it's just to be with yourself, to feed your soul as much as feeding your body. And it's all interconnected, and we're trying to merge and align, and sometimes it feels like a print that's like off center. You just got to get it back on track. So it's all coming together, but I'll do something in this prayer to help to bring everybody back on track with that. And so just take a few deep breaths. Breathing is always helpful. Oxygen does help by living on this planet. So as you're taking a deep breath, I'm just going to do something before I go into the prayer. Imagine that there's a big pyramid around your whole being. It doesn't have to have walls. It's just the image of a pyramid shape, not a triangle, but a pyramid, as if you're sitting in that, and this pyramid is also underneath you as well. Because pyramids in sacred geometry are shapes where energy moves through the shapes for particular purposes based on the shape. So with a pyramid shape, it can be about initiations, initiating change, like when the Egyptians and all these other cultures, they use them to go in there and have initiations, and ceremonies and things. But so it does create an initiation, initiates change. The changes that you need that are for the highest level of what you need for living fully and coming into your higher consciousness. But it's also for integration. So I use that a lot to integrate as I'm going through different shifts and changes and expanding. I imagine a pyramid around me, and just close your eyes for a moment and just breathe, open your heart. I always say open your heart so you can take it in through your feeling level. If you want to imagine that in every cell and molecule and atom of your being, every part of your being and everything that makes up the whole of your physical being, it has that masculine and feminine in every part of you. It's not just like the left and the right side. That was just to bring them in just as an exercise. But it's in all parts of your consciousness, all of that as one. So we're integrating everything that was said today that you can utilize, whatever works for you, that you can just bring it all in as if you're being merged, all the parts of you being merged together now. So you can feel like that coin I was mentioning earlier, to have the awareness of both sides of the different parts of your consciousness, the thought forms, the beliefs, all that. You're bringing everything in. As you breathe, you're aligning your whole being into wholeness. You're bringing yourself into your divine presence in this physical form that's still connected to every dimension, every beyond, and all these different galaxies, wherever your star systems, people identify with being a star seed or an angelic or indigos or all the things, hybrids, all of these things. Just know that when we're doing this, we're allowing for all of those things that we are, which is all part of the same energy of pure love, all-inclusive frequency. So it helps you to remember what you need to. It helps you to remember the fullness of what your divine intelligence is, or your divine creation energy is. It's all part of the same thing. It's not really a separate thing, although we, in this life, in this experience on the earth, we categorize things as if everything is separate, but it's really this. So bring this pyramid around you for integration and wholeness. And while you're in that space and breathing into wholeness, to empower you to be more fully present, I'm going to now say a prayer. So keep your eyes closed if you can. We call upon the hierarchies of love and light, all the benevolent beings from all time, all space, and dimensions. We call upon the Christed frequency for healing. We call upon Divine Mother Mary to help us to trust. We call upon Kuan Yin to help us to have compassion for everyone and everything in all parts of ourselves. We call upon the earth to hold us, to hold the space through her heart, through her love, to anchor us with her vibration of gravity, to anchor us more fully into our bodies, knowing that we're still connected to God, Goddess, all that there is, universe, spirit, whatever you choose to call it, love. We call upon all the guides of everyone from the highest levels to be with us. And as we gather together, we call upon also the energies of Sophia with divine wisdom. We call upon the Shekhinah. All of these are the divine feminine. And the Magdalene energies. We call upon Yeshua and Melchizedek and Sananda, all parts of the Christed frequency. We call upon Babaji, awakening us in the body. As we hold our hearts open and we imagine the world at large, we ask for divine intervention. We ask for any help from wherever it can come from within ourselves with our own intentions, not to hold one side or the other of a polarity, not to be polarized, but to actually ask for God consciousness, love consciousness. I just use the word God. The God consciousness to help us to clarify and heal the pasts so we don't have to keep recreating the past in all different ways that have to do with control or hidden awareness, hidden information, so that we can finally come into an alignment of trust, acceptance, compassion, love, all inclusive for the goodness of the whole in a unity consciousness. And breathe the energy in more as they're infusing us even more now with more energy. We ask for the energy to be evidential, to feel it more, to know what these things that have been said make a difference, to feel the awareness and the knowing, to awaken us, to remember the truth of who we already are. We ask that the earth herself, with all the climate changes and all the shifts and changes she's going through in all different locations on the earth, we ask that all of these things be able to be shifted with energy of love so that we don't have to actually go through anything. We can just become what we already are. We ask to be aware of our future selves, not just of our personal future selves, but of the earth and of all the issues that need to be shifted or transmuted, as if it's already happened. We ask to allow ourselves to know that we are the past of our future selves right now. So we hold an intention together, individually and together, to know that we got through this. We got through this, in terms of what's the future can be a moment later. So in a moment's time, we really can change things. To expect the miracles. Miracles are the things that we don't expect to happen, but they happen anyway. So take a few deep breaths. We ask for peace within and without. We ask for compassion and acceptance, recognition. We ask for the merging of all working together as one. We ask to maintain who we are individually with all our characteristics, all our codes of our consciousness, to be part of a greater whole. So together we hold this space of wholeness unity consciousness, goodness for all. We ask that the past part of ourselves, as we are the future of our past, so now we are shifting and changing things that don't work for us in the past to come into where we are now, and now into the future from before we even did this particular day of all the different speakers so far, and maybe the few days before that, or anything else you're doing or working on, or just being. So we tell ourselves now that as the past is starting to be transmuted, only the things that are meant in terms of truth, we bring it into our bodies as if we could walk in from the past into our bodies healed, and feel ourselves as if we can walk into or just step into for the moment the future selves, meaning could be now from at the moment before, that we can already be healed, we can already be in our unity consciousness, and to know that it's possible, and to never give up hope, to be able to know that we can do this. And we send love to all those beings that have chosen to allow themselves to leave the planet during all these warring times and other things that are happening. We know that they are still part of this. By them leaving, they may be able to help on the other side. By them leaving, they may also be helping those karmically who need to work through issues of loss, that are the ones that are here surviving. We ask that whatever needs to be, we allow it to be in the highest levels, but we ask for dispensations from God consciousness to help us. We ask for help. We know that you are there. We know we are playing out all different roles. We ask that we be able to either accelerate this, but not at the expense of all these lives. We know that people choose, humans choose to come in at a certain time and leave at a certain time. But we ask that this, all the devastation, all the fear, all the replays of old patterning, we ask that Saint Germain transmute that now. Dissolve it, please. Transmutation energy, alchemy, instant shifts, not having to transform or process something. We ask that we all get through this with ease and grace, knowing that we make a difference. We ask that our hearts stay open, emanating the pureness of love always. We give thanks and gratitude for being here as part of what's going on. We recognize the sacredness within ourselves and others. We hold love and support and prayers for all those that have lost their lives and have helped them to make that transition with ease and grace, supported on the other side. For those going through things now in all different ways, not just in the warring areas, but in the wars within ourselves. We ask all of the things that keep us in this, in these playing out these roles, that they finally be shifted and back to absolute truth, love, alignment, integration. And again, we send an extra little prayer for Clarence to help him to get through whatever he needs to get through now with ease and grace and love. We send that to all our friends and family and loved ones throughout all the world. Bashacham malaki lakaretu kurishim. Remembering the sacredness of who we are, individually and as a whole. Breathe, feel the energy moving through you now. Basan asakim asakor ashukoyakta matea 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 matea. Love, 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 love. Amen, 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 amen. So be it, and so it is. In so much gratitude, I say thank you for giving me the chance to be doing what I came here to do, and hopefully it was helpful. Send
my
you
goodness.
blessings.
And so it is. We are so blessed and honored to have this. I think people have just been blown away, Jody. So I put you, just give us very fast, how can people work with you and engage with you?
I'm not gonna get back here.
You're not even in your body. I have your website up.
It's my website is jodisirota.com, JODISEROTA.com. And you can also, if you're interested in doing I do Akashic record readings / healings, individual ones. So if you're interested, there's something on there that you can look on to see what it is. But if you want to be on my mailing list or to even set up an appointment, you can just go to my website. And what else? Or you can call. I won't do that. It's good to go on my website. That's a good way. So
Perfect.
a little spaced out for a second here.
Jody, that was just excellent, sweetheart. We needed it. It was quite a reset and a healing. So, and I want everyone to know I had that wonderful session with Jody, and my past life, my Akashic records, definitely is really a good experience to work with you, love.
Thank you. Sorry to talk about the crystal skulls. I guess we ran out of time, but
you know what? So just for 1 second more, I just want everyone to know that Jody has worked with crystal skulls. She worked with Max for many years and Joanne Parks, right? And she's going to be one of our speakers September 3rd on Portal to Ascension, and I put the link up. Do you want to say, you have like 60 seconds to give your crystal skull anything or say goodbye? Either.
Well, I think I'm also going to be doing something with Sheila Seppi on something coming up with the crystal skulls. So that's on
good.
Wish WISH Alliance.org, I think it is. You get on my mailing list by writing that to me on my website. You'll be on my mailing list, and I'll let you know when that's happening. I think it's in April sometime.
Perfect. And we have our other Crystal Skull Conference, and you and I still talking about doing something exciting. So we got it all going on. Thank you, Jody, so much from the bottom of our hearts. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Oh my God, I'm blown away. That was very, very profound. And I know that Omar, I could feel Omar and Kathy, everyone here online, really excited about this. Well, phew. We have another angel being that's going to be coming online with us. You are going to love her. She's really very new to the channel, to this work with, not new to the work, but new to our groups, really. And I've had the pleasure of working with Victoria Reynolds, the Elohim of Freedom, for the past year. And so she embodies the concept of fearless and free. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about her. She is a spiritual luminary, a story healer, oracle of freedom, and an embodied angel. Victoria was born into a polygamous cult in the mountains of Montana, where she faced a continual barrage of mental, emotional, physical, sexual, and spiritual trauma before running away from home as a teenager. Against all odds, she went on to become a very successful entrepreneur. In 2008, she experienced her midlife transition, resulting in a complete collapse of everything she had built, forcing her to reconstruct her life from the ground up. The economic collapse caused a holy shift. You heard it, holy shift, a complete shift in consciousness. It ignited her spiritual gifts and created an opening for her to become a walk-in. Victoria is following her soul's purpose of assisting the liberation of humanity from fear-based beliefs to creating a world of peace and prosperity for all. She lights the way through her books, programs, and teachings, and through interviewing other thought leaders on her Fearless and Free TV show. So, guys, I am going to bring Victoria Reynolds up. Hello. Hi, Victoria.
Hey, Joan.
All right, I got to shut the door a little bit more. Victoria and
the door is completely shut. I've stuffed pillows under it so I can't hear you, but we still have a little bit of an echo. So I'm going to try to ignore you in the other room and only pay attention to you on the camera. Just
well, okay, here's what we're going to do, Victoria. I'm going to take myself off in a minute when we turn it over to you, because I understand that your guides have some messages for us. Maybe you want to start by telling everyone a little bit about you, and then what messages people have, what message you do have.
That sounds lovely. I don't have the message yet. I've been told I'm going to be bringing a message in a little bit. As you know, I'm here at the Sedona Ascension with you. And I've been at that event all morning. I've popped back into the hotel room where you and I can meet. So this is really fun to be with you.
All right. So I want you to tell everyone how you woke up as a girl and then woke up again. Okay.
I am. I was just kind of prefacing. Okay. Why there's an echo in the room. So I grew up in this polygamist cult, as you mentioned. I was born there. I was in one of only 6 families. That was the only thing I knew from the time I was born until I left home as a teenager. I was very suicidal as a teenager and realized that I needed to either commit suicide or run away from home. So obviously I chose the latter. Growing up in that environment was not a safe place for girls. It was I call it patriarchy on steroids, because it's a belief system that still believes that women are the property of men and that women can't even get into heaven unless they are married to a man who has at least 3 wives. So I was bombarded with that belief from the very, very beginning. And what's really interesting for me is that looking back in my life, I can see that I was very spiritually gifted even as a small child, because I had the ability to see things that the adults around me couldn't see with regard to spirituality. So I would go to church and then I would ask my parents questions that they couldn't answer. I would ask the leaders of my community questions they couldn't answer. And so they just told me that that I was being tempted by the devil. That's why I was asking questions, not to ask questions, not to doubt, that God had it all planned out and that things just are the way they were, and to never question anything. And so I was raised with this concept of blind faith from literally from the time I was born, to only believe what my elders were telling me. Elders specifically meaning the men who ran the religion, and to not question any of it. But one of the things that I was always getting in trouble for is because I was always questioning, and I always wanted to know why, and I always wanted to know how, and I had my own ideas of what spirituality were for me. So for example, I couldn't understand this belief my parents had that God had my life all planned out and that I had no choice in the direction of my life. I couldn't grasp where my own ability to make choices actually mattered in this lifetime, because I was told my choices were inconsequential because God already had it all planned out. So I had no concept of being able to create my own reality, although there was a part of me that always questioned that. Another one of the things I remember saying to my mom when I was little was that I said, Mommy, I feel like this is Earth school. Earth is a school where our souls just come here to learn and then we leave. And I remember her saying, well, that's just one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. Where did you get that crazy idea from? And so I just knew to keep my ideas to myself because they were so different from what I was being raised with. And I was also always very spiritually inclined. I went to church because I wanted to. I wanted to learn about spirit. I wanted to learn about God. I wanted to learn about Jesus, who I now call Yeshua. I wanted to learn higher spiritual concepts, and they just couldn't teach them to me. And I also discovered I had a gift that they called what is the word I'm looking for? ESP. So I could actually see things that, like if you showed me a piece of paper and I could tell you what was on the other side of the paper, that freaked people out. They thought I was possessed by some demon. And then after I left home and I got involved in spirituality, everybody told me it was new age and that was evil, and that I needed to stay away from spiritual concepts and self-help books and crystals, which I find funny because I got my crystals. Which of course we know is simply not true. All of that, those are just fear-based beliefs created by religion to keep us from tapping in and tuning in directly to source. So one of the things I discovered after I had my, what I call my midlife reawakening, my midlife rebirth, my midlife holy shift, as you mentioned, is that what was missing from my life was my connection to spirit. And I discovered then, as I started communicating with my higher self, who now I'll explain to you about Victoria. At the time, I went by the name Margaret. That is my personality self name. It's the name my parents gave me. And at that time, I started to understand that what was missing from my life was my connection to spirit, that had been replaced by marriage and raising children. And so I started getting back in touch with myself, got involved with my spiritual community again that had saved my life literally in my early 20s, and started reconnecting again. And what I started to realize is that the religion of my childhood had actually blocked my connection to God, to source, to the divine. And I started to realize that is the case with most of our religious beliefs. Our religiosity is a better word for that, is that they are fear-based beliefs disguised as love. And I started really understanding how all of these beliefs in our religiosities actually block us from directly connecting to the divine that is within every single one of us, to the Holy Trinity, which is the Mother, the Father, and the Divine Child. So even our religiosities took the Divine Mother out of the Trinity and named it an unnamed face of the Spirit of God. That is the Divine Mother that exists in all things. And so part of my role is to also restore her to her place alongside the divine masculine, so that we begin to understand that we are all aspects of both the mother and the father and the child. We are all that. And that our religiosities have prevented us from really understanding and accessing our divine connection to the divinity that is within every single one of us, as streams of consciousness, of the divine consciousness having a human experience. And so for me, what I know is that my role on the planet is to teach people how to move out of fear-based beliefs and into love-based truths, and to really begin recognizing where everywhere in our lives fear is playing a role, because we've been living in a fear-based reality for thousands of years. My understanding is it got pretty rooted here approximately 11,000 years ago. It started about 12,500 years ago and really anchored in about 11,000 years ago. And that's what the story of the Garden of Eden is all about. It's when fear basically came in and started running the show on our planet. And we're attempting now to return back to the garden. And I call it Gaia's garden, the garden of love, the garden of the Divine Mother. And that is where we all come back and come home to the true essence of who we are. And as we recognize our fear-based beliefs, we can then start transmuting them with love-based truths. And all truths, the whole truth, is always based in love. So if there are any beliefs that are surrounding you that sound like, if there's an if attached to them, if there's a condition attached to them, they are based in fear. It's a really, really simple way of being able to recognize fear-based beliefs, because they do disguise them themselves really, really well. We see them all over our religiosities. If you love me, then you'll do this. If you love your family, for example, just the one word that's floating around in the world right now. If you love your family, you'll take the jab to the arm, that kind of thing. And so they're really easy to recognize if you know how to look for them. If there is a condition attached to the belief, it means that it's based in fear, because love is always 100% of the time, it is pure and it is unconditional. And how many of us were raised with the belief that God's love is unconditional, and then there's a whole big long list of conditions attached to it? Those are all fear-based beliefs. The truth is that love, the pure love of Source, has no conditions attached to it. It is pure love. It is purely given. And it is unconditional for every single being on the planet at all times. We just need to accept that within ourselves. And the issue is that we've placed so many conditions on ourselves that we only know how to love ourselves, and we only know how to love others in that same way. So as Yeshua, the Christed One, once said, love each other as I, the Creator, has loved you, and love each other as you love yourselves. The greatest issue on our planet is that we are loving each other the only way we know how, with the list of conditions we were told that God loves us, and the list of conditions we've placed on ourselves. So when we live our lives with those fear-based beliefs and all the conditions that we've placed around ourselves, and the conditions we believe God has placed upon us, that is the only way we know how to love others. So it's really, really important that we do the work to recognize every belief that we are holding within ourselves that has any kind of a condition attached to it, recognize that it's a fear-based belief, and begin overwriting it with love-based truth. The truth is always loving 100% of the time. And I know that's really difficult for a lot of people to understand when they look around at what's happening on the planet with those who are working on behalf of the dark contrast, if you will. I prefer not to use good versus evil, right, wrong, duality, reality. That's all of that, us versus them, is part of the old world that we are moving out of. The world that we are creating, this new earth that we are creating, is 100% loving. My understanding is that when this world is finished creating, fear will not even exist on this planet. It will be something that will be a bygone, and humanity will look back and say, wow, I can't believe human beings ever hurt each other. I can't believe human beings ever believed that there was a lack or that we needed to take from someone else in order for us to get. I can't believe human beings ever had this crazy thing called competition. That's all old world. That is the world we're moving away from. That is the world that was created by the contrast to keep us in fear and control and divided against each other. That is what we're moving away from. And in order to move into this new reality, this new earth, this heaven on earth, this 5D love-based reality, pick a label that works for you. In order to move into that reality, we need to be willing to question everything we have ever believed about everything. Every belief we've ever held about who we think we are, every belief we've ever held about our religiosities and our religious beliefs, every belief we've ever held about our spiritual nature, every belief we've ever held about our history, every belief we've ever held about everything. We need to be willing to question all of it. We need to be willing to decipher it. We need to be willing to look at it and see if it's based in fear or if it is truly, genuinely, purely based in divine, absolute, unconditional love. Because if it isn't based in that, it is not true. It's that I'm being reminded of that term, that fear is what is the word? An acronym for false evidence appearing real. It really is that. It is not real. Fear is a false narrative that was created to keep us from our connection to the divine. Now, I use a different acronym for fear. I use face everything and rise. Because when we face fear and we rise above it, it actually ceases to exist because it cannot exist in the presence of love. Just as darkness cannot exist in the presence of light, there's no such thing as a dark switch. You walk into a room, you turn on the light, and the darkness is gone. When you walk into fear and you face it with pure love, fear cannot exist. It is powerless in our presence. We just need to find that within ourselves. And that's what it is to really tune in, to be in attunement. And that's really what the Christed one, what Yeshua, the one we call Jesus Christ, meant. That's what was really meant when they say that he atoned for our sins. It wasn't about atonement. It was about teaching us what attunement looks like. Even on the cross, he was teaching people to forgiveness. Forgive others for not knowing what they don't know and not knowing what they didn't know. That's what attunement looks like, to always be in perfect, absolute attunement with the Holy Mother and the Holy Father, the Holy Trinity, which is in every single one of us. The Holy Mother, the Holy Child, and the Holy Father are all of us embodied. Now, maybe not to the full extent that Yeshua was embodied as an example of what the human experience is capable of. Ultimately, we are all capable of what he was capable of, and that he was an example of what is possible for all of us when we live our lives from pure, absolute, divine love in all things. So ultimately, that's what I'm here to teach. I've been asked by Yeshua about 10 years ago to teach what he taught. Not what religion says he taught, but what he actually taught. And so he is my master teacher. He is the master teacher for planet Earth. And he teaches me what he really meant when he said what he said and what he really meant when he traveled the earth and what he really meant when he was communicating with the Divine Mother and the Divine Father as the Holy Trinity through him. Now, who is Victoria? So I was born, as I mentioned, as Margaret. That was the name my parents gave me. That was the name that was chosen for me when I incarnated at birth. And in 2012, actually in 2010, I began communicating with my higher self. Margaret began communicating with my higher self, who is Victoria. The higher self, my higher self, is Victoria, the Elohim of freedom. I am the Elohim of freedom embodied in this body at this time to help liberate humanity from the fear-based reality and create heaven on earth. Obviously, I'm not doing this by myself. There are hundreds of millions of us across the planet. There are starseeds, there are Elohim, there are angels, there are all kinds of angelic beings incarnated at this time to help liberate humanity from this enslavement matrix, fear-based reality that humanity and the planet have been living in for many thousands of years. And I am here now, along with all of my angelic realm, all of my brothers and sisters, to help create this new earth that is based entirely, solely, and wholly in divine love. That we get to the point that there isn't anything but that, where there is no war, there is no rumor of war, there is no desire to cause harm, there is no desire to take from another, there is no competition. There is only love, mutual support, and the love of spirit through every single one of us. That is what we are creating. And I know that's really difficult for a lot of people to imagine as you look around and all you see is all this suffering around you and all the harm that's being propagated on the bodies of humanity and all life on earth, the planet herself. Know that all of that is going away. Because the truth is that love always wins and light always wins. And we are moving on to the light side of the galaxy where this cannot, the agenda that the dark side, the dark contrast is attempting to propagate on humanity will not succeed. They can try as hard as they want. They can tell us what they want us to vision for them. It won't work. There are too many of us that know what's really going on in the world. And that number is growing exponentially every single day. Humanity is setting itself free. Every single person on the planet is the one they've been waiting for. And it's time for all of us to lock arms. It's different than the old saying of, the army of light. Well, that's different. In this battle, there are no weapons other than the sword of truth and the armor of love. And we all lock arms, right? Arm in arm. That's what we're doing all across the planet. No weapons of any kind need to be lifted. What needs to be lifted are our hearts up into the heavens. We need to be singing. We need to be dancing. We need to be rejoicing. We need to be loving. The more we focus on the world we want to create, the faster that world will be created because our vision creates reality. Every choice we make creates reality. Every thought we have creates reality. Every vision we have creates reality. This is why it's so important to stop focusing on what they want us to focus on and focus on the truth that we get to create a new world. We're creating it right now from the ground up. And here's the wonderful thing, the extraordinary thing. We wouldn't even be able to imagine it if it didn't already exist. In the imaginal realm, in the field of creation, the new earth we want to create already exists. It's simply up to us to make it physically manifest. And we do that through our words, through our choices, through our thoughts, through our conversations, and through our visions. This is where our power lies. This is where we are created in the image of God. We are all creators. We are all divine love. We are all Mother, Father, Creator working through every single one of us. We are all the divine intervention we seek. We are all that. We're all aspects of the great I am, surging through every single one of us. The saying, with God, all things are possible, and this is true. God flows through every single one of us. That is the divine love that is in every one of us. Divine love through us makes all things possible. It's us. Too many people are waiting around for a leader. They're waiting for a president or a prophet or a minister or Jesus to set us free from this reality we've been living in. The truth is, it is in every one of us. Every single one of us has been touched with the Christ consciousness. The second coming of Christ is in every one of us. And it's time for each of us to stand up and recognize that within ourselves. None of us are separate from Source, and none of us are separate from each other. We are all the mother, the father, and the child embodied as all of us. Now, we are obviously not all God. I am not God, and neither are you, but we are all aspects of all that. And the divine through us creates the world we envision. One of my frustrations is how much time so many of you are putting on what's wrong with the world. I see it on the Telegram channels. I see it on the YouTube channels. I see it on the Facebook. All the focus on this is what the dark side has planned. Don't for a moment, for not one single moment, put any energy into that. Simply by repeating those stories and sitting around and complaining about them, you are energizing them. By spewing any hate at all to those who are propagating the dark side, you are actually feeding it. It feeds on anger. It feeds on fear. It feeds on your conversations. So yes, recognize it. Don't for one moment energize it, because your energizing it is part of what's creating it into existence. So you can look at it and say, I see what the dark side has planned here, and this will not exist in my reality. You get to choose whether that is your reality or not. And if enough of us say, I see what you have planned here, and in my reality, this does not exist, it will not exist. Now, this is different than sticking your head in the sand and pretending, or putting the blinders on your eyes and being ignorant of what the dark side has planned. It's not that. It is important to recognize what they have planned, because our job is to dismantle it. Our job is to diffuse it. Our job is to dispel it. Our job is to transmute it. So to understand what they have planned is important. Otherwise, that puts you in a place of ignorance like everyone else out there who has no idea what's going on the planet. So it's important to know about it. However, not energizing it, not complaining about it, not putting any ounce of a vision into it whatsoever. You can simply say that might be what your plans are, but I reject it and substitute it with my own reality. I reject that reality and substitute my own. In my reality, we are moving into heaven on earth. In my reality, we're moving into 5D, unconditional love, pure loving reality, where there is no competition and there is no suffering. There is nothing but freedom of the spirit and freedom of the human vessel to create miracles for themselves and for each other. That's what is possible for us when we move out of fear and understand what we are truly capable as divine love embodied in each one of us. This is an avatar. This is just a physical vessel that divine love works with and moves through. And we can reject everything else. The more of us who choose to reject that reality and substitute our own, the faster we will create the reality we seek. Now, if you're wondering about Victoria, how that happened, that is a question people ask. So in 2011, my personality self, who was then Margaret, was connected with her higher self, who is me, Victoria. And over the years, I began to embody into this body and take over the personality self. As I was teaching her how to remedy her own suffering, remedy the stories from her past, remedy the childhood traumas, remedy the fear-based beliefs. So over the years, Margaret started teaching my Victoria's messages back in 2011, and I have since fully embodied in this body as Victoria Elohim of Freedom. Margaret has a spot on the bus, a little special spot in my heart for my children, and I'm now fully embodied in form, and I'm here wholly and solely on behalf of the freedom of humanity, specifically the spiritual freedom of humanity. And the reason for that is that all freedoms are ultimately spiritual freedoms. And that's something I teach about as well, that whatever the freedom is that you desire, whether it is physical freedom, emotional freedom, mental freedom, financial freedom, all freedoms are ultimately spiritual freedoms, because we are all spirit having a human experience. And once we understand that everything is a spiritual experience, that is when you can begin to see how easy it is to transmute and transform the darkness into light, and transmute and transform all fear into love, because there really is nothing other than love and light. That fear is merely a I don't want to say lack of, because I don't believe in lack, but it is the lowest vibration of love. Fear is the belief that there is a lack of love, but there really is no such thing as a lack of love. It is all things. It is everywhere present. It is all that is. It is what all things are made of. It's impossible to disconnect ourselves from it, because it is everywhere present. It flows through our veins. It flows in the sand and the grass beneath our feet. It flows through the air. It's what we're made of. It's the glue that binds all things together. We only think we're separate from love because we've been taught that we are, and the truth is that's impossible to be separate from it. And darkness is merely the absence of light. And the darkness exists for a purpose. The reason the darkness we're experiencing exists is so that we can find our own light within it. We wouldn't be able to see our light if the contrast didn't exist. So what's happening on the planet right now is the darkness is being exposed. We're seeing it real and present right here in our moment, so that we wake up. It exists specifically so that we can wake up to our light. So when people ask, why is it that God is allowing all this darkness to happen? It's because the darkness is allowed to exist so that we can find the light. That is ultimately what we came here to experience as souls. We chose to experience the contrast. We wanted to see if we could find our light in the darkness, and we wanted to see if we could find our love within the presence of fear. And as we do, as each one of us do, the earth will be forever changed, because when enough of us find our light and enough of us find our love, the fear and the darkness will be transmuted into the nothingness from whence it came, because they only exist as a mechanism for our own soul's learning. And once we learn through that, this planet becomes a place of peace. I was shown years ago that this planet is a learning planet until we as a collective of souls determine for it to be a place of peace. That is what we are creating. That is what New Earth, Heaven on Earth, 5D, love-based reality, again, whatever term you choose, is all about turning this planet into a planet of peace, of heaven on earth, of peace on earth, as a respite for the souls of humanity, and a respite for others across the galaxy who will be coming here on vacation. I know that's really difficult to imagine right now because of what we see attempting to play out in this world. Remember, it's not playing out, it's just attempting to. And the resonance that we hold within ourselves will determine how long it takes to become New Earth. That is a question people ask me all the time. How long is this going to take? And the answer is, it's up to you. It's up to every single one of us how long it takes. The longer we hold any aspect of our existence in resentment, the longer it takes for heaven on earth to manifest. The longer it takes for us to hold any aspect of ourselves in any aspect of our individual and collective story in resentment, the longer it will take for heaven on earth to manifest. Ultimately, all of this is about each and every one of us doing the work to find the fear-based beliefs within ourselves, do the shadow work of recognizing any darkness that exists within ourselves, and do the work to find pure, divine, absolute love within ourselves in all things. When we do, that is when we get to experience heaven on earth, because heaven on earth is within ourselves. And when enough of us create it within ourselves, it will physically manifest for the whole. That, for those of you who have been asking how we create heaven on earth, is how we do it. No one is going to bring it to us. It's inside every single one of us to create it within ourselves. That is what Yeshua meant when he said that heaven is at hand. It's right here. It's in our hands. It's within every single one of us. We just have to get over ourselves. We have to get over our fear. We have to get over our doubt. We have to get over our dissension. We have to get over our blame. We have to get over resentment. We have to get over every single one of those. All of those are based, their beliefs that are based in fear. When we get over ourselves and come home to the truth that we are all divine love having a human experience, and we remember that. I use the word remember a little bit differently. It means to remember that. Remember that we were all born as divine love embodied. And as we move through life, we dismember aspects of ourselves we believe to be unworthy and not lovable. And this is about remembering every aspect of ourselves, bringing all those broken aspects into the whole of who we are, love up everything that we are, no longer holding any aspect of our lives or ourselves or anyone who's been present in our lives in any way, shape, or form in resentment at all to any of it. And that is possible when you do the inner work, and you do the work that requires bringing up all of those stories and thoughts and beliefs you might have shoved down and pretended didn't exist. You got to be willing to bring them up. That's the hard part. That is part of questioning everything you've ever believed. Everything you've ever believed about yourself, your belief systems, what we've been taught, our histories. Everything needs to be brought up for questioning. Everything needs to be brought up, and you take it out and you lay it across the table, the buffet of beliefs, and let's start taking a look at them. When you do, you'll begin to recognize which ones were based in fear, which ones were manipulations of the human spirit, which ones were created from connecting you to the divinity that's within yourself and the divine of all that is, the one source, creator, creatress that is all things. Our religiosities were set themselves up as middlemen, and they're not necessary. Now, this isn't to say that your religion is bad or wrong. I'm just, because you are where you are, because your soul has you where you are. If your soul wanted you someplace else, you would be someplace else. It's that simple. Your soul put you into that family that you were born into. Your soul has you right now experiencing what it is you're experiencing because there's something you need to learn there. And your soul is desiring for you to rise above it into pure absolute love, where all things become possible. Every desire you have in your heart already exists. It's simply a matter of manifesting it through you. And trusting the divine love that is all things, and the one that created it all and holds it all together. When you're in that place of pure absolute trust and pure absolute knowing, your life becomes a walking miracle. And there isn't anything you can't do, because God through you makes all things possible. Now I'm feeling that there's a message that wants to come through me. I'm looking to see, Joan, how much time do I have? About 30 minutes. I'm looking at the little timer at the top.
Till about 1:55. So
Okay. Okay. Till about 1:55. I probably should look at my clock and see what time it is. Okay, so I have about 20 minutes. Okay, so that's enough time for me to bring in a little message for all of you. Okay, so let's close our eyes and take a nice deep breath. And get anchored into that heart space, that loving heart center that exists within every single one of us. This is a heart-based reality we are creating. And so it is time, if you have not yet, to add the word heart into everything we do. Mind, body, heart, and spirit in all things. And as we activate the heart, the consciousness of the heart in all things, that feeds into the reality we are creating. We are activating the divine heart within all of us. Invoking now the divine Father, the divine Mother, the divine child into the heart of each of us, now present on this show and in the future for all of you who are watching. Calling forward the Holy Father, the Holy Mother, the Holy Trinity, the Holy Child that is all of us, the Christed Child, into every person's heart, knowing that each one of us is an embodiment of that Trinity. Asking now if there's a message that wants to move through me on behalf of all of humanity from this Holy Trinity to each of you. As one voice through me. Calling forward the divine truth of the Father, the wisdom and healing of the Mother, and the lightheartedness, the diamond light of the Christed Child. Asking for the message that wants to move through me now to each one of you. We want you to know, dear sweet child, that you have never been separate from us, that you have never been anything other than pure, absolute love. We see you now as the pure child that you are, the human child, the human creation is to us like that of a small child, a young child who is just learning to walk, just learning to speak, just learning to love, just learning how to play nicely on the playground with the other children. We see through each of you your infinite possibilities. We look at you the way any parent looks at their small child and sees, oh, what pure love you are, what you are purely capable of. We see what you can do when you finally grow up, and yet don't be in such a hurry to grow up, because the heart of a child is that pure innocence, that lightheartedness, the laughter, the joy. That is what was meant for each one of you. Life was never meant to be hard. We were never meant to have hard work. You were never meant to suffer. It was never our will for any of you to suffer. That was a misbelief created by those who wish to hold you in fear. It has always been our will for you to experience joy and nothing but that. The suffering humanity is experiencing is because of the choices I've allowed you to make, we've allowed you to make. Every choice you make creates your reality. And you wanted to learn through the contrast, and therefore that is why you are learning through the contrast. The reason you're experiencing suffering is because of the choices you have made that lead to that suffering. We say to you now, make better choices. We say to you now that every choice must be made in conscious choice, no longer allowing your choices to be made by anyone around you, no longer allowing your choices to be made by default of something someone told you, no longer allowing your choices to be made in the default of fear because that's what you've always known. Now comes the time of conscious choice. And in conscious choice, that is where you will find us everywhere present. That is where you will create the reality you desire to create. That is where you will find us speaking to you about what's next and what's best. It is time now to get out of your minds and be in your hearts. Yes, you heard that. It is time to get out of your mind and be in your heart. Everything you do from this moment forward must stem from the love in your heart, the place where you connect to absolute, pure, unconditional, relentless love. Out of your mind and into your heart. Far too many of you are trying to overthink all of this. There is no thinking. There is only loving. There is only asking, how can I see this through the eyes of love? How can I choose this through the eyes of love? How can I do this through the eyes of love? And then you'll begin to see every experience in your lives the way we, the Holy Trinity, see all things. There is no judgment in any of it. There is only all of you experiencing what it is to experience your reality. And now as you wake up to recognize how fear has played a role in your reality, you begin to create what so many of you have desired for so long. Like a child that's waiting for Christmas for those favorite toys you've been waiting for heaven on earth. And we say to you now that it is coming. It is coming because it is the desire of your heart. And each of you are stepping up and stepping into the roles that are necessary to make that happen. That heart light is being activated within every single one of you. And once that light is awakened in you, it cannot be shut down. It is the light-heartedness of the Christed child through you. It is the infinite love and healing of the Divine Mother through you. It is the guidance and the direction of the Divine Father through you. It is always there, always present within every single one of you. You need to only let go of your mental concepts of how you believe things need to be and move into your heart space and trust. Trust in yourselves, trust in each other, and trust in divine timing, and trust in the divine love that creates all things, that is all things, that knows all things. Trust in that. And the reality you seek to create will manifest in an instant. Because when you are all living in that, the reality that is attempting to play out in your world cannot exist. Because it cannot exist in your presence. You are all the ones you've been waiting for. You are all me, the divinity, working through each of you. You ask for divine intervention, and that is you. It is time now to stop saying what's in it for me, and let your words always speak what is in it for we. The oneness of humanity, the oneness in love, the oneness in divine spirit, the one creator through each of you. None of you have ever been separate from us, from divine, except that your beliefs have told you so. It is time now to let go of all of those beliefs that have any of you in division and separation, understanding that all of those were created in fear. Because those who work in behalf of the dark are terrified of you remembering who you are. And they are terrified only because they have forgotten their own divinity. They have forgotten that they too are all aspects of divine love embodied as them. And someday they will also find their way home to me, just as you have now. That is all for now, our dear sweet children. Remember to be like a child in all things, in the awe and the wonder and the lightheartedness in all things. And in that you will set yourselves free. In that your spirit will be free to play, and you will feel the joy that you are all meant to experience. That is my will, and my will be done on heaven as it is on earth. It is so, and so it is, and so it shall always be, and it is so. Well, that was a message for all of you today from Source, from the Holy Trinity. So for those of you who have had issues with the Holy Trinity and wondering what it is, that my understanding from what I've been told is that Yeshua was the greatest example of what the Trinity looks like in human form. We all have that ability within ourselves, and that the Creator Creatress wanted to show each of us what was capable, which is why it chose to step into the human form of Yeshua, the one we know as Jesus Christ, so that we could all see what we are capable of. And he is the greatest example of that, of how our lives can look when we go through life engaging in nothing other than pure love. When we love ourselves the way Source Creator loves us, when we love each other that way, that is how we create the reality we all desire to seek, and that is how we set ourselves free. There isn't anything other than that. And I have a couple of minutes. Joan, do you have any questions for me before we finish up? No, you have yourself muted. Okay, I can
now you can
hear you in the other room.
I'm unmuted now. Okay, I'm going to turn the sound and whisper. Okay, Victoria, why don't you tell us a little bit about like this changing of your name, like not changing, but this transformation of your name into the Elohim of freedom that's actually just happened the last few weeks.
Oh,
like that you fully embraced it.
Yes. So as I was saying earlier, I discovered, my personality self discovered in 2010 that her higher self was Victoria, Elohim of freedom. So in 2012, I started saying that I wanted to embody what I was explaining to the personality self is that I need to have boots on the ground. The reason there are many of us who are from the angelic realm, ascended masters, benevolent ETs that are here right now in physical form, is because we needed to have boots on the ground. There's a lot of things we can do in the spiritual realm. There are things that we also need to do physically here. And so we have chosen to embody in human form. It's kind of like, it's like wearing an avatar. It's like, we're angels in disguise. And so what I was explaining to my personality self back in 2012 is that I wanted to fully embody. Now, my personality self was very resistant because I knew that meant letting go of a lot of the things in my life. At the time, that also meant leaving my human partner I call my husband. And then in 2018, it made very clear that I needed to fully embody. And so I fully embodied on September 6th, 2018. And I went to the man I was married to and I said, things are going to be very different now. There are things I'm not going to put up with. I'm not going to tolerate living with an alcoholic. He was an alcoholic. Lovely, lovely, lovely human being. He's still one of my very dearest friends, and I will always have a place in my heart for him. There were things I was simply no longer willing to tolerate and that I needed to set myself free from in order for me to be all that I'm here to be. And I was in an environment where I was keeping myself small and living in this three-dimensional environment he had created for me to live in. I needed to set myself free from that. So I have since become divorced. That divorce was final a few months ago. And I came to the realization a couple of months ago that I needed to tell the world who I am, that the world is finally ready to know who I am. I am Victoria Elohim of Freedom embodied in this body. There is only one Victoria Elohim of Freedom. If you Google her, you will probably find my website, but you'll also find a couple of other places where people are channeling the Victoria Elohim of Freedom, and you'll find out more about who I am as one of the 7 teams of Elohim, one of the original creators of planet. I am guardian of freedom of choice, which is why I speak so much about the importance of conscious choice. I was shown a couple of months ago, about a year ago, that conscious choice is now going to be the new prime directive because those who work on behalf of the dark side have figured out a loophole where they created manipulated choice, unconscious choice. And so now we're moving into a place where humanity is moving into conscious choice. So every choice we make has to be conscious. So I did come out of the spiritual closet 100%, started telling people about my walk-in experience, how I embodied, why I've embodied, why I'm here. It took me that long to do that because my personality self was afraid. There was that one last final fear. There was a big hump I needed to get over because there are a lot of us, and I know there are some of you watching who are still hiding out in the spiritual closet. And I know what that feels like. And I want you to know, for most of you, it is safe to come out of the spiritual closet. I do know there are some angelic beings here who have decided it's not time yet for them to come out. For me, it felt like it was time for me to come out of the closet and really start speaking to humanity about who they really are and what they're really capable of and how we move into this love-based, completely free experience that we're moving into. So Joan, does that answer your question?
Yes, that completely answered my question, love. We have about 2 minutes. So what do you do with people? How can they find you and how can you help them? Like, what do you do?
You can find me at victoriareynolds.com. I made that as easy as possible for people. What I help with, I have several things. I have several classes on my website that you can take. The Transcendence class is specifically for what I call spiritual newbies. So if you are newly awakened and you're like, oh my gosh, I don't know what's next, the Transcendence process class will help you with recognizing the fear-based beliefs and transcending the fear-based reality. That's the process I gave to my personality self when she first started having the spiritual awakening. I first started having spiritual awakening after the 2008 recession. It's the process that I use to help other people find and recognize and work through their shadows and fear-based beliefs. I have a free book on my website right now. It is Rise Up. It's a simplified guide to what's happening on the planet right now. So if you're brand new waking up, you will love that book. just one little quick clarification. There is a bug with my website right now. So if you go to my website and try to download the free book, it probably won't work. So just send me an email that says, hey, it didn't work. Can I get my free book? And I will email it to you. There's a little glitch that my team is working on right now.
It's going to be all fixed soon.
It is going to be all
my
fixed.
designer.
It's fantastic. Joan hooked me up with somebody that's going to take my website to a whole another level. There's actually going to be a membership site there as well for people who choose to be part of the private membership. I do personal sessions. So if you have issues you want to work through, I do what I call issue resolution. And I have several other types of sessions there. If you look at the sessions page, it's like, if you go to shop and look at the very bottom, you'll see spiritual sessions. You'll see the kind of sessions that I do. I do one-on-one as well as classroom work. I have something called 6D Money Tree. That's about growing prosperity in the 6th dimension. That's actually where, as I said, this new earth that's created already exists. That is where things already exist. It's just a matter of learning how to physically create them so you can learn how to work the 6th dimension as well. And I think that's it. And then my YouTube channel is on Fearless and Free TV on YouTube. I do a lot of spiritual teaching there. I have something called Spirit Lift Sunday, and I interview really, really interesting guests. So you can find me there as well.
Amazing, Victoria. It is just wonderful. I'm standing here in the corner so we don't echo out. I just want everyone to know that working with Victoria, having Victoria, listening to her, she's always wise. She seems to have a direct connection to source, to the teachings of Jesus, to inner workings, and always a surprise to hear like the philosophy that comes through you and the wisdom, love. So I'm so glad you joined us. I'm so glad to know the Elohim of freedom.
Thank you so much for inviting me to be here.
We will see you next time. All right. Okay, I can turn the sound up now. Let's see. I'm not echoing. She was wonderful. Something I didn't tell you about Victoria is that she had told me that not that she told me, my guides told me that she really was one who interprets the teachings of Jesus. And she does it effortlessly. It's quite phenomenal. Well, you did a great job, Victoria. So thank you. And now I know that we do have, I think we have Leanne coming up. Let's see where she is. So up we have Omar. I'm in the void.
Omar. He's the greatest guy in history. That was epic from Victoria. Thank you very much. Just totally amazing. And what sacred knowledge came through her. That was really amazing. That's divine feminine. And we've created like this beautiful energy today from all our speakers. I'm just so impressed and just taken back by all this wisdom and all this information. And, it's amazing. So thank you, Dr. Joan, for bringing Victoria Reynolds on.
We have the Angel Brigade in full regalia today. Okay.
I love it.
We're spreading the wisdom. So, right. So this is great. I know that I have another guest I'll be introducing, but not for a few more minutes.
We have Michelle Falcone that is coming up next.
I don't see her.
I'm not seeing her either. So maybe can you shoot her a message and maybe I'll bring.
I'm about to get her, and no, I'm going to introduce her for all of you, but let me go make sure we got her.
So guys, while we are doing that, let's just quickly go through our schedule as to what we have coming up here for the rest of the day. So I will toss my like that, and let's see if we can get back here to add it. There we go. I'll shut my cam for a minute so you guys can see. We have a wonderful rest of the days. We are on day 7, so right here. So we have Michelle Falcone coming up. And then after Michelle Falcone, we have Dr. Rita Louise coming up. That's going to be a wonderful, wonderful upload. And then after that, going to have a beautiful conversation with Ford about music. And then after that, we have Claudia Thompson. I'm really looking forward to this, guys. She is an astrologer, and she's going to be doing a astrological reading on me. I sent her the information about a week ago, so really looking forward to this conversation. Had a great conversation with her last week, and we really resonated, so I'm looking forward to that. And then after that, our buddy Sheila Seppi from the Wish Alliance is going to be on. She's going to give us a upload, so totally looking for that. And you guys know that Sheila is a walk-in, so she's going to be discussing her walk-in experience, just as we did the other night with Nicole Richmond and our friends. And tomorrow looks really good as well. It's March the 19th, and we are going to open. This has actually been reversed. We're going to open with Greg Bornstein. After that, we will have Rachel Otto, and then Yasmin Yashi, and then, of course, a stretch with our beautiful Leanne Curtis. After that, we have Mark Fiorentino, and then we have a pre-recorded interview that we're going to do for you guys, which is with April and Jay Matta. Our buddy Kathy Mason did that one, so looking forward to seeing that. And then after that, we have Dean Lacrosse. He is an Aboriginal elder who's going to come on and give us a upload on Ulu Love. And then after that, we have an inspirational talk coming by Ray Davis. And then after that, we have our beautiful Constance Victoria Briggs, who's going to be talking about the moon. And then after that, we have Jerome Calvar, who's going to talk about the present time alignment. And then again, a stretch with our beautiful Leanne Curtis. And then after that, we're going to go to our Aussie friends. We're going to have Barry Eaton come on in the evening. And then we will close the evening off with Phil Gruber. Really looking forward to Phil Gruber. That's going to be a epic download. What is going on here? Am I... Start camp. There I am. I thought there was something wrong there. And I will bring Dr. Joan on, because looks like Michelle Falcone is in the house, guys. Let's see some love. And thank you very much to everyone who has given, donated and super chats and all of that stuff. We totally appreciate it. It helps us in a great deal to continue to bring you conscious-based content such as this that we are doing here at Humanity Unplugged. So with that being said, Dr. Joan, I will remove myself, and you can bring Michelle on anytime you like.
I will bring her on in a minute. I have to say, this is the first conference I've ever done that runs ahead of schedule. All right. We are, and because we're running ahead of schedule, we're also learning to go with the flow and to not be attached to the way anything is. So our upcoming guest is actually ready. Her name, I want to tell you a bit about her. Her name is Michelle Falcone. She is a crystal skull wisdom channeler and the creator of the crystal frequency attunement method of healing. She's a gifted intuitive, a teacher, energy worker, and psychic medium. Michelle's heart-centered approach to working with clients also includes being a CMFW and Access Bars facilitator through Access Consciousness, and she's a Reiki master, a board-certified hypnotherapist, and trained in various other additional healing modalities and group facilitation methods, including crystal healing, intuition, NLP, and heart-centered communication. She's very talented. She's the caretaker for 23, get that, 23 and counting crystal skulls, including Mana, a 44-pound quartz crystal skull, which she also uses in her healings, offerings, and readings. She combines her talents and tools to create a roadmap to self-realization for her clients. She believes that all people have their own healing abilities, and she creates space for people. So I'm going to bring her on, and she can tell you a little bit more about her. Let's see something. There we go. Wonderful. Michelle.
Hi, Joan. How are you?
I'm sorry we took you by surprise. We are early. We are flying.
That's good. That's good. It's all okay. It's good. I was here, and it worked out. Thank
I'm
you
just
so much for having me on. I so appreciate it. I really loved working with you last time we worked together. And this event is amazing. I'm so grateful to all the people who have participated and all the hard work that went into putting it on. So thank you so much.
the speakers are extraordinary. We have to thank Omar and Rob and their guides for this concept of Humanity Unplugged. Obviously, they were filled with a vision and inspiration, and we're living it right now. But
Yeah.
I'm happy to bring you out to people. I think our audience will love you. I look forward to hearing your presentation. And feel free to. Do you have a presentation for us? Right?
Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, last time I talked with you, Joan, I had read a crystal skull channeling, and at the end of that channeling, they said they would talk about personal responsibility another time. And so I am going to present that channeling that I did. I have some crystal skulls here. Here's one of my favorites. I have some others in the background, and then Mana is right here with me also. You can say hello to her. Whoop, this way. So she's my 44-pound crystal skull. I just wanted to talk a little bit about crystal skulls in general. People have thought for a long time, and they've been presented as something to be afraid of. They're really sacred objects, and this is a sacred object that transcends many different cultures and time periods. If you look back into the Mayan culture, into Tibetan culture, there are a lot of crystal skulls. They're pretty common now. I think a lot of people have seen them. The Mitchell Hedges skull is pretty common. Max is another one that kind of tours around. Mana is my own, and she goes around and she does healing work. So they have some very important messages. They have a lot of healing abilities also. And I just wanted to read one of the messages that they gave to me, and they're pretty profound. So I want to say this is the day of the full moon also here. So this message carries particular importance and will be combined with the energy of the full moon for releasing and bringing in the things that you would like to manifest. So I suggest as you listen to this, you just focus on your heart center, have an open heart, and there's energy that goes far beyond the words that they give. So if you listen again and again, you'll hear and understand more and more. So I would like to call in the energy of all the crystal skulls to give us messages and love. I want to give them a lot of gratitude for being present with us today, connecting us all through our hearts and allowing us to have an open mind to hear their messages and to take them to heart. So this channeling was done January 24th of 2021. As many of us have forgotten or have long forgotten or momentarily forgotten, as it matters not the length of time or frequency of the forgetfulness, we are one consciousness. The burden does not belong to one, but to all beings and all parts of one being. To lay responsibility on one or on one part to release and forgive is to yet cause more pain. We do not say that as blame, but rather as learning. When all parts and all beings see their part in the pain and forgive self, other, all-encompassing of all parts and beings, only then will there be true harmony and attunement. Healing is meant for all. Both healer and healed are one, so both must forgive and release for love to become part of the whole of what is being welcomed in. To be successful to the degree we wish success to be attained, revisit the star family, take off all masks of all parts represented by all beings present, Speak the truth of the matter of all beings present, for in that all parts will know and understand consciously that they are not alone. Reveal the burden that is carried with all, so that all may lift not only their own, but each other's, for we are all part of one and all parts of one. There is no blame, only shared responsibility. As you learn the way of one, all parts of all beings of the one shall come into harmony. Remember, this is all words in action in all thoughts, as we are only ever speaking to the one which we are. We wish you and wished you to know yourself as joy and love, as you so decree as different. Embrace and accept the differences among you. Be free of suffering and pain. Rejoice, for all is love, and all are love, and all are and is worthy of love. Aho. So this came to me as something that I wanted to share with all of you today because of all the crazy things that are going on in the world, and this beautiful get together of healers that's been created here for all of us, which we're so grateful for, is the perfect opportunity to come together in joy and peace and see that it's important to stop blaming each other for things. There are not two sides. It seems like there are two sides, but both sides are striving for the same thing. It's like going someplace and you're going to the same destination and you each take a different road to get there. So some of us have chosen to learn through joy. Others of us have chosen to learn through pain. It doesn't make one or the other better or good or bad. It's simply a different experience. And at any point in time, you can choose the experience that you have. Understand that the people that are in power are playing a particular part so that consciousness can be made aware of what it's focusing its attention on. That's another important piece as well, where we focus our attention. So I just had a conversation with a friend about that yesterday, as a matter of fact. There are a lot of things that we could focus our attention on right now. And when we start focusing our attention on this politician versus that politician, or this world event versus that world event, or this choice versus that choice, we invest our energy into those thoughts. So it's very important that we're clear on where we would like to invest our energy. And that's what ends up manifesting in our reality. So when you think about it in terms of, we'll equate energy to money. And if energy was money and your thoughts were an investment of your money, then you would have maybe have a little bit of a different view toward what it is that you put your attention on. I hear a lot of conversations between a lot of people, and I'm not saying conversing is a bad thing. It's just interesting to me to see what energy is generated through conversation. And I know the skulls have been asking for us to be very mindful of where we place our energy, because that's what we are growing. That's the plant that we're watering. So there's a difference between denial and focusing your attention. So you can acknowledge that there's something going on, but speak words of positivity about a solution instead of focusing on the negative that's going on. You focus on the negative that's going on, it's growing negative energy. It's not to deny that it's happening. It's to focus on a solution instead, to focus on the positive things, to focus on positive action. So please be aware of that in conversation. And in doing that, then we can stop blaming each other for things. As we're all one, everything outside of us is a representation of what is inside, in here. So a lot of, I'm trying not to say things that are too controversial, but I'm just going to go ahead and say what I'm being given to say. A lot of us are really unhappy with the way that our governments have chosen to manage certain things and the restrictions that have been put on us. So when you look inside of yourself and you internalize that, because everything that's in here manifests out here, where are we in our own authority limiting ourselves? Where are we putting limitations on ourselves and our own authority? Where are we not recognizing that we are limitless beings that have the ability to create what we want to create? And it doesn't have to be that you go out and start this huge movement, which maybe it is for some people. But for some people and most people, it begins with simply directing your thoughts in a positive direction. Direct your thoughts with love. And also, what's important right now is clearing cords. I know some people talk about that as cord cutting, which seems a little bit harsh to me. And that's not fully what that is. That's not truly accurate, because there are cords of love that connect all of us, that are divine cords of love. It doesn't mean you have to love the person in a human way. It just means that we're all part of creation energy. And so there's a bond of love between each of us that gets cluttered up with other cords of other things. And it's important to take time to clear the clutter. You can clear the cords. All you have to do is close your eyes, visualize the person. You can also have cords of love with places, events. Visualize what it is that you would like to clarify, that you would like to come back into balance with. And imagine that all the cords that are not love are being cleared, that they're just dissipating, and that those connections that are not love are just released. And as you continue to do that practice, you'll find that you have improved relationships. And sometimes improved relationships mean that you're simply neutral with someone. It doesn't mean that you have to be falling all over yourself, happy to see them. It can sometimes mean that you just release the negative charge that's there. And this is something that's so needed right now. We need to do these things. If we want this world to come back into balance, if we want to create harmony, it's not going to be found by meeting negativity with negativity. That just balances the scale more toward negativity. So we want to find a balanced place, and it's important to take personal responsibility for our words and our behavior. And our thoughts, so much of our thoughts are very, very valuable, more valuable than money, because they create things. Be careful where your thoughts are going. Be aware of where your thoughts are going. And you have the ability to change where that is in every single moment. You have the ability to bring more love and compassion to yourself. Another thing that I would suggest is that when you're talking with someone, really listen to what you're saying, because many times we'll be talking and we're talking to ourselves. That person represents some aspect of self. And if you have a real aversion to saying that person represents part of me, then that's probably where the healing should begin for yourself. That's usually a signal that there's something there to look at and something there to have compassion for in self. It doesn't mean that you have to keep that person around, especially if they're not good for your well-being. But it is important to go inside and to find the piece of yourself that resonates with that person. Give yourself some love and understanding. if you're talking badly about someone or something, then you're talking badly about that piece of self, and it's self-love. And I mean capital letter divine love, not little letter L love, which is cluttered with all sorts of things that aren't love in the divine sense. But it's important to come into a divine self-love for all of us. And this is what dissipates the power of the negativity. It can't exist in a high vibration. It's not scientifically, it's impossible. So if that's what we want to do, let's focus on doing that. You can start with self, and we can start that with doing a simple practice every evening before you go to bed. Just lay down in your bed, or even when you're brushing your teeth, if that's your ritual, you can close your eyes and concentrate on sending back all the energy throughout the day that you've collected that doesn't belong to you. Send it back to sender with love and awareness, because carrying other people's burdens is not doing them any favors. That soul has come here to learn a particular lesson. And when we take on that lesson for them, take on that burden for them, it's very disempowering to that other person. It's important to recognize that that person has the power, that person has the wisdom to manage their own stuff. So in the evening, send back with love and awareness all the energy that you've collected that doesn't belong to you, that you've accepted willingly or that's come to you unwillingly. Send it all back. Give yourself a moment to really feel into that release. And then when you feel that release is complete, call back to yourself all of your energy that you've given away willingly, unwillingly, knowingly, unknowingly, to everyone that you've come into contact with, and ask for your energy to be reintegrated into yourself. And this is a good way to keep our vibration high, to make sure that we're not taking on things that don't belong to us. This is a good self-love practice, just like eating good food and giving yourself exercise, clearing your chakras, clear those energy cords, call back your energy to yourself, send back everybody else's energy to them. And this is the way that we will change things. This is the way we raise our vibration. Raising a vibration means keeping things really clear. You can also start clearing your house, clear the clutter. In feng shui, certain rooms represent certain aspects of your being. You can look up that and see what aspect of your life is kind of cluttered, and maybe you can start with cord clearing in that aspect of life. And because it's a full moon tonight here in Eastern time in the United States, hopefully it's not past time for any of you, but it doesn't matter because the full moon is happening now everywhere. I would like to do a meditation with you and harness the energy of the full moon. It's a good time for that. And I purposely asked for this time slot so that I can be with you on this particular day. This weekend is the spring equinox too, which is very exciting. It's renewal. It's a fantastic weekend for releasing things and bringing in new life, new things, completing cycles, and manifesting what is truly your heart's desire. So with that in mind, I'd like to invite you and all the crystal skulls that are present with me today, go ahead and close your eyes. Focus on your heart center. Your heart center is the spark of all creation. Feel and see that spark in your heart and allow that spark to grow, widening out into your heart chakra, filling your entire torso, going all the way down your legs, down through your knees and calves and feet, and connecting all the way down into the center of Mother Earth, of which we are a part. Connect to her healing energy, which she gives very lovingly. And as we connect to her center and her beautiful healing energy, we allow that energy to come back up. We receive that from Mother Earth through the bottoms of our feet, all the way up through our legs, all the way up through our hips, our solar plexus, up into our heart chakras, through our shoulders, allowing that to lift any burdens that we may be carrying there, all the way down our arms, into our hands. And I ask for activation of the chakras in our hands, our healing chakras. Ask for activation of all healing abilities of all who are listening that would like to accept that today. Allow that to come through our hands, feeling that light go out through our fingertips, bringing that back up through our arms into our heart chakra, allowing our heart chakras to be activated with healing energy, going up through confirmation, going up through our throat chakra, up into our third eye and our crown, and allowing that beautiful healing energy that's combined with the spark of creation that we are to go up through our crown, connecting with all beings of love who would like to participate in this meditation, including the crystal skulls, ascended masters, ancestors, higher beings, connecting with them and their divine wisdom, divine love, connecting to our higher selves, and bringing that wisdom back down through our crown chakra, allowing that to swirl into our crown chakra, our third eye chakra, activating those with divine wisdom, coming down into our throat chakra, activating that with words of divine love and peace, harmony, truth, coming down into the heart chakra again, activating our heart chakra, clearing down into our solar plexus chakra, our sacral chakra, our root chakra, clearing and releasing anything that no longer serves our highest and best good. And as we allow this energy to run within us, we focus again on our heart center, allowing that energy to expand beyond our body, connecting us to family, friends, co-workers, anyone that we have a relationship with that we would like to clear cords with so that we get back to love with them, back to neutrality if that's what's necessary. And we ask that these cords be cleared peacefully, fully, with love, strengthening that bond of love, divine love, allowing those cords to clear with everyone that we have connections with. Just clear them all. Bringing divine wisdom into these relationships that we know how to manage them We understand the higher lessons in them, the higher learnings of them. We call in the divine wisdom of our soul contracts so that we may understand why we're having this relationship that we're having with this particular individual or event or place. And we allow this energy to continue working as is comfortable for the individual, strengthening the bonds of divine love, bringing us all into peace and harmony and alignment as we release blame, criticism, disdain. We release pity, and we replace that with knowing that this person is an empowered being. We replace that with compassion, understanding, divinely guided action. We ask for our vibration and the vibration of all those participating and all those who would like to. We ask for our vibration to rise, release anything that prohibits our vibration from raising. And as we raise our vibrations together, we also raise the vibration of the planet. Just feel that energy. Bringing in divine wisdom, divine love, divinely guided action, divinely guided words, bringing forth the remembrance of who we are, the image in which we've been created, bringing forward our divine selves, asking for a strong connection with our higher selves. We allow that energy to continue working infinitely through all space, time, through all lifetimes, forward and backward, all relationships through all time and space. And we call our energy back to our heart center, where we feel gratitude for being here now at this pivotal time, this most amazing time that we've chosen to come to so that we may experience the joy and the awesomeness of our creations. We can experience our divine being. We give great gratitude for the crystal skulls, the ascended masters, the ancestors, and all beings of love that have participated. We encourage them to continue giving us their loving messages, allowing us to hear them, feel them, know them. And with that, as you feel called, bring your consciousness back fully into your body and into the room. And go ahead and open your eyes. And so with that, I'm hoping that you feel that energy. I certainly did. The crystal skulls are with you all the time. You're connected to them through a shape resonance because you have a skull on your neck. And so shape resonance means that you are connected to them. When crystals are cut into the shape of skulls, that actually enables you to receive messages easier because there's another form of resonance that happens to be there. They all have particular gifts. And so I encourage you to tune into the crystal skulls, even if you don't happen to own a physical piece of crystal like this. It doesn't matter. You can tune into the energy of the crystal skulls that's available to you at all times. And my intention for this is that you receive your divine messages. Trust yourself. Know that you're a loving being. Understand that you are created as a creator being. You can't help but be that. That's it. That's what you are. You are a creator being. Be mindful of what you're creating. Understand that the other is a representation of you as well. So as you give yourself love, you will also be an example to the other parts and pieces of you that exist around you and how to love themselves as well. So I know I feel so much energy right now in my solar plexus. It feels like that was a very powerful meditation. And we do also put forward that in the spring equinox, this time of renewal, that we create the things that we want to create in our lifetime. Remember, your words and your actions, your thoughts are all an investment into what you want. So if you're talking about something you don't want, then let's shift the speech. Thinking about something you don't want, let's shift the thought. Acting on something that isn't a heartfelt desire, let's shift that. If somebody were to say to you, here's this losing investment, and we really want you to invest your money into it, and you said, I don't want to do that. I don't want to invest my money into a losing investment. That's not what I want. And they said, yes, let's do that anyway. And you said, okay, well, maybe I'll try it as an experiment. Maybe it'll actually be a winning investment. And you started investing your money and it wasn't giving you the return that you wanted. You'd stop investing. You'd stop investing your energy. You'd stop investing your money. So make sure that you're investing in what you truly desire to be. So I'm not sure if anybody has any questions. I think we're doing a question and answer session. Are we doing that? If somebody can let me know that information. If you'd like to learn more about working with crystal skulls in the meantime, then feel free to check out my event, which will be posted on Eventbrite. It's called Working with Crystal Skulls. And in that event, we will learn we'll practice channeling with crystal skulls. We'll learn how to connect with them, how to choose one or know if one is choosing you. And we'll also bring forth some healing with the crystal skulls as well. So I'll introduce you to Mana. I'll tell you a quick story about her also. She is my 44-pound crystal skull. This is her. She came from Madagascar, and she travels around with me through the United States. She hasn't been out of the United States yet, but we're looking to do that. She travels around with me, and we do healing meditations. And she also does some channeling work. She brings forth beautiful messages for people. You can look on my Facebook page, Come Home to Your Heart, and see where she will be showing next. Let me see if she has anything for you today. Yes, she is saying that love resides in all of us. and that sometimes people behave in particular ways because of a lack of love in their lives. And for us to recognize that and have compassion for that. And compassion is something interesting. It doesn't mean that we should overgive. Doesn't mean we should give to our detriment. It doesn't mean that we should put ourselves in precarious positions, because there's always a balance of self-love in there as well. It means that we need to be grounded and look at things as an observer would look at them. A lot of times it's difficult because you're emotionally charged when you hear something, especially with a lot of the conversations that we hear today. A lot of people have been emotionally charged through these conversations. And if you find that happening, where you get very emotionally charged about something, I would suggest you take a moment and just ground yourself, connect your energy to the healing energy of Mother Earth, like we did in our meditation, and bring her energy back up. She loves to give. This is what she's here for. We are her children. So make use of that, receive that, practice receiving from her, receive that healing energy. Remember that if you engage in an argument about something, or you're trying to convince somebody that you're right and they're wrong, they're right for themselves and you are right for yourself. You're simply on a different path, and that's okay. It's okay to be on a different path. Be sure you focus on your path for you. Let it go. If they're their own divine authority, they're their own sovereign being. If they want to believe something, it's their choice. If you don't want to be controlled, don't try to control somebody else. Be in control of yourself. Manage your words, manage your energy, manage your thoughts. Be aware of thoughts that are coming into your awareness. There are a lot of movements going on right now that the energy behind them has nothing to do with the way that they're being presented. They're being presented to make it seem like there are two sides of the fence, that there's, the people who believe it and the people who don't believe it, and there's a very distinct difference. It's not even about that. It's about the fact that you're thinking about it. Whether you believe it or you don't believe it doesn't matter. You're thinking about it. You're talking about how you don't believe it. You're being negative about the people who believe it. So you're contributing to the negative energy, or you're being negative about the people who don't believe it. You're contributing to the negative energy. Let that stuff go. Center on your heart center. It's okay. It's okay. That's somebody else's creation. You don't have to grow that. You don't have to water that piece. You don't have to give that piece attention. It's like if I said to you, don't think about that white elephant while you're making your coffee. What happens? You immediately think of a white elephant while you're making your coffee. And you think to yourself when I say it, no, I'm not going to think of a white elephant, because I never think of a white elephant while I'm making my coffee. But you just thought of the white elephant. So be very mindful of what's coming into your reality. Make sure that your thoughts are very focused on the positive, focused on the solution. Sometimes that does mean taking positive action toward a solution. We just called in divine wisdom. Be sure to pause and check in with yourself. Check in with your higher self. This is such a key to everything. The pause. Check in and then speak. Pause. Check in and then see if your thoughts are matching what you really want, where you really want your energy to go. Pause and check in with your divine wisdom, and see if your actions are supporting your raised vibration if they're supporting the raised vibration of the other. If you're working to assist them in supporting themselves and raising their own vibration, that doesn't mean doing it for them. It doesn't mean changing their mind. That is not what that means. It means recognizing that they're their own divine authority, that they have their own way of being. Recognize that. Recognize how they're contributing through contrast to the evolution of the planet. It's all the same. Whether you we're learning through contrast. This is what we came here for. But if you can stop participating in the negativity and continue to focus on raising your own vibration, continue to focus on the knowing that we're all one part of the one, and it's all love. It is all love. Once we recognize that, these people who are villains stop being villains, and you thank them for their contribution to your evolution. So right now I want to thank all the divine beings on this planet for contributing to the evolution where we focus our attention on the positive, where we keep our attention focused in love. We keep our attention focused on raising our own vibration, in acting with integrity, speaking with wisdom, focusing our thoughts on love. And that is my wish for all of you. That's my contribution to all of you. And as you listen to these amazing speakers in this conference, I hope that you listen over and over and over again and let the words sink in, because there's more energy in the words than what you're hearing right now. And as you open up and as you continue doing your work and as you listen again, there'll be something new that comes up and that will contribute to your growth, to your expansion, to your evolution, to the world's evolution, into something higher. So I just wanted to ask if are we doing a question and answer? I thought that Joan said we were doing a question and answer. So I think here we are.
How you doing, Michelle? I'm not sure where everybody's disappeared to, but that was absolutely breathtakingly beautiful. Thank you for sharing that wisdom. Where did you how did you develop the knowing that you needed to appreciate yourself and give gratitude? Where did that come into your equation?
To be honest, a lot of it was channeled with the crystal skulls and their information to me, and just sitting with their messages and allowing that into my heart space really opens up like this quantum field for people where they can let in so much more than just the words. So I'm going to attribute that to them, and the fact that I'm very connected. I feel very connected with them, and I trust them very much. So,
yeah, I have a little breathing exercise that I went through a similar process, and I found that having calm mind alleviates a lot of stress. And so I would just start doing these breathing exercises. And when I took in the breath, I would I would focus on where I was sending that breath to in my body, so that all the organs and all the bones, everything got a little taste of it.
yes.
And I would say, take a breath, hold it, count to 10, release it, and begin again. So I'm cleaning and clearing, cleaning and clearing. So when I started practicing that, everything became calmer. I started listening and becoming appreciative to what the process was that was happening in the body. So yeah, you hit on the nail for me with, staying calm, being appreciative, giving gratitude to yourself and to the journey. And because we are reflections, and what we do for ourselves, we are doing for the greater energy that's out there. So yes, I haven't been able to see if there's any questions, and I'm not 100% sure what's happened to the boys. But this is just how it goes in this world.
Yeah, that's
So
okay.
where can people find you?
So I'm on Facebook. My Facebook page is called Come Home to Your Heart. And I do a lot of different healing modalities. I do a lot of different events. I'm hosting an online event, Learning with Crystal Skulls. So that will be coming up in May. And people can jump on that and learn how to connect with them and learn how to channel their wisdom and their healing. They're pretty profound beings.
Oh yes, absolutely. You're talking about the crystal skulls being the beings.
Yes, there's a history of them that they go back to at times in Atlantis, where there were 12 crystal skulls, one in each of the 12 temples. And when Atlantis was destroyed, they went missing, and they carry ancient knowledge and ancient wisdom, healing with them. And the Mayan legend is that when the world is suitably prepared to receive, they will come back together in community and they'll communicate their ideas. And I think more so than even a physical crystal skull, which I do have here, I feel like that's talking about us, that we will come together in community and we'll be open to each other's messages and we'll channel that divine wisdom and divine healing. And that's how we evolve. That's how we raise our vibration. And that's how the world continues forward in, a place where all of us feel more at home.
Yeah. Do you when you work with your crystal skulls, do you feel that there is the presence of it? Is it a collective of energies and information from, several inputs, or is it sort of an alien feeling, or is it more of a spiritual feeling?
There's no differentiation for me. I do have some crystal skulls that are in the shape of travelers, which are alien beings, star children, and those do tend to channel more otherworldly energies, so to speak. More of an extraterrestrial type of energy. And then the ones that are shaped more like our skulls, like this one here, tend to channel more messages that are more concerned with humanity's situation right now as it particularly exists. They each have their own personality. You can, and maybe I'm using the wrong word, but they each have their own energy feel to me. So I can tell which one is speaking to me and which one's different. And I can ask them which one of them wants to work with one of my clients, and they'll come forward to work with the client. And it's usually their message is something that the client is really needing to hear, or, can really benefit them in some way. So it is strangely spiritual and otherworldly, and it's like all mixed into one.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. I don't really work too much with crystal skulls. I have I work with pendulums, and I went through all the different forms of divination in the earlier days. I live on a big slab of crystal at the moment, so I'm always feeling vibrations.
Yes.
Got to keep myself calm, and levitation that can wait a little bit longer. But I find I get it's different types of stones, different, the different energies around me solidified, and it's absolutely fantastic. So I would like to say thank you again. I appreciate, and I'm sure that there's a lot of people out there that do. There's a lot of really awesome compliments coming in saying how wonderful you were, and the thank you for the information. So that's lovely. I'm not sure who is up next, whether we are doing exercises or if we have a guest. So I'm hoping that Rob will pop in, or Omar, where are you guys? So anyway.
Well, until they get there, I just want to thank all the people that are contributing by watching. They're contributing their energy, co-creating this entire event. And I so appreciate everybody being here that's viewing this now and in the future. So thank you so much for being the beautiful beings that you are. And thank you.
So is there somewhere where people can reach you? Which platform?
So the easiest way to reach me is on my Facebook page. You can message me there. That's probably the easiest way to message me. And to look at my events, then they're listed on Eventbrite. So that Working with Crystal Skulls will be coming up here. That's in the process of being posted at the moment. So I'm excited for that, because to me, when people are open to doing that, just like the prophecy says, then it shows me that we're evolving, that we're learning, and that we're interested in coming more into our heart space and less acting from a place of autopilot, which is important, to bring our conscious awareness to being here right now with what we're doing.
Yes, absolutely. It's a great collective time of energy. And having the full moon helps too.
Oh my goodness. I happen to be at Serpent Mound, which is a sacred burial site in Ohio. And so the energy here today, I was participating in an event for the spring equinox. It's a 3-day event, and we had drumming and healing. And before I came on here, and there was just so much that's being released and so much that's coming into new manifestation. And it's spring. It's so beautiful. Like everything is getting ready. This energy is getting ready to just burst into bloom. And I think people will be very happy with that. They keep focusing on growing the positive things that they want.
Oh yes, absolutely. We're just getting ready to go into what other countries call fall or autumn, where we're losing all the leaves. We've noticed in the last 3 days of the moon, temperatures starting to drop now at the early hours of the morning. And today we just got a total deep fog going on all around us, but I'm at the top of a mountain, so I could be in a cloud. But I'm noticing the energies as well. It's like everything that we're creating here. I mean, we're not just doing it here. Everybody is doing it through, releasing their energies through the drumming, through the earth dancing, purifying themselves, changing the way they eat, the way that they think. They're listening to their words. Their words are reflections. These are phonics and spell castings, and the whole lot. We're deprogramming the whole lot. We're starting afresh, and it's like we've always had this information, and now it's time to bring it back out to the light. So huge wave is coming. So I'm looking forward to the 22nd. So absolutely. And so thank you again, my dear, for coming on and sharing with us your information and your wisdom that you've gained. It'll help a lot of people and enhance more frequency out there. So thank you again, Michelle, for coming along. Next up, we have Ford, I believe. I don't know if we were meant to be doing exercises before you, hun. Oh, here we go. Omar is back in the house.
Hi there. Sorry about that. Had to deal with some stuff, but I'm back. But next at 3:20, we have Dr. Rita Louise coming on. So she is at 3:20, and then we have Ford coming on at 4:25. So it looks like we are ahead of schedule. It's 3 o'clock. We've got 20 more minutes to go. Anybody want to lead a meditation for 15 minutes for our dear friend Clarence, so that we can send as much energy to him as we possibly can, because he needs it right now. So what do you say?
Yep.
Okay, let's do it.
Yep, definitely. All right. Am I doing it? You doing it? Rob doing it?
Yeah, how about you do it? Because we've got, we're dealing with feminine energy today, and if you lead a meditation, that would be sweet. Because Rob led the other one, the masculine, and now we'll balance it out with the feminine.
Yes.
And some balance
Good call.
Okay. All right. If we could all just take a nice breath in and release it out, getting rid of all of our unbalances. Take a breath in. Now we're thinking about the wellness, and we feel that breath and that energy tingling through our arms and all the way down our back, and we release that breath. Take another one in at your own ease, and now we send that healing energy, that light energy, that glow that we know we are, healing thoughts all the way to Clarence. Whatever is happening, may you be in the reflection of the shine, the energy that we're all sending. Move away all the shadow around you so you can breathe. You can feel us breathing for you. Take in that breath from us. Calming down, feeling that flow. Every blood cell in your body is a living organism with wellness. Every breath that we take in, we're giving that blood cell that little bit more energy, that bit more life. That blood cell is then transmuting that energy to you, clearing anything, any negativity around you, calming down, coming down, feeling that earth, the small rocking, like you're the child in the mum's arms. Breathe that out. All the earth medicines at your disposal. Taking in that breath. Feeling it go back down the back spine. Feeling it going, that light energy traveling all the way through your body. You can see that light. You can see it from your third eye, from the top chakra, coming down. You're envisioning that sun energy that is you flowing through you. You're feeding yourself. You're clearing out any shadows, any parasites. Every part of your body is starting to glow from the inside out, pushing out all that darkness out of your body, out of your auric fields, out of your dimensional spaces that you inhabit, pushing it all out. That light is getting brighter inside you. The more that you clear out, the brighter it gets. You transmute that negative energy that's within you. You're turning it into this light energy, and you're feeding yourself. You're becoming more powerful. You're regaining your strength. You're regaining your clarity of mind. Don't forget to breathe in between. We're all sending positive energies. Anybody out there who needs help, we send that positive energy to you. Breathing in and releasing. Breathing in and releasing. Those that can ground themselves so that they become the antennas. Ground yourself. Feel the flow within the soil of the water, the energy, the wellness. It's coming your way. We filter it through. Every time you pick up a glass or go to have a drink, think about the affirmations that you're putting into it, that you're putting into your system. That's going to heal you. That's going to clean out all of the rubbish out of your system. Allowing yourself to open up to more healing energies coming in. You can heal from the inside out. You are wellness. You are love. You are light. You are energy. Breathing it in and breathing it out. Take a big one right in. Hold it for a second. And release. Breathing it in. Knowing you're taking in only goodness, only pure energy coming in, refreshing, embodying the entire spirit awareness, entire self-knowing. You can heal yourself. We give you that energy. You have that energy. We are surrounded by that energy, that healing awareness. Breathing in, stay grounded, breathe out. We wish you only the best. We send you only the best healing with clear intent. No negative attachments from anybody. No negative connections to any ancestral. This is pure light, love, energy coming straight to you. May you receive it in abundance, and may it go to all the areas that you need to be healed in. Breathing out, breathing in. Feel that light energy surrounding you. Feel that warmth, that subtle warmth energy all around you. It's like a big energy hug. Breathe out, relax. Stay grounded. How does that feel? You can open your eyes if you had them closed. How does that feel? Just like a warm wave washing over you. That tide that's washing out, washing away all that rubbish. All that negativity that ever came your way, it's going now. It's going back to where it came from. You no longer need to carry any of anybody else's rubbish. It's all gone. You're freeing yourself from all that entrapment. And we are coming into our own. We can read, we can feel, we can understand all of this information. When we need it, it's there for us. Feel that light energy. Feel yourself glowing. You hear things clearer than you did before. You can see things clearer than you did before. Clarence, I hope that you feel better soon and come back with wonderful news for us. Well, that's all I've really got right now.
That was beautiful, Stone, for sure. And it's an emotional day, you know. I mean, it's been, you know, getting that information and hearing it and being through it before. I do feel like we have made a difference for him today, though, and we appreciate you for doing that for us, because it's important. He's like a brother to us, and I probably wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for him in that sense. And he actually introduced me in Omar, believe it or not. So we took that relationship to the next level. But he was a major part of, you know. I'll tell you a quick little funny story too, since we're here. And
Yep.
how I got started in this whole thing, and we talked about it a little bit before, but I was on my phone trying to find new podcasts and broadcasts, and I come across this one. It's called Closer Encounters, and I'm like, well, it looks like it, looking for ufology type stuff. And I hear this guy, and he's really nice, and I'm like, and then he says, yeah, you can call in if you want. So I searched around for when it was going to be live.
Oh, not sure if that's my
Yeah,
connection.
looks now. I think it's Rob's connection. He's been having a hard time with his connection for the past few days. So here, I'll remove him for the time being until he comes back. But yeah, Clarence. I'll tell you how I met Clarence. Clarence is
Yes.
amazing. Actually, I'm pretty shooken up by this news today. That's why I really have been really quiet in the background here today, trying to deal with this, because he's a brother from another mother, and I just have like huge respect and kudos for him. And I came across him on Closer Encounters as well. I was just cruising Facebook one day and came across Clarence and his Closer Encounters, and I looked at him and saw his beard, and I saw the way he was talking, and I was like, hey, I like this guy. So I started to talk with him over the chat, and then I saw a number of his streams, and I just kind of kept my distance from him. And then one day I just shot him a message. I was like, hey, how's it going? Really like your show, blah blah blah. And then we just headed off since then, and we just became like super good friends. Did a bunch of conferences together, did a bunch of shows together, talked privately on our phones through the studio, but just spent hours and hours just talking. And just an incredible guy.
Oh, no, now it's his turn to get knocked off. Okay, Rob, are you there? Come back with your half.
I'm here.
Yeah,
And
good up, Rob.
You're
yeah,
taking turns.
so that's what's been happening
Oh,
to my
no.
internet. It's what's been happening to my internet for the whole
Are you
time.
there?
So
Well, it looks like we're having fun times today, people. I can't say I know Clarence myself.
Stone, you can't see Rob. He's right there.
He was there a second. He's gone again.
Yeah, no, he's right there. I see him. Oh, it looks like he's frozen again. Okay, no problem. Rob, maybe you need to reboot your computer, brother. Looks like you're having some issues. But anyways, that's how I met Clarence and became super good friends. And if you guys go back into the video archives of Watchers Talk and go into our conferences, you'll see like lots of stuff with Clarence and I. We did a show just a few months ago, and we were talking about the metal that you can mold and you can do like all kinds of stuff with. So we did an excellent memory alloy, I think it was called, and did a great talk on that. You happening, Rob?
yeah, I'm here now. Actually, you know what? Stone saw that happening before I even got kicked off because she couldn't see me first.
Yeah,
It was weird. But so I broke this man's chops. I like he probably thought I was a stalker because I wanted to pick his brain about what he knew, and I was intrigued. And then I finally caught the show live and called in. And then after calling in, every time he'd have a show, we'd sit on there and talk for hours. And then 2 hours, 3 hours passed by. He asked me to come on, and then that was it. That was all downhill from there. And we used to have such crazy conversations about things like panspermia, and just you could pick the phone up and be like, "Hey, bud, what are you doing? I got something I want to run by you. What do you think of this?" And he'd go into a diatribe of just what he knows about it, what he doesn't know, and he was a contactee, and his contact was something that we used to explore the systems and the ritualistic natures of contact. We really did a lot with his contact, and we both, Omar and myself, had him come on and tell his whole story, which he didn't usually do a lot because he doesn't like to talk to people about it. But even though he had a show on it, it was kind of strange. He liked to talk about it, but not his own personal contact. That he would try and stay away from as much as he could. Remember that, Omar?
yeah, I sure do. I think the reason why he does that is because I think he's trying to still understand his own experience, right? And he wants to talk to other people, hear other people's experiences, and then try to make sense of what happened to him back in 1972. And I think ever since then, he's just been trying to explore, and he never really does like talking about it. But when you press him on it, right, he'll give you some nuggets, but he won't go all the way, right? He'll
Yeah,
just give
never.
you like tidbits of information and leave like 90% out and give you 10% mystery and leaves you.
Unless we were off the air. Off the air, he'd tell you all about it.
Yeah.
But on the air, he wouldn't tell you. So we know the story just
Yeah.
more than most. And it's, of course, not our story to tell, but, you know, it was incredible. He really is an incredible dude. And that's why, you know, he's the nicest guy I ever met. And this happened before where he was really sick and they disappeared. And it was months before me and Omar actually we were calling him, messaging his mother. I mean, we were just trying to find him because we were like, I wonder what happened. And that's kind of what brought me and Omar a little bit closer too, was that absence of Clarence. We, you know, and then we started doing all this stuff together, and now here we are, best friends. And you know, it's a really picture perfect story if you think about it. It's pretty cool.
Oh, it's taken two of you to carry his information forward and keep working on the same project. You know, it's all about awareness and yeah.
Absolutely. He used to say that too. You got to surpass the teacher, guys. You got to surpass the teacher. Remember, he used to say it all the time.
Yeah.
It was hilarious.
He still says it.
He still says it. I know we're talking like he's not here with us, but he's not physically in the room with us now where he should be. And that's one of the hardest parts, right?
Yeah,
he's
it is.
still here with us. If you can talk about him and you can visualize him, he's still here with you, even if he's not in the same room.
Of course.
I feel him. I know he's here. And, you know, believe me, I sent him, you know, tons of messages over text, sending him studio links and stuff. But I just don't think he's feeling healthy enough to come on. And from what I understand, he's having a hard time speaking as well. So I don't think he's, you know, wants to come on and, you know, maybe embarrass himself or things. But, you know, whatever. If Clarence, you're listening, shoot me a message, bro. I'd love to see you and speak with you, even if it's not on the show, but just speak with you.
Yeah.
And if you can't speak, we can just text back and forth, brother. I totally understand it. I love you, and I have you in my mind, and I'm going to continue to do healing meditations for you for the remainder of this conference. And then afterwards, I'm just going to do it personally. So if you're listening, please reach out to me. I love you very much. And with that being said, thank you very much, Stone, for covering Michelle Falcone while I was trying to deal with some things here. And we have our, you know, favorite doctor in the house. Actually, we have a few favorite doctors, right? We have Dr. Joan, that's our favorite. And then we have Dr. Sam, that's our favorite. And then we have Dr. Rita, who's our favorite. I love this lady.
That's right.
She has, you know, just so much information, and the delivery on it is palatable. You can understand it. The energy, but what she delivers with is amazing. And, you know, the conference really wouldn't be the same without Dr. Rita's contribution into that. So, Rob, I'll let you introduce, and then we'll bring Dr. Rita Louise on.
Yes. So Dr. Rita Louise is a medical intuitive reader and intuitive coach. Best-selling author Dr. Rita Louise is the founder of the Institute of Applied Energetics and the former host of Just Energy Radio. She is a naturopathic physician, and she's a 20-year veteran in the human potential field. Her unique gift as a medium intuitive and clairvoyant illuminates and enlivens her work. She is the author of the book Dysfunctional Dance of the Empath and the Narcissist, Stepping Out of Eden, E.T. Chronicles, What Myth and Legend Have to Say About Human Origin, Avoiding the Cosmic 2x4, Dark Angels, An Insider's Guide to Ghosts, Spirits, and Attached Entities, and The Power Within, a Psychic Healer Primer. She has produced a number of video feature-length videos as well as video shorts. Their titles include Icon, Deconstructing the Archetype of the Ancients, Holy Deception, The Weapon of the Gods, Gobekli Tepe, the Burying of the Ancient Megalithic Site, Genetic Engineering, Ancient Feats that start a revolution, The Truth About the Nephilim, deceit, lies, and deception, the reptilian agenda attached entities, the bad kids of the spirit world, in the name of God, ghosts, gods, and myths, the secret to the laws of attraction, reincarnation, and have we been here before? So without further ado, I'm going to bring up Dr. Rita Louise.
Hey, Rob, it has been a long time since we've talked.
That is very true, and I'm looking forward to bringing you back on in Full Spectrum Universe to see what you're up to now. And it has been quite a while. I think it's been about 1.5 years since we spoke.
I think it's even been longer than that.
Maybe. Yeah, probably. This is wild. I always love to see you back at the conferences too, and I can't wait to hear what you have to say today.
Well, this is like my whole new thing. See, and I don't think we've even talked about this topic because today I'm going to be talking about empaths and narcissists, and I don't think we've talked about that on your show.
I don't think we did. I remember you had the book out, or it was coming out at the time, I believe, the Dance of the Empath and the Narcissist, and that was about a relationship that you had been in, right? If I'm remembering correctly.
So that triggered the book, but the book isn't. It's not a memoir.
Gotcha.
You know, we're going to be covering some of the stuff that comes out of that book today, but I also have some new material because I guess I'm going to be writing yet another book about relationships, which, you know, sometimes I just don't know what they're going to like stick in front of me and go, okay, this is what we're going to talk about now.
That's the way it works, right? You're just like, okay, I guess so.
It's like, well, you thought you were going to talk about this, but no, we have other plans for you.
Those are the best conversations, though. The ones where you go in prepared for something, and then you end up doing something else. And you're like, wait a minute, and that, you know, it kind of throws you off. But it's a genuine moment for everybody when that happens too. So it's an incredible thing. I'm going to alleviate myself from the stage and give you time to speak.
Okie dokie. All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Rita Louise, and today we're going to be talking about empaths and narcissists. And those words have really been like tossed around a lot lately, but I think people don't really have a deeper understanding of what they are, what they mean. You know, and one of the things that I talk about them regarding is because many times individuals that are empaths, and I'm going to get more specific on that, find themselves in relationships with narcissists, and they get into this, what I call a dysfunctional dance. And it becomes a very interesting dynamic that affects shockingly, a lot of people, but they don't really realize what's going on. And so sometimes when you bring it up, it makes their life make more sense. And so kind of what Rob was bringing up, you know, how I got into this whole thing. So I'm just going to say I'm a little bit of a narcissist magnet, you know, so I don't know. I must have like too nice written across my butt. I like that spot better. That seems to bring these not very healthy life. Not as we talk about empaths and narcissists, and I should stop leaning on this table because it's making my camera shake. And there's not an earthquake going on. Anyway, so I'm going to talk about empaths first. And so a person who's an empath, while they have empathy, it is something that's very different. Someone that has empathy can relate to you. So, you know, for the regular person, let's say, so like, for example, because too many toxic relationships, married too many times. My best husband, who I love to death, died, which, you know, thanks. You know, and so when I talk to someone who has lost a spouse or has lost a child, I mean, I'm a hardcore empath, but I also can kind of step into their shoes and empathize with what they're feeling and what they're experiencing. When you talk about someone who's an empath, okay, not empathy, but empath, they're very highly sensitive. And so there's something called highly sensitive people. And then there are people who are empaths who take that sensitivity kind of to the next level. I mean, many of the times when you meet a person who's an empath, they're kind and sensitive. They tend to be compassionate. They very often find themselves in caretaking roles, you know, like in the healthcare profession, in service type organizations, you know, because they like to have those kind of relationships with people. And they're the ones, you know, so, and as I talk about some of this stuff, you know, if it's ringing true for you, then you might be an empath. Anyway, but they're also the people that, you know, you start a conversation with a complete stranger and the next thing you know, they're telling you all of their problems and telling you about their kids and their, you know, their job and whatever. And so people find it very easy to talk to them and disclose to them because I think they feel safe. You know, I think people who tend to be empaths vibrate and emanate at a, you know, at a safe vibration. Okay. But they also can be psychic sponges. And I'm going to explain that because, you know, you hear this terminology being thrown around and it's like, okay, but what does that really mean? But if you're an empath, you can feel other people's emotions in your body, or you absorb emotional energy from the room around you. Many times you can detect very subtle changes, you know, like you're having a conversation with someone and you make a statement, you know, right, wrong, or indifferent, and you can just feel their energy shift, you know, that it upset them or it excited them or whatever that is, but you can feel that. You know, it's not on a visual cue, it's on a feeling sensation. Now, that ability is great. So for me, you know, I'm a medical intuitive. I do intuitive counseling. I've been doing a lot of work with people that are trauma and abuse survivors. So it is really great in session work because your pain is my pain, your emotions are my emotions. And so it makes it easier for me to kind of dig into you on an intuitive level because I can feel it. So that's great. Although being an empath can be a blessing and a curse. Because while you're picking up the energy from around you, many times you don't recognize that what you're feeling is your feelings. And so you just don't know. I mean, it really takes a lot of work and a lot of practice and a lot of mindful attention to this is how I feel and now, or this is how I felt, but I had this interaction and this is how I feel now. And so, you know, as an example, you know, because it's not like someone saying, hey, you know, I'm like sending this energy your way. So when I was a kid and my family would have company, it's like my parents would be really tense and uptight, you know, and you have to put like the coaster under the cup that you never had to do before. And it was, you could cut it with a knife. I mean, just the level of anxiety that was going on there. And being sensitive, it's like now I'm picking up all of their anxiety and now I am running around majorly anxious, not realizing that what I'm doing is picking up their anxiety. And it would just get to the point that it would set me off and I would have a little bit of a meltdown, which, yeah, it wasn't very pretty ever. You know, so, you know, that's one of the biggest things about being an empath is, you know, picking up that energy. You know, I do a lot of trade shows, you know, health and wellness expos, ghost shows, UFO shows, you know, and I speak and I have a booth. And when I'm at those shows, it's like I live in my booth. Because if I just decide to like go walk the conference and walk around the different booths, it's overwhelming. And sometimes I'll find myself just wandering around. I've gone to events with people and I will hang on to the back of their shirt because I will get lost or I'll just wander off. And I've just learned that as a coping mechanism to not be overwhelmed and not be overloaded with this energy. So this is my little gating test of whether you might be an empath. And you're probably going to laugh at what I'm going to say, but if you are, you know it's totally true. So how many of you, and obviously I can't see your hands or get an answer in this, but how many of you have challenges going to somewhere like Walmart? You know, you go with a list, you think this is what I'm going to get, you're in there, and, you know, after about 15 minutes, it's kind of like you can't get out of there fast enough. Maybe you have the things on the list, maybe you don't. All you know is, I got to go. And Walmart's interesting because I can't navigate Walmart. Anyway, so if you find that you have that kind of an issue going to Walmart, going to a mall, you know, that should be innocuous, then you might be an empath. So kind of shifting gears here a little bit. So when we talk about the dynamics between an empath, this dysfunctional dance that they do, an empath and a narcissist, many times what you find is that the person that gets involved is an empath, but they're what I call a wounded empath. And so these people have a number of characteristics on top of their taking on all of this energy. They tend to be people pleasers. They are often not taught to love themselves. They're many times taught to sacrifice themselves, you know, and who they are and what they want for someone else. Sometimes there's a belief that if I don't do what you say or what you want, there's going to be a consequence tied to it. You know, so they just don't say no because they, you know, the belief is if I say no, you're going to be mean to me or there's going to be something bad that happens. Sometimes they feel like they don't have a choice and have to just accept whatever is being given to them. You know, but the bottom line, the wounding impacts their ability to create boundaries, say no, and will accept unacceptable behavior at really any cost. Okay, now let's talk about the narcissists. And so people who have, so narcissism is actually a diagnosed mental health condition, but narcissism is on a spectrum, kind of like autism. You can have someone who's severely autistic, you know, and then you can have someone who is somewhere on the spectrum. You know, I think we all understand that. And so if you're severely narcissistic, there is a mental health condition that's in the DSM-5 that puts them up there with psychopaths, which is a little scary. But people who are psychopaths also have a lot of narcissistic traits tied to them. You know, and if somebody has a question, I know that first porn poster blocked. Okay, don't know what that is.
Dr. Rita, that's we've been getting bombarded by these people that come into our chat rooms and post porn links, and it really damages the channel and the chat. So we see them here and then we block them right away. But this is the first attack of porn that we've had in 3 days now. So I think we're winning.
That's because they like me. They're like, oh, you're talking about my kind, the narcissists of the world. Woohoo! No, I was just like, okay, that's kind of weird. Okay.
Yeah, I feel really bad for those people because I think to myself, you know, imagine the life that they're living and trying to put like low energy type of stuff like that into the world. Mm-hmm. So I kind of actually feel bad for them that they have to live in this type of environment, ecosystem. I don't know.
You know, but it gets them energy.
Yeah, and that's something I don't want to do. Is give
well,
that,
you know, and that's just a very narcissistic thing, and that is one of the biggest characteristics of a person that's a narcissist. There's two. One is that they want energy, they want attention, they want you to look at them, they want you to worry about them, they want you to do stuff, and they lack empathy. So, you know, and I'm going to say this, and I hope no one kind of gets pissed off. You know, so I wrote my book, The Dysfunctional Dance of the Empath and Narcissist, you know, that talks about this whole dynamic. And I've joked around, and it's not really a joke, is that anyone that is narcissistic will either they would never read it because there's not anything wrong with them, because that's a narcissistic trait, that there's not anything wrong with them, or they would sit there and listen to what I'm saying now and go, oh, well, my brother is that way, or so-and-so is that way, but I'm not. So just saying, it's true. But people who are narcissists, they want your energy, they want your attention. They are the psychic vampires of, the physical world, where attached entities are the psychic vampires of the ghost world. They live on the core belief. So empaths, one of the core beliefs tied to them is the core belief of subjugation / people pleasing, where the narcissist, their core belief is one of entitlement. So many times they have very inflated egos. They feel that people's job is to praise them or admire them. They feel that it's people's jobs to meet their needs. They'll use people. They will many times not offer anything in return. And if you do want something, they'll get rid of you. They will unfriend you. They'll ghost you. They'll dump you if you're in a relationship with them. And what's really sad is that on the outside, they tend to be very kind, very charming. But that's just this mask that they wear, and once you get to know them and once you get to experience them for a while, the mask starts to wear off and you start to see the person that's really behind it, who might not be who you believe they were at all. Many times you hear stories about preachers, and how everybody loves this preacher and he's the cat's meow. But then you find out that he beats his children at home, and so he's projecting this one version of himself. But the reality is that he's not a very nice person, very nice man or woman. I tend to use, I tend to call the narcissist men because I'm a woman, makes it easier for me. But, this is an equal opportunity phenomena. Actually, my husband that passed away, the really good one, he's been married more times than me. And after we got married, he, like a month later, he just looked at me and said, well, I'm waiting. And I'm like, what are you waiting for? He goes, well, I'm waiting for you to change. And I'm like, change how? He goes, well, and every time that I've been married, it's like, after a month or two, they changed and just became like ultimate bees. And I looked at him like, dude, this is it. I mean, I might not do my hair as much or do my makeup as much, but I don't really change, and that's probably why our relationship got along really good, because I didn't become this entitled, yucky person that was hiding up behind the mask of the false self. But in that, these individuals tend to be master manipulators, so many times if they want something from you, they'll come over and they'll be super nice. They'll be your bestie, and they hang out with you, and then they get what they want and they're gone again. And it's interesting because they'll only do what they want to do. They'll do what they want to do, or they'll do things that make themselves look good. I got stories, I'm telling you. Been there, done that. Wait, got the t-shirt, got the pen, got the cup, and wrote a book. Got it. Anyway, so one husband, because again, been married too many times, me. So he remarried, ended up having 2 kids. She got rid of him, which was part of what spurred on me writing the book in the first place. And and he really didn't want to have anything to do with his kids, because that took work and he really didn't want to have to do it. And he didn't have somebody else, like me, who raised his two kids, his older two kids, to do that work that he didn't want to do. But he would start dating women, and now he wants the kids to take with him on these dates, because taking the kids on the dates makes him look better. Not that he really wants to be around the kids, but it makes him look good to the potential person he's trying to be with. Isn't that sick? Weird. Anyway, okay. So they'll only do what they want to do. If you say you want to do something, again, if they don't want to do it, they're not going to do it. They'll ignore what you have to say. Or if you want them to do something that they don't want to do, they will become the ultimate procrastinator. So they might want you to do something and then expect you to just jump up and take care of it. But if it's turned around, procrastinator. Okay, I need to swallow a little bit, talking too fast. Okay.
You okay, Dr. Rita?
Yeah, I just don't have any water.
Grab yourself some water, Dr. Rita. We'll wait.
Okay.
Let's give Dr. Rita a minute, guys. And in the meanwhile, you guys subscribe, like, and share this stream. And I just tossed my Telegram chat room link up there. So if you guys would like to join my Telegram chat room, do so. And Rob from Full Spectrum Universe also has a Telegram chat room. So you guys can connect with him there as well.
Okay.
To have live conversations with us if you feel. You okay, Dr. Joan? All good now? Oh, sorry, Dr. Rita.
Sometimes I just get into the topic and I start talking really fast, and I just get really dry.
Yeah, I hear you. We've been talking for 7 days straight now, so I know exactly where you're coming from. I just want to make sure that you're okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
I'll just take a deep breath here. Okay. So you might wonder what happens when these two personalities get together. And what I think is that they get into this very dysfunctional dance. The narcissist will use manipulation techniques, which inevitably knocks the empath out of their body, because they're just very sensitive and they can become really ungrounded or dissociated. And so they, and once that happens, there can be all of this stuff going on, and it's almost like they can't sense it. It's like static in their radar, so where normally they can spot BS from anywhere, it's like now things are just kind of messed up. And so when they start pulling their crap, because it is crap, it makes the empath really uncomfortable. And so they're feeling uncomfortable. And so that discomfort compels them to heal them. So I got another story. And it's kind of a generalized story. But there have been situations where my spouse, partner, or whatever, would say something or do something, and then they would get angry. Or maybe I would say something and they would get angry. But now I can feel this anger in me, and it feels terrible. It just is awful. And so I thought, to make it so that I didn't feel awful, that it would be a good idea to do something to make them not be angry anymore, so that I don't have to feel so uncomfortable. Apparently, that's not a really good solution. So I have better solutions than that. Apparently, that's bad. Thank you. I got little mints now. And so they feel compelled to heal the situation. Well, but what the reality is that now I'm taking my energy and doing things to make my partner feel better. So now I am feeding them my energy, but I'm not addressing my own emotional issue of, you're getting angry again, and you're kind of throwing it at me, which really sucks. So I'm giving to them, I am, because it's not like, here, I'm giving you this candy. It's like, I'm giving you my energy. I'm giving you my attention. And from a narcissistic technical point of view, that is called narcissistic supply. That's when that energy vampire has his little energy teeth in your neck and he's going, and he's sucking you dry. And so in those situations, you as the empath become a ready supply of food for them. And this sounds terrible, but many times a wounded empath will give to avoid the discomfort. And a narcissist is more than happy to sit back and take. And that's the dysfunctional dance. And it happens all the time to a lot of people, and the person doesn't necessarily have to be, physically abusive. I mean, they could be mentally abusive. They could be emotionally abusive. They could be neglectful. There's a lot of places where that dynamic can come in. And so many people ask me, okay, so if I'm with a narcissist or getting into a relationship with a narcissist, are there things that I can look for? Are there patterns in their behavior? So when you start a relationship with a narcissist, the first thing that they do is they love bomb you. Okay, I have to share this. So when I started working on my book, The Dysfunctional Dance of the Empath and Narcissist, and I was researching this whole concept of narcissism for my own edification, because I didn't really understand what was going on and realize how much of a pattern it was in my life. And the part that I thought was the most interesting is there are things that they do. Like, I would be reading something like this love bombing thing, and I'm like, oh my God, there's a word for it. It was shocking. I mean, there were words for all kinds of really bad behavior. And I got stories. Okay, so love bombing, is where they sit there and they tell you that, you're the best thing since sliced bread. And, they might talk to you for hours at a time and make you feel really good. They leave you feeling like they're really into you. And they might kind of try to push the relationship along faster than it should, but on the receiving end, it's like you just get the impression that this person is really into me and it's good. They're into me. Yay. And they seem perfect. They like the things you like, it's interesting. It really kind of like strokes your ego and makes you feel good. But, if your ego gets stroked enough, that kind of knocks you out of your body and kind of puts some static in your little internal empath sensors as well. Because they're constantly there. They're constantly giving you energy, and overloading those internal sensors. So along with the love bombing is something called future faking, and they usually kind of go together, where they'll start making comments about, when we live together, or, well, we should do this, really early in the relationship where it probably is not really appropriate, but they're kind of lining things up, kind of mentally manipulating you with this level of like, this is what I really want, and a level of hope of this is what I should expect from this relationship down the road. So, as I just shared that story about my late husband saying, well, I'm waiting. Well, many times once the relationship moves into full gear, there will come a time where, so let's say I'm in the relationship and I decide I want to go back to school, or I want to have children. I mean, obviously for me, that isn't happening right now, but you want to move the relationship over, and what you want to do is going to take attention away from the narcissist, or you correct him. I mean, one relationship, there was a comment made that the Hubble telescope was in Palo Alto, California. And I just said, no, the Hubble telescope's up in space, up there, Hubble telescope. And the person I was in the relationship got really mad at me, and he was telling me that I was trying to be a know-it-all. And, I'm sorry, the Hubble telescope is still in space. There isn't anything I can do about it, And so there comes a point in time where you aren't agreeing with them all the time. You're trying to make some kind of plans. And they will put you into the devaluation stage, so you go from being this person on a pedestal and you're perfect and you can't do anything wrong, to you start having a lot of flaws, and they will do things like gaslighting, and they do things to kind of make you crazy and to get a reaction out of you. So then they can say, well, you're the crazy one. True story. Bizarre as this may be, but one boyfriend, he had some issues. I'm going to just kind of preface it with that, but it still fell into the gaslighting thing. And this was like the most bizarre. But then I found out other people have had their significant other do similar things. He would hide things, but like weird things. So I had a pair of shoes. I have a 2-story house. They were sitting on the landing so I could take them upstairs, but I wasn't being very quick about it. And I came down one day and there's only one shoe on the stairs. And it was the middle of summer and they were like little summer shoes. And I'm looking around and looking around and looking around and looking around. Why would there only be one shoe? My dog wouldn't have taken it. Looking under furniture, everywhere. And so as bad as this might sound, about 6 months later, I'm like doing a deep clean on my house. I have company coming. So I'm like taking things off the bookcase and dusting them. And on the shelf, behind some pictures on the bookcase, was my shoe. And so I said, hey, look, I found my shoe. And the comment I got was, oh, I must have been answering the door because this bookcase was by the front door, and put it there. There's no way that it would get behind these pictures that were kind of on the back of the shelf. That's the weirdest. But they might sit there and invalidate you. I was looking for a job and did an interview, and the person I was with at that point in time was like telling me, you don't need this job, it's going to be bad. You're not really going to want to work for them. Just like, to the point that I had to tell him, you need to just keep your negative energy over, like over there, because I want this job and I think it would be a good fit. But it really riled me up, and he really did get a big reaction out of me, and that's really kind of the point, is to get a reaction out of you and then say, oh, well, I didn't really mean it. Like, right. But they can do things like they will do projection, where they will sit there and say, oh, well, you're needy, or you're doing this. But the reality is that they're the ones that are doing it. You're not the one doing it. They can use something like called cognitive dissonance, where they say one thing and then do the opposite, so, and I don't mean to be political, but if you sit there and you look at the whole COVID vaccine thing, it's kind of like vaccines work, vaccines don't work, you need a booster, you need that. And it's crazy making, so between gaslighting and cognitive dissonance, you cannot put your feet on the ground. because 1 + 1 does never equals 2. It always equals 3 or 5 or some other weird number that you would never guess. And again, makes you crazy. Or they'll employ the silent treatment, where they'll just leave you alone. You ask them a question, they don't respond, or you get little teeny responses, and the excuse I would get would be, well, I'm giving you your space. Well, it's like, no, it's because you're punishing me and pushing me over there as a punishment, the silent treatment. So you might ask, okay, so if this relationship is unhealthy, why do people stay? And it really depends on, who, and I'm going to say the abuser, because if someone is being narcissistic to someone else, it really is a level of abuse. But they might go and start love bombing you again and telling you how perfect you are and how great, and I'll never do it again. And they fill you with hope. So you can only think of, the couple where the husband beats the wife and she has a black eye or maybe a broken arm, and they split up for a couple of days and they get back together again. And you wonder to yourself, what the heck is going on? But many times the abuser will come and say, oh, I didn't mean to have it, or mean for that to happen. I'm so sorry, it'll never happen again. I'll stop drinking. I'll go to AA, and they'll tell you all of this stuff they're going to do, but then they don't do it, but it leaves the victim with this sense of hope that it's going to be better. And so I found this in a book, and I don't have my glasses, so hopefully I can read this. And I just found it very telling. And this is about hope. And it says, yet our usual kind of hope is a little more than wishful thinking. It's frequently tied to an almost childlike belief that even blind faith, that an eternal agency or authority will bring about what we desire. Driven by our preferences for a different set of conditions, this conventional view of hope is a rejection of what is present for us in the here and now. It's the flip side of fear. Ordinary hope disguised as expectation is fixated on a specific outcome. So if you're the victim, it's like, the specific outcome would be, they don't do that anymore and they're nice to me. This hope gets conflated with the desire for certain future results. It becomes object focused. It takes us outside of ourselves. The quandary is that when the outcome isn't achieved, the object isn't grasped, then our hopes are dashed. I found that very fascinating. One of the other things that happens in these relationships, especially if there's a lot of abuse that happens, is something called trauma bonding, and you find this even more so, again, in, the more abusive relationships. So trauma bonding happens, I'm going to have to kind of back this up a little bit. So as we know, we all have chemicals inside of our body. And so when we are stressed out, when we have a lot of anxiety, our body releases cortisol, which comes out of the adrenal glands. And, that's what kind of sits underneath that stress response. And we just can't get comfortable, or, we're having a hard time at work. That's cortisol. So when the narcissist is being, I'm going to just say yucky, and not being nice to us, it's like our bodies are releasing a lot of cortisol because we're sitting there tolerating their bad behavior. And then, maybe a situation happens and it takes it to a peak. And then they turn around and do the lovey-dovey story. I didn't mean to do it, blah, blah, blah. And what happens is that our bodies start to release dopamine, which is a neurotransmitter, which is a feel-good, make you happy neurotransmitter. And so people that are in these relationships, especially if they're in them for an extended period of time, their hormones get dysregulated. And so they're used to living on, the cortisol. And it's like they crave the dopamine, they crave that feel good piece. And so they will re-engage so that they can have that feel good piece. And I read it one place where it's believed that it's harder to break a trauma bond than it is to quit doing heroin. And so that's how powerful. It's like you just want one fix. You just want them to text you. Just call me. Wait, I'm going to send you a text and maybe you'll call me. And now I got my fix. I mean, it's really kind of scary to say, but it's very true. And it's a very real thing that happens. So if you know someone who has been in these situations or is currently in a situation like this, maybe you can have compassion for them, because if they're really trauma bonded, it's not that they're stupid. I mean, they really are kind of addicted to the relationship, and it can be very hard to walk away. Okay, I got a few more minutes. So there are a number of things. How many more minutes do I have before question time? Let me ask, because I'm going to kind of gauge where I'm going to go.
Go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead, Omar.
Okay. We have our next speaker coming on at 4:20, so we can go until like about 5 more minutes. Scott, Rob, 5 minutes, 4 or 5, 4:10, about there. Let's go 4:10.
Okay.
For 10 minutes.
Okay, then I'm just going to wrap this up, and we can take maybe a couple of questions. It is possible to create healthy relationships, especially if you found yourself in repeated cycles of abusive, funky relationships with narcissists. The one thing is to decide to love yourself. And this includes every decision that you make, in the relationship. Is this decision or this lack of decision being loving to myself? If I feel hurt and I don't say anything, am I being loving to myself? And this lets us be more authentic with who we are. For an empath in particular, learning who you are and being able to separate out, this is my energy. This is how I feel on, regular. And this is me on somebody else's energy. This is me on Walmart energy. And once you can sit there and go, well, this isn't me, it's much easier to discharge the other energy. Differentiation is important. Boundaries. Wounded empaths have really bad, crappy, awful boundaries. And sometimes you have to be willing to love yourself enough and willing to accept the consequences of your choices to have boundaries. So if someone does something hurtful to you and you've already asked them to stop, so I've said, hey, that's really hurtful. So now I've just set a boundary, please don't do that again. Now I've set a boundary, and they do it again, then you have to be loving enough to yourself to walk away. Okay. Yeah. And so if you are not open to, now I'm going to go somewhere else because I want to get questions. We're responsible for our own happiness. And if you're not happy, then you should take a moment and to dig in and look at what's creating the discomfort in your life. Decide if it can be resolved. And if not, then love yourself enough to take the high road and maybe make a different choice that is going to support your happiness. Maybe not in that moment, but that that you will have going down the road. Okay, so I am open for questions. I know I'm hoping we have a couple of minutes.
Of course we do. So I don't like to think of myself as somewhat of a narcissist, but I kind of feel like I used to be. After evaluating what you've said and the way that I used to, I guess we could say semi-narcissist, in the way that I used to treat people sometimes and use some of those methods to try and maybe get my way. in certain situations. I'm sure a lot of people can relate to that. We've all gone through this at certain points, but of course, I'm older now, wiser, hopefully, and I try to be love first and be upfront and honest. And what would you say to the people that kind of function in and out of this sort of these phases like that?
Okay, great question. So everyone has a certain amount of narcissistic tendencies. You don't try to get the A on your paperwork. You don't try to like win things if there isn't a certain amount of self-serving interest that we have. You would just never succeed. But there is a line between doing things that are good and important for you and taking other people into consideration. And I feel like for you kind of had a little wake up moment and said, oh, well, and I would guess that there was a defining moment where you realized that you were not being loving to other people, and decided, you know what, I need to change that in me.
Absolutely. There was a moment that it's one of those moments you can't take back either. I don't want to go too descriptive into it, but it's a moment that like you have that clarity for a moment. And you're like, well, I can't really be that way anymore. It's not genuine. It's not real. I'm kind of being fake in those moments. So another question I have, and this is something that I've seen regularly with a lot of these different apps that we go on, like Clubhouse or Stereo, where there's specifically type of there specifically talk type of applications where people do like podcasts and stuff. And what you see is these people who come in with this wealth of information about something. Then what they try and do is they try and find a really big group, get themselves embedded in it, and create wedges. Now, is that a narcissistic type of thing or is that labeled narcissism because of what they're doing?
I mean, it sounds like it's pretty ego driven. I mean, it's one thing to sit there and, try to like invade a group and make a lot of sales. That would be one thing.
Right.
In the whole narcissistic world, there's another word because they got a million words called triangulation. And that's what you're talking about, and that is a very narcissistic thing. So Group A is mad at Group B, but Group A and Group B are both talking to me. And so you
That's
find
exactly
that
what it is.
in siblings, it's like, well, we're friends today, and we're like not talking to you, but then something happens and I'm not talking to you anymore, and we're buddies now, and so yeah, that is a very narcissistic thing to do.
You see a process after that too, is where one person blocks the other, and then the other person goes around them to everybody else that they know and tries to say something about them being blocked because they can't participate in the same space anymore. It's this wild thing you see all over the place. You're like, it's tough to handle, but go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's human nature. People are freaking weird. So I have really been working on having boundaries. And I asked someone who is posting some, I'm going to say not kind things as comments on some of my posts, who I thought was a friend. I said, can you tone it down? And, can you post supportive things? That would be nice. And I kind of got a lecture and kind of backhanded in the response. And I was like, you know what? Bye.
That's another thing that we're seeing a lot of now too, with a lot of people being inside and a little bit more introvert as opposed to extrovert. You see a lot of lashing out in these ways like that. I mean, it's wild because, and I keep saying wild because it blows my mind that people are not as considerate as they used to be. They're very driven on their own selfishness, I guess it is the way to put it. I'm not really sure if that's the right way, but and God forbid you don't agree with their point of view. It's like World War III all of a sudden. Now you're going to have a diatribe back and forth of who's on whose side. And it's like people are getting divisive by nature.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't help that, the energy on the planet is toxic and harsh. And this is interesting. So in 2019, so I don't predict the future, but I used to, and I don't do it these days, kind of feel into the energy on the planet. I mean, right now the energy sucks, so I don't really want to feel it. And I kept telling the clients, I'm like, in 2020, like not much after the beginning of the year, you have been building up for this big shift. And once 2020 hits, it's like it's going to peak, and it's going to create this opportunity for you to really know and understand yourself, and project that out. Little did I know that COVID was going to hit, but one of the things that it has done is that it has made people really look inside to see what they value, and then be comfortable with expressing it. And so, if you're a really yucky, toxic person and you want to express your yucky, toxic self, then I can choose to not be your friend or, whatever, make a separation about it.
I agree with that too. And we saw a lot of those people becoming sort of away from the group. Like people wouldn't go. It's come to the point where people have to go out of their way to essentially associate with other people and even talk to other people. And you're right. It did cause. There was two different shifts. I think in the very beginning there was a shift, and then midway through, people decided that this is not really gonna go anywhere anytime soon. We need to figure out what we're looking at. We have another question from Omar that he really wants me to ask. He says, what signs can we look for in our children to correct the behavior?
Okay. So the development of narcissism is tied to that entitlement core belief. And so entitlement means I want the toy and I want it now. And so the parent could just give the child the toy, which would validate that entitlement behavior. Or the parent might say no, and now the kid is on the floor having a temper tantrum and screaming and yelling to the point that the parent just says, okay, here's the toy. And so they do things and there's not consequences. And so in order to kind of move them out of that entitlement area, having boundaries with your children, having there be consequences to, their behavior. So I have two stepkids, and when one of them he was 9, and I was just starting to date his father, and I took him to Walmart, my favorite place, and and I had just moved to Texas. I wasn't making a lot of money. I had kind of walked away from my practice in Washington State, so I was really on a budget. And he wanted to buy a toy, and I said, if it's like $5, I'm okay, but if it's over $5, we need to have a conversation. And there, of course, it's Walmart, so there's no tags. And so we get up to the register, and it was like $20, and I was like, sorry, can't do it. And he was 9. He literally sat on the floor at the register at Walmart and started to cry. So I can only assume that, his mom or whatever would get him to shut up.
Right.
They grew into pretty well-adjusted people. I just looked at him. I'm like, dude, I don't know you. I walked out of the store.
That's a good one. Now, the question I have for you is accountability the cure for narcissism? Or is it sort of like the anti-narcissism?
Well, they'll never take ownership of anything that they do. They'll just blame you for everything or say they didn't do it. If you're talking about a child, there's hope. But if they're pretty far on that narcissistic spectrum, then it's part of who they are. And there has to be two things: a willingness to accept that there's something wrong with you, because if you're really hardcore narcissist, you're godlike. And you have to be willing to put the work in and make the changes. And many times it's like they don't want to. It's not on their playlist, and so they won't do it. They might give you 10 minutes, and that's it.
Is there a way that we can kind of induce this I want to say remorse or sorrow factor into it, in a sense of giving some sort of exercise so those people might see what they're actually doing to people?
They would probably just make a comment about you, that you're making it up, that you're just projecting at them, that you're just gaslighting at them. I mean, if you think about it, it's like someone who, is an alcoholic, until they're really ready to own the fact that they have a drinking problem and are willing to put the work in to make those changes, and it might be so deeply, many times narcissism comes out of trauma, early childhood trauma. And, it's believed that they create those masks because they don't want to look at their pain. They don't want to address the hurt inside. And so until they're ready to do that healing work, they're just going to keep it blocked out of themselves.
I think that that's kind of what caused me to act out in that way for a long time, and not in a long time, but my 18 to about 25, I want to say, is really when I was like that. I really didn't think. I walked around like my shit didn't stink. I was invincible, and nobody could stop me. And I think it had a lot of negative connotations at the time. But I think it's also part of that journey, and I look back on it and kind of am thankful for that portion of my life, because I do have a confidence that's not overbearing into the cocky side. And I think that's where I kind of found that line where it was appropriate or inappropriate. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. But you also did a deep dive inside and decided to make that change.
For the most part. I mean, like you said, sometimes, it always comes back around a little bit, but sometimes we do have to look out for ourselves. And there are certain instances where I don't want to say narcissistic, I'd say self-defense is more of a key factor to it. But, Dr. Rita, I love your perspective and your intake onto the human condition and the human emotional spectrum. And I think that it's so insightful, and I love the work that you do. And I want to make sure that everybody knows exactly where they can find your information, your programs, and your books.
Sure. So my primary website is soulhealer.com, soulhealer.com, soulhealer.com. The book that I've been talking about, and it's really jam-packed with information, and a lot of people have commented that it made them cry. Sorry in advance. It's available on Amazon.com, Barnes & Noble. If you'd like an autographed copy, you can get one off of soulhealer.com.
Perfect. Dr. Rita, it's always an honor and a privilege to talk to you, and it's always a pleasure. I can't wait to work with you again, and we're going to be in contact soon, because I want you to come back in the show and kind of update us on what you've been doing and what's going on. And, we really appreciate you being a part of this immense conference. It wouldn't have been the same without you, I'll tell you that.
Thank you. I just can't wait till we can do it all in person. That would be so amazing.
That's the next step. We're going to be doing it in person and virtual at the same time. That's the next wave. So cool. Soon. All right, Dr. Rita, thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
What'd you say, Omar?
Live conference, live from Catalina.
Yeah.
I can't let go of that out of my mind.
Right.
Saw that a couple days ago, and I'm definitely creating an intention and a thought to have a conference at Catalina. So
Catalina, Peru, right?
That's right. Keep an eye out for that, and it should be a lot of fun. I think we were invited to go down there to hold some conferences, so I think I'm going to take that up, because that is the opportunity of a lifetime to do, and it would be an amazing experience to connect down there and stream from down there as well. So it'd be a lot of fun.
Cool.
Awesome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rita.
All right, thank you.
Love you, my star
It's good to
sister.
see you again.
Be in contact. Appreciate your
We'll be in
contribution
contract. Where are you going?
to Humanity Unplugged. No, my mind is everywhere today. Just
I know, it's a crazy
having
day.
heard from Clarence, it's just it's my thoughts are all over the place.
Gotcha. All right.
Thank you,
I'm
Dr.
going-
Rita. Love you, and
Love
we'll
you.
talk to you soon.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So next one is going to be a gooder one. Been waiting for this one for since I heard. Soon as Dr. Joan told me who was coming on, I was excited, and I was like, "Yep, let's do it. This is going to be a lot of fun." So I'm really, really looking forward to our next guest. So let me just quickly read off Ford, his bio here. So it says Ford is an American award-winning music producer, songwriter, and visionary. For more than 25 years, Ford has created music for some of the most famous recording artists in the world, earning RIAA production credits on more than 35 million albums sold worldwide. Wow. Ford's discography includes Michael Jackson, Jennifer Lopez, Mick Jagger, Vitez, Britney Spears, P. Diddy, Christina Aguilera, Rob Thomas, Jewel, Brandy, Ludacris, Twista, Fat Joe, Kiera, Missy Elliott, Craig David, the Sugar Hill Gang, yeah, Furious Five, Shine Down, Paul Oakenfold, and many others. Beyond music production, Ford has been named president to 3 record labels, Nebulous Atlantic in 2001, Peaceman Music 2007, and currently Monatomic Music. Yeah, that's where I'm. Monatomic Music, a conscious record label dedicated to transforming music into the healing modality for the betterment of mankind. How beautiful is that? Aside from a stellar career in the music industry, Ford is also an author of 2 books on consciousness and existential philosophy. Through extensive research, Ford has applied his esoteric wisdom to sacred geometry, frequency, and vibration to create an entirely new way to think about music. Now that is a badass, guys. I love it. Let's bring Ford on. And we are about to get an upload from Ford. What is up, Ford? You're muted. Just unmute.
I did that. There we go. How's that? Better?
Awesome, Ford.
First time using this app, so bear with me here again. Thanks for having me, guys. I really appreciate it. How's the sound? Is it distorted or anything?
No, the sound is wonderful. It's beautiful. You're coming through beautiful.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much, Ford, for taking your time to come to Humanity Unplugged and to give us a total upload on esoteric music and how we can use the music modality to heal ourselves. Because as we've learned, when we begin to heal ourselves, we automatically heal others as well, all throughout our genetic lines and across the world. So I truly, truly appreciate you taking your time to come here. Beautiful Starlight. Why don't you give us an upload? Tell us who you are, and then I'll jump in with questions. And guys, I want to see some questions in the comments from you guys. Just load it up. Let's hit
Challenge
forward
me.
with question
Challenge
after
me.
question. Remember what Brad Olson was saying this morning about sound frequencies and music and the frequency that music is transmitted on. So let's hear some questions. So Ford, I'm going to give you the stage and give us an upload.
Thank you very, very much. And shout out to Joan for having me on. This is all her doing. So thank you very much to Joan for having that happen. You've pretty much covered my whole bio. I was gonna kind of get into the bio part, but it sounds to me like you've got that bio down. My whole life has been music, and it's pretty much the only thing I've known in my entire adult life. And as you can imagine, it leaves me with a lot of time to sit around and think about things and take nefarious amounts of or copious amounts of psychedelics. So that definitely changes your perspective on things. This awakening kind of started happening in me around 2000, and it was so earth shattering. Everything in the world that I was dealing with, and at the time I was at the peak of my career, I was like, it all has to stop right now for a year because I have to just take a year to just process what's happening here. So when it happened, I started to really fall into the space of the eternal dream of non-duality, and that's kind of where I've been living for the last 10 years or so, and it's been quite amazing. And since doing so, it's really started to affect my music. I started to really think about the mathematical implications of frequency and what that could do to the human body. And it turns out I'm not the only one thinking about this. There's a lot of people, a lot of very, very smart people thinking about this. So this is quite exciting. I'm going to riff here in a little bit, but before that, I get into the riffing part. And really kind of explain it to you in more of a layman's language. I first want to go through and give you a one-page science lesson, because this requires such. I'm sure for this audience, it's not a big deal to say that we're all made of vibration, right? But you tell the average scientist that, and they're going to balk at you. That's just, it's ridiculous to them. And I'm with you. I'm on the same page. Everything is made of vibration, but I want to get to the point of exactly scientifically what the counter theory is and why it's valid, because I'm a very, very first principles person. When I get into something, I have to understand it from the foundation up. I've always been that way. And I think it's important for the credibility of everything that I would like to say today, is to really lay that foundation down for you guys. And so that when you say that, oh, sound is healing, you can say it with absolute conviction, because now you understand the scientific principle behind it. So this won't take long. It's going to feel like school for a second, but I'll do my best to try to make it as cool as I can. So is there a way for me to share some pictures here as I read here?
Yeah, go to share down below.
Okay.
Do you have your pictures open in the background, or are they?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to share the screen. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to share the screen. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Do you have the pictures open in the background?
I do.
Okay, so go to share.
Yeah.
And then share screen.
Okay.
And then you'll see 3 options up top. One is highlighted blue, says entire screen. To the right of it, window. You want to click window.
I'm on window.
Yeah, and there should be in the background there for you to choose.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I can't. It's not letting me see it really well there so much here. Share screen. Okay, well, let's see. That's not really working here. You said to do the window and then presentation?
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem is I can't see it. It's too small.
Do you have it open in the background?
Yeah, I do. Is that fine?
Yeah. Is it a PowerPoint presentation?
No, it's not. It's not a power. I didn't realize it had to be.
You have it on Chrome?
No, I have it on just a bunch of JPEGs and PNGs, unfortunately, in a folder. But it's okay. We can get through this without it, and I can do my best to describe some things here. Can you guys see any of that I'm showing?
It's not quite on the screen yet. I'll let you know as soon as it pops up.
Let's see here. Oh boy, this is bad here.
It's okay.
Let's see here. Let's see. I'm opening up the picture and it's not showing, huh? How about that one?
Yet. Just
wait, sure. How about that?
There we go. We got something.
Got it? Okay. You guys know what that is, right? The yin yang?
Love it. We've been talking about this actually last few days.
This is the most important symbol, in my opinion, and Lao Tzu's opinion too, of you cannot break everything down any more simply than this symbol. It transcends words and it explains the entire universe in a single symbol, which is really spectacular if you really, really think about it. It's showing you both the duality of everything. It's showing you the material world, and it's showing you the emptiness of the void, and showing you that the balance is the only way to keep that together, and that without balance, it falls apart. And that's where we are right now. We're in a world without balance, and it's all falling apart. And I think that what we're here to do is try to find that balance. And so what I want to say to you guys first is to say that before we can even get into the idea that life is a vibration, we have to first understand that we live in a magnetic universe. And that is such a contradiction to the way the material scientists see things, which is they see things as particles, right? And everything to them is a thing. It's got, if it's a particle, and then that's what existence is. And when you really break down quantum mechanics, we've got these particles that are popping in and out of existence. And what they're not really understanding is that what's happening is, as the sine wave moves along, can you guys see the sine wave and then yin yang here? Can you guys see that?
Yep, I see it.
Okay, so imagine the sine wave of what's going on here. Every time it hits a peak, a plus at the beginning of the plus, we recognize that as a particle. But when it dips down into the crest, it's in the void and it disappears from existence. And so scientists would call that spooky action at a distance. They can't really understand why particles pop in and out of existence. But when you can take a snap back from it and see that it's all just a wave, and what we're seeing are the crests, and understand that what we can't understand, the part that's in the void, is the trough of the wave. And that's why we're having the particles pop in and out of existence. So just quickly, I'm going to go through a couple of notes here that are going to sound really, really crazy, but they're going to make sense when I put it together here. So everything in the universe comes to us as a conjugate pair, right? And this pair is inseparable. That's why the yin yang cannot be broken down any more simply, because it represents an inseparable pair. And the way we can see that is there's no thing in the world that you can think about that doesn't have an attribute, right? So every possible thing has an attribute. So everything is two things that's apparently two things, but it's really just one thing. So the example would be with like a yin yang. Second example would be light and shadow, water and steam, two sides of a coin, right? And most importantly, is we see it in magnetism. And in magnetism, it's one thing with a positive energy source and a negative energy source, but it's really one thing, right? So materialists are only looking at the positive energy source because they go, oh, there it is, and then it exists. And then wherever it doesn't exist, they can't seem to grasp that. And so this is the separation between metaphysics and hard physics, I guess, if you will. This is also why the first two numbers of the Fibonacci sequence, which we'll get into later, but the Fibonacci sequence is ultra important. The first two numbers of the Fibonacci are 1 and 1. It's because one is one thing. One has two things to it, right? Like two sides of the same coin. So we know that everything comes in pairs, and nothing can come without its corresponding attribute. So this understanding of the world is the basis of monistic monoism, and it's also the first principle behind all Greek philosophy, Buddhism, and Judaism and Christianity. The problem is that whole message has been distorted. But when you go back to the original text, this is what they're teaching, right? So a huge proponent of this in the beginning was probably the smartest man who ever lived, a Greek philosopher by the name of Plotinus. And if you're not aware of Plotinus, I highly recommend you read a little bit of it. Just really, really had the world figured out from a non-dual place, which is really fascinating for something that's thousands of years old. Nikola Tesla was also a huge, huge proponent of the magnetic universe. He is very famous for getting into a fight with Einstein over this, and he called Einstein a retard. Said that his proposal of gravity was the dumbest thing he had ever heard. And this is a problem, that this spooky action at a distance was a problem that baffled him to the end of his life. In fact, he spent the entire last 10 years of his life trying to solve this problem. And the only solution at that time was quantum mechanics, because there was this particle wave duality going on. And that just didn't set right with Einstein. But all of these are just really kooky explanations into why things are the way they are in a particle universe, or let's say in a material universe. If you consider that the world is a magnetic universe, and that the magnetism travels through the ether, that changes everything. It completely flips science upside down. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because we really lately are all experiencing what scientism can do, the power of scientism, which is not what science is, right? And I think we stopped exploring science maybe a little bit more than 100 years ago. And I think we did that to hide the possible infinite energy supply. So that would be in the dream outside of the non-dual state. So, so besides Nikola Tesla, another physicist who's very, very famous by the name of James Maxwell also wrote extensively on the magnetic universe. So, there's plenty of smart people out there who are willing to argue with science and say that it's hogwash. And currently, some of the current philosophers and scientists today, probably the two smartest men on the planet, in my opinion, are Ken Wheeler and Robert Edward Grant. If you're not familiar with either one of those, I highly recommend their work. Robert Edward Grant is a very, very famous cryptology specialist, I guess, doing crypto locks and digital locks, and has a lot of books published on it. And Ken Wheeler is the most published person on magnetism. So these guys really, really, really have this figured out. So magnetism really is what kind of explains the whole vibratory universe. And if we can get past that and understand that part of it, we've come a long way to understanding how music can affect the body and the mind. So everything that you can think about comes from pressure mediations in the velocity of the magnetic field modality so there's a magnetic field that goes out, right? And there's these pressure mediations that happen because there's a shift in velocity. And as the shift in velocity takes place, it's almost like the fields are touching and a little spark happens. And that spark is the same spark that's in the side of your heart. They're one and the same. And from that spark, you fractal that out, and then you see the world from an inverted perspective, which is to see the world from the ethereal perspective, right? As opposed to the material perspective, which says the world is in the universe. It's a planet, and you were born in it, and you have a past, right? But the other way to look at it is to say that there are just moments. There are these momentary dream states that happen that they come from a spark. And I'm going to get into how that spark can turn into your entire life. So, so let's think about here. This is, I have to read notes because stuff is like so technical part, but let's see. So the perception of light and illumination is nothing but a coaxial pressure disturbance in the medium of sound. So first of all, sound itself is a pressure mediation. And that's what creates the sound. It's a pressure mediation between oxygen and nitrogen. Anytime you have this pressure mediation and velocity between oxygen and nitrogen, it creates a sound, or what we would perceive as a sound. And we know that, so we could say that sound is the source of everything in the universe. So magnetism is the true source, but that doesn't have that field doesn't have a reality. It exists solely in the existential. So for the physical, the first physical formation of that is sound. It's the first principle of everything. We like to say that light is the first principle of everything, but actually light comes from sound. It's very, very highly compressed high frequency sound. And this has been proven in a laboratory, and it's an experiment known as somniluminescence. And you can look into this, where they're using high velocity sound waves to create the spark of light. So do you see the trail that I'm trying to paint here, this picture? So we've got magnetism, then we've got it creating the vibratory frequencies that create sound. From the high frequencies of sound, we're getting into the different variation colors of light. So everything comes from this sine wave that I'm showing you in the yin yang, which is why it's such an important symbol here. So even gravity, even the idea of gravity is a pressure mediation between the magnetic fields. So between these magnetic fields, we find this pressure mediation that causes a dielectric acceleration, which sounds like fancy words, but the experience is more like static electricity. We've all experienced that, right? Everybody's experienced static electricity. Well, that's the same principle that's creating the gravity. The thing that makes the thing stick to your hand is what's causing gravity in the world. All explainable with the magnetic universe, not explainable through a materialistic scientific point of view. So, going further here, let's see. I can't show these pictures, so I'm going to try to skip some of this stuff here. So basically, this is the biggest part about the magnetic universe. The magnetic universe has this dielectric field around it. So I'm sure you've seen pictures of a magnet that have a magnetic field. That here, let me see if I can post one of those. Hang on a second here. I think this would be important. Let me share the screen here. Share. Let's see. Share screen. And kind of forgot how I did this here. Here's a picture of a.
Yeah, go to share.
Yeah,
share screen, and then I believe it'd be under window.
Can you guys see that now or no?
Not yet.
Oh, under window. I'm sorry, that's what I missed. Under window. Okay, so, okay. How about this? Can you see that now?
Not yet.
Oh my God, what am I doing wrong here?
You're not doing
How about
anything.
Now? There we go. How's that? No?
Not yet.
Gosh darn it, what am I doing wrong? You know, I can run Pro Tools, I can do all these crazy things, but get me in front of one of these computers and it's not really working for me. All right, well, basically what I'm trying to show you, and you guys can look this up yourself, is if you place a magnet under a ferrous with something called a ferrule cell, you can literally see the magnetic waves coming off of the magnet. So it's a very real thing. And as a matter of fact, what's so cool about Ken Wheeler's work is that for years he predicted this, and he was really working from Tesla's work, but he was able to complete the work. And Tesla had suspected that the spiral that comes off of the magnet follows the golden ratio of the Fibonacci sequence. And he worked out a whole mathematics for this called vortex math. And this vortex math can predict the spin of this magnetic field that's around every counterpoint. So what I mean by a counterpoint is any place that's a counter space to the material world. So really what I'm trying to say to you is that at the center of your heart, you have a micro black hole. And that black hole, it has no choice but to be filled with this spark of light. Right? First comes as a spark of sound, and then it sparks into light. And then that spark of light that's in your heart creates the heart, which creates the body, which creates everything else in the dream world. So if you can imagine a toroid, and if you guys don't know what a toroid is, just picture a donut. Okay, does everybody have that visual in your mind, a donut? So a donut is what's called a toroid. And the center of the donut, it kind of comes down in a cone, which kind of looks like an hourglass. And then where it gets kind of gets thinner and thinner towards the center. And then it kind of widens out again at the bottom. And I'm going to cancel this share screen since I can't show any pictures anyway. How's that better? Can you see me now?
I see you. I think I found the picture that you were trying to show for it. Here, let me bring it up here right now. I think this is the one. So this is, I believe this is it that you're trying to show. Bring it up on the screen here.
Yeah, well, yes, that is it. It's a ferrule cell. So those wave patterns there?
Mhm.
That magnet is turned on its side in this picture, but there are pictures of it where you turn it where it would be like that's like a coin on its side. If you can find a picture where it's turned the other way, no, none of those are really it. But what it does is there you go. There's one right there. Um, but what it's basically doing is it's creating the golden ratio spin. And this was predicted long before there was a ferrule cell. So we kind of knew mathematically this is what was happening. And then the ferrule cell came along and proved that magnets do have a field, right? And if you ask a scientist what a field is, they're going to be like, blah, 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 blah. They don't know because they can't explain a field. A field to a material scientist is spooky action at a distance, right? But to a field to metaphysicists is the connection between all things. So finally, here we are. Long story short, we're in a place now where we've got a way to explain how magnetism is connecting all things, everything. And it doesn't matter if you believe in non-duality or not. It doesn't matter if you've gotten to that place or not. The mechanics of this is a fractal, so it does apply to the material world that you're living in. It depends, regardless of what level that you're living in this dream state from. The mechanics apply because the mechanics is the physics of the universe, which can be broken down to very, very simple things, which is the golden ratio and the numbers 3, 6, and 9. Tesla very famously said that if you know the secrets of 3, 6, and 9, then you will have the key to the universe. Well, now we have the key to the universe, and it's 3, 6, and 9. And the reason for that is those numbers are just very, very special when it comes to the toroid spin. And what I mean by a toroid spin, because I don't want to get too scientific here, but like you can experience a toroidal spin by just unplugging the drain in a bathtub, right? We all know what that looks like. It's very, very predictable. And vortex math predicts that spin precisely. So if you can understand that every single thing in the universe is made of this toroidal spin at the center of every single electron that's in this table and in my skin and it's in this TV monitor is a micro toroidal spin. It's like a drain. The drain would be the counter space, and it's a suction that's pulling the water in, right? And that spin is what we're calling an electron. And that same spin, again, fractally out, is what we would call an atom. Fractal it out one more time, and you've got a molecule. Fractal it out again, and you have chemistry, right? Fractal it out again, or you have cells. So you could just keep going on and on and on and on with this by applying this toroidal spin as far as you want to take it. But the principles are the same. So understanding that principle is really, 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 really the key to understanding how music affects the body, because it just so happens that the notes of music hit our specific frequencies, particularly when you're tuned to 432 hertz. There's something very magical that takes place at 432 hertz. And simple numerology, if you just add up 4 plus 3, 7 plus 2 is 9, right? Anytime you can add up these frequencies to either a 3, 6, or a 9, you're in the right spot. And the reason for that is because you're in the predicted mathematical pattern of the spin. And when you're not in that predictable pattern, that's when your life feels like it's a mess. That's what it feels. That's literally what it feels like to be out of balance. You ever wake up and just have one of those days, right? We all have one of those days. You're just out of balance. And it happens to everybody, and it happens to everything. Sometimes your computer doesn't work because it's out of balance. Sometimes, you just keep taking that on and on and on and on. And that is so fascinating. So how do we get this toroidal spin to be in balance? Well, there just so happens to be this thing called sympathetic resonance, which is amazing. And everybody here knows what sympathetic resonance is. It's a fancy word for when someone plays a loud sound, and then the table in your house will rattle, or a window will rattle, or a loud car pulls up next to you, and all of a sudden your car's vibrating, right? We've all had that experience. That is sympathetic resonance. What's happening is the frequency from that sound is matching the toroidal vibratory frequency of the thing that's receiving it. And as those two frequencies meet, they vibrate. So that's a long way to go, and I hope that you guys were able to get even just a small part of this to understand that when someone rings a bell and they're a sound therapist, this is exactly how it's working, and it does work. Now, what I'm trying to do that's much, much different is I'm applying the fractalness to that. So instead of going to a sound healer who will bring a tuning fork and play one tone to you, you can think about all of this math stuff. It's actually music. So if you understand the fundamentals of music, all of this vortex math makes perfect sense to you, because it's just about relationships between harmonies. It's really, really nothing else. I don't even have to look at the math. Really, I can hear it. I can hear when it's in tune and when it's out of tune, right? You guys can do it too. If you ever hear a band play live and some guitar is out of tune, it's like, oh God, it sounds like just like nails on a chalkboard if you're a person who's sensitive to pitch. So this is some really, really exciting stuff. And what I'm trying to do differently is, instead of the single bell or the single pitchfork that's being rung, I'm finding ways to ring that bell and then support that bell, that ringing of that bell, through accompaniment, right? So if a single violin plays, it's one sound, right? It's one single tone. But when the symphony plays that tone together, it's a completely different experience, right? Almost the hairs on your arm will stand up straight. It's just like, whoa. And when you've got the violin hitting one single note, but you've got three other violins hitting counter melodies, right? Or harmonies rather, then it's like the harmonies are reinforcing the note, right? So that's basically what I'm doing with the music that I'm creating. It's finding the frequency that's doing the job of balancing those toroids, and then using sympathetic resonance to add additional sounds to it to reinforce that frequency. And that's about as technical as I can get with it. So basically, that's the riff on this whole thing. And that's why sound can be healing when it's tuned correctly. But being tuned correctly is the most important key here, because music that you listen to on the radio, all of your famous artists, in fact, I doubt that any of you have heard a song in your life that was tuned to 432 hertz, unless you're a big fan of classical music. The music today is, by standard, tuned to 440 hertz. And what's interesting about 440 hertz is that it's mathematically perfectly dissonant, meaning it's exactly the opposite frequency produced when something is tuned to 432 hertz. It's having the opposite toroidal effect, which I find very, very curious. So I wonder why things were turned from 432 hertz, which the classical days were, and this is famously known as Verdi's A. Giuseppe Verdi is a famous composer, and he was so adamant about 432 tuning, it was known as Verdi's A. He refused to allow anyone to play his music in any other tuning. And this took place right around 1939. And as you guys know, who are history buffs, this is the time that Germany invaded Austria. And at the time, the record business wasn't what it is today. And Austria was the center of the music world back then. And it was Joseph Goebbels. And this is part of the legend. And there's a lot of historical fact to back this up. but you can take that for what it is, that Joseph Goebbels, the mastermind propagandist, was the one who insisted that all music now be tuned to 440 hertz. He made that the standard when the Germans took over Austria. And then in 1952, the Americans and rest of the world pretty much adopted this same frequency. Now, think about what happened to music in the 1940s, right? So 1952 is when officially the Americans adopted the 440 hertz tuning. And what I mean by tuning is, if everybody has to agree that a frequency is that we're all playing A at a certain frequency, and if we're not all on that same page, it's going to sound like garbage. So tuning is just extremely important in music. If you're not a musician, it doesn't make any sense to you, and I don't really know how to make it make sense to you other than to just say it's balance. It's balance, and when it's not in tune, it just doesn't sound correctly balanced. So 1952, Americans switched over to 440 hertz. And when you really start to think about what happened to music around this time in 1952, what happened? Music went from being very, very soulful and beautiful, and we had big band and swing, and we had a lot of melodic type of music. And then rock and roll came on the scene, which was very agitative, has a lot of aggressiveness to it, right? And it's been like that ever since. And, listen, I'm the first person in the world to say I love all that stuff. I mean, I grew up on all that old rock, and I'm not here to diss any old music. But I am here to say that I'm a believer that music by design has been reconfigured on purpose to make us unbalanced by listening to it. And I'm a firm believer in that. And I think that anybody who follows the progress of music from the 50s to now can hear the difference that I'm talking about. It's just a very, very different kind of a thing. So what I've been doing for the last few years is I've been exclusively tuning my music to 432 hertz. I'm also playing around with a few other important frequencies like 528. The reason 528 is important is because that is the frequency to which plants do photosynthesis. They take energy from the sun and they convert it into chlorophyll. So that frequency that takes place there is what's considered to be like life-giving. It's converting the light into something material. And there's a lot to that. So I find that the 528 has definitely has an effect on the body, for sure. And of course, if you add up the 528, you get 5 plus 2 is 7. 7 and 8 is 16. And let's see, what is it? 7 and 8 is 15. And that gives us a 6. So it's once again 3, 6, 9. I started on this venture here a few years ago, probably about 10 years ago is when I started really getting serious about changing the tuning of music. And once I did that, I brought it to the record companies, and they looked at me like I was insane. They were like, we're not changing the tuning of music. This is a crazy idea. And it didn't really start quite so lofty. I just wanted to start with like, hey, let's create a record label with some positive messages, because when you sing in the shower, those hooks, that becomes the mantra that you're singing about. So what if we just started doing a record label that was exclusively doing cool things, but with positive mantras in them? And that was not acceptable to anybody in the music business. And then when I brought to them the tuning aspect, they just went, no, this is not happening. So at that point, I realized I had to do this myself, and I had to do it without any funding. And it's been, like anything, a roller coaster ride ever since. I've had a couple of labels just not able to take it off the ground because it just didn't have the funding for it. Recently, I had Monatomic Music that took off. I was the president of that. We got almost 80,000 subscribers, and then I was hacked, and the channel was stolen, and YouTube can't do anything about it. So here I am starting over again with a brand new channel called Phi Tribe. So I hope you guys will check that channel out. And it's going to be all the same music from Monatomic. It's just going to be re-uploaded. And it doesn't have all the crazy millions of views. So you can pretend like you experienced that yourself. So
I shared the link to that YouTube channel, and I got comments back that the channel was not available.
Yeah, yeah.
What's your new channel called again?
So the new channel is called Phi Tribe, and our first release is going to be next week. So just go ahead and subscribe, and we're going to have some content coming out. As a matter of fact, tonight at 11:11 Eastern time, we'll be releasing the very first sleep series, and this song is specifically tuned to open the heart chakra. So if it sounds like your bag, I definitely highly recommend you subscribe to the Phi Tribe channel. And at 11:11 tonight, that is going to happen. It's going to play for 90 minutes. And then if you tune in too late, what happens is it plays for 90 minutes. And then after 90 minutes, it kind of slowly soothes you into a nice sleep. And then there's a gentle rainstorm that kind of plays for the next 8 hours and lets you sleep. So if you tune in a little bit too late and you hear rain, that's what happened. Just tune in tomorrow and you can just start it on your own time. So, but we've got well over 100 songs in our catalog, and it won't take us long to have it re-uploaded up on the new channel. And I think everybody in this chat room probably can experience, just as she was saying in the last lecture, that there's kind of an attraction to empaths, of people who want to destroy it, because they know we're here to shine a light on things and bring in this loving aspect to the world.
And Five Tribe?
Phi, it's Phi, like the mathematical Phi, PHI.
Okay.
Tribe. Yeah. And you know what? It may not show up yet because we don't have a video up yet. So at 11:11 tonight, it'll probably be easier to find. And I'm going to drop some links over on my personal channels. You can check me out over on Instagram, Ford's Playground. And I've also got a channel on YouTube called Ford's Playground as well, where I talk about this kind of stuff. So, and I talk about this, and I talk about the books that I've written, and we get into a lot of existential stuff. So that is pretty much it. And I'm sure there might be some questions. I don't know. I was trying to cover a lot in that little bit of time there. And I hope I was able to explain it in a way that made sense to people. It's such a giant thing that it's hard to grasp in a single hour. But the point of the lecture was really just to say that you're not crazy. The sound is definitely having an effect on you. And now we can scientifically prove it. It's just a different. It's an inverted way of thinking about things.
I'd like to hear your thoughts on the musical melody that they discovered on Da Vinci's Last Supper.
Yeah. On what now? I'm sorry. The Da Vinci Last Supper.
Yeah. They found an Italian researcher has discovered a music melody within the painting, and all the breadcrumbs and such that are laid out, and then he played it out. It sounded like a melody.
Yeah. The person you're talking about is Robert Edward Grant. That's who I mentioned earlier. Yeah. He is the expert on that too. So basically, Da Vinci, he was also a very, very awakened master and lived in the world of non-duality. So really, really understood the importance of the golden ratio, and he applied it to all of his paintings. That's why his paintings are so amazing. So there isn't any art that he did where he didn't first draw the golden ratio and then he plotted everything else out around that. So if you look at the paintings, like you're saying, and you figure out where the characters of the Last Supper are, there's actually notes being played, because different points, there are different nodes in that spinning donut, that spinning toroid, and each one of those nodes is a different note on a piano, so to speak. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it totally does. I've got it on my channel, actually. I
Right
loved
on.
it so much. I was like, wow, this is amazing. I have to share this. Another question I got for it is, I'm wondering as to, I'm sure I know, but, I'd like to hear from you as to why they would change the music frequency. Is it that they figured out that they can alter our consciousness with the frequency, or they can subliminally do something to our mind if they emit this type of frequency coming off of radios and kind of what have you, right? Because it doesn't make sense as to like why they would do it unless there's like a nefarious agenda attached to it.
The nefariousness to me is the fact that the frequency they picked is mathematically perfectly dissonant. So the fact that they picked a frequency that is doing the opposite effect of what you want music to do says to me that this was something that was planned. I know people would laugh about that. I know there are people who defend Goebbels, who I don't know what kind of creep would defend Goebbels, but yeah, I'd say for sure that this was a plot to really, really agitate people and control people. If we're angry all the time and we're agitated all the time, then we're not going to be really too open to talk to each other about things, are we? We're not really going to be open to working things out and talking about how much the government's stealing from us, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of motivation there to do that. I think that the German scientists were way ahead of it on that scope back then. And I have a friend, I'm not going to mention names, who was involved in the Montauk Project, and a lot of that. And that's a that's not a conspiracy. You look up Montauk Project. It's a very, very real CIA project that was taking place in Montauk, New York, where they were experimenting with different frequencies of sound, particularly 432 hertz. And the point of that experiment and the Montauk Project was mind control through sound.
Mm-hmm.
So. And these aren't conspiracies. These are things you can pick up and read, and you can find the actual scientific, the actual CIA journals talking about it. So it's very, very fascinating, you know.
Yeah, extremely. It's not a conspiracy whatsoever. I did a one-on-one talk with a former retired CIA officer, and he was discussing it. And I told us pretty much what you just told us. So no conspiracy theory there, like at all.
Yeah, it's definitely happening. It's definitely happening. So and what to take from that is to really say, okay, the music that I'm listening to is by design meant to unbalance me. That's what its job is. It doesn't matter if it's your favorite artist or your favorite producer. And I was one of those many producers who made many of those hit records, and I did it in 440 out of ignorance because that's what I was taught. It's not like you're really given a choice these days as a musician. Everything's electronic. Everything comes pre-programmed, right? As a matter of fact, trying to retune some of these instruments today is a little bit of a challenge, you know. And you know, there are famous videos of them burning the instruments back in the Goebbels days of Austria, where those instruments were specifically made to play 432 hertz, and they were forcing them to burn those instruments. So there was a huge push to move to 440 hertz. That was, to me, it doesn't really have any explanation other than it's for mind control. And when you listen to things in 432, you know, developing a good ear for things is like it's an exercise. It's like you shouldn't be expecting that you're going to go into the kitchen and just be able to cook, right? It takes a while to learn how to smell scents and spices, and then before you know it, you get a better idea of how to put things together and cook and make things great, right? Sound is the same way, and for most people, sound is just blah blah blah. It doesn't really have anything to it. You know, they don't really hear the nuance of the difference. But when you develop your ear and you're able to really, really hear the differences of these things, when I listen to the difference between 440 hertz and 432 hertz, it's night and day. It's so drastically different that I had my baby grand piano tuned to 432 hertz, which the tuner balked when I asked him to do this for me. He was just like, "That you're going to ruin your piano, blah, blah, blah. This is the worst idea ever." But I'll tell you what, he left. And hey. And so he left, and the first thing I did was hit a C chord, and the hairs on my arm stood up. I was like, wow, this is phenomenal. And that was it for me. I was totally hooked from that moment on. And I had before that, I had done some things where I'd seen like some comparisons on YouTube. And I got to tell you, a lot of these comparisons don't really work, because what's happening is they're using an electronic device to detune these songs to 432 hertz to show you the comparison. And it doesn't work that way. The music has to be built from the ground up. It has to be thought about in 432 hertz, because it's not just the, the secret sauce is that it's not just the tuning, right? Like that's like base level part of this. It's a fractal of the tuning. It's taking what the tuning is doing and then fractaling that out with multiple layers, and that's what's creating the specialness of this music. So when you just shift your little pitch shifter on your DJ set and go, oh, that's just 432 hertz, it's garbage. It doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way. Yeah.
When you were mentioning 440 for it, I after listening to Brad Olson this morning and having done my own research in that field, when you mentioned 440, in numerology, that equals to 8. And, oddly enough, 8 is the number that's connected to Saturn. And Saturn is known as the death planet, and Luciferianism and all of that is connected to that. So I found that a little bit interesting as to 440 equals 8. And then we have this Luciferian agenda in the background, which connects to Saturn. And so that's quite interesting.
Fascinating. I did not know that. That is really interesting. That really, that gives me something really to think about now. That's something. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're very welcome. And now, when you're mentioning about these guys freaking out when you're asking them to tune your instruments to 432, it almost sounds like that maybe you would need to build like your own instruments right from scratch, so that the hollowness of the instrument is there. So when you tune it, it would be vibrating at that particular frequency. So like say if I went to the store and bought an acoustic guitar, right? I wonder if it's designed to put out that particular frequency. Even if I tried to tune it the best I can, it's just never going to catch on because of the fact of the design.
There could very well be a possibility to that, and that's what when I bought the piano, I bought it new and I requested it at 432, and they were just totally trying to talk me out of it from the get go. And I just thought, if I'm wrong, I'll tune it to 440. It's not. I mean, if I'm wrong, it's gonna be a couple months. It's not going to do any real damage to the instrument. But I think there's just bias. There's just people who are just so stuck in 440. That's just been drilled into their heads their whole lives as musicians, and they're just not willing to listen to the difference. But I'm telling you, when you really listen to the difference between this music, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's just 432 sounds so sweet and just sounds so loving and warm, and it's just so apparently obvious. As opposed to 440. And when I say that, I say true 432 music. So you'll have to wait and hear some of the stuff that I'm doing. I don't know of anybody else who's doing this. I've always realized that this is going to have to happen from the ground up. That there's nobody in the music business that this serves.
Yeah,
at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just like too far gone now. It's like the monster is just loose, and it just can't be controlled. So it needs to be destroyed in order to be rebuilt, right? That's kind of and same with the timelines that we're dealing with, like this Hopi timeline that we're working towards. It's the same thing. We have to destroy the old in order to build the new, and it's kind of what it sounds like with music as well, and such an important integral part of our civilization.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything is about music. I mean, try to think of anything. Have you ever watched a movie without a soundtrack?
Never.
It's weird. It's weird, right? It's weird.
Yeah, those Chaplin movies from way early back in the day. Those,
it just doesn't work, right? It's like, what's wrong with this movie?
Yeah. I got a question here from you from our sister, Leanne Curtis. She asks, how do we make logic work in 432?
Well, here's the thing. I use Pro Tools. Logic is very, very similar to Pro Tools. You can't. What you can do is each of the individual plugins that you're using in Logic, depending on the plugins that you buy, some of them will allow you to change the tuning on them. And it really depends on the plugin. I mean, some of them don't. It's really like about, I would say 70% will allow you, and there's a good 30% that won't allow you to change the tuning. And they usually hide it in a weird place. It's either under a global setting, or oftentimes you'll have to like touch the logo of the plugin, and then all of a sudden the plugin will flip around and you can adjust a couple of things, but they don't make it easy. That's for sure. But here's the thing is, like, even at 432, you're not really hitting all of the mathematical nodes that you need to hit. I mean, to really, really do that, you have to get into the solfeggio frequencies, which sadly is just not musical. There's just no way to make music out of it. It just doesn't work, but what we can do is we can get very, very, very close. And the way I look at it is, people who are very, very left brain be like, no, it's gotta be this frequency. Otherwise it just doesn't make sense. It's not 369, but I don't look at it that way. I think I kind of look at everything as like a V. It's like a groove, and as long as you're in the ballpark, you're going to slide into that groove,
Yeah.
And that's really what I'm going for, because it's got to be people. If it's not musical, they're not going to listen to it. But if we can get it somewhat closer by just using these techniques, I can tell you from firsthand experience, it's undeniable when you really start to hear the difference. Undeniable.
I'm going to get my son to watch this session here, because he's an inspiring musician, loves music, but I've told him for a very long time, and this is a question I'd like to ask, and I bet there's a lot of people out there who will resonate with this, and we'll make this our final question before we end our session. So now my son, he loves music, and from the time he wakes up in the morning, he listens to a variety of music, and some of it sounds like a techno type of music. And as soon as he wakes up in the morning, he's got his headphones on and he listens to that music all day long. Now, I'm wondering if there is any, damage that can be caused by exposing yourself to this frequency, like all day long. Can it have a long-term effect, or?
I'm not a doctor to say, yay or nay. I can tell you from a holistic point of view, it's definitely going to make your thoughts out of balance. Thoughts in the body are really the same thing, right? It's all electrons, right? It's all we're talking about. When we try to make it any more complex than that, then that's when we're going to lose it, right? An electron is an electron. So whether it's your thoughts or whether it's your physical body, this toroidal effect is having that effect. Right. So if you got headphones on all day and you're listening to 440 hertz all day, then all of your thoughts are going to be out of balance. They're just not going to be following the track of that perfect toroidal spin, which is perfection. And if you can perfectly go down that slide, well, guess where you're standing? You're standing in counter space, and through counter space, you're enlightened. You see everything. Right. The whole point of this is to keep us from finding that counter space within us. That's the whole point. And it makes no difference if it's headphones or if it's coming from loudspeakers. If it's coming from loudspeakers, it's affecting your body. It's affecting every electron in your body is feeling that resonant frequency through sympathetic resonance, right? And if it's just your head, it's affecting the thoughts.
Beautiful. Thank you for saying that, because now I'm going to get my boy to watch this. No supper for you until you watch this.
I mean, everything in moderation is my motto,
Yeah, that's right.
Everything in moderation. So.
Yeah, I don't mind him listening to music, but it's kind of overdoing it, right? And I had a really beautiful comment up here when we were observing 440, and Ree had set up here that 432 equals 9. So it's beautiful that the 369 comes in, and then we're dealing with that demonic 8, and it's just it's not good at all. So Ford, thank you very much.
Real quick, I'm gonna tell you the 369 is actually very, very fascinating, and then I didn't cover this. So the 3 is represents the thesis. So think about the crest of the wave, going back to that yin yang, right? So the peak of the crest of the wave is the thesis, right? It's the idea, right? And then we're going to go into the antithesis, which is the dip, going into the trough of the wave, right? And that's where we're processing. That's why it feels like, it's life. We're in 6 right now. We're just processing everything. And then there's the synthesis. There's the new idea that comes from that as it peaks again. And that's what 9 represents. That's the 3, 6, and the 9. So that's why you really want to hit the 3, 6, and the 9. That's the whole point of it.
I see.
But I'll let that, that makes more sense that way.
It's kind of like ahming, right?
Yes.
That it's kind of like ahming when you and then you go into that silence, and then it's in that silent and that nothing state that you can manifest and create and visualize. I get what you're saying. That's awesome. Never heard it expressed like that, and just raised my awareness for it. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, wonderful. Awesome.
That was amazing.
Thank you guys very much for having me. This has been awesome. I'm going to try to get better at using this program, but thank you again for having me. And
I appreciate it for it.
I hope you guys will tune in tonight at 11:11 on Phi Tribe and take the sleep experience. I guarantee you it is going to be the most restful sleep of your entire life. You're going to have the most crazy dreams, and you're going to wake up feeling so refreshed and so awesome. That's all I can say about it. It's going to blow your minds.
I love it. I can't wait. I've been having a hard time sleeping after like all this energy through the day. So I'm usually laying there pretty late at night. So definitely I'm going to be tuning in and listening and try to get myself a good sleep.
Yeah, fantastic. Awesome.
So Ford, before I let you go, please tell us once again where people can find you, website, your book. I put the link up there, Becoming God, and that's going to your website. So that's all up there. So if people want to go and visit that, your YouTube channels, please give us one more download on that.
Yeah, the biggest thing is just follow me on YouTube, Ford's Playground. Because from there, I'm going to be talking about everything else. I'm going to be giving the book away on that channel. I'm in the process of making audiobooks for both books, and they're going to be free on YouTube. And I encourage the comments. I read every comment and I answer every comment. And that's where I want the community to really build. I feel like we can actually have a conversation and get to know each other a little bit. So that's really where it's at for me, instead of all these other apps. I'm the swiping thing, I'm just done with that.
That's why I kind of migrated over here to YouTube as well, because we can create a community here and have a discussion, create a safe space. And if a troll comes in, we can handle that, because it's, we have a lot of light, and so it's a perfect place to, I think, to create a community. So thank you for it. I so appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a blast.
You're very welcome. I love you, and I'm going to be in contact with you, and I'd love to do a one-on-one with you after this conference.
Oh, I love it.
And learn more from you, because, man, you're amazing. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. It's been a blast. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Take care.
Have a wonderful day.
You too. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Well, that was epic, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely, bro. I know exactly what he's talking about too with Pro Tools. I went to school for that, audio research, and I just wanted to hear it. I didn't want to interject with what I knew, but using Logic and Logic Pro is really the beat makers. It's very difficult to get it all lined up properly and make sure that your tempos are on cue. It's so much that goes with it, and it's a difficult task, and it's really incredible and remarkable what Ford is doing. It's epic. It's epic.
Oh, it's revolutionary. It's remarkable, and someone needs to do it. It's like Brad was doing this morning. So happy that kind of just all blended in today, because Brad was giving us a download on this music this morning, and he was like, hey, you need to change this. You guys got to become aware of this. And then Ford comes along and gives us this download. Here, I want to bring Leanne on and hear Leanne's thoughts, and then it is stretch time. And there she is. You're muted, my star sister.
Hi,
What did you think, Leanne? I know you're a music producer yourself, so what did you think?
I'm always fascinated by hertz, and I knew about 432, and I tried to tune my guitar down. I have guitar tuners. You can put these on a guitar, and it's a digital
you can tune it to 440 or whatever on the back. You can change it. And then I have a guitar with a tuner in it. Like, I've got an acoustic bass where here that has a tuner in it.
Oh, cool.
You know, little by little, my daughter keeps sneaking my stuff over here because who knows when I'll ever be released from this. But hey, you know what? It's not for me to, you know, influence anybody to do anything but be themselves, and whatever. When she decides to go, she'll go. And in the meantime, I'm so grateful I have my bass.
Having a hard time hearing you, hon.
Oh,
You
sorry.
gotta
I'm grateful. I'm grateful. Right. I've got the mic for down here.
Okay.
Thank you, Sennheiser, for my mic. Right. Shameless plugs for my people. It was fascinating. So yeah, I would love to, if it's not weird, come find you. I already sent a private message to Ford. But yeah, it's tunings and hertz and frequencies. I mean, we are vibratory beings. We are energy beings. We are fractalized. Like when I speak, that fractalizes it. Like everything does that.
Yeah, everything is sound. Everything is
vibration. You're tuning, it's doing it in like, it's like misshapen snowflakes. Like, and it's agitating. And it's
like
what
what Dr. Amato says.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can convert into the.
It informs. Like if your electromagnetic thoughts and your feelings inform your body to be in ease or dis-ease, then music is also going to affect your field, which extends, you know, and thoughts aren't in your head, they're in your field. Like people who don't know that either. Not like people are dumb, but just nobody discusses these things, because if they were to, then there's a bread. It's changing. We're discussing these things. I'm so excited to be part of a movement that brings awareness as a collective, not just individual awareness, you and me, and just the collective awareness is a big, important thing. That's not the same as individuals being aware.
It sure is. We need to have a dialogue. We need to talk about these things, and we need to raise awareness and understanding on this topic, because music, man, it's everywhere. It's our culture, it's our society, it's our civilization. Not only that, but it's us as well. So with that said, Leanne, it's 5:25, so we'll do a quick stretch. And please like and subscribe to our channels and hit that bell so that you'll get notified for when we are going live. So with that said, Leanne, it is your show, hon.
Here we go with some nice 440 tune music for you. Ha 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 ha. Sorry.
Oh my God.
My heart at 440. What? Okay, everybody. Maybe I'll turn that down a little bit. Okay. Let's what should we do? I don't know. I kind of feel like moving around. I don't know about you. So let's get up on our feet. Let's actually stomp on the ground. And if anybody knows whose sacred ground they are standing on, please bless those people or that people's. I know I'm on Lenape ground, so. Anyway, so stomping, little stomping. Feel your feet. Jump up and down a little bit. All right. Let's put our arms out, stretch out to the side, and then palms together, straight up in the air, and feel a nice stretch up here on our sides. Straight up through that fabulous middle finger. I love the love. Breathing. Our arms down, behind our backs. Interlace your fingers and take a deep breath in and exhale. And inhale and bring your arms up. Just out. And exhale. All right. Let's come now down onto our hands and knees just to loosen up a little bit. do whatever you like. But we're gonna go into some sun salutations, even though it's dark out here. All right, everybody, if you can, as you can, and always you can adjust and improvise as needed. Come up into down dog. Really spread your fingers and push out from there, out from your fingers, out from the palm of your hands into your wrists. And imagine some kind of a robe or belt pulling your thighs up out of your hips. Take some good deep breaths. Twist to the side. And twist to the side. And then walk it out. Grab a deep breath in as we step up between our hands. Exhale. Inhale and come up with a hip hinge and reach straight up or arch back. Exhale into chair pose. Inhale, go up. Reach way up. And come back down, exhale. Inhale, come halfway up. And come down for plank. If you want to put your knees down, please do. If you want to be a cowboy, exhale 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Very nice. Up into Sphinx. Nice deep breath. Push back into child's pose. Take a deep breath. And on the exhale, come up into down dog. Get out, take a couple breaths. Inhale, step up between your hands. And exhale, fold down. Love is the only answer. It's only just begun. Come halfway up and inhale. And exhale back down. Okay, hinge up from the hips. Reach up. Or back. Exhale, come down to the chair. Inhale and come up. Reach for the stars. Exhale, come back down. Inhale halfway up. Get ready to come down for plank and exhale. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Very nice. Come up and get that nice sphinxy stretch thing and try. You want to go into upward dog. And do that. I don't like that. I like this. Feel free. Exhale, push up back into down dog. And walk it out. Push up into down dog. Deep breath in. Exhale, step through your hands. Exhale, come down. Inhale, come up. Exhale, come down into chair. Inhale, come up again. Onto your toes. And back down. Inhale, get ready for plank. And exhale, 5, 4. Hold it for a second. 3, 2, 1. Nice job, guys. Sphinx. Back into child's pose. Just stay there.
let's gently come on to our thumbs. Sorry. I'm distracted because Oliver's outside meowing. It's kitty-free yoga tonight. Okay, and let's do a stretch and a twist. Right hand on left leg, left hand behind you. Exhale and twist. Inhale, come up and out, and exhale and twist again. And come back to center, deep breath in. And exhale. All right, left hand on right knee. Right hand behind you. Come on up out of your hips. Your sit bones are still grounded. And inhale, come up. Exhale, twist. Again, inhale and come up. And exhale, twist a little more. Deep breath in, carefully come back to center. Let's put our elbows on the floor for a second. Crawl your fingers out and try to take a deep breath in. And exhale. Crawl your fingers out a little more if you can. Take another deep breath in. And exhale. And then gently walk back. And line that. Let's come onto our backs.
Let's begin to wrap now. Leanne, it's 5:35, and our next guest is in the studio.
Okay, great. Let's just take a couple of breaths. Let's get into a neutral position with your feet flat on the ground and your arms by your sides, palms up. And let's do, I think it's a tantric breath, where you tilt your head forward as you inhale through your nose. And then tilt your head back as you exhale twice. Like that. Do that 2 more times. Tilt your head down, inhale. And as you let your head go back. And 1 more. Okay, gently sway or rock. And carefully come onto your sides. Push yourselves up with your palms. Find yourselves in a meditation. Take a nice deep breath. Bring your hands to your heart. Thank you so much for letting me stretch you out. That little heart, 'cause living is so much fun.
Thank you, my star sister. I appreciate it. Much love to you. Thank you. Thank you. That was a great stretch, guys. I needed that sitting here on this chair for the last 9 hours, 35 minutes, and 25 seconds.
That's right. It's actually not so hard anymore. Like the first few days was like really rough, and now I'm just kind of getting used to it.
Yeah. Same
what,
here.
workouts?
The first day I was just huffing, and that was but this
take you 2 through an hour and see what happens to you. I would love to do that on the not on here, just elsewhere, because I'm not a yoga teacher, but I know how to go through a class.
Yeah, right on. There's some people. Yeah, maybe we'll talk about that after the conference.
We can do our own
All right,
little
cool.
private something.
Thank you, Leanne. Let's
Sure,
bring
thank you.
our next speaker on, which I am very excited to do. I spoke with Claudia, like, what was it? Last week, a week and a half ago, we spoke, and we had just a fantastic conversation. We resonated, and they were going to do some things here. So I'm looking forward to that. Here, I'll read Claudia's bio here really quick. It's not that long. Claudia Thompson is an Emmy Award winner and internationally known lunar astrologer with over 35 years of experience. Her journey has taken her from Hollywood to the moon. Claudia's practical moon powered living system enables others to live in tune with the rhythms of timing of the very force that moves the tides in the oceans, supporting all life on Earth. The creation of her simple and practical system guides others to create lives of vibrant health, happy relationships, success in business, and to celebrate their unique brilliance and beauty while knowing the right timing for everything. That is beautiful. Welcome, Claudia. I am so happy to see you. You're amazing, and I'm looking forward to this. And thank you very much for giving us your time here. And yeah, welcome.
Hi. I'm not hearing this feed very well, so I don't know if I need to change to my phone. Can you hear me okay?
Your audio is a little low. Let me turn it up in my end and see how that works out. Let's give it a shot now, Claudia.
Okay. I don't know. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. Can you hear me?
Yeah, not well, but I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing this. Usually my StreamYard feed is really good. So I just want to be sure that everybody can hear me okay.
Yeah, the internet connection seems to be bad everywhere. My partner, Rob, keeps getting kicked out of the studio because of his internet out east, and is kind of lagging on this side of the world too. So we'll do our best that we can with what we have.
Okay, I'm just wondering if I ought to switch to my phone and my my earbuds.
You should be okay, Claudia. We can hear you.
Okay, all righty. And I want to just see if I hold this up, is it going to be reversed?
Let's have a look. I'll make you into full
Is
screen.
that it? No. Okay, good. It's not in reverse. Good. Yeah. And I have my iPad this way. It looks columnar because when I turn it the other way, the camera's way over on the side. Weirdness. But you know, Mercury's in Pisces right now. And April is going to just be insane. So if we're all really married to technology being perfect, we're going to have to let it go.
that we do. We have to let go of technology to
yes.
To
yes,
a certain
it's like,
point.
how did we live before that? Maybe that's why some of us older ones are hanging around to remind the younger generation of how that there is a way to live without it.
Yeah, I remember there was a time when I was told, don't come home until the lights come on.
Yeah.
I'd go and hang out at the hockey rink all day long playing shinny hockey. And when it got dark, I came home and we had television, and I think we had like 4 channels. And, back in those days, yeah, TV only came on in the evening.
It was much more challenging to confuse and program us in some ways.
Yeah, exactly. And we had better memories back in those days too, because if somebody gave us their phone number, we'd remember it. And then now when somebody gives us a phone number, we put it in our phone and we have no idea what that phone number is.
No,
right?
and if you lose your contact list,
poof, is gone.
Yeah.
Just like that.
We better get good with our telepathy quickly.
Yeah, for sure. I'm working on it with my cat.
Me too. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to begin, with just a brief recap of my story of what that means from Hollywood to the moon. And then I'm going to go into the actual rhythms. What are the rhythms of true time, how to rock the rhythms of your life. And then, Omar, if you would let me know, at the 20-minute mark on that, because then I will go into the full moon. and we'll all make a wish together and have some fun with that. And and I'll talk a bit about the imminent change of seasons and how important that is this particular time. And then Q&A, and then we'll open it up for Q&A, whatever somebody's curious about or you would like to know.
Okay, so I'll hit you up, let's say at 6:05. That's roughly 22 minutes from now.
Okay, so that's when I'll go on?
Okay, cool. I'll hit you up at that point.
Okay. So you're saying that I'm going to start and then you'll break in, or I shouldn't appear until 6:05?
No, I'll come in at 6:05.
Got it. Okay. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Claudia Thompson, and I'm here to help you rock the rhythms of your life and navigate transformation in these wild and crazy times of the evolving human awakening on planet Earth. In my bio, I say my journey took me from Hollywood to the moon. What does that mean? Well, at the top of my game, when I'd won an Emmy, I was burned out. It's a very solar go, go, go culture that we live in. But I knew my soul was calling me. And I actually took my first astrology class with my mom when I was home from college in my early 20s. So I've been studying astrology, and I always say you're a student because the universe is ever expanding, but for over 50 years now, actually. I came to lunar astrology, and it's a term that I coined in 1998-99 when I was living in a small town in Northern California, having left the movie industry. I was living in a town that was surrounded on three sides by water, and it had been a whaling village. And now it was in Marin County, an adjunct to San Francisco, but 45 minutes away. And the tide guide for the area was produced there. There were a lot of gardeners and landscapers and fishermen who were very aware of the tidal rhythms of the moon. And so a friend of mine who owned an herbal shop, a wonderful herbalist, Eden Clearbook in Northern California, asked me to do a radio show. And I thought, well, you're going to want me to talk about beauty from the inside out, right? Which was another one of my passions. And she said, no, I want you to talk about the moon. And I was like, oh my gosh, okay. So I began talking every couple of weeks about the moon. And then she tripped off to France as her father was making his transition. And she told me to take the show over. And so I named it Star Talk. And every week I did a show about the moon and politics and health and relationships and just everything that was going on and how it related to the moon. And I developed a practical system because I realized that everything that you see growing on this magnificent planet is growing by virtue of the relationship between the sun, the moon, and the earth. As Rudolf Steiner said, the moon is like this lens for the whole universe that then focalizes those energies onto the earth. And if some of you are not aware, astrology operates on the basis that the universe is actually in our DNA, very uniquely calibrated according to our birth time, date, and place. It's like our natal mandala. So then I formed a website, the first website on the moon. I had a friend from LA that kept calling me who was getting very involved in technology. And she said, there's nothing on the internet about the moon. She called me about every 6 months. And so finally, at about 18 months, she called me and she said, there's nothing on the internet about the moon. And instead of saying, oh, well, so what? I said, well, you'll never guess what I'm doing. I'm doing a radio show called Star Talk, and it's about the moon. So we kicked off this website, and 20 years later, I'm still very devoted to my soul's calling, which is the moon. And the moon is my doorway to the universe. So I work not only with the universe and the planets that are being discovered, the dwarf planets that are now really coming into play that have very long orbits, but also the things that the moon signifies, the lunar position signify in your chart that are not so often revealed in a Western astrology reading. For instance, your pre-birth eclipses tell you a lot about your life's purpose, about the context within which you are to teach what you agreed to teach and to learn what you came to learn. The nodal positions, which are not planets, but are positions on the ecliptic of the moon, which always connote the direction that humanity's being, the collective soul direction that we're being asked to move forward in and the one that we're being asked to leave behind. So they're very important positions. The phase of the moon you were born in, very important. Many people don't even know where the moon was when they were born. And why is this important? Well, like I said, we're a very solar-oriented culture, and it's easy to find your sun sign because, about the 20th to the 22nd of every month, the sun changes signs. And the sun represents your conscious expression, spirit, the personality, the way you came to shine through this avatar or vehicle in this lifetime. The moon represents your soul, your subconscious or unconscious, the way you perceive nurturing and security for yourself, how you meet the public. It's the way you come home to yourself. And so it's very, very important to know that when you get into relationships, because oftentimes what you see is not what you get, so to speak. So it's something that we all need to be tuning into, especially since we are in 1,000 years of the two. The two is the feminine. The two is the moon in the tarot. It's the sign it is the number of the moon. And so as we move forward into 1,000 years of the feminine, the moon becomes a very important significator to bring back into our consciousness. I was just published in a book recently. I had a chapter out of 12 authors that you might be interested in. It's called the Reformation of the Feminine, the Science and Magic of the Goddess. And that just came out on Amazon earlier this month. So that's full of all kinds of good information about the divine feminine and the moon. It reiterates at more length as far as, how we lost this information, this ancient wisdom, and how it can come back into modern life. So the moon moves through a cycle every 28 days. Every 28 days, it comes back to the sign in which, or the area of the sky in which the new moon originated. And then about every 29 and a half days, we have a new moon. As the moon catches up to the sun, the moon has no light of its own. It needs that solar impregnation of energy to begin its incredible cycle of manifestation, because everything you see growing on this planet, unerringly, just with that inner wisdom, that inner knowingness, that unerring clock, grows by virtue of the sun, moon, and earth, as I'd said earlier. So rhythm, frequency, and vibration. This is what the universe is made of, and quantum physics is proving that. It's kind of as though science is proving spirituality, working to prove spirituality or catch up with it, so to speak. So you are 70 to 86% water. And that means that you are a micro ocean. You're a tidal being. And so these rhythms and phases that the moon goes through have a great impact on you. It's said that the subconscious occupies 95% of our operating system. The moon represents the subconscious. So when you start to tune into the moon, you tune into the most unerring calendar and clock that we know of. There are cultures that have lunar calendars, but most cultures in this modern world work on created calendars that were created in many cases for political and religious advantage. And when you start to go back to following the lunar calendar, you're literally in tune with the rhythms that your own body and psyche are moving to and are responding to. And as most of you know, life is a wave pattern. Every thought you have puts out a wave or a sound, an emotion that puts out a sound. So it's like you're creating your own symphony continually. You have to ask yourself, especially in these times, is my symphony one that uplifts myself? Because I feel that your vibration is your gift to the world. So is this uplifting my vibration, or is it upsetting my vibration? This is why creating your own narrative is so important. And one of the great ways to do that, to step out of any feeling of control or anxiety, is to start to dance with the rhythms of the moon and move into true time. So I'm going to move through the moon phases at a glance, and I'm showing you this. I don't know how well you can see it. I'm on an iPad, so I don't have PowerPoint, but let me see if I can get this centered better. Okay, this is called Moon Phases at a Glance. And on this side, wait a second, on this side, I'm in reverse here. Be patient with me, please. You have the phases of the moon from new to balsamic. So from new, to full. So waxing, those are the two big words for the lunar cycle, waxing and waning. That has to do with light. Waxing means the light is growing, and it provides active outward building energy to support your intentions. And waning energy is when the moon is becoming dark again after the full moon, and light equals energy. So as the light diminishes, we move ever more inward. And then on this side, you will see there's the planting. Wait a minute. The planting cycle. I'm showing you this because if you will email me at moonpoweredliving@gmail.com or message me on Facebook at Moonpowered Astrology, I will send you a copy of this. And this is a really shorthand way to start to dance to the rhythms of the moon. There is the rising, the setting, moonrise and moonset as it goes through the phases, the keyword, and the action step. So you have the phase, the moonrise, moonset, keyword, and action step. So it really narrows it down and makes it really easy to start playing with the moon. So I'm going to go over this and talk a bit about what it means as we go through the phases of the moon. Every 2.5 days, the moon changes signs. 12 signs, 2.5 days, 28 to 29.5 days. 8 phases to the moon. And I love that, don't you? Because 8 is the sign of infinity and of manifestation. So I'm actually drawing a luminoscot here, which is a figure 8 sideways. So it's a sign of infinity. So we begin with the new moon. And at the time of the new moon, there's no light. So we plant our intentions, our seed intentions, in the dark of our unconscious in faith and trust. And this is a very important time. You know, we celebrate the full moon, but the full moon is the culmination point. So the work begins at the new moon. So when you set an intention, you do it in very concise language. And you narrow it down and you get a picture of what you want to create. Facts don't create. Feelings create. So it's really important that you harness your emotional energy. And isn't that what we all want to do? Harness our emotional energy positively. So the new moon is the time to do that. And then throughout the cycle. And I say you will realize what you feelize. So as you set an intention, you do a brain dump. You write down, you get your intention to be concise, and health, relationship, business or finance, and home and family. Those are the 4 categories that you might want to address. I would not do more than 4 intentions at any given time because you want to be concise. You're going to put action steps underneath your intention. So you want to set a concise intention. And right now we're in the Pisces lunar cycle and we are asked to dream bigger than ever. So this is what this cycle has been about. And we've also been leaving an old dream of the world, of life and what we thought it was to be behind. So that's the new moon. And then in the crescent phase, 3.5 days later, that seed sprouts, comes above ground, metaphorically speaking, reaching for the light so that it can grow in its manifestation. And we are asked to mobilize our resources or get what we need in order to have those intentions move forward. It's also a time when the habits and patterns, and the moon rules habit. It's daily life and our habits, particularly those subconscious habits that continue to run us. And by the way, if you hold a feeling for 17 seconds, you will begin to move it into that frequency into manifestation. And so once you do feelization, it's easy to do it every day. And that's what fast tracks your intentions. So this age of information where we're always taking in tons of information, not as important as how we are harnessing our feelings. So in the crescent phase, the habits and patterns that might delay your progress, the inertia, the struggle to move away from the inertia of the past can also come up. And this is good because we're whittlers. It's a gift. So rather than thinking we're going to overcome these old, deeply ingrained habits in just a moment, we have an opportunity in every cycle to do this. Then in the first quarter, a week has passed. And it's that half moon, and it's the time to take action. In the planting cycle, it's the time when the stem and leaves of the plant form. And so we are asked to develop a system, a system of nourishment and sustenance that will help that plant grow so it can support a beautiful blossom of manifestation. So your actions at that time are your support system to create and nourish and sustain this system to support your intentions. And a week has passed in the waxing cycle. So you only have one more week of the waxing cycle before we end up at the full moon, when the energy shifts from light growing to light diminishing. Then we come to the gibbous phase. The gibbous phase is about 3.5 days before the full moon. And the gibbous phase is what I call the pressure cooker phase. The blood, the lymph, the water within our own bodies begins to become very dramatic, like the tides. The tides become more dramatic as we approach a full moon. And this is the time when the bud, a tightly closed bud, appears, representing the progress we've made on our intentions. And this is the phase where we want to ensure that when the full moon that reveals what we've created, what we've manifested, that it's a beautiful, fragrant blossom, that it's not anemic. So in the gibbous phase, we polish our progress. And we look at how well we've done. And we see if our energy is really aligned with where we want to go, or if we need to make some shifts and refocus or essentialize our energy to be more efficient. So we have a happy full moon report card. And then the full moon occurs when the sun and the moon are exactly opposite each other. And at that time, we have full light on what we've created, not just since 2 weeks ago at the time of the new moon, but since 6 months ago when the moon was new in the sign that it is now peaking in. So the full moon is a checkpoint. It's about reflection, revelation, culmination, manifestation, all of these things. And so some of you may have had an experience where you really feel that energy, that pressure building in your, literally in your body, in your life, and you see people kind of going loony around you. But if you're working the phases and you're really navigating, surfing these rhythms, you'll find that you always know what time it is. You know what's going on. And so you can proceed more deliberately through your life and create your dreams by harnessing your feelings rather than being at the effect of them like a roller coaster. So after the full moon occurs, new moons are for intention setting, full moons are for wishing. And we're going to be wishing, making a wish a little later in the show here, in this segment. So the disseminating phase follows the full moon. And the disseminating phase is the fruit that follows that blossom in the planting cycle. And so in the disseminating phase, it's as though you take a bite out of that fruit. Is it bitter? Is it sweet? You really assimilate the insights that arose at the full moon. And oftentimes, of course, a full moon has to do with our relationship to everything and everyone. So oftentimes, I always think of the ladies who lunch in the disseminating phase, where we move into the disseminating phase and we might be comparing notes or just noticing a conversation. And it's like, oh, I had a similar experience. And we reflect on what's really true about what we've experienced. Then we come to the last quarter phase, that reverse half moon. And we are now at the approximately 3 week point. And so when we get to that point, we take stock. At that point, the plant, metaphorically, that we've created begins to wither and return to the ground of consciousness in which it had its being and cultivation. And so now we look back and we see, how did we do? Is my consciousness aligned with where I wanted to go? And I think of that Pointer Sisters song, Get a New Attitude, because it's an opportunity for us to shift our attitude so that we are aligned with our intentions and goals. And each cycle gives us an opportunity throughout the lunar year to build to what we want, which bursts at the summer solstice. That's the waxing part of the year. So far, since the winter solstice, we've gone through making a plan, then taking that personal plan beyond to a vision for ourselves and humanity and the new earth or the world. And then we move into the cycle of the dream, which is what we're in. And we remember that we are spiritual beings having a human experience. So now we move from the last quarter into the balsamic phase of the moon. The balsamic phase of the moon is 3.5 days before the new moon. And so we have a couple of days, we have 3 to 4 nights of darkness between the balsamic phase and the new moon. And in the balsamic phase, as the light diminishes, we are reminded to regenerate. We are asked to compost, to glean the wisdom from the whole cycle, and to look at what we want to take forward into the next cycle and what we want to release. So it's the final release point. The whole waning part of the cycle is a release point, and the full moon pops release in the cycle. So it's a great time to, and we're going to be doing a little bit of release work in a minute around that to help you understand this more. In business, the new moon is a great time to begin something. The full moon is a great time to launch something. And what is the fertile soil in which all your intentions are planted? Gratitude. Yes, gratitude. So if you are feeling squeezed down, controlled, less than content, a great way to begin is to not only reacquaint yourself with your intentions and move in and do some feelization, which we're going to do in a minute, so you know what I'm talking about, but also to just be grateful, to just begin to count the forms in your life to be grateful for, from the trees to your food, to your body, to your experiences, to your friends, because gratitude is alchemical in that as you affirm what your havingness, so to speak, you create more abundance because you are magnetic, just as the moon is magnetic, and you are a micro ocean. So you also have tremendous magnetism for whatever vibration you're putting out there, whatever frequency you're dancing to is multiplied. So I don't know if there are any questions about that, but you can let me know in the Q&A if there are questions about the phases. That was really brief. I really moved through them quickly. But as I said, we've got the phases at a glance, and then there's a second page, which is the user's guide, which has more information than what I spoke of. So you can really start to be in tune with the real rhythms of your life. Hi, Omar.
Hi, Claudia. I really like that, the micro ocean, because that makes a lot of sense, right? Because we have the moon that's pulling on the water, the tide that we have, and it totally makes sense that it would be pulling on the water of our avatar as well. And I never really thought about that one before. So there's a level up on awareness there.
Well, you know, Masaru Emoto, who is passed now, but he did wonderful, wonderful work called The Hidden Messages in Water. And he has 3 or 4 books, I think, but he was a photographer. And he also, well, I don't know actually if he was the photographer, but he was the person who first put, as far as we know, took crystallized water that had been exposed to different emotions. He would take a glass of water and just write an emotion on it, and then isolate a crystal of water and take a picture of it. One of the most beautiful crystallizations, of course, was love. And one of the ones that wasn't so pretty, when you had hate or war or violence, oh, it was just really dark and fragmented, and the crystalline form was just all aberrated and corrupted. So just think about that. That's one drop. And we are 70 to 86% water. It's said that that we actually are supposed to be 86%, but because there's so much toxicity in the air, in our food, in the thoughts that we're being, the narrative that's being put toward us, we have to, we have to clear our own micro ocean, so to speak. And then you look at the greater ocean of humanity, and is your drop clear or is it polluted? What do you choose each day? Because you choose the narrative. That's the time that we're in, is realizing that we're the creators. We choose the narrative. So again, is it upsetting or uplifting? Are you watching the news? I hope not. I hope none of you are watching the news, because it's not news. It's old, so to speak. So, you know, and actually this full moon, which is what I'm going to move into next, this full moon was the 7th full moon in a row, and it occurred at 12:17 a.m. this morning here on the Pacific coast. So you can adjust that for the time zone you're in as far as when that occurred. So we're still in that full moon energy. Remember, a phase lasts for 3.5 days. So take care driving. Ask yourself when you're talking with someone, is it necessary? Is it true? Is it kind? Because you may not be able to have anything to do with about somebody else's narrative, but you can certainly handle your own, so that the vibration that you're putting into the world, because when we put words out in vibrations, they don't go anywhere. They stay in the ethers. So you're continually breathing in that field. And breathing, pranic breathing, breathing fully to live fully was never more important, because that's one way you can continually clear your field. So this full moon was the 7th in a row and the last of 7 that was aligned with the galactic center. The galactic center is a point around which the Milky Way and the galaxy system that we know, the omniverse, revolves. And we are aligned with the galactic center right now. This is huge, folks. So the galactic
I
center.
didn't know that. Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool. I had no idea.
Well, it's really interesting because we've got this. You and I were talking a minute before the show how Mercury's in Pisces, which is very nonlinear. It's like we can't, you know, we're not able to think sometimes in the way that we want to. It might seem confusing or like we need clarity. It also transportation and things that technology is going crazy at times. There are other influences acting, but here we are with this alignment with the galactic center saying the veil's thin because Mercury's in Pisces. So you've got intuition, high intuition, messages coming through, but maybe the messages aren't only coming through from right here, but from galactic sources. So if you're someone who is open to that idea, this full moon is the capper. 7 is a very spiritual number. And so the galactic forces are they really want to speak with us. They really want us to understand that we are transcendent galactic beings. This is what's happening as we awaken. And that the corruption of the system isn't out there, it's inside us. So
the corruption,
you know, it's kind of like that's the good news and the bad news. It's like, no, fixing it out there is not the answer. And a lot of people have been doing shadow work. So kudos for that, because that's one of the big answers. So as we come to the Virgo full moon, what's kicked off is the health axis. Virgo rules physical health, and Pisces, the sun, opposite. Not only the sun, but Mercury, the sun, Jupiter, and Neptune, opposite. As the sun shines its light on the moon, making it full, we find that we are asked to pay attention to spiritual, mental, emotional health that then steps down into our physical manifestation of health. So we look back to September 6th, when the moon was new in Virgo. And if you journal, I mean, journaling is really, it's really important to chronicle your life so that you can check back. So you start to live with more awareness of cycles rather than this narrow tunnel vision, this go, go, go till you burn out calendar and construct that we've been programmed with. It's really about the disposable human. Go, go, go till you burn out, and then you'll be replaced with somebody else. No problem.
Yeah, I did that for a long time, 17 years doing drywall. And
wow.
You know, it broke me down. So I'm happy I'm not doing that anymore. I stopped that 2 years ago and decided to focus just on Watchers Talk and created this intention. And I have no intention of going back to drywall ever again.
No, it's, you know, I mean, everything we do teaches us. And I know I was listening the other day to, I think it was Sadhguru was talking about, somebody asked him, what's the purpose of life? And he said, well, what would you do if there's no purpose? And the person who was a young person went, well, I'm in school to become an engineer. It really upset him. And Sadhguru said, you are life. That's the purpose.
Yeah, you are the purpose.
Yeah. So this is, we're in a time of such huge unraveling of concepts.
Mm-hmm.
All of us.
It's
It's like everybody needs to remain humble because we are creating the path. I heard something the other day that I loved. It said, people are having a challenge finding the solid ground underneath themselves. They can't see their feet. And the reason they can't see their feet is because they're so pregnant with possibility.
I love that.
Don't you love that?
Oh, yeah. I love that. I'm going to steal it.
Yeah. It's
I love it.
We don't know exactly what we're birthing, but, again, what are you focusing on? What are you birthing? What are you walking every day? Because that's the difference between, we all have heard of the 2%.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the difference is that the 2% know about focusing on the frequency of feeling as if, because whatever's manifested in your world today was created in consciousness yesterday. So it takes great courage to just walk in what you're creating in the world that you want it to be, the change you wish to see, as we've all heard. But now we have the tools. We have a collective consciousness growing in this direction of community and equality and all of these things. It's really an incredible time to be alive. So don't go down the rabbit holes. And the moon gives you 2 distinct times at new and full to celebrate every month. So we're in a time with the North Node in Taurus and Uranus in Taurus. We are being awakened to what we truly value. What is true sustenance? Is it a house, a car, a bank account, or, as the kids know more than we, as far as what we created, clean air, clean water, a roof over your head, a place where everyone can be accepted and has what they need.
Healthy, non-GMO food, garden-grown food, right? That's the ticket to our past and to our future and in our present as well, right? Because we have the memory of our ancestors eating real food and breathing real air that wasn't chemied and drinking real water that didn't have chloroform in it. Not chloroform, but what do they call that stuff?
Well, there's so much. I mean,
yeah,
there's so much in
might
the
as
water.
well be
fluoride.
Fluoride.
There's
That's
fluoride. There's arsenic in the water
Mhm.
where I live. And some of these things are natural, but one of the things that's going to be happening, I was reading an article the other day about biodynamic farming, and Rudolf Steiner, he was one of the proponents, one of the founders of this. And biodynamic farming actually blends the information of the planets with farming and the earth and the moon. So
Wow.
it's spiritualizing. Biodynamic farming spiritualizes the earth.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to renew the land.
Mm-hmm.
So, our younger generation has a lot ahead of them. But for us, it's, for us, that the people that have been on the planet for a little while, holding that frequency for them, holding what's possible for them, because we've lived long enough to know that, first of all, I knew this time was coming my whole life, and now it's here. But we also went through ups and downs. And so we know that we do survive,
Mm-hmm.
But there was a grand earth trine, which means harmonious energy. So the moon was in earth sign Virgo, Uranus and the North Node in Taurus, the earthiest girl of the zodiac, and Pluto in Capricorn. So we had this grand earth trine reminding us with this health axis that plant medicine, alternative medicine, that the earth has all you need to remain well, to not just remain well, but be in robust vitality. So, rather than synthesized drugs, which the AMA has a place, crisis pathology, you break a bone, an herb might help, but, there's a place for it. But there's so much more to the medicine wheel. And we're really asked to look now at vibrational medicine. So again, spiritual, mental, emotional, and physical, what do you do every day? Because the moon and Virgo both have to do with your daily regimen. Do you have a daily regimen that addresses all of those? Do you have time for silence? Do you have time to just move inward and ask your body and your life what it needs, what it wants, to get clear? Because we are in a time of massive reformation, transformation, and building anew. And we have not even seen the ashes yet. We're all going to be called to be our phoenix selves while maintaining the view from our eagle's perch so that we don't get mired in all the rabbit holes. So at the time of this full moon was what's called a singleton. 1/3 of the sky right now has all of the planets in it. Really intense. Mars and Venus have been traveling together. This is unusual. So we have a new balance being created, especially now through April. New balance in our relationships, in our finances. Pluto is part of the grand Earth trine, so it's an intense time.
That's very cool too, with the Mars and Venus, because you have the masculine energy and the feminine energy.
Yes.
That are balancing together. Yeah, that's very beautiful. I love that, and that's what this day today is all about. So that's nice sync there.
Yeah, and they're going to be come tomorrow, the 19th. Venus squares Uranus first. So that can bring awakenings and surprises, and in relationships and in finances, sudden changes. If you are not in a relationship where your individual sovereignty, where you're exercising it, or feel that it's honored, you may find that there's some relationships that are just leaving your life. After all, everything's frequency match. So there are a lot of people finding that relationships that are not aligned are moving out of their lives. But it doesn't have to be with someone's right or wrong. No, it's simply about frequency. And so you can always move forward with love. You can always send love, because that's what we're asked to do, is to love ourselves and love life. Mm-hmm. It's really pretty simple when you think about it, But as we come to the full moon, it's also the service axis. So these two signs ask us to be in service, in Virgo's case, to the earth, be in service to the earth, and with all the Aquarius energy to humanity. And in Pisces, you have to be of service to yourself first, but be of service to a higher source. Have that source flow through you, as opposed to the ego telling you who and what you're supposed to be every day. There's a lot of meditation work that I do where I just drop my identity and move into the pool of the field of consciousness, which is all our greater selves, And then you can kind of realize that, yeah, we are all playing dress up. This is all showbiz. So what do we do at the time of a full moon?
This is a great big stage, and each and every single one of us is playing a character on this big stage for 80, 100 years, and then poof, we're gone. And then if we choose to come back again, join the play, go for it. We shouldn't take it serious, right? This is a vacation from the self, and we should love one another while we're down here, because really we're all on the same boat, and there's no reason for division and wars and loathing and envy and all of that, because we're not that. That's not our natural state.
No. And you can't police the world. We're not here to police the world, but we are taught that, the thing is, if you have your energy centered, mm-hmm. is incredibly powerful. But if you are concerned about what's happening 6,000 miles away, and you're concerned about all of these things, these external things, power is inherent. And we're in a time of self-empowerment and recognizing that we're the power source and that we are human beings, not human mm-hmm. doings. So if we sit and maintain a frequency of peace and maintain harmony within ourselves. And this is really what Mars and Venus aligning are about. They're about this new balance in harmony. So there may be some darkness as well that comes up with the light. You know, it's not about, okay, so Venus and Mars together equals peace. Well, it's the facing the shadow of ourselves that holds a lot of energy. And, you know, and saying, okay, I'll cut the cords to that. I'll start shifting my own use of that pattern in my life and being aware of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about that guy down the street. And by the way, judgment closes the heart. So the heart's like a swinging door energetically, and it swings toward you first. So, you know, we're all taught, love the world, love everybody else. Yes, that's great. But if you don't love yourself, and that's the big thing in the
Bingo.
world, people feeling they're not enough and they are not in love with themselves, with the
Mm-hmm.
true being they are.
Yeah, the bingo. I always say that here on my show, that when you go into the bathroom in the morning, you're looking at a great big mirror, right? Just look at it and don't forget to say to yourself, hey, man, I love you. Have a great day. You're the best. And then go take care of your business and off you go. And that'll change your life. And you were talking about Dr. Emoto earlier. And that's kind of where I got this idea from, was where, you know, when I learned that, I was like, hey, I'm going to start saying that to myself so that my water, you know, my mini ocean will begin to crystallize and turn into that beautiful ice crystal that, you know, that he showed us. Because, you know, I was judgmental and I was a hater, and, you know, I did all of that. So I could imagine, you know, what my water looks like. I don't want to, because I'll just manifest that. But, you know, just as a, you know, let me toss myself up here on camera with you. You know, just a figure of speech, right? And, you know, when I learned that, I began to say that to myself in the mirror every single day. And I've noticed over the course of like the last couple of months, energetically, I'm beginning to feel better. My cats seem to want to spend more time with me. You know, my wife loves me more. My kid doesn't, you know, yell at me as much anymore because I don't let him do stuff. You know, it's just better. And I feel that I am aligning my center and cleaning up my water that I've done so much damage to over the years. So, you know, loving yourself is key. You know, in fact, I have like little emojis here on screen where I always tell people I love you, and then, you know, some hearts and you are love, right? We're just going to consistently pass that message forward and, you know, remind people, right? Because it's almost like people feel embarrassed to say to themselves that I love you, right? Because of the stigma and everything that society is attached to the actual word love, because it's like people are embarrassed to say that to someone or someone they don't know, right? Like, you know, you meet somebody at a coffee shop and you're like, I love you, bro. See you later. And the look on their face is like, you don't even know me. How could you love me? Right? That's profound.
Well, that's really getting to the awareness of oneness.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I feel that we are doing now. We are crossing a bridge to an awareness of oneness. Between now and the next few years, this is what we're doing. And so if it's really oneness, when you say, I love you, you're saying, I love you.
Yeah.
You know, and the thing is, it doesn't, I've learned in my life, because I've always been a little bit radical in some of the things that I'll put forth to people, and they might be surprised, but then I know that I'm like Joanna Appleseed, that down the road, you know, maybe they'll get it. Maybe they'll even pay it forward, you know, in kindness or whatever it might be. So joy is said to be the clearest evidence of the presence of spirit. So when you look at, I've been working with the solfeggio frequencies a lot lately. And if anybody listening, if you are feeling a little down or a little fragmented or something, put on a solfeggio frequency of 528 hertz or above. Now in 2012, the earth ascended. This is major. The earth ascended. So the earth is like up here at 7 hertz and above. We're between 2 and 3. We got to catch up.
Mm-hmm.
This planet is our sustenance. These avatars are a gift of you know, chemical existence from this planet, sustained by it with air, water, perfect balance. So we're being asked, and this is part of this full moon, we're being asked to really look at what is the ground under our feet. Do we feel it? Nature, by the way, and I thought this was so cool when I found this out, 528 hertz is love. So you want to vibrate at love and above as much as possible. And that's challenging because, like I said, collectively, we're not quite there, but you can be there and you can play that frequency and just play it and see how your cells feel. I was amazed. But nature, when you get out in nature, did you know that nature actually vibrates to 528?
Sings 528.
So nature is it's love, 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 love. And you look at what the magnificence, especially here in California, where spring's already beginning to pop up. You know, you look at, it's like love. Oh, this flower, they're literally, the earth is loving you. So take time to love the earth. Take time to just walk in nature, your frequency. And I'm not talking about power walking. I'm talking about just being there, feeling your foot touch the earth, kiss the earth with your foot. You know, so these are the things that you can do. And I mentioned that full moons are for wishing. Now, it's really good to get centered at this full moon in your wish, because we are going to have Venus squaring Uranus. Then next week, as it goes on, we're going to have Mars squaring Uranus, and we may see some more war talk ramped up. So, you know, you look at what you're a crusader for. And if you're a crusader for peace, be that. Practice being that. And then we're going to have into April, Mars and Venus uniting with Saturn. And that's where you may see some stuff around authoritarianism, because we are all becoming more and more free in our souls, in our consciousness. And so the games, let those old Olympics begin. The games are going to be run on us majorly. And that's where you have to remember, oh, wait a minute. That's your book. That's an old book. I'm writing a new book. I'm dancing to the rhythms of life. I'm rocking my vision.
Yeah, preach
and
it,
if you need
sister,
help
preach
with
it.
that and the right timing for everything, there'll be a link later on where you can book a session with me, a reading. And we do a free pre-session chat so that I know exactly what you need. But at the time of a full moon, you make a wish. And start getting grounded now, because I'm telling you, in April, the noise is going to get louder. But we also have an incredible, once in 3 or 4 lifetimes, transit coming up. And some are saying that this is the ascension portal. We are going to have, in Pisces, we're going to have Jupiter and Neptune uniting, conjuncting on April 12th. And that happens every 166 years in Pisces.
Did you say
So
April
this is good
12th?
stuff. It's setting out a clarion call around the ascended being. How do we ascend? Is there a ship coming to pick us up? No, sorry. Maybe for you there is, but that's not what ascension is. Ascension is right here. And we had an avatar named, Jesus Christ. Whether you're a Christian or not, I practice Buddhism and mental physics and other things, but I honor him as an incredible teacher of the human potential.
Absolutely.
We're coming into that time of year when the Western world celebrates that.
One would have to be closed-minded.
That master said, greater things than these will you do. So he's saying, you're a creator, and being able to ascend the physical 3D dimension is possible, and it happens within you. It's clearing away everything you're not, being aware of everything you're not. And that's where meditation daily, at least once, if not more, I meditate 3 times a day, can really, really help. So as we go into wish.
Claudia, did you say April 12th?
Yes.
Oh, that's when buddy Rob Yux's birthday is, our co-host.
Oh!
His birthday.
That's wild. I wonder what that means, huh? And once every 166 years, I'm going to be 41 on April 12th of this year. So,
well, you're Aries sun.
Yes.
We don't know where your moon is, but we could find that out, and your rising sign. But wherever that is impacting your chart, you know, we've all really chosen to come in at this time because, you know, sometimes people will say to me, well, I don't have anything in Pisces. I'm like, well, sweetie, you do now, you know? And then we do have this Aries equinox coming up, which is big stuff because
that's my birthday, March 30th.
wow.
So how crazy is that?
Sun folks
yeah.
here.
We're both on some sort of specific day. That's kind of crazy. And we're a team on all these events. Like, this is what we do. That's wild.
Well,
See
we'll
how that
have to
lines
talk
up?
more.
Synchronicity is
a lot
crazy.
more. And my thing is I love putting all of this stuff into practical language so people can utilize the energies rather than just throwing Pluto and Goofy and all of it at people and having them go, well, I have no idea what you're talking about, you know? What does this mean for me? How can I navigate this? I don't want to miss this. You know, you're talking about an ascension portal. Excuse me, wait a minute, stop. How do I tap into this? And
yes,
I have my little piece of the puzzle. A lot of, you know, we all have a piece, a thread in the tapestry. Nobody has it all figured out. You know, nobody does. This is the thing about allowing your own narrative. You know, I feel that humanity is this gigantic diamond, 7.5 billion facets and more. And all I can do is polish my facet, you know, get it as radiant as possible. So it's sending that vibration of light and love out. But it's not up to me to be concerned with how the guy next to me is polishing his facet.
Yeah, true that.
You know, I hope he is, but you know, whatever. That's not, you know, so it's like, there's a book years ago by Terry Whitaker called What You Think of Me Is None of My Business.
I love that.
So,
so
I
true
mentioned
too.
that full moons are made for wishing. And the Virgo full moon was opposite this third of the sky where all of the planets are lined up, and Virgo moon as a singleton was out there. It was like a handle for this fan, this condensed fan. It's one of the reasons that things are so intense now, everyone, because the planets are ganged up in this one area of the sky. But now they're moving more out. And as we move through May, et cetera, it's all, you know, we're going to feel this movement into Aries. So it can be a very optimistic time. It can be a time when, and this is undoubtedly what's going to happen, more and more the illusions are going to come up. The hypnosis is going to be exposed. And so there may be disillusionment. That's why it's so important for you to remember to choose as much as possible that which inspires rather than upsets. The mind is a lousy master. It's a great servant. So one of the things we're going to do as we do this, I'm going to do a heart drop along with this. The heart drop was something I presented in 2012 at the Global Wish Celebration. It was the opening of the global heart. That's one of the things that happened in 2012. But this is something that we can do every day. And I'll just tell you briefly, I suffered from nuclear radiation poisoning from 2011 until a year ago. I was on Kauai the day after Fukushima. And everything you're looking at here is brand new skin. My skin peeled off my body 3 times.
Oh my God.
I was swollen like you wouldn't believe. I couldn't go out. And I was told by spirit that I had to stop, that this was all about shedding frequency, raising frequency, doing generational cleansing, and using my own heart drop method that I'd been, you know, graciously given as a blessing, that's what would heal me. And it did. Because you see me sitting here, you know, I mean, I knew this was all in there, but oh, what a horror show. So remember, always, Virgo also reminds you, the body is a self-healing organism. As long as you have as long as you address all those things every day, you may go through some challenges. It doesn't mean you won't, but the medicine, the medicine is always in the message that your body is trying to give you. So this full moon, you know, you might want to wish for an all-round healthy life. But the way you begin a wish is always, I happily and thankfully. It's also the way you set an intention. I happily and thankfully intend or create. So it's I happily and thankfully wish. Now,
oh, that's beautiful because that's beautiful. I like that because when people pray or do something like that, they're always like, I want to give me, right? And it's just always, me, right? Give me. There's no gratitude there whatsoever, no gratitude being expressed. So what you just said, wow, I love it. I'm going to put that into practice for myself.
Well, oftentimes this is the thing about prayer. Oftentimes it comes from scarcity.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than, hey, I'm everything in the universe, therefore it's already here. I need to affirm it. I need to be happy and thankful because I'm the manifester. I'm manifesting it. And we're going to also, as we go through this process, I'll talk about what can go wrong because we've all experienced that.
Claudia, we have about 5-6 minutes left.
So we'll do this meditation really quickly so people know how to use the full moon.
Okay.
And then if anyone has a question, they can tell me. But anyway, so you do a brain dump and get to a wish that you want that's aligned with the energy of the full moon. You want, again, for it to be concise. I happily and thankfully wish for an all-around healthy life. Might be that. If you say that, that's not just physical. That's your wealth. That's everything, right? So that could be a good one. And then you write that on a piece of paper. You take another piece of paper and you write everything that you're releasing that could possibly get in the way. After you've done that, you burn that piece of paper that has what you're releasing on it. And you don't make a copy of it. You just burn that piece of paper because you're letting it go. As the smoke rises, it's as though it's like sticky stuff moving through every cell of your body, taking everything you're releasing with it. Then you take the wish that you've written down, you sit and you breathe from the soles of your feet. You take a breath up, feel, see all the colors of the earth, all that sustenance, bronze, copper, the mineral kingdom, coming up through your body, filling every cell, moving up to the top of your head, and above the crown chakra is silver, gold, and white light. It moves down through your crown, and on the exhalation, you see that light blending with the earth colors. And now you are radiating like a rainbow. So as you take this breath, be sure that your belly is moving. If not, on the next breath, welcome the breath to fully enter every cell of your body. So you take the breath in. And as you exhale, you allow your consciousness, your mental energy to drop. It drops behind your facial mask. It drops through your throat. It drops through your chest and comes to rest in your heart. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 breaths to do this because when you're in your heart, you are present in the present as the presence. You cannot be anywhere else when you are in your heart. Then you bring your wish forward and you visualize it. What does it look like to have that wish come true right now? Get a picture that's colorful, that has the forms, that has it all beautifully fleshed out. And then, as you're breathing in and out of your heart, and you feel the light that you've breathed in expanding through every cell, you step into the picture you've created. And you feel what it feels like through every cell of your body, every parsec of your avatar existence. What does it feel like to have that wish manifest right now in this present moment? Joy, relief, whatever it might be, really, really feel your cells and your being thrive in the feeling of your wish come true right now. And then with a few more breaths, you see that light, that heart light that's moved through your whole body, move through your skin and fill your auric field. So this frequency of wish fulfilled is both within and without. And you sit like this until you feel complete, and then you open your eyes. And you take some notes. You might have gotten some messages. There might be something that you saw that you want to write down. What could possibly get in the way? Well, I call them dream stealers. Those things that you did some release work with. And if you find that this comes in the middle of the meditation, where, oh, that's not going to happen, then from your belly, whoa, give a tone like this and just shoot it right out into its native nothingness. And so what you have done is you have literally stepped into embodied the frequency of that wish come true right now. So it's a done deal. You've actually put that manifestation in your body and out into the universe. The thing is to walk that, and this is what you do with your intentions when you set an intention. You walk in that frequency by moving into that field and feeling it in your life now. If you journal, and it's a good thing if you do not, take the piece of paper the wish is written on, put it out under the full moon. We've still got a gorgeous full moon light tonight. So put it out under the full moon, charge that page, tuck it away until the new moon. At the new moon, you're going to incorporate it. You're going to incorporate that wish into your new moon intentions and take some action on it. I can't hear you. Wait a minute.
It's me, Claudia. I'm bad for that. I'll mute myself and then I'll start talking and not realize I'm muted. I was saying that was profound because when I was sitting here doing that short meditation and I was visualizing the energy going into my heart, I saw my heart in my eyes. And then when you said your aura, I saw like this bluish, greenish energy that was just like there in front of me, but it didn't look like it was very far away. Maybe it was, but it seemed like it was like about that far from me, and it was just going like that, just waving. That was beautiful. I really loved it, and I was making an intention and making a wish that I would love to see come true. So thank you. Right.
Well, you got some Pisces energy going on there because we've got, this is the thing. We're going to see a lot of ocean activity, very possibly with all this Pisces energy, but blue and green, that's Pisces colors, right?
Yeah, that's beautiful.
and the thing with the heart drop is the process of the breath with the earth colors and coming down from the crown chakra, and ideally breathing in a little longer than making your exhalation longer than your inhalation. You can drop into your heart several times a day, and I'll tell you something that's a real wonderful key. If you do a heart drop when you're talking to someone, you'll find that you're just really able to listen. You're not thinking about what you're going to say next because it's that heart energy, that vibration of love that's just there, and then you'll know if there's something that you are to say that's appropriate in response.
That's beautiful. When I do my meditations at nighttime, it takes me 10 seconds to breathe in. And then I hold for 10 seconds and then exhale for 10 seconds. And I repeat that process for about 15 minutes. And I tell you, usually by the time I get into my second or third breath, I lose entire contact with my body. The only thing I can feel is slightly just the back of my head when I'm laying there. But otherwise, I just have no connection whatsoever with anything. I'm just in the nothing, in the zero zone. And I love it. And then that's the state that I go into, that I visualize. I do creative visualization, just as you were saying, and I visualize that I already have what I'm visualizing. And like, say, I want a car, and I can, I visualize myself driving around in that car, taking my wife to work or taking my son to his work. And, I visualize all of that. Not saying that I need a car, but just using it as an example.
Yeah.
I do that creative visualization to where, you have to make yourself believe that you already have that, because once you believe, then that will just manifest itself, because we're creator beings.
Yeah, you receive what you believe. And of course, the real secret is the feeling. Because you can see a picture all day long, but when you feel yourself, when you smell the leather of the seats and you feel what it's like to feel the wind coming through that's when those two things are married, the picture and the feeling, and it starts to sail. And then it's it's just a matter of keeping it up and knowing it's coming. And that's the challenging part sometimes, because sometimes we cut that hose of abundance in half because, it's not here yet. It's never come,
And then that's creating a new intention. When you say, it's never coming, and then that's what happens. It just never comes. You're a woman after my own heart, Claudia. I just love you. Thank you very much. Just very quickly, how can people find you? How can they follow you? I have your email address on here. Is moonpoweredliving@gmail.com.
Yes, and if they'll put 111 in the subject line, or they can put rock in the rhythms, whichever, but so that I know to open the email And if you'd like the moon phases at a glance, I'd love to send you that. My page on Facebook is Moon Powered Astrology, with an
Yep, got
ED
it
on the
right
end of
here.
power, Moon Powered Astrology. And then I have a show on Spirituality Gone Wild from 10 to 11 every Monday to set your week up with the rhythms of the moon. So you can go with the flow. And by the way, the planets dance. The moon dances with every planet in our universe. So you're also harnessing the energy of the universe with the right timing for everything. So, and there's the link for a reading if you wish. There are 2 readings. I've got one right now that actually is a special. That's the Lunar Discovery Session. That's 20 to 30 minutes, and it tunes you into the moon and what the sun, the moon, the phase, what they are, what it means for your health, etc. And then the other one is your full reading. So you learn the right timing for everything. We can do some vision mapping, but that's where there's a free pre-session chat that goes with that one. That's the lunar astrology reading. So those are the 2 that are available. And I'd love to, whoever's listening, I'd just love to hear from you, period. Let me know what you thought of this and if you want to know more.
Yeah, connect with Claudia Thompson, guys. She's amazing. Just beautiful energy. I loved it. Last time we spoke, it was amazing. And now this time we spoke, it was amazing. And I'm looking forward to our next chat, Claudia. Thank you.
Me too. Thank you so much, Omar. Thank you, everyone.
You're very
Lots of love.
welcome.
I love you to the moon and way beyond.
I appreciate you, my star sister. Thank you. And thank you for your contribution to Humanity Unplugged. It's a great service in creating a new timeline in which we can have abundance and love and then vibrate with 528. And that's really what we are building here and what we're visualizing and our intention is. So thank you. I really greatly, truly appreciate it.
Happy birthday. Happy spring, everyone. Wow.
Yes.
2 more days. Spring.
That's it. And then Sunday is our, we're working towards Sunday. That's why we started on the 12th. We're gathering all the energy coming in from the 12th. And then on Sunday evening, we're going to meditate and we're going to allow that energy to go out into the world and heal the world and, and manifest love, right? Because that's really what it's all about, this entire
this is a super creative equinox, by the way, just so
really?
you know. It's a super creative one. Yeah. Haumea is involved. The Libra moon. There's a lot of interesting things going on with the equinox. So choose the high side, folks. I'm not saying be an ostrich. You've got to take care of the things you need to take care of, but really, really choose to be that high vibrating lighthouse, because that's what everybody is right now. That's
Thank you, Claudia.
Lots of love to you guys.
I will talk to you soon. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you.
It was amazing.
Bye.
All right. So next we have one of my personal favorite people on this planet, one of the founder of the Wish Alliance. For those of you who don't know what the Wish Alliance is, I'm sure we're going to talk about it in just a few moments. But Sheila Seppi,
I'm an ambassador at Wish Alliance, guys.
As am I. Perfect. We're all here, right? So Sheila is an author, speaker, multidimensional life coach, healer, regression therapist, and event coordinator. She is the founder of the International Wish Alliance at wishalliance.org, the founder of Spirit Way Wellness, and that's spiritwaywellness.com, in Eagleville, Colorado, and the founder of Conscious Awakening Series, which brings national and international speakers to the Vail Valley area. Sheila offers traditional and non-traditional spiritual and healing sessions for integrated total body wellness and cosmic integration services. She also provides spiritual teachings, workshops, classes, seminars, conducts weddings and intensive training programs, and offers both in-person and long-distance sessions. So without further ado, let's bring Sheila in. Hi, Sheila.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. It's amazing to see you as always, my sister.
It's wonderful to be here. You guys are really rocking it. Woohoo!
We're
it's a phenomenal conference.
Yeah, I mean we're pushing on day 7. Tomorrow's day 8, so we're over that hill in the middle of that 6 and 6 kind of, but we're getting there.
Great, great. Well, thank you so much for inviting me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for being here, Sheila. I'm going to alleviate myself off the stage to give you your space to say what you would like to say, and we'll talk towards the end
Okay.
of your presentation.
Great. And one of the things I do want to do is be sure to leave time, because I have a meditation that I want to run us through, which really is an activation. But I'm a walk-in, and I came in 1999. And if it hadn't happened to me, I would not believe that anything like this could happen, but it did. And because it did, I had to figure out how to live in this world. I had memories that originally were not mine. I had to come to contact with different thought processes. I was working with guides and angels, that were very foreign to me to begin with. But over a series of time, I began to integrate that knowledge. And one of the first things that I had to do, which I loved hearing you guys talk about this today, was that shadow aspect. Because when I walked into this body, it was already imprinted. And so that imprinting came from, one, the ancestral genetics, and two, from just the life that had been lived by the person that previously inhabited the body. Now, I feel very, very blessed that when I did walk in, that within a very short period of time, I came in contact with my first spiritual teacher, who was a Hopi elder. And working with her really helped me to integrate and to be able to understand some of those teachings that were just kind of swirling around in my head. And so one of the first things that I had to do was really take a good, strong look at myself. And I find that when I share what my process was and what I went through, that it really helps to benefit a lot of people. And the first thing I had to do was to look at what I consider the addictive behaviors of this meat suit. Okay. And so one of the things that I had to look at was how I was responding to the outside world. And by that, I mean my attachments to the outcome, because I was so new to this planet, and I didn't come in with a manual. And so I was really trying to navigate these waters. And I had to understand that if I would let things go, that spirit would be able to flow through me, that those behaviors that were unwanted and undesired would begin to shift and to change and release and go away. The other thing, because I am a Virgo and the walk-in is a Virgo, I had double analisms. But they served me well in organizing with the Wish Alliance, which I do want to talk about in just a little bit. But being addicted to perfection and trying to make sure I got everything right and trying to raise 3 kids did not work. And so I really had to learn how to release and let that go. But more importantly, what I had to learn was that perfection was because I wanted to make sure everything was right. It had to be right. There was nobody putting any pressure on me whatsoever, but it was something internal that was really driving me. Now, don't get me wrong. I love to do things the right way. However, I figured out that when I'm so attached to the outcome and spirit doesn't have a way to flow, that I am blocking myself. And also that perfectionism was really more about my fear, and my fear of not doing something right, or my fear of not understanding something, or my fear of looking foolish. And so that perfectionism really was a way to start covering that up. But that's not what I was about. I was about uncovering everything. And so I really had to look at that behavioral pattern and start to release that. The other thing that I had to do was that need to know, well, why is it this way? And I don't understand. And, what's happening in the news? Because when I entered into this body and I moved to another state and found my first spiritual teacher, I was in politics. And so I needed to know everything that was going on. But I found that as I began to integrate more and more into my body, as I accepted myself, as I began to release those patterns of fear, and learned not to be attached to that outcome, that need to know began to just very gently fade away. The other biggie that I really had to work with was focusing on what was not working in my life. And as I sat and I looked around my life, I really did a strong inventory of the things that were acceptable to me and the things that were not acceptable to me. Then in the things that were not acceptable to me, I had to understand what was my role in that. Was I perpetuating that situation? Was I drawing that energy to me? What was really going on? Why wasn't it working? And when I began to stop looking at what wasn't working and start focusing on what was working, dropping into gratitude for everything that I had around me, then that joy started bubbling up. And I found that for me, if I am living in my passion, everything starts to fall into place. And so once I started clearing those, I would say those were the major addictions that I found to be true for me in my life. Then I had to start looking at the way I was responding to people. And the first thing, of course, when I came in, I was so different from the other person. And not that the other person wasn't honoring and respectful, but I just had this deep, deep, just rooted sense of honor and respect for all things around me. I would, gather up the little spider and take it outside. I would gather and do little odd things. My kids were like, Mom, why don't you just step on it or, just get rid of it? But the reality of it is I came in and I had this deep rooted respect and this honor. And so I started looking at that and said, if I have this much honor for everything else, I have to extend that to myself as well. And one of the things when I am working with people, I find they're really great about, being kind and loving and gentle to other people, but it might be to their detriment. They may not be as self-loving or self-caring or nurturing because so many of us, depending especially on our location in the country, we're taught to really to cater to people, to help other people. And no one ever says, okay, but now you have to learn to take care of yourself. And that's one of the trends that I see that's really shifting and changing over the last couple of years is that people are really understanding that they have to take care of themselves before they can really take care of others. And so the other thing that I talked to people about that was super, super important for me was that setting of limits and boundaries in our lives. One of the things that I would do is I would sit around and have these thoughts that would come up, and I didn't know where they were coming from. I had no idea how to really respond to them. And I just knew that they weren't mine. Now, in a way, I think I came in and I had a free pass on a lot of the emotional baggage and stuff that people find that they're carrying around. And so I felt very blessed, very lucky for that. But I also have found that if we are able to set limits and boundaries in our lives, no matter what's coming up, no matter what we're trying to clear, no matter what we're trying to bring into our lives, if we have these boundaries that we set for ourselves, and I'm talking about energetic boundaries, if we have these boundaries that we set for ourselves, we have so much more energy for ourselves, for our families, for our jobs, for those activities that we really want to participate in. The other thing that I found that I had to do, that I work with people to discover, basically how they can best do this for themselves, is I had to accept responsibility for my actions. I had to accept responsibility for how those actions were affecting people. And then I had to be very disciplined. And I find that translates over to all areas of our lives. A lot of times we don't even set time aside to meditate. And meditating, as we've heard, is very, very important. And so many people have even talked to that fact. That Claudia even mentioned, she's meditating 3 times a day. Yay! That's awesome. And so I try to meditate in the morning and to meditate at night. And the meditation that I want to work with you guys on is one that I really want you to do at nighttime, because we all astral travel and we want to make sure that we're protected. But also, as we are working to release these patterns and to bring in more love and more light into our bodies, we have to make sure that we're protected. So after I did that, then I was feeling great about myself. It's like, okay, now I'm clearing this and I'm clearing that. And my self-esteem began to rise. And I found that I had so much more energy to do the things that I needed to do. Now, coming in as a walk-in, I didn't just come in to kind of have a vacation. When I came in, I had to agree to clear all those karmic contracts, to clear all of those behavioral patterns, everything that was holding this person back initially. I had to start clearing that. And it took me about 10 years to do that. And even today, I will still respond in an old patterned way. And I'm like, wait a minute, I don't even think that way. Or, gosh, I don't even know why I responded that way. But it's ingrained. I also realized that this person, just like many of you out there, have come into this lifetime to heal ancestral patterns. And as you heal, you are actually healing that ancestral line, and you are vibrationally exchange. See how I can't even really find the words, but basically what you're doing is you are helping to upgrade all of your children. So if you have issues or problems that you're working on, I always ask people, really take a minute and assess what's truly going on. Is that yours? Did you create that? Or is it something that's coming through a genetic lineage? And you'll know when it's a genetic lineage when you're able to say, oh, my aunt responds that way, or my uncle, or my grandfather, or whomever. And you can begin to see how those genetics are actually coming to life in you. Now, for me, I had to get these patterns cleared. And for everyone out there that's listening, maybe you are trying to clear patterns. It was important for me so that I could bring in more of my higher self aspect. I could bring in more of my collective self, because when I came into this body, I actually had come from a collective. And that was a collective of beings. And I was in my multidimensional self with all of my angelic and Elohim and all of the Christed aspects, the Palladians, all of the aspects that I had lived of myself of any lifetime. I was already in that multidimensional aspect and brought all those multidimensional aspects in as one. And so I had merged with other beings who had done the exact same thing. And we were in the Andromedan system when we heard a cry, or it was more like a vibration that came from Gaia and was asking for help. And when we came, that collective merged with another collective that was already here surrounding Gaia, working on that crystalline grid. And we were infusing that with the Christ consciousness energy. We were infusing it with compassion and love, etc. And so when I came into this body, I brought just a small portion of that in the collective energy in with me. And the more that I was able to clear these genetic patterns, the more energy I was able to bring in. And that's the same for everybody out there. The more we're able to clear our patterns, the more of this higher self energy is able to drop in. And that's very, very important, because you just heard Claudia right now. We are at a very unique position in our galaxy. We're right in the galactic center. Just think about what that means. Look at all the new energies that are being flooded on this planet. Look how those energies are affecting Gaia. Look how those energies are affecting us. More and more people are waking up to the truth of who they are. More and more people are becoming aware and remembering their dreams. More and more people are having out-of-body experiences, or they're having prophetic dreams. They're astral traveling. More and more people are embodying their multidimensional aspects. And that's what all of these things that I shared with you about my kind of addictive behaviors, and all of those limits and boundaries, and the way I needed to learn to communicate with people and to take responsibility for my actions. All of those things are so important, especially right now at this time on the planet, because we want to get rid of that. We want to clear ourselves of anything and all energies that no longer serve us. And so one of the other things that I wanted to mention is right now, more and more people are contacting me and they're asking, hey, am I a walk-in? Well, as I get to talking with them more and more, the things that they are experiencing lead me to believe that they, through their meditation, through all of the spiritual work that they're doing, they themselves are being able to pull in more of their own higher self energy. Now, the reason that that's important is because as we are transitioning, as the frequencies on the planet transition, we are able to transition with her. I was very excited to hear that Claudia also in 2012 state that Gaia went through her ascension, because the way I have always looked at that is, if this is Gaia and this is her etheric body, it began to pull apart. And when that energy rush came through, it really did transform us. It transformed us and moved us into the fourth dimension. Now, a lot of people didn't understand what that meant. And a lot of people still do not understand that they're operating in the fourth dimension, because they're like, well, how could we be in the fourth dimension when this, and this is happening? Well, it's because our consciousness is expanding. A lot of people are operating in fifth, sixth, and dimensions above. We do not have to be limited to this fourth dimension. Everything that takes place within our human bodies is taking place with this expansion of energy that's exuding out. Okay. And so when Gaia went through her transformation and we moved into that fourth dimension, people began to kind of separate. And I think that right now, at this time on the planet, we're seeing more and more separation in our thoughts, in our beliefs. And I think that that is because more people are awake and more people are looking around and they're saying, you know what? This isn't acceptable to me anymore. I don't understand what's happening. I can't operate the way that I used to. I can't stay in that job anymore. I can feel that that's pulling me down. It's taking my joy away. And I think right now that all of us can look around at our life, at those things that are truly bringing us joy, and drop into our gratitude. Because the more we're in that gratitude, the more opportunities we have to be grateful. And the more opportunities we have to be grateful, the more our vibrational frequency increases, and we're able to come more into balance with the truth of who we truly are, which is androgynous beings that both embody male and female aspects. And that masculine, we can look around, and that masculine energy is all about the action, and the feminine energy is all about the nurturing. But isn't it exciting to see how everything's starting to come together? And if we can clear all of this stuff, we bring ourselves into balance. When we can look at those aspects of ourselves that we are not proud of, those things that when we think about them, it's like, ugh, you know, if we can learn to embrace those, if we can love ourselves while we're going through this process, things in our life will begin to change. And as I walked through these processes with one of my clients one day, she came in, she goes, gosh, you know, ever since we finished up this work, my husband is nicer to me. My kids are listening to me. It seems like even the dog is listening to me. And she kept going on and talking. And then she came to the realization, but you know, it could be that I'm looking at them with different eyes. And I think we're all being called to look at ourselves with different eyes, to be kind and loving and gentle, and to bring in those things that we love and that we find joy with. Now, I also want to back up and talk just a little bit about that walk-in, because when I came into this body, first, I didn't even believe in past lives, and there were a lot of those activated in me. I didn't believe in certain healing methods, and they were very apparent to me. I knew all kinds of different healing modalities that I'd never studied. But the one thing that took me years to come to grips with was information about the structure of the universe, and specifically as how it applied to me and the questions that I had been asking my spirit guides. Because one of the things I didn't understand is like, well, you know, where did the soul of the other person go? Did I just jump into the body? And they assured me real quickly that no, that was not the case, that a walk-in situation is a pre-agreed upon situation that is included in most people's birth plans. Now, it can happen instantaneously, but you cannot ask that a walk-in situation occur and it just occur. It has to be something that has already been written into your birth plan. But so I felt really good about that. But then I just kept asking, okay, so now I remember this, I remember this and this and this, and they started to explain to me how multidimensionality worked as far as this soul goes. And so it was explained to me that when Source decided that it was going to experience itself, and that first resonance of sound came out, and then light and vibration and frequency and all the oscillations began to occur, and all of the etheric nature of Source began to solidify, not that you solidify, but began to come together or to be created within itself. Within that energy that we call the void, that 0 point, that pre-matter, there were templates and blueprints that were created for everything that has been created on this planet and on other planets, across this universe and other universes. And each universe operates under its own set of rules or regulations, if you will. But within that creation template, there was a template for the oversoul. And the oversoul was not just like for my oversoul or your oversoul, it was a master oversoul. And this oversoul was the overseer of everything else that was going to take place. And within that master oversoul, there was the universal oversoul that has created, that oversees our universe. And then as the galaxies began to create, each of the galaxies had their own oversoul. And each of the planets within the galaxy own oversoul. And so, like, let's get down to Earth. Each of, well, let me back this up. So with Earth, there are oversouls of learning. And these oversouls are possibly like compassion or forgiveness, etc. So there are like lessons that are included in these oversouls. And these oversouls then are kind of like the guardian for our individual oversouls. And we can actually switch experiential learning oversouls. Now, when it goes to other, when we look at other planets, they all have their own rules that they're established by. So the rules I'm talking about are specifically for Earth. And so as you begin to look at all of these various oversouls, it's easy to understand how with our oversoul, and it being so large that only a tiny portion can incarnate into us, how this soul could also be having other experiences throughout the universe, not necessarily on our planet, but throughout the universe. And when all of my soul aspects had come together, that's what created the collective that I was part of. But each and every one of us has a soul. And each and every one of us has a mission in life. Now, that mission may not be like my mission or Omar's mission or Rob's mission. It might be that you're here to hold light, that you're here to share joy. And I have a lot of people that come in and they say, well, so I want this crystalline, because I do what's called a crystalline blueprint reading, where I look at the imprinting that is around the body, and I can tell people about their missions, and if they're having multidimensional experiences now, if, you know, those types of things, illnesses, etc. And so when they come in and I look at their oversoul, a lot of time, or not their oversoul, their etheric template, a lot of times I do see that they're having multiple experiences in other dimensions. And so all of us could be having those experiences right now. And sometimes when we respond away in this life, that we say, gosh, that sort of feels like a deja vu, or information starts to flood in. It could be that we are having a resonance experience with one of our multidimensional aspects. And as we even clear this body, we're helping to clear those multidimensional aspects. And as they clear, it helps to clear our body. So one of the exercises that I share with people, I'd really like to share with us. Rob, is it okay if I go
Absolutely.
ahead?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
So one of the things, if everybody just wants to kind of close your eyes and drop in to the heart and begin to focus on the heart, because each one of us has that divine spark that connects us all the way back to that source energy. And as you breathe in, imagine that you're breathing that spark up, that it's a beautiful ball of white light, and allow that to get as large as an orange, and just kind of feel that right in the center of the chest. And now with your next inhalation, I want you to take that ball of light and begin to expand it. So it's still in the center of the chest, but it begins to expand and it comes all the way up. And this is right under the skin, so it's still within the body, but it comes all the way up past the neck, the head, the hair, all the way down the shafts of the hair, even in the ears, the mouth. And just feel how that light is moving and expanding. And sometimes people will feel a warming sensation, or they'll feel a throbbing in that third eye area, or sometimes it's a very cooling sensation. And then allow that ball of light that's in the center of the chest to be moved all the way down past the core of the body, the hips, into the legs, down to the toes, in between the toes. Make sure that that light is everywhere. And now focus again on the shoulder area and pull that light up, down around the shoulders, down the back, down the arms, the elbows, down past the wrist and the fingers. And now you are on the interior completely this beautiful white source energy light. And now with your next exhalation, I want you to push that light outside the body about 3 to 6 inches. And we have now extended out into your emotional body. And I want you to think about any of the emotions that you have in your life that no longer serve you, whether it's hurts or angers. You know, if you have a feeling of resentment towards someone, whatever those emotions might be, just let this white light just burn that away, because this is source energy. And all of those emotions we are having, all of the experiences we are having are just that. They're just experiences. And now extend that light out about another 6 inches, 3 to 6 inches into the mental body. And this is where we can find our monkey mind, or those too many thinkings. A lot of times we have thoughts that just go around and around and around. We look at things from every angle. What if, shoulda, coulda, woulda. And if we have any of those thoughts that are in our minds, you can rest assured those are the very thoughts that we need to just let this light dissipate. Any of those thoughts of unworthiness need to go. Because look at this light. You are source. How could you be unworthy? It's impossible. Some people say, well, I feel like I'm separated. We're never separated. We're still connected with source. And now let that light extend all the way out to the fingertips, letting it clear and cleanse the rest of our bodies, our causal bodies, all the way out to the spiritual body. Where the residue of this source light begins to create this beautiful diamond shell all the way around our aura, where nothing but the highest divine light can penetrate. And because this is a sparkling diamond-esque light, and it has all of the colors that are reflecting within it, whenever a negative thought form comes to you, or anything negative starts to penetrate you, it receives that which it needs in the colors of your aura. Because remember, this shell, although permeable, is hard as a diamond, because nothing but the highest divine light can penetrate that. And as those thoughts come, they go back to the person 100-fold in love and light, giving them what they need to nurture them, to help them discover the truth of who they are, to come in balance, to embrace that divine masculine and that divine feminine energy within them. And now leaving that beautiful diamond-esque shell all the way around you, I want you to take a deep breath in and breathe in all of that light, pulling it back inside your body. And just leaving that light, right below your skin. And take another deep breath in and out. And with your next inhalation, you can open your eyes. And so this is a practice that I do on a regular basis. Now, the one thing that I did not share with you that I want to share now is there's what I call the protection lock. And what you're going to do is you have your hands like this, then right over left. The middle finger goes up the arm, the thumb and the index finger wrap around the other thumb, and the pinky and the ring finger wrap around to where it looks like this. And you take your hand and you place it right over your belly button. And the reason that you do that is because below the belly button, there is the dantian where you're going to build energy. And when you do this exercise regularly, you can begin to run this light, everywhere that you feel like you've got an ache or a pain, because you're building this energy constantly. You're really working with your source energy. And when you do that, and when you create that diamond shell around your aura, nothing can penetrate it. And the cool thing is, if you're working on any of these releases, if you're working on trying to release, say, the addiction to perfection or to the outcome, you're going to find that it's a lot easier because you are surrounded in the support of Source itself. The universe is supporting you, and that fills you with love and light and forgiveness and compassion and all of those things that each and every one of us need. And so I hope this exercise helps you. And I guess I'm open for questions.
Excellent, Shelley. When I was with you guys during the Portal to Ascension conference that we did, a lot of those meditations that you guys all put on were just incredible. Just like now, when I feel the presence of what you were talking about, it's so freeing.
Yeah.
It really is, and it makes it, like, after a long day like we had, it kind of brings me back to that center point. And then from that center point, now I can look outward again and kind of be focused. So I appreciate exactly, what you were doing there. And I think it's incredible.
Yeah, it really brings balance, and it's also cutting all the cords, because you guys, especially, you've got so much energy going out. I got to check the tech. I got to do this. I got to do that. You've got so much energy going out, but what are you feeding yourself? Because you don't have time. Not that it's food, but you don't have time to be sitting there and like, I'm going to be beaming you energy and those types of things. But when you do this kind of exercise, you will get to the point that you can do it so quickly that all you have to do is snap your fingers and say now. And you can feel that same feeling that you're feeling right now or that you're experiencing right now.
Awesome. I want to bring in Stone Hobbit. She is also a walk-in. And I think that she'll greatly appreciate the connection being made here. So come on in, Stone.
Hello, Stone. Hey, girl. How are you?
Oh, you're muted, Stone. You're muted. Gotta unmute. You're starting to get like us now.
I don't know how many hours we have not been sleeping. But no, that was good activation. My hair went all frizzy, and it was absolutely fantastic.
Cool.
No, I love the activation. I can relate to I can relate to a lot of the things that you've brought up today. We've talked in the past about this sort of stuff, and yeah, it is. It's about finding that balance within you, getting to that center point, acknowledging who you are and knowing what your journey is, knowing what's your rubbish and sorting that out.
Exactly.
I tell people it's tea time, transparency, exposure, and accountability.
Love
and it's
that.
now. You
Yeah.
are your own judge, and jury. You got to sort this stuff out now because we're moving. You know, we look at us. We're all vibrating a lot faster than we were, and doing this conference is just like, wow, this is really up the notch at the moment. So we're just going to be like massive beams of light energy going. I'm not sure where.
Right. Up and out into the ethers.
Yeah,
First and
absolutely. I
Well,
love some of the things you were saying about being a walk-in and how we, you know, there was a time there when I saw what I called people popping, and I was literally witnessing craft coming in and these shards of light shooting up. And what I still basically put it down to was it was soul popping, people popping, and they took a certain amount of I don't know, souls out of these vessels, and us walk-ins came in. I don't think I came in at that particular time because I'd already witnessed it happening to others around me. So, and I was already aware of it. I believe that sort of happened to me before that. So, you know, and coming in the way that I did, there's too many symptoms to show that this is not normal. And I'm seeing a lot of people from about 1999 to and the next wave was 2010 is when I saw the next wave, and then there was another wave about 2 years ago. So it's getting shorter and shorter between the walk-in time. So we are here as I don't want to say leaders because I don't like that, but you know what I mean, guides, you know.
Way short, yeah. You know, one of the things, because out there's the non-interference. You know, the ships just can't come beam in and say, hello, we're here, you know, and the beings can't show up to a majority of the people because it would really freak them out. And that's not what disclosure is about. Disclosure is about, you know, from inside and us sharing the information. That's the disclosure. But what better way to get troops on the ground than to bring walk-ins in? You know, and all of these new children that are being birthed. You know, I saw a video somebody shared with me of a little girl that was not even a year old, and she was reading. She was able to read her name. She was able to read like dog and cat. And when she was saying her ABCs, I'm like, now wait a minute, when did kids start talking? You know, I'm sitting here and this child is already reading. And so these crystalline children that are coming in are just phenomenal because the light and the knowledge that they're bringing. I was talking, you know, to Mary Rodwell this afternoon, and she was telling me some phenomenal stories about children who are, you know, 3 years old, sharing information about frequencies and being able to see the grids and everything all around people. It is so cool. I mean, this planet is changing, and I'm so glad that I'm here at this time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I went through the dark shadow soul's journey, and it was like, why am I here? Why am I here? You know, I want to know why I'm here. You know, there has to be some sanity, some purpose to this. And then before I knew it, I realized I was having contact. I was healing myself.
Yes.
I'm standing there one day, and these black-eyed babies, these black-eyed children. There was one little baby boy. There was a girl who was about, I would say, 7 or 8 years old, and then there was another one, and it was like the girl was definitely not
right.
She was hybrid. She was definitely hybrid. Okay, the way her eyes were, it came across and it went up the side, and they were black. There was no, and who she was with was not biological. Okay, and when they paraded the little boy in front of us, he was like a little big chubbalub. You know, he was just a ball,
right?
Really big, round, beady black eyes, and it felt like he could read right through me. It was I could hear him. You know, it wasn't a physical voice sort of thing. It was more, I know you know than I know. You know,
right? And you know. so many people are talking about, that resonance that they're feeling with their multidimensional aspects. And I truly believe it because we are coming back together and those oversouls are starting to unite.
Yes.
And I mean, just think about it. Every planet has its own oversoul. Every individual. I mean, can you imagine? And so I'm so excited for what's happening and these astrological alignments and occurrences that are taking place with the energy that's shifting, and you can just feel it in every cell of your body. And that's really why I wanted to kind of share my process with what I had to go through to do some of this cellular dumping, as I call it, to really be able to hold these new light codes that are coming in. Because when we go out and in the morning, if we bare our chest and we're standing there to the sun, we're receiving that encoding that's coming from the great central sun to our sun, into our bodies. And it really does behoove us all to go out in the morning and to do that, because things are changing just like that. I love it.
Absolutely. I mean, having this conference, I can't believe the amount of similar mindsets, people that have done, great people that have done the same works, the journeys, they're all finding these aspects of themselves, and it's like we're all reuniting, we're coming back together. And I've just been sitting here in awe this whole time through the conference. It's just like, well, we've all put out our feelers out there and we've said, where's our family? We don't want to be alone anymore. Show us what we're meant to be doing. It's been right in front of us the whole time.
I know. I love that. And, that's one of the reasons that the Wish Alliance came in to be, is so that we could have a place that we could come together. And so if people are not familiar, please visit the site wishalliance.org, because, our tagline is the time of the lone wolf is over. We are the ones we've been waiting for. And we are, we are who we have been praying for. And this website has a whole variety of individuals who are offering their services for people who are waking up, who need different healings, etc. There's a meditation place. People can, people can click on that and it'll go away. There we go. Yeah, you can see we have, about us, but then we have the Alliance members, and then we have all of our ambassadors. And these ambassadors are providing a ton of services. If there's any way you could click on, that's the homepage. This is our our awakening that we have, Conscious Awakening, every Monday. This is, if you want to scroll down, this will just show you some of the individuals that we have that are ambassadors for you. And each of these people are providing different services. Some of them are artisans. And, if you just look at their art, it is so healing for us. If you listen to the music, you can just kind of drop in to the vibration and just kind of feel it moving through the body. And honestly, it just, some of it just really is healing for me. And then we have poetry on there. And if people are interested, this form section, we just put this up today. I'm not sure if it's fully activated yet, but yeah. So if you're interested, you can become part of the movement. You just click on whatever it is you're interested. We've just now added share your story. And this is to allow people who have had this phenomenal experience to them, whatever it is. They may have captured orbs. They may have had contact with extraterrestrials. They may have had face-to-face contact. They may have been astral traveling. Whatever these experiences are, we now are going to have a place where we can begin to capture those and share those with other people so that they know that they're not alone. And then this other section, the book review, we're going to have certain books featured, and we'll just have little reviews, what people think about them. And then gotta read, this is going to be suggested literature that our members are interested in sharing with people. And then there's the new author application. So for people who have written books, I think I've got mine. Can you click on that? I'm just curious if it's working. The author application. There you go. Not yet. So with the author application, people who have published books can go in and list them. And then everybody who visits the site, let's say they're looking for information about how to astral travel. Well, someone may have written a book about that, and it'll all be listed here. So one of the main intentions that we have with the Wish Alliance is to be a resource for people and to be able to come together and to support each other. And everything on here, including our events, is free of charge. We don't charge anything. If people purchase a service from someone, then that they work that out. Let's say if Stone is going to provide a service, they actually contact Stone. The Wish Alliance doesn't receive any funding for that, from that.
All right. Well, thank you for that. I mean, it's absolutely fantastic. All that work and energy that you're putting in there. I highly recommend that people go there and check it out. I know that it's helped me quite a bit growing, just going to these, these groups, these gatherings, and communicating with other like minds. And it's yes, it's moved me pretty fast.
Yeah. Well, when I came in, part of my mission is to be a way shower. And I thought I had to do everything at first. And so I was learning all these modalities, and I was offering all these services, and I was working 7 days a week, literally. And I was just about to have, physical, mental fatigue. And then it's like, no, keep going bigger until I finally realized that it was going bigger outside myself. I didn't have to do that. There were all of these people. But once I listened to what Spirit had in store, everything it just fell in place. The doors opened, the people came in, the relationships were developed. And also, if people go to my website, SheilaSeppi.com, and they sign up on the mailing list, you will receive the first chapter of my book that talks all about my walk-in story and the path of what I had to go through to understand the integration, what type of integration that I went through.
Yeah. All right. We just got a message there. So I believe we're coming to the end of this segment. So, yeah. Is there anything else you would like to share before Rob or Omar pop in?
I just want everyone to know that you matter and that you are important. And the very reason, or the very fact that you're here on this planet means that you're here for a reason, and you're not alone.
Absolutely. 100% to that. Yes. All right.
That was wonderful. Thank you very much, Sheila. I always love hearing from you, and really understanding what the walk-in is. And then, in fact, I applied some of your knowledge that you gave me from our last talk in our walk-in panel just a few days ago.
He did.
Where you had given me the download on the braided souls.
Yay!
The braided souls. And then there was a lady talking, and she was explaining the same thing. And I was like, wait a minute, Sheila was telling me that's like a braided soul, because I remember asking her that question, then jumped in and I asked her, and she's like, yeah, you're right. So right on, see, applying the knowledge.
Yay. Well, thank you guys for inviting me. It was awesome. And, I hope that something that I said helps somebody, or the meditation, really, the meditation itself, if people will practice that, it will make the biggest difference.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Sheila. Really appreciate it. And thank you for your contribution to Humanity Unplugged. It's been a beautiful day, and your energy is just amazing. We started off with Brad Olson, and then he set the tempo, and from that point on, every speaker just compounded that energy and compounded and
Knocked
compounded
it out of the park.
Yeah, and it was just it
Everybody.
worked out so perfect that you know, you were closing with the type of energy that we've had, and you know, it wasn't designed that way, and it just happens to be just coming through like a really tasty cake. So I'm loving it, and I appreciate you so much, and thank you, Sheila.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you.
Love you, Sheila. And
And you,
Good to
honey. We'll
see you,
see
Sheila.
you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Well, guys, that was quite something. You know, the walk-ins, I'm still trying to like wrap my head around that, right? It's such a
intense phenomena that happens.
Yeah,
It's crazy. It's
exactly.
awesome, though. At the same time, it's just there's so much that goes with it. And one question, you know, that I do have is, who is the one that dictates when it's time to switch, or who's the one sending the individual souls to the new body? You know, is it all different species? Is it God? Is it angels? Is it maybe it's all the above, right?
From my understanding, you know, it's a group soul, right? And then from the group, you can exchange spots with different groups, kind of like being an ambassador of this group to that group, and that group can come to this group. And then the exchange that's happening between the meat suit and the consciousness, the soul, like, I have a hard time with that word, but anyways, that the consciousness that's there, you know, when the person down below in the meat suit just doesn't want to be in that body anymore, subconsciously they're calling out, and then that message is picked up by their soul group, and then they make an exchange. And then sometimes, from what I understand, is that there's already an agreement put in place to where this person will come in at a particular time, right? Maybe at a cusp of a moon or some astrological
I know about the contracts. It's
right, like,
you know, who's determining that these people are in this group and they're going to be able to switch at this point. Like I know it's probably there is no exact answer out there. Hold on, let's bring Sheila back up. Hang on.
I would say it's the free
Sheila.
will. I would say it's the free will of the meat suit. Right, whatever is inhabiting the meat suit, it's the free will of that meat suit that dictates on the exchange, and then somebody up here volunteers to come down.
Okay.
Is that how it's working, Sheila?
Okay, what my collective has shown me is that we are basically a biocomputer. We're the avatar, all right? And that we have all the genetics that feed into it, just like we all know. Okay, when a consciousness aspect comes in, initially that's called the natal soul, and sometimes they stay in the body through the duration of the life. However, sometimes before that soul actually inhabited that initially, before any consciousness aspect comes in, there's a plan. Nothing is done haphazardly. Okay. And so it could be that age, let's say this consciousness unit with its other consciousness units decided at age 3, you're going to fall down the steps. That could be an exit point if you choose it. At age 15, you're going to be in a car accident. And if you choose, you can leave at that time. And at age 30, you're going to give birth, and you could choose to leave at that time. So we have the initial soul has these exit strategies in place when they incarnate. Sometimes, however, when that negotiation of what our path is going to be in the lifetime, when that is being developed, it's like, okay, I really only need to have X, Y, and Z experience. And another aspect could say, oh, well, I need to have X, Y, and Z experience. How about you take the first half, I'll take the second half. Or you take the first 5 years and I'll take the rest. You know, that can happen. in my case, this soul was supposed to, the initial soul, according to what my collective has told me and I've seen, was supposed to go through the duration of the lifetime of this body. However, because of the illnesses and the dysfunction and the poor choices that was made, there was a crying out of this soul to be released, to get out of its contract. I can't handle it. It's too much. Let me out. Now, that was not consciously done.
Mm-hmm.
But because that soul to this particular body had been Arcturian, within the etheric template, there had already been an energetic template to run the systems of that Arcturian consciousness.
Got it.
So when that consciousness left, and I was part of a collective, and our collective received that vibration, the aspects of the consciousness that I bring in held a lot of the Arcturian frequency to make it easier for me to transition into the body.
Got
and
it.
as the healing occurred and as the patterns were released, more and more of that energy could come in. And so now I embody a lot of the angelic frequencies, a lot of the Palladian frequencies, it just goes on and on. But we have all had so many lifetimes that what I just described is true for everybody. So you may not be a walk-in, but as you release these patterns, you're able to bring in higher frequencies.
It just happened for you mid-session, like mid-lifetime.
It happened.
That's what classifies the walk-in.
Yeah, because the job that I had, I've already been told whenever I complete this lifetime that I'm going to go back working with the collective. And so I know that that's where I'm going to be going. And my memories, it's just pure unconditional love. It is, when I think about it, I can almost start crying because it just fills me in all the pores of my body. And that's the kind of energy that was being put into the grid systems of this planet, not just by me, but by countless conscious units. And I'm calling them at this point, then we're all consciousness units because we're all blended together. And so for me to incarnate, there had to be a desegregation to say, okay, we're going to send this and this and this in. And that's what happens with all of us, but from the oversoul aspect. So when I look, my guides called the oversoul the Shantias Khan. And so the Shantias Khan is kind of like your cloud storage for all your experiences. And so when an individual incarnates, they kind of go around to that cloud storage, which is in a way kind of like a grocery store too. And it's like, oh, I need a little compassion. I need a little love. I need to sow in this lifetime. I need this. I need that. And all these resources are gathered. And then that energy begins to swirl down. And I always see it as a swirl. And it's kind of like this wispy kind of beautiful energy that comes in through the top of the head. But
that's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah, it comes in through the top of the head. Now, when I became a walk-in, I remembered it felt like lightning ran through my body, and I sat bolt right up in bed, and then the lightning ran through. But that lightning was that new soul energy coming in, and that thrusting of the other soul going out. It was so weak that it could not pass the other energy. Because a lot of times the energy, it comes in and it goes out through the head. But this one came out through the chest, and that's what propelled me upright. And so everything is a very organized and very, it's a constructed pathway that people follow. It's kind of like your roadmap, only we don't get to see the roadmap.
Right.
We just have to walk the path.
Right. I brought you back up because you just confirmed something for me, and I didn't realize when I was asking it that it was going to go into that explanation. But every time I talk to these mediums and they tell me like past life regression types, it's basically like they look back into the past life regression and they say that for 50 years, I wasn't on this earth, but I was already through a lot of lifetimes, and I was helping in an angelic form, helping children cross over. And that's like you going back to the collective and doing work.